By tradition, each infant goes through a rite of choice which dictates their future path. The boy chose the path of the patriarch. He thought he would enjoy a wealthy and rich life. But those dreams were shattered instantly because Jin lacked the basic swordsmanship required to be a Runcandle clan member. The world is ruled by the Runcandle clan, specializing in elite sword mastery. The heirs of the clan are granted superhuman abilities and the best swordsmanship to rule the world. The clan embodies virtues of struggling, achieving, and relishing. It is the definition of the last man standing, and that's exactly the clan our protagonist was born into. Jin Runcandle is the youngest son of this clan. His people ridiculed him as the shame of the family and a disgrace to their legacy. Eventually, he was known as the worst swordsman in the history of the whole clan. If you thought your life was shit, just think about his. It's so bad that his fellow clanmates make fun of him for practically picking up a sword because he's so trash. These bug-eyed, bitchless loudmouths ridicule him for not being able to wield his holy sword Balasada. Poor guy has no choice but to ignore them. So his brother whacks him with a powerful kick to remind him of his shitty place. He tries to reach for his sword, only to get his hand stomped on. They don't want him to even try swordsmanship since he's so bad. His second brother makes fun of him for carrying notes to help his pitiful situation. To make the situation even worse, they snap his sword and tear apart his notes. This is done as a reminder to Jin that he will forever be the shittiest swordsman and a disgusting wench to their family. When he raises his voice against this unjust act, he gets bullied by his brothers who think they're doing him a favor. Jin's very own siblings tortured him every day, as if his talentless state wasn't enough, but he didn't care about that. He just wanted to try harder and harder to somehow and someday earn the trust of his family. So with that spirit, he gets back up, to make himself worthy of the clan. But unfortunately, he isn't getting a Zenkai boost in this universe. Bro gets disowned by his clan, but at least they spared him for trying. Jin was reduced to a vagrant, before inevitably crossing paths with his teacher, and realizing that he too boasted talent. He had a kind of power that was forbidden in his clan, the power to wield magic. 3 years have passed since then. Jin is a busy student hard at work when suddenly he gets swallowed by the shadows. He turns to find a giant entity called Soldaret, the master of the shadows. It's a lucky day for our boy as he's been chosen by a literal god to fulfill a contract. By forming this contract, he will be able to wield the power of shadow and become immune to curses. The god of shadows is surprised when he notices that Jin had been cursed from a young age, which is why he couldn't unlock his talent. The curse called Blade's Delusion suppresses the talent of a swordsman, which is basically a death sentence for someone in the Runcandle family. The god of shadows releases him from this curse and declares that he will become a swordsman with unparalleled abilities. Jin returns to his place and instantly grabs his sword to test out the theory. When he launches his sword in a clean swing, he realizes Soldaret wasn't just capping his powers. He's gained tremendous control over his sword. The worst swordsman of the clan doubles down by using magic and further enhancing his abilities. Finally, everything he had worked so hard for was coming to fruition. Or that's what he thought. Fast forward to his gruesome state, Jin was suddenly attacked and defeated. In his final moments, he wasn't able to make use of his powers and slowly fades away into nothingness. As he's crushed underneath the rubble, Jin wonders why he was given a second chance. The world goes blank before he reopens his eyes, shocked to see his clan members again. More so, he's in the same sword sanctuary where the Balasada awaits him. Baby Jin remembers this day and realizes he's returned to his past by more than 20 years. The boy clutches his sword, earning the praise of his family. This time, he grabbed the weapon of his own will. 6 years after he chose the Balsada, the midget couldn't reach the top shelf. He's been in the Storm Castle for a while now and has to endure 3 more years before he's finally free. The boy feels caged when suddenly, one of the maids is horrified to find a dead bird in his room. Jin assesses the situation, realizing only 2 people could do something so audacious and brutal. The 2 people in question are his snickering brothers, the brats who have no regard for the poor animal. Daytona is 9 years of age, while the white hair punk is Haytona, sharing the same age. While they're laughing at the bird, Jin feels sad. These 2 clowns ended up becoming murderers in his original life. Right now they're children. But even then they killed a poor bird to scoff at their own brother. The shitty yin-yang pair has no limits. They're trying to get a reaction out of Jin, ridiculing him for not wielding the Balsada. Jin prepares to speak when Haytona reaches to attack him. When his punch is blocked, even he is stunned. Because Jin isn't playing around as he launches a powerful counter in his face. He gives Haytona a thunderous beating to remember, and even though Jin is barely exerting his powers, he still beats the crap out of his brother. Finally, our boy leaves his bratty brothers with a warning to stay out of his way. Khan arrives, surprised that our boy has defeated both his brothers. Jin simply told him that they got into a fight with each other, resulting in their defeated condition. Of course, this is far from the truth. But still, Khan wants to take them to the doctor. However, Jin refuses against such an act. he takes them someplace else. Jin leaves them vulnerable to a heavy storm. It may be cruel treatment, but he believes it is necessary to teach his brothers the consequences of their actions. Khan is in no authority to question the young master's orders. Strangely, he senses an unusual, sinister aura emanating from the young master. Khan wonders if Jin deployed the use of mana. Realizing that Jin is responsible for putting his brothers out of commission, Khan deems it necessary to report to the patriarch of the clan. Back at the Storm Castle, Jin sees the snitch making his move. He knows that Khan is their guardian and reports everything to the patriarch. Jin concludes that he must have sensed the use of Shadow Force. In other words, the source of his powers after he made a contract with the God of Darkness. It also implies that even in his second life, his latent powers of darkness are active, allowing him immunity against the curse he inherited in his first life. No longer subject to a curse, Jin has changed history as he will no longer be remembered as the worst swordsman. He's happy about that. His next obstacle is a confrontation with his father, the Patriarch. After Khan's report, the Patriarch tells the Guardian Knight to assemble the flag bearers. He senses the need to have a meeting with his son. With all 200 knights of the Runcandle family prepared, the legendary Patriarch of the Runcandle family marches his return to the Storm Castle. Mary is surprised they were given a sudden order to assemble. Dyphus, her comrade flag-bearer, is also clueless. They were in the middle of an epic battle when it happened. Dyphus wonders if it has something to do with Jin. They can hardly piece together why it's necessary for the Patriarch to see his son. Luna interrupts them both, gesturing to stay quiet. But Mary is still curious because she doesn't get all the hype behind Jin's specialty. Back at the Storm Castle, one of the maids informs Jin about the arrival of his father. The pipsqueak wonders what else the Guardian Knight told his father. He thinks that his father must be curious about the power that he used, since it's different from both mana and aura. The meeting is necessary to determine whether Jin's powers will benefit the clan or not. The Patriarch arrives with his many knights, donning his beautiful blade. He demands both Haytona and Daytona to be summoned. After their summoning, he directly asks about their mistakes. The brothers try to act cheeky and answer that they didn't do anything. It was Jin who attacked them with a weird power like magic. But of course, they're only saying these words to trap their brother. But this level of manipulation isn't enough to persuade the Patriarch, as he leaves both his sons with cold advice. Their survival in the clan will be short-lived with such a feeble mindset. He basically called them pussies, and then demanded Jin to be summoned. Jin stands before his father, Kiran Runcandel, the head of the family as well as the strongest person. So powerful, in fact, that he is classified as a divine star knight and a demigod. After reaching the heights of such power, Kiran's human emotions have been dulled. The only passion he shares is an obsession for his clan's greatness and prosperity. In his original life, Jin was treated like a nobody. He had nothing to impress his father, but in this life, the boy walks with confidence and stride, knowing that he can no longer be underestimated. He makes his entrance as the flag-bearers glance at the boy, kneeling before his father. Ciaran questions why his son addressed him as the Patriarch instead of his father. The boy responds that he thought it would be proper to address his father with respect. The Divine Knight proceeds to ask the same question he asked his brothers. Clenching his fist with frustration, Jin responds that their only mistake was revenge. He espouses the principles of the Runcandle clan to always take revenge, no matter the relationship. Hearing such words, Kiran commands the knights as well as the flag-bearers to leave the room. They're all shocked that Jin passed the Patriarch's test. Mary is impressed by her little brother for earning a private meeting with their father. The door slams shut, as Kiran finally addresses the issue of magic. He reminds Jin that magic limits their potential for sword mastery. The Patriarch directly questions the source of Jin's powers, emphasizing that punishment is due if the answer is mana. Thinking about his options, the boy thinks that he will be in deep trouble if he tells the source of his power is the God of Darkness. Jin answers that he doesn't understand his abilities either, and showcases his father a glimpse of his powers. In a twist, it is revealed that Jin's powers were once wielded by the founding patriarch of their clan. Ciaran immediately takes note of Shadow Force, shocked that his son could not only wield Balisada, but also the Shadow Force. He wonders if it is Jin's destiny to become the next patriarch. Interestingly, Kiran already knows about the God of Shadows. He explains that Soldaret once made a contract with Tamar, who was the first patriarch of the clan, allowing their growth. But after his death, the God of Shadows never appeared to offer his powers to a Runcandel, not until Jin's birth, who now wields the Shadow Force. Curious, Jin asks his father an important question. He wants to know if the God of Shadows is stronger than even him. Ciaran thinks about it for a moment and claims that he doesn't know as he has yet to fight a god. But his words are laced with confidence, because only someone who is the most powerful man in the world can say something like that. Ciaran likes his question and pats his son. He's proud of the boy and questions how Jin will use his powers. The boy confesses that he will use them for the prosperity of the clan. Kiran laughs as he sees through the boy's deception. He knows that his son is brutal as he not only beat up his brothers, but let them suffer the wrath of a storm. That kind of answer was a blunder on Jin's part, so this time, he proceeds to give an honest answer, declaring that he will use the shadow force for himself. Sieran isn't frustrated with this answer, and even praises the boy for it. He would observe him for the time to come. With that, the meeting between the father and son finally ends. Jin is left exhausted but proud of the outcome. He no longer has to worry about concealing his powers, so it's a good outcome. The same boy remembers just how invisible he felt in his original life. But things were changing for the better in his new life. That night, his elder sister Mary brought him a special gift. She cooked him a nice meal as a parting gift. Jin doesn't remember her being so nice. When he opens the box, what lies inside is a burning heart of a phoenix. It's a crazy present to give to a 7-year-old boy, but Mary is just that kind of crazy. She's a flag bearer and a 6-star knight. She bears many names, but perhaps her most notorious one is the Madwoman of the South. Basically, she's your average Hello Kitty girl but on steroids. This gift is an invitation to her brother to quickly become strong and challenge her someday. Devouring a phoenix's heart is greatly advantageous as it grants total immunity to fire and excels one's growth. Jin wonders if he can become strong enough to summon a phoenix someday on his own. The maid, Jilly, brings him the prepared soup. But before he could dig in, Jin's 2 bratty brothers are drooling over the meal. They want a bite out of it too, but aren't man enough to admit their intentions. Jin offers them a chance to eat the soup in exchange for a favor. The favor turns out to be an annoying job. Both Haytona and Daytona have to dig a hole to search for something. But these clowns are ready to risk it all for some soup. What rests underneath the ground is an incubation chamber that holds a body of a mysterious figure cloaked in darkness. After a fuckton of digging, the boys are finally done. They return in a wretched condition for their well-deserved soup. However, Jin has already finished most of it. He has left just a teaspoon's worth for them to enjoy. This dude is a savage, while his brothers are seething over his shitty tactic. Jin arrives at the site where they dug a hole for him. He's impressed by their work and thinks a simple spell should be able to penetrate what's left. Jin is glad as he can finally use his mana, shattering the hollow wall. Lo and behold, the secret library of the Runkendel clan, a place that was kept hidden from him in his original life. There's a passcode that lets you enter inside. Jin feels confident and utters his request to console Murakhan. The door opens after his chant. After dominating the world, the Runkendel clan preserved the relics of their fallen enemies. Only the flag bearers of the family are allowed to enter this area, and in his original life, he learned the phrase from Dyphus. It helped him unexpectedly in this life. But even Jin is surprised when he sees a murky figure preserved in a capsule. Seeing the man's scaly skin, he wonders if this creature isn't a human. Jin catches a sudden realization that this is the dark dragon Murakhan itself. According to the legends, the dragon was defeated by the first patriarch before falling to a deep sleep. Jin stands before the legend and tries to search for the ancient books. After locating them, he begins his research by learning the secrets of the Kungan clan. However, the words are too difficult for Jin. He wants to take the book with him, but it would risk getting caught. The boy takes out his materials, deciding to copy the content. Every day, he would study at home and copy from the library. One day, things became complicated. Someone else decided to come to the library at an unusual time. But this isn't just anyone. It's the dark dragon Murakhan who has suddenly awoken. Jin tries to remain calm as this monster is an ally of the clan. He tries to act polite with the dragon by calling him a dragon, but it goes to infuriate him as he viciously shouts at the young boy. Murakhan feels angered that he was reduced to a guardian for the Runkendels. He sulks at his current situation. The only reason he awoke from his slumber is because he sensed something from the boy. Murakhan is surprised to find remnants of shadow force lurking inside Jin. He claims that such a scent could only be produced by Soldere's contractor, so there's no mistake about it. Jin decides to test his luck and shocks him with a display of his powers. The dragon stutters before collapsing in defeat. He's disappointed to realize that the latest contractor is a pipsqueak. Murakhan is devastated to explain that he made a promise with the god of darkness, and because of that, his partner is apparently Jin. The dragon saves the explanation for another time. He decides to give the boy a proper introduction, as the monster manifests into its true form. Murakhan is an aide of the god of shadows, as well as the last descendant of the shadows. He made an oath a millennia ago. This gigantic beast has vowed to partner with the boy as he is Soldere's contractor. Jin introduces himself as the youngest Runkendel and greets the legendary dragon. The mountain where the storm castle stands was named after the legendary dragon, who reigned over the lands for millennia before losing a battle against the first patriarch of the Runkendel clan. It was clear that they weren't actually enemies. The contractors of gods are always assigned a guardian dragon, which is why people wondered about the disappearance of the dark dragon. They didn't know he was residing in its deep slumber. Jin wonders if he's found himself a guardian dragon upon the dragon's awakening. Thanks to his human form, he's able to chat with him and get some of his questions cleared. Jin frequented the library for months after the dragon's awakening. He wanted to know the reason Tamar and Murakhan fought each other. The silly dragon doesn't recall the real reason as he forgets. More importantly, he's found an obsession with strawberry pies. Jin tells him that he prepares copies of the original books in the library. Unfortunately, he doesn't know about most of the content. Murakhan is still impressed by the boy's perseverance, as any other child would have given up easily. The boy explains that he's just average for a run candle. He has a dozen older siblings as well as amazing people like his parents. Jin has great ambition and wants to surpass them. He questions how much Tamar understood at the same age, since this guy is supposed to be the strongest man ever recorded in history. Jin was curious how close he was compared to that guy. The dark dragon told him that even someone like him couldn't have ever understood a single sentence at his tender age. Tamar didn't read books to become strong. Murakhan emphasizes that the boy possesses mad talent just like the first patriarch. Jin wonders if he will compare to the flames of Tamar's powers. Murakhan consoles him to train and become strong with time so that he can compare and even perhaps surpass the strengths of the founding patriarch. To entertain him, Murakhan tells him about Soldaret's second name. The god of shadows is also called Soldaret the Infinite because his powers know no bounds. That also means that the boy's powers hold sky-high potential. To encourage him, Murakhan decides to teach him a new trick, an attack called the Shadow Force Release. This skill is critical for anyone mastering the Shadow Force. It imposes a risk to its wielder, so Murakhan advises the boy to master it well. Murakhan instructs him to release his mana. Jin is confused, so he explains that two skills determine the release of Shadow Force. The first is mana release and the second is mana transfer. The skill requires at least 3 years of mastery, but that's a duration too long for the boy. Murakhan refuses to teach him advanced techniques without the basics. Jin absolutely stumps him with a perfect mana release, which honestly looks like a Rasengan. He's also capable of using mana transfer for some reason. Murakhan is shocked because he's just found himself a genius pipsqueak. With both conditions met, he's ready to show the boy the skill Shadow Force Release. Since all shadows are born out of Soldaret's powers, it implies that he's the master, while Jin is the only contractor. The library is filled with dark shadows, as Murakhan reveals that Jin could also become the master of the shadows. Jin is impressed seeing the might of his magic in full display. The scene cuts to the flag bearer Luna, who is nearing the completion of her mission. Estimating 4 months to be the completion target, Luna stands amidst the dead monsters while wondering what her younger brother would like as a gift. 6 months after Murakhan awakened, Haytona and Daytona left the castle after turning of age. That leaves the young master, who receives a celebration cake from Jilly on his 9th birthday. The kind young master wants everyone to enjoy the cake. Khan the Snitch makes his sudden appearance, apologizing for his sudden message. Lady Luna, the boy's older sister, has come for a personal visit. Rising as the first flag bearer of the clan, an excellent knight and the eldest of all the siblings, Luna Runkindel is the strongest among the heirs. She stands different from the rest, uninterested in pursuing the path of the patriarch. Luna doesn't care about her siblings. She treated him like a nameless stranger in his original life. So now, it seems strange that this distant sister of his has come to pay him a visit. Jin wonders if something happened with the clan. He's even afraid that his sister might have discovered his secret visits to the library. Luna pats her little brother and treats him with unusual kindness, even caring for his condition. Jin states that he feels guarded by her sister. Luna thinks that her brother believes they're enemies, and that she sees him as an outsider aiming for the throne. She feels frustrated with the thought and consoles her baby brother. Luna apologizes, kneeling down to pay her little brother proper respect and a request to speak in private. Jin is stumped with such a request and meets her with a smile. When they're both alone, Luna states that she hurried home for an important matter. Since Jin's sudden rising, the rest of their siblings are keeping a strict eye on him. This means that they could act against the boy when he leaves the storm castle. The once cold and distant sister expresses her fear that Jin might lose his happiness amidst their family's trifles. She despises the traditions of the Runkindle clan. Her words make Jin realize why Luna stopped pursuing the path of the patriarch. But she failed to mention such words in his past life. Jin wonders if he wasn't worthy in his original life to hear such consolation. But it's also because his sister is worried that Jin's siblings could threaten him soon. He forms his response, refusing to step away from the fight against his brothers. Luna emphasizes that she's not advising him for her own sake. Her baby brother acknowledges the fact and even claims that he faced the threat of assassination once. Met with this surprising revelation, Luna taps into her terrifying powers, furious that someone could even attempt to hurt her brother at the Storm Castle. She tries to ask for the assassin's name, but Jin tells her that he doesn't know, and that he's fine for now. The boy is happy to learn that he has earned empathy from one of his siblings. Luna embraces Jin, apologizing for the troubles of their family tradition that come with the Runkindle clan. Embracing her like this, Jin had no idea his sister could be so kind. Luna doesn't want to stomp on his birthday celebrations and offers him an adequate gift. It's a blue pendant. She tells him to turn around. The necklace is capable of summoning Luna once after being shattered. She wants Jin to use it when he's in a sticky situation. Luna is happy for her brother's birthday, and they proceed to have a loving celebration. Unfortunately, she has to head back to her duties. She bids him farewell. Later, Jin shows up to the library with the necklace, surprising Murakhan as the necklace is an invaluable treasure. This treasure once belonged to the Demon Beast King, an item that many people risked their lives for. It also grants immunity to the wearer against inferior spells, as well as enhancing one's own. Jin explains that his eldest sister gave him the pendant. What's more is that he's shocked to learn that Luna probably already sensed Murakhan's energy, but she won't tell the clan because she cares about her little brother's well-being. Coming back to Luna, she knows something is up between Jin and Murakhan, but she chooses to trust in his powers and support her little brother no matter what becomes of him. Jin thought that the first 10 years of his life would be slow and boring at the castle, but in this short time, he learned a lot. He received gifts and benefited from his relationships after meeting amazing people. These were the things his past self dreamt about. The day finally came when the boy turned 10 years of age. He fought against Khan in a sparring session, preparing to leave the castle. The boy's incredible strength at this age impressed the guardian knight, who realized why the patriarch remained interested in the youngest child. Jin boasted the eyes of an instructor who was trying to see if Khan was a fit as his teacher. Concluding their training for the day, Khan pays his respect to the young child. He can only train the boy until he leaves the Storm Castle. Jin is ready to meet his expectations. There came a point where Jin felt immune to flame thanks to the phoenix's heart he received from Mary. He is thrilled to find that some of his powers have started taking into effect. It's only a matter of time until he absorbs the phoenix's powers. Jin is to leave the Storm Castle the upcoming day. Jilly spots his books and is instructed to pack them for his reading session. As usual, the boy requests strawberry pie as his snack. He heads out for a walk at an unusual timing. The boy arrives at the secret library to meet Murakhan. The Dark Dragon had anticipated this day to come. Jin wonders how they'll keep in contact, but the dragon isn't worried about such an insignificant problem. Even though he's weaker than his original state, Murakhan explains that he can recover his strength when Jin can become stronger, as he's a guardian dragon. Murakhan wants the boy to grow up just like Tamar. Jin asks an important question about the clan. Soldaret once told him that the Runkandel clan shared a history of being a spellsword clan, and the first patriarch is noted as the greatest spellsword user in history. However, this history is lost in the myths as the clan only prioritizes swordsmanship in recent times. The reason they object to magic is because of a pact that was made 1,000 years in the past. While they regarded Murakhan as their guardian in the past, it's clear they might hate him in recent times. It's a shame because the boy would have drowned in riches for reviving him in the previous era. Then again, it's his shitty clan, so there's a chance that it wouldn't happen. Murakhan assures him that he'll track the boy no matter where he goes. As for his capsule, he's planning to keep a hallucination of himself. A hallucination so powerful that they won't be able to see through his deception. The hallucination isn't going to hold for long because of the dragon's waning powers. However, Murakhan plans to maintain the hallucination for until the time he becomes an adult. He's brought Murakhan a special treat for celebration. The Dark Dragon fawns over the invitation to get drunk and enjoy the party. He's even ready to become acquainted with Jilly if it means more strawberry pies. As Jin is preparing to leave for his clan's family home, he is warned how busy his life is going to get. Jilly can no longer service the boy with her delicious meals, but she's ready to serve him when the time arises. Jin is welcomed by the Guardian Knights Jerome and Holtz for his escort. They begin their travels. It's the end of the 18th century as Jin finally leaves the Storm Castle to head to his family home, the Garden of Swords. They're met with heavy snowfall along the way. Unfortunately, they won't be able to use a portal under such a condition. Suddenly, the carriage comes to an abrupt stop as Jerome and Holtz warn Jin to stay inside the carriage. The carriage is under attack, but Jilly is confident in the strengths of the 7-star knights who will guard them with their might. However, they are outnumbered, fighting 20 men to 1. Jin realizes something critical and immediately tells her that they must leave as the Guardian Knights have secretly betrayed them. This means they're working with traitors or imposters, which also implies there's something wrong with the carriage. Jilly is frustrated and brings out her full power to protect Jin for the sake of the clan. The carriage explodes as they make their narrow escape. Jilly wants to take responsibility for this incident, but Jin reminds her that more important things are at stake, starting with the fact that the people attacking the knights could actually be their allies instead of enemies. Jin is surprised that they let them escape, which causes much suspicion on their intentions. The Yuta clan, as well as the sorcerers of the Mytel Kingdom, and the Black Mercenary group are all here to guarantee the boy's safety. After locating the two of them, Vice Captain Mirka explains his duty to protect Jin. As for Jerome and Holtz, they're struggling to fight such a number. This is because they are imposters who aren't even 7-star knights. As they are surrounded by the group, the devious man states that he isn't going to say a word to a Runkandel servant. Jin, being cold as always, commands one of them to be killed to make the other one talk. Jilly charges with incredible speed, severing one of the men with her sharp attacks. With him defeated, she precisely slashes both arms of the second imposter, inflicting him immeasurable pain. With both his arms severed, Jilly stands the victor of the fight and drags him before Jin. They underestimated Jilly's protective powers. Despite being a maid, she is a loyal 7-star martial artist. Whoever targeted Jin's assassination should have sent higher-level knights for the job. The limbless punk warns them that the age of Runkendels will come to an end. Surprisingly, Jin agrees with him. Because this midget is so full of himself, he cares about making a name for his own good instead of the good of the clan. The imposter blurts out his association with Zyphals, a sorcerer clan that rules a big part of the world. They're the rivals of the Runkendel clan, and they only strive to reach mastery in magic. After Timar's death, the Zyphals clan forced them to sign a pact forbidding the use of magic. That ensured all magical powers of the family were permanently sealed. The Zyphal clan became the direct enemy of the Runkendels for more than 1,000 years. This clown imposter is one of their pawns. Jin doesn't think he's useful, so he lets Jilly handle the rest. The man is begging to be killed, but Jin isn't so kind. He's reflecting on what could cause such an attack. More importantly, the boy believes a Zyphal extremist attacked them instead of the clan itself. What's more is that Jilly was fooled by their disguise. It means someone else is involved in doing such dirty work. The boy offers his gratitude to the vice captain of the knights for saving his life. He's prepared to tell his clan everything so the man could be rewarded properly. Mirka is stunned because the 10-year-old boy does not sound like a normal child. Thinking back on the boy's words, Mirka wonders if Jin really wants to achieve the goal of becoming the best. He tells his men to behave around Jin. It is time to continue their journey. When asked about the imposter, Jin states that he wants his body to be a good reminder to his allies. Unfortunately, they have to travel 2 hours by foot to reach the nearest village. Jin doesn't want Jilly to share the blame of what occurred, as even Khan, who is a 9-star knight, failed to break through their deception. Jilly is still bothered about what happened and apologizes to the young master. For the Runkendels, their nanny is single-handedly responsible for taking care of the child. Jilly was the same in his past life, but unfortunately, they gave her slack for the talentless boy she was assigned to raise. Jilly was so kind that she never blamed Jin. She was expelled from the clan the same day he was, and even on that very day she apologized for failing him. She was the only devoted person he knew in his life. Jin wants to prepare her for the future to come. This woman can't stop blaming herself. So Jin takes a frustrated twist and emphasizes that she's the only trustworthy knight for his protection. Later, Jilly thinks about the boy's scolding. She recognizes that he didn't want her to feel bad. Fortunately, she's ready to perform at her best to impress him. Arriving at the village inn, Jin thinks that it's almost certain the Transfigurator got involved. Bubar Gaston specializes in exercising an ability of dragons called Transformation. He performed a greater transformation ability than even monsters, allowing many crimes to occur throughout the world. Jin thinks that with that man's involvement, things could shape up to become problematic. He remembers Bubar's chaos coming to an end when he was arrested in his previous life. The boy wonders if he should try and recruit the man in this life, even though he was nearly assassinated by one of his schemes. Jin is exhausted and ultimately crashes in his bed. Jilly puts him to rest. When Jin wakes up, he realizes that it must be his harsh training taking a toll on his body. There is an annoying cat hanging around his window. My boy suddenly realizes that this dumbass is actually Murakhan. This dude turned himself into a damn cat to follow him around the world. Murakhan gets angry and hisses at him. Jin allows him to come inside, but he's still frustrated. He turns to his human form to scold the boy, but he's so clumsy the fool crashes into his desk. Jilly instantly barges in to check on Jin, and then she discovers the intruder. She's ready to kill this guy before our boy even has a chance to speak. Murakhan suddenly remembers it was Jilly who baked him strawberry pies. Basically, he's just found his lottery ticket. Jin is out here dreading his life. He decides to take the honest approach with her, introducing Murakhan as the guardian dragon of the clan. Jilly is utterly stumped and apologizes for attacking him. More importantly, she's curious why her nickname is Strawberry Pie all of a sudden. Jilly learns that throughout this time, Jin secretly had her bake pies for Murakhan. After a long explanation of what happened, Jilly is shocked to learn that the boy has the ability to wield magic and shares a contract with the god of darkness. She's actually supportive of his talents, which is why Jin decided to tell her everything. He emphasizes that his relationship with Murakhan, as well as the source of his powers, must remain a secret. At first, she trusts the guardian dragon, but after learning that he is clumsy enough to trip and fall, Jilly wonders if it's really a good idea to rely on him. They arrive at the portal, where Mirka's duty has come to completion. He is eager to explore the kind of person Jin will grow into. Mirka is curious why an excellent martial artist like Jilly left her clan to join the Runkendels. She refuses to elaborate and leaves with the boy. The staff at Mytel Portal learns that they're dealing with the high nobility of the Runkendel family. They allow them entry to first-class seats for a quick teleportation. Jilly shares her concerns for Jin's magic, as there isn't an excuse plausible to convince the Runkindel clan. The boy intends to keep the source of his powers hidden. Suddenly, he spots a noble mage of the Zyphel clan who is granted first-class seats as well. The noble shares his disgust openly, but finds himself fascinated by the cat. Murakun is a giga-chad as he slashes the pathetic noble, giving him what he deserves. The Zyphel noble is surprised that Jin is composed and quiet, despite his provocative remarks. Veradine introduces himself and offers a hand to the boy. Jin remembers him. This man had gone on to become a gifted sorcerer and an incredible candidate for the next patriarch of their clan. Even though Jin also shares a talent in sorcery, his talent is next to nothing compared to Veradine. The boy is cautious of him and reminds Veradine that his men nearly pulled out their blades, and they would have been killed for that. He dishes out equal provocation as a joke, but Jin emphasizes that he wasn't just joking around. Veradine gets actual chills from the boy, but he imparts him with advice not to stir up trouble between the two major clans. Jin claims that both their fathers are people of great stature, and that they would never go into war over a children's fight. Veradine is impressed, but Jin is verbally abusing this man. He tells him to shut up for the rest of the portal ride. Veradine is almost enchanted and wants to befriend Jin, but it would complicate their clan's relationships. So instead he vows to make him his rival for the ages to come. As for Jin, he's surprised Veradine is maintaining his school even after his joke. It's almost as if the Zyphels are chaotic and messed up in their heads. Teleportation is underway. Before being teleported, Veradine expresses his excitement to meet Jin in the future. But the boy doesn't share his enthusiasm and doesn't want chances of that happening. Finally, Jin has arrived. Petrov, a second-class butler of the family, meets his grace, welcoming him to the Garden of the Swords and the home of the Runkindel family. The Garden of Swords is a sanctuary of blades for the most reputable members of the Runkindel family. To have one's weapon be marked in this garden is the height of honor for a Runkindel family member. The boy once shared the same goal, but with the weaknesses of his past life, he became naive and foolish. Now that he's equipped with a cunning nature, Jin believes he will have an easier time in the house. The boy meets his mother, Rosa Runkindel. Ciaron is alarmed by the cat he picked up on the way. The fact that he claims ownership over the animal is considered a proud quality. Jin has decided to name him Kitty Runkindel, but this kind of name is seen as offensive by his brothers, as it is an animal undeserving of their name. Ciaron asks why he did that. The boy counters that he wants to take responsibility for the cat, a creature that he claimed as his own. He wants to ensure he takes care of it, even though the Runkindel name is a heavy burden, as Jin will have to seek revenge should anyone bother his pet. The patriarch is impressed with the boy's ability to make quick enemies. His siblings aren't an exception. Jin emphasizes that he doesn't shy away from taking his enemies down. His father appreciates this kind of attitude and hopes his older siblings stay sharp and don't underestimate him. 4 years have passed since then. Jin is a 14-year-old classified as a 2-star knight. His training session is concluded with Garen, and his next training is scheduled with Luna. Jin doesn't want to share lunch with his family and prefers eating with the cats. Velop has brought him lunch. He's a commoner who is going to be expelled from the clan soon. Interestingly, he's so calm and always praises Jin's mightiness. Our boy tells him to stray away from the path of humility, as he often gets looked down upon. Jin encourages him to take some pride in his abilities, since he's also a Runkindel cadet. Velop sulks as he's got the lowest grades and his swordsmanship is trash. On the other hand, becoming a cadet of the Runkindel clan is a feat in and of itself. He might have the worst grades, but he's better than average. Jin really wonders how a meek and introverted boy like him could become a dangerous enemy in the future. What's more is that he ended up taking his own life. Velop's life might face a similar end, so Jin wants to prevent that future from occurring. This time he's hell-bent on making sure he stays in the clan. Later, the young master is assessing his current abilities. It's destined for him to reach 3-star swordsmanship in the upcoming years. But for now, he has to train with Luna, who wants him to execute the training differently than from yesterday. Luna suggests that he use his mind's eye to visualize his training. Acquiring the mind's eye is the greatest weapon for a swordsman. It's a form of high-level meditation, a skill that is only achieved by 7-star knights. Jin doesn't understand why he's being taught such a skill so early. Luna restricts the use of aura in their training, so Jin doesn't understand the purpose. He places good faith in his older sister's advice and increases his level of focus to learn the technique. The training session comes to an end. Luna thinks that Jin's focus is impossible for a knight at his level. It's only a matter of time until he unlocks even greater power. The scene cuts to a sparring session. It's an important day for Jin. If he beats all 10 cadets, then he will be able to join the intermediate class. While the young master is confident, his friend Velop is a nervous wreck. The coach instructs the cadets to spare 3 times going against different partners. Only the top 10 best fighters will face Jin. The competition begins with each cadet displaying a good level of swordsmanship. With the 10 cadets decided, the remaining fighters are left to be seated. Jin prepares to face them, and his most impressive record to date was defeating 8 fighters in a row. Jin is most worried for Mesa Milcano, the top brass of the cadets. This match will determine everything. She dashes to attack him, and Jin barely blocks, sensing that she's gotten even stronger since their previous battle. The real problem is that he has 8 more opponents to beat after defeating Mesa. She's overwhelmed by his choice of using simple moves instead of adopting complex variations. Mesa suddenly realizes that Jin is looking down on her. Offended by this treatment, she lunges to unleash more of her power. Mesa is determined to beat the young master. She lunges for a decisive strike, but Jin shatters her blade and remains the victor of the fight. Mesa is stunned that Jin was able to strike the same spot, making her sword chip and shatter. They have comparable strength and stamina, but it was his precision that crowned Jin the victor of the fight. Mesa declares that she will continue her training to impress him in their next fight. Though he's faced with 10 cadets, Jin is glad to have defeated Mesa and instills a sense of hopelessness among them. He quickly defeats the 10th cadet, fulfilling the challenge. As his reward, he will join the intermediate class next year, receiving actual training from a true run candle. Though the training session has concluded, Jin states that he wants to fight against a final cadet. He shouts Velop's name and calls him out to fight. The introverted nervous wreck refuses at first, but Jin reminds him that his time in the clan will be short-lived if he keeps up the act. Jin states his intentions to crush Velop in the fight. Fidgeting his way to the battlefield, Velop barely has the confidence to wield his weapon. He wonders if this is punishment from Jin, who claims that this should be an easy fight for Velop since he's tired after facing 10 cadets. But even then, Jin is confident that he can overpower the weakling. Without wasting another word, Jin dashes to beat the shit out of him. He's barely able to block the heavy attack. Jin is impressed by his parrying. Velop tries to hold on, but Jin isn't being kind with his attacks. He's giving him hell with his strength, stating that he could have even killed Velop with his last attack. He's given a second chance to redeem himself. Velop gets back on his feet, but something is different about him. A golden aura envelops his body as he's about to launch a deadly attack. Mesa alerts Garen that Jin's life is in danger. The young master commands everyone to keep this fight a secret. He wants Velop to use aura to heighten his abilities. Velop charges with his full strength, believing that he will defeat Jin in his weakened state. Even though Jin blocks his attack, his blade is shattered from the impact. He always knew about Velop's hidden potential, but Jin was completely unaware about his talent for casting aura. Even with his blade shattered, Jin counters with a heavy slam and catches Velop in a headlock. Finally, he lets go, surprising him with an act of mercy. Jin chooses to be honest, telling his friend that he didn't want to fight him like this. Even though he knows nothing about Velop, he wants him to become strong on top of his kind heart. Because in their clan, kindness isn't enough to survive. The young master shows a gentle side to himself, asking Velop to get along with everyone by becoming strong and protecting his beliefs. It's lunchtime. Jin decides to fetch them both a meal since it's usually Velop who brings them food. Sieran is shocked to receive a report from Khan about Jin's recent act of consideration for Velop. His father is proud of the boy's ability to care for people weaker than him. He's pumped for his son's growth and is ready to assign the boy his first mission. The first month of the year 1795 is when the boy finally turned 15. He was promoted to a 3-star knight and gained a vacation from training. The intermediate class used real swords instead of wooden blades. Each blade was handcrafted for every cadet, so some had to get their weapons made. Jin was also looking for a weapon, and more than him, Luna had been eager for this day to come. She was the one who would pick his weapon of choice, as she begged him to do so. Her baby brother trusts her choices and thinks she'll find the perfect weapon. Well, that's until she brings out what seems to be a giant sword. Even Jin is shocked. Luna states that she once used the same weapon at his age. She even came up with the design, and it's her prototype for her main weapon. Jin, however, has a difficult time accepting her choice. He declines the weapon, hurting Luna's feelings. Seeing his reaction, Luna decides to opt for a different weapon, a weapon that would suit his fighting style. Luna spent much time on his weapon of choice. Since he chose the balisada when he was an infant, she figured the bradamante would be the perfect replacement. It's the weapon of the first patriarch, a blade that comes to his liking, as it is one of the most valuable treasures of the clan. Jin wanted to obtain this weapon in the future, but he's glad Luna offered it to him for free. Both swords are excellent for the users of Shadow Force. Jin couldn't have obtained the weapon himself because of sibling rivalry. It's a heavenly gift from Luna that he obtained so easily. Luna states that he doesn't have a need to repay her in any shape or form, since she's also aware he's keeping his defenses up around her. Since she's upset, Luna instructs her brother to close his eyes for another training session. She tells him that the Runkandel siblings are always fighting against each other, but even so, she wants to remind him of her undivided love, as Luna is ready to support him no matter what. She says these things as Luna has felt immense loneliness and feelings of isolation before Jin's time. She hopes that her little brother never has to go through such feelings in his life. With that, they return to their training session. After the training, Jin excitedly shows off his new weapon to Murakhan, who doesn't think it's a great weapon for his current skill level. It's necessary for the boy to acquire some level of mastery with his Shadow Force to activate Bradamante's potential. Jin is way too weak at his current level, but he hopes to reach 3 stars in Shadow Force soon. Murakhan is offended by the boy's arrogance and emphasizes the caution one has to take just to use holy weapons of the Patriarch. Instead of 3 stars, he advises the boy to reach 5 stars instead. Jin is a defiant child who doesn't want to wait too long. He hopes to accomplish the target by next year, a claim that upsets Murakhan. To further annoy him, Jin takes his book, threatening to rip it apart. Fortunately, Jilly comes to inform the boy about Garen, who wants to meet him for a briefing of his latest mission. Jin is surprised. He learns that his first mission will begin after the end of the break. Although he is glad, he doesn't understand why it has to begin right after the break. Jilly knows that missions are tough even for the intermediate cadets. Jin is intrigued and wants to explore the matter with Garen. He enters the room to meet Garen, realizing that he is to execute a mission with 10 novice-class cadets. They will be split into groups of 2. The objective is to scout the border area of the Jian Kingdom. This kind of area is normally too dangerous for cadets of the beginner level. Jin thinks it will be tough, especially when you consider the fact that his teammates are weak as hell. The boy thinks his father has something to do with the mission conditions to be so strict. He wonders if Velop is related to the matter. Nevertheless, the boy is prepared to prove his skills to the Divine Star Knight, proving that his resolve is harder than steel. 4 days passed. They were on their mission to rescue Sember Bill of the Bill family. They took the initiative to set up camp near the border immediately, then they will commence operations. Each day, a group will be used to exchange information with their base camp. Jin is the leader and wants his allies to address him as such. Anyone injured will rest and take breaks plentifully to ensure the success of the mission. Jin learns that there aren't any werewolves in the area. He's impressed by Velop's insight, who is acting as the mediator for information. The group leader furthers the search on Area 13. Something about the mission bothers him. While it's true his father played a part in assigning the mission, everything is going comfortably smoothly. The boy wonders if his intuition had been incorrect about the mission. The land beyond Area 13 is called the Land of Halfman. It's a dangerous area well beyond the skill level of the novice cadets. Jin wants a smooth victory instead of exhausting his resources. Suddenly, Velop comes with a striking development on the situation. Jin receives the alarming news of Group 2 succumbing to an enemy attack. He immediately prepares to move, and learns from Velop that they were attacked by 3 human assailants. It's possible there are more than 3 enemies. Jin tells his subordinates to return to the base camp. He leads the charge against the enemies while reducing their intentions. There are many questions troubling Jin, but he's prepared to exact his revenge against the enemy. Traces of blood terrify Velop. He fears Mesa's group got annihilated. However, Jin thinks there is hope as there aren't any pieces of flesh around. It's possible only one assailant is attacking them. Jin comes to discover a bloodied bandage. With this discovery, he deduces that Group 2 switched tracks after sensing another threat near the vicinity. He wants Sierra to go with Eddington and David, while Jin is to pursue Group 2 with Velop. They both manage to find Group 2 fighting against their enemies, but Mesa is nowhere to be found. He commands Velop to attack the one on the left. Jin coats his weapon with Shadow Force, increasing its attack potency. He launches the blade, instantly killing one of the assailants. As for the second, Velop launches his attack, but Jin is quick on the draw and slashes him from behind. With that, both assailants have been defeated. Jin learns about Mesa's capture. He gives the assailant 2 choices, both spelling his doom. This terrifying 15-year-old is ruthless and promises to kill every person the assailant has ever known. The man doesn't want his family to face doom, so he spills information about his connection to the Kinzalo faction. They're a terrorist group who became responsible for killing the king of the Jian Kingdom in the original timeline. Under the guise of revolution, they wear a secret intention to conquer the world. Jin inquires about their intention. Unfortunately, the assailant is one of their underlings, so he doesn't have much information about their main base. He tells him about a different base that houses 20 martial artists and sorcerers. As for his final question, Jin wants to know why they kidnapped Mesa. He learns that it was their order to capture the female cadets for a political goal. After receiving this information, Jin lands the killing blow, refusing to be merciful to his enemies. 1 hour has passed since Mesa's capture. He wants his subordinates to request support after healing. Jin is prepared to tackle all 20 assailants himself. His comrades are against such a rash decision, wanting to provide them with their assistance in a dangerous mission. Jin emphasizes that it is his duty to protect the people of his clan. He believes in his strength to complete the mission, and doesn't prefer entertaining objections to his orders. Jin instructs Velop to be in charge in his absence. With that, the group leader dashes to save Mesa, hoping to reach her before it is too late. Jin has to defeat competent enemies stacked against his skill level. It's true that he's strong, but he's not strong enough to defeat all of them alone, so his plan is focused on rescuing Mesa instead of defeating his opponents in a head-on fight. Jin activates detection magic and pairs it with wind detection for even greater effect. This lets him uncover the enemy's tracks. Jin continues his rush when he is suddenly attacked by a bunch of assailants. The Runkandil young master shocks them with his ability to cast magic spells. He defeats one before getting his hand trapped by a mage. Jin slashes the assailant from behind and remains unaffected by the flames thanks to his immunity. The mage deploys the use of ice magic to beat him, but even that is rendered ineffective against this monster. Defeat is certain as the sorcerer meets his end. Jin wonders if the assailants are underestimating his faction because of their beginner-level experience. He understands the Kinzalo hierarchy and knows that Mesa won't be harmed until she reaches the officer. It's the only glimmer of hope he has to save Mesa. Jin intends to distract his enemies and casts flame magic to do the job. This will make them focused on the fire while Jin executes his next move. He comes to their base, slowly waiting for his enemies to make a mistake. Jin spots their leader who knows there is a culprit responsible for the fire. Unfortunately for him, Jin strikes him down when his men are far away. He obtains the keys and busts open the captivity room. There, he discovers a trapdoor and sees Mesa at last. She's shocked to see him in such a dangerous location. Jin frees her, but suddenly the entire structure begins shaking. Mesa begs to be left behind in case the situation gets difficult for them to escape. Jin cares less about that and focuses on saving Mesa. After coming outside, he comes to terms with a horrifying revelation. A half-man has just killed a bunch of enemies unexpectedly. This terrifying monster is none other than the white werewolf. Jin knocks Mesa unconscious so she doesn't do anything rash. The werewolf questions if Jin is responsible for the flames. Jin introduces himself as the son of the patriarch and stands to face the werewolf, who is impressed to find an underling of the Runkandil clan. Many days before the mission, Jin was trying to master his weapon, but Murakhan always jumped him for being absurd. He warned him against preemptively activating the sword and overloading his body. Much to his annoyance, Jin stopped his pursuit. In the present, he is faced with his most difficult threat. Quazoidotruca is a warrior-class creature of the white werewolves race. These monsters are born with the desire to slaughter their enemies. They're formidable creatures capable of defeating 6-star knights, and they bear a special hatred for the Runkandels ever since Tamar killed their god. Jin is in a real pinch. He has no way of safely delivering Mesa with this guy on his tail. The only way out of this situation is through. The monster questions if the Runkandel will fight him head-on or choose to cower and run. Jin answers that he will fight with honor. This response triggers Quasito to burst forth for an attack. He uses his giant sledgehammer to crush Jin. Fortunately, he evades the strike, but only momentarily. Jin is overpowered by the monster's immense speed and strength. He's barely able to stand his ground, but thinks there's a chance as long as he can activate his secret weapons. Jin doesn't want to risk the use of Luna's pendant. He desires to reach the top by overcoming this difficult challenge. Lower-level magic against such an opponent is useless against the defenses of werewolves. There's also the risk that his secret powers will be discovered by other people. His only weapon in this case is the Shadow Force. Jin desires to awaken the sword or else he will lose this fight. The monster is impressed by Jin's weapon for being durable in a fight. However, Jin is still on the back foot. Clutching the sword in his hands, he tries to activate its power. Then suddenly, in a beam of light, comes the ascension of the blade that blinds the werewolf's sight. A decisive slash cuts through the air. The monster falls to his knees, having suffered a major wound to its belly. Jin declares the end of the fight, standing atop as the victor of this battle. However, the drawbacks of his sword start to overwhelm his being. Murakhan warned him against this. The horrors of his past, the haunted voices inside his head begin to devour him. Murakhan comes before the boy, reminding him of the price of activating the sword too early. With the shadows overwhelming his body, he encourages the boy to take his stand, or else he will lose his consciousness forever. Jin remembers to release the Shadow Force, but it's an impossible task as he is swarmed by the dark energy engulfing his body. Jin aims to achieve a level of calmness, and finally removes the pain from his body. Luckily, he didn't incur any wounds, but his body is still overflowing with the Shadow Force. With what little strength he has, he tries to get up to save Mesa. Suddenly, he senses the presence of a random man. The man tells him that he isn't associated with Kinzalo. In fact, he's Sember Bill, the man they were looking for. Jin tells him that he's supposed to rescue him on behalf of the Runkandil family. Hearing this, Sember celebrates in joy. Jin rescues Mesa and asks how Sember was captured by the Kinzalo. He explains how he found a lover. Unfortunately, she died 2 years in the past. But he was shocked when he found the same woman who deceived him, leading to his capture. Hearing this, Jin immediately realizes it's the work of the Transfigurator. Sember's capture is linked to a combined attack from Bubar and Kinzalo. Jin hopes to meet him soon to uncover his intentions. As for Sember, he's greatly indebted to Jin's contributions in this mission. He wants to help him in the future. The mission is finally complete, as Jilly congratulates Jin upon his return. But more than that, the devious little cat bites his hand. In response, Jin tosses this dude in the window. Murakami is frustrated that Jin got ahead of himself and activated the sword when he wasn't even ready. He ragdolls Solderet's last contractor for being stupid enough to risk his life. Jilly tries to intervene, but he shuts her down too. Jin counters that he didn't want to waste his pendant, especially when there are more powerful enemies waiting for them. More than that, he's curious how Murakami was able to tell about the sword's awakening. It's because Jin's growth in Shadow Force shot up by activating the sword. Shadow Force overload is no easy task. 9 out of the 11 users succumbed and crumbled. The only ones that didn't are both Murakami and Jin. Still, he fears having to go through such a terrifying level of pain. The Dark Dragon makes a request for strawberry pie while he's at it, but feels devastated when declined. Talks of Jin's victory over the White Werewolf have raised suspicion. It's clear that Jin's ability is only ranked around 3 stars, so it would be impossible to beat the werewolf. Anna theorizes that the monster he faced must have been weaker than him. However, Miu doesn't buy that explanation. The both of them turn to the Tona twins for an explanation. They wonder if Jin truly defeated the monster out of his league. There's also the part where he's now in the intermediate class, which means both Haytona and Daytona are going to eat shit. Miu and Anne find their situation hilarious. Anne glares at them, giving them a sharp warning if they were to lie. The brothers confess that they're deathly afraid of Jin. Anne is prepared to help these clowns through their slaves. The intermediate class thrives on the survival of the fittest. Only the best of the best remain from cadets of 3 stars to 5-star levels. As for both Anne and Miu, they've made a bunch of these cadets as their very own slaves. They're ready to deploy them to Haytona and Daytona to beat Jin. The perspective shifts to our boy, who has reached 4 stars in Shadow Force as a result of completing the mission. There's an imminent risk of using his full powers, so Jin wants to reach 6 stars swordsmanship within the next few years of his life. He hopes to become an exceptional swordsman before climbing to rank 7 as a master. However, the strongest swordsmen are all 8-star knights or above. In fact, there are only 100 brilliant knights of such level on a continent with a population of 2 billion. But there's even more, one class that exists beyond even 10 stars. The divine star level of the Patriarch Tieron, who has achieved the strength of a demigod. That's his goal. Jin aspires to climb the heights of a divine star knight to surpass his father. But for now, his current objective is to deal with the intermediate class. The Tona twins are going to pose him much trouble aside from the rest of his siblings. The novice class was easy and supportive because they were newbies. But when it comes to the intermediate class, things are different. The only measure of strength is power and skill. Jin's objective is simple. He will dominate the intermediate class and make his mark. He is summoned to a meeting with his mother, who congratulates him with the completion of his first mission. At the same time, she learned from her butler that Jin refused to stay in the new room. The special room is designed for the people who will become the Patriarch. The room has been empty, so she wants Jin to use it. However, her son declines the offer, stating that it's just a room and that he doesn't fancy spacious rooms. He's satisfied with what he has. Hearing this answer, she tells him to take his leave. Rosa is confused about the ambitions of the boy, not understanding if he is full of ambition or devoid of it. It was clear that he would have been treated with brilliant support after acquiring the room, but at the same time, Jin would become the target of his siblings. The offer was a test, and our boy aced it to his mother's expectations. Jin returns to inform the novice cadets about factions that are linked in an intermediate class. Since these fresh cadets will be considered a part of Jin's faction, they're going to face scrutiny and harassment. But their leader isn't going to sit around and watch. He hopes to conquer the intermediate class immediately. As caution, Jin advises them to stay on their guard and be always accompanied by an ally. The following day, Jed Runcandle, an experienced 8-star knight as well as the younger brother of the Patriarch, offers his speech to the cadets who are promoted to the intermediate class. Jed will not be involved in any serious events and exists only to evaluate their swordsmanship. He roars his message to remind the newbies of their cold motto. Strength is the only thing that matters, so anyone weak will be discarded from the clan. Jin senses that this is an attempt to intimidate the freshmen. He spots the Tona twins, and also spots an unusual-looking warrior next to them. For some reason, he guesses that Anne and Miu are operating from behind the scenes to intimidate the newbies. Mesa observes Jin, who is walking straight towards the Tona twins. He takes out his blade and slashes the man right next to them. To everyone's utter shock, the man loses his arm as Jin hopes to emphasize to his enemies that he's the one in control, instead of the other way around. When asked for his name, the cadet introduces himself as Kazin Romero. The Tona twins try to interfere in the matter, but Jin shoots them a warning to remember. One of the brothers gives into anger and accidentally blurts out the cadet's allegiance to his faction. This is exactly what Jin was looking for. He further provokes them by stating he had a petty reason for slashing the man's arm. War between the Runcandle siblings has already started. Jed realizes that the twins' trap worked against them. With Kazin's allegiance to their faction, Jin's act is no longer seen as a selfish mistake. Instead, it is considered the War of Ranks, a tradition of the Run Candle clan. Right this moment, Jin shouts his name loud and clear, reminding the intermediate class that he will not hesitate to cut anyone down if they prove to be hostile. But this level of defiance has pinned him against the 8-star knight. His uncle Jed is infuriated by his words. Jin states that he's contesting the decisions of Jed. Offended, the 8-star knight materializes his weapon, vowing to kill the boy if his reason lacks conviction. Jin responds that Jed is responsible for leading the immediate class. He could realize from that moment that he is perpetrating the attack. Hearing this, the powerful knight thrusts his blade against Jin's face, grazing him as a warning. The young master emphasizes that he didn't feel offended. As for why he didn't contest Jed in a head-on match, it was clear that he would lose, else he could have attacked him from the beginning. Jed reminds the boy that he's unafraid of cutting him down, even if he is the son of the patriarch. Jin responds, prefacing his bravery, as though his opponent is far stronger than him. A Run Candle never backs down for his honor. Jed laughs at his words, but in a way finds them pleasing enough. He acknowledges Jin's place in the Run Candle clan, and reminds the young cadets of the best example of what a Run Candle is actually like. The session is at last dismissed. Jin walks away, but departs with a piece of advice for the Tona twins. He reminds them that there will come a time where they will fear him more than their older siblings. Back in his room with Murakhan, Jin tells Jilly about the War of Ranks. He's certain that Miu and Anne are secretly manipulating the strings of their conflict from behind. Jin slashed Tae Cadet, who stepped out of line. He was a man who was once part of Anne's faction, but somehow joined the twins' faction. It's impossible for them to have 5-star knights in their group, since the leaders aren't supposed to be weaker. Jilly fails to understand Anne and Miu's intentions, but the boy is glad that he's being seen as an enemy and a rival. They can abuse their power to manipulate the difficulty of his missions to ensure Jin fails. But apart from that, there's not much they can do, since Jin is capable of fending off their threats in individual operations. That's exactly what Jin is intending to do. Since he knows he will be forced to handle difficult missions, it will allow him to stack a number of wins and become stronger. He can also take Murakhan along for safety measures. Jin has a different role for Murakhan. The following day, the Tona twins and Jin share a meeting with their uncle. They are informed about the special training privileges they will receive as Runkandel pureblood heirs. The training will be difficult, but it will embody the character and motto of the Runkandel clan. The Runkandel's fighting style is deprived of standard swordsmanship. They have special moves reserved for flag bearers to learn. Since their fighting style is mostly unorthodox, it sets them apart from other clans. Jin predicts that it's because the physical abilities of the Runkandels are unique. The bloodline of these swordmasters allow them God-given talent for sword mastery. It's in their blood to be born with such special ability. Compared to that, their training will be focused on simple movements. The task is to hold a steel ball. Jin senses that there's something inside. The steel balls are called singing stones. They generate specific sounds upon each strike. Jed demonstrates by striking the steel ball, which produces a sharp clang, deafening their ears. Then, the Commander Knight strikes a second time, but there's a twist. A beautiful melodic sound is created. Each sound depends on how hard the ball is struck. The objective is to strike perfectly to release a beautiful sound with each strike. Jin realizes that this is the most effective form of training for the Runkandels. But even so, it's still too easy and simple to be called a secret training method. Jed attempts to produce the third and final sound. Jin is curious. The blade hits the stone when he suddenly realizes the effects. Jin pushes his brothers away as the steel ball explodes to oblivion. The Tona twins are shocked while Jed is impressed by the boy's sharp senses. The stones will always explode when struck with too much power. This basically means their lives are at risk in the name of training. Jed explains that all of their previous siblings experienced the same effects of the explosion. Jin wants to know how Luna was able to dodge. Jed explains that she didn't even try to dodge, and succumbed to the destruction of the blast. But she was so powerful in her defenses that it didn't even hurt her. This response leaves not just Jin but also his brothers completely speechless. The power of having a cracked elder sister. Jed assigns them their mission, which is to train until they can create the beautiful sound at will. The scene cuts to Luna, who learns about Jin's recent assassination attempt. She is aware of Miu and Anne playing around, but she also knows they're not foolish enough to attack him at the Storm's castle. What's more, their lives would be at stake if the Patriarch uncovered their plans. Luna's maid wonders if the boy lied to her sister at the time. She knows it is possible since he was so young, and they have yet to find any traces of the assassination in the past 5 years. Luna remembers him being extremely cautious of her, but remembering his face, she could tell that his words were genuine. Luna instructs her maid to keep an eye on Miu and Anne's schemes. She wonders what Jin is up to, especially when she recalls her experience with the singing stones. The very next day, Jin is barely able to maintain his posture. It's the toughest form of training he has ever been a part of. Jed is supervising their training. Our boy was severely mistaken when he thought this training was related to their physical abilities. Instead, it is focused on increasing one's aura. Jin has to increase his aura to make up for his lack of strength. He aims to remain calm. It's not an impossible task, as the Tona twins managed to complete it in his previous life. Jed observes each sibling struggling, but only Jin shows the most amount of progress among the three. It's possible that he will overcome Luna's record for the singing stones. The training concludes with the Tona twins facing utter collapse. Jed is impressed by their endurance nonetheless. As for Jin, his dear uncle is offended that he's the youngest of the siblings because this boy is a diamond in the making. The dude is slowly becoming his nephew's #1 fan. 1 month passed. The intermediate class was finally being handed its first missions. The mission is to protect the recruits of the Minche Blacksmith Guild. Each faction is assigned their missions, until finally, it's Jin's faction's turn. This group of 10 cadets is tasked to slay an enormous number of 25 orcs, nearly double their number. It's not the easiest mission, especially when they've just joined the intermediate class. It's evident that a lot of them won't even make it past their first mission. The other factions make fun of Jin's group, just like he predicted they would. Mesa stops her comrades from arguing, demanding that they maintain their composure as Runkandels. They have no choice in the matter of choosing their missions. The only way out is to execute on them. Mesa wants to shut their haters down for good after achieving victory. Diatona ends up striking the singing stone so hard that it explodes right on him. Jin barely evades the explosion before getting struck by the blast. He doesn't want to train around these clowns because they're careless about their surroundings. The Tona twins are in the process of exploding the stones, but for Jin, something strange happened. His senses became so sharp that it felt like he could sense the object coming from a mile away. At this point, he's confident in his ability to evade the steel pellets should the singing stones ever explode. Jean wonders if this training has something to do with the mind's eye training he did with Luna. To confirm his suspicions, he decides to try again, but Jed breaks into their training session to report them about the new missions. The Tona twins are seething as it's a ceremony with the Vymonth Empire. It's not a life-threatening mission, but a draining one. Jed emphasizes the importance of attending the mission with seriousness, no matter the task. It's an event where strong warriors get to meet up, including the Runkandels. Jed wants the Tona twins to get a good scope of those people. Jin's mission is different, however. He's assigned a target mission. Jin has to kill Talaris' affectionate lover. The secret palace refers to the giant tower controlled by rulers. The current ruler is called Talaris Endorma, a woman so deadly that she doesn't show mercy to those who hurt her lovers. Jin is given the broad scope of the threat of this mission. His target is a man called Alcaro, who is effectively guarded by the agents of the secret palace. What's more, this kind of mission is usually assigned to Guardian Knights, prompting Haitona and Diatona's reactions. Jin is intrigued by the request. He wonders if the Chanderer family really wants to assassinate one of their own people. Jed explains that his family tried numerous times to retrieve Alcaro to preserve the family's secrets. With no options left, they pinned an assassination request over his head. Jin accepts the mission with conviction, much to Jed's shock, as it is well beyond Jin's current skill level. Jed decides to entertain his answer. He tasks the three to go out for the mission in 3 days. The Tona twins are actually worried for Jin's life, because even they understand the gravity of this mission. They advise him to state his name as a Runkandel, thinking it would be enough to help him. Our boy is shocked by their consideration and slices the steel ball perfectly, producing a gentle sound. Jin has already achieved mastery, and by the time he returns, the Tona twins will be forced to side with him. Even Jed believes they should make the sensible choice of following Jin, because their very lives will be at stake if they don't. The day of the mission is here. Jin will be designated in the dangerous Mahmit Lawless region. The Runkandel young master has maintained a slight disguise to mask his appearance and identity. Jin's group is supposed to slay monsters, but he doesn't know they're supposed to be facing 25 orcs. All of them are miserable about the mission, to the point they've already accepted their deaths. Jin emphasizes that he will return from this mission no matter what. Jilly finds his subordinates cute for acting worried for him. Murakan tries to gloat about being the great dark dragon, not realizing he's reduced to being a stupid cat right now. Jin wants Jilly to enjoy the vacation while he's gone. She shares her personal concerns as Mamit is a deadly place. Jin promises his return and takes off. The Mamit region is festered with the worst criminals around. These people bask in toxicity and malice. Jin has arrived to kick their butts. They haven't seen this person before. He acts audacious like he owns the place. One of the crooks questions if he's secretly a 9-star knight. He wants the newbie to understand the order of strength. But Jin has no time for such petty banters. He stabs the man's head clean and instills a chilling sensation among the people. The criminals don't share feelings of loss for their fallen fellow. They're psychopathic people, and as advised by his teacher, Jin is trying to show them he's not to mess around with. He's grateful for his teacher's help. Jin takes the drink, unafraid of it being poisoned. He tosses the payment and eats breakfast. The bartender wonders if he's looking for someone. Jin confirms and asks for a person called Hister. Unfortunately, there's no one like her in town. Jin asks for a place to stay. The bartender recommends Moonlight Well, a safe inn where only the kings of Mamit reside. It's a luxurious inn. Since Alcaro is a rich kid, he didn't have to worry about minuscule troubles in his life. He's nothing more than a clown who can't control his lust for pleasure. Alcaro's only sticking around to try and gain the affection of the ruler, but there's no point as she's moved on to her next fascination. With only one place left to his enjoyment and safety, it's clear that Alcaro must have guards swarming around him. Jin decides to stay in the lobby to get a good view of the situation. Interestingly, he spots Alcaro immediately as he's arguing with his men. The guards don't want to leave him unattended, but Alcaro is lost in his desires. He even threatens to kill them. In response, Alcaro gets slammed by a heavy punch that knocks him out for good. They're tired of guarding this annoying clown who is mad in his obsession. Alcaro's guards are all powerful enough to cross the 6-star level. The assassination itself is easy, but making his return and fleeing safely is the difficult part. Since he can't easily poison someone in Mamit, it will be difficult. There's no chance of killing him directly because of Alcaro's men. Jin finds himself in a pinch until he discovers the perfect solution to all his worries. The following day, we catch a glimpse of Cirrus Endorma, the ruler's daughter. She learns that 6 men are guarding Alcaro strongly, a man who may as well be called a fool. Funnily enough, she's also prepared to kill him because the woman is sick and tired of his antics. As they're approaching the inn, an enormous thunderbolt strikes the establishment and pulverizes the place. The daughter of Talaris is excited, realizing there is more than what meets the eye. Circling back to Jin's grand plan, he opted to use a magic attack and increase its potency by stacking Shadow Force on top. This would help create a powerful 6-star magic spell, strong enough to assert the idea that they're being attacked by a powerful mage. No one would suspect the boy, especially when the greatest prodigy of sorcery, Veradine Zyphel, also just reached 6-star level. Jin has to ensure the attack came from outside, which is why he decided to go for a lightning-based attack. With his command over Shadow Force, he casted its release and manifested his lightning powers. The disastrous thunderbolt struck the settlement before they could even act. Their immediate suspicion alerted them to believe that this is the attack of a sorcerer. Ceres assesses the seriousness of the situation. She wants to protect her guards even if the scumbag died. But the moment they try to get close, the thunderbolt sends them flying back. They wonder if the Zyphel sorcerers are exacting revenge against the secret palace. A third thunderbolt strikes the settlement. Ceres thinks there won't be a fourth attack. She's hoping no one is massively hurt. Unfortunately, during this stunt, even Jin caught massive injuries as he endured the wrath of his own spell. Though the guards are still alive, Alcaro is nowhere to be found. Jin wants to ensure the execution while he still can. But unfortunately, Cirrus catches sight of him and tries to help him. She doesn't really care about Alcaro's safety and prefers his execution anyway. Cirrus also demands the capture of the sorcerer responsible for casting the spells. Jin is glad that he doesn't have to do the dirty work of killing Alcaro when she's here with a whole squad of her own. But there's bound to be trouble if she recognizes Jin's identity as a run candle. The guards come to inform Alcaro's confirmed death because of the lethal spell. Ceres gains control of the Moonlight Well as the daughter of the ruler Talaris. There are obvious objections to her declaration, as she is challenged by the crooks of Mamit. Ceres shows her domination as she cuts them down with her icicle blade. She plans to compensate for the damages if the sorcerer aims to attack the secret palace, but she's also ready to ruin their lives if the sorcerer's target was one of the criminals. Ceres claims control over the inn. Her next target is the sorcerer who attacked them. It's clear that it has to be one of the survivors who casted the spell. She's already pissed that they provoked a powerful enemy. Ceres is annoyed by Jin's sluggish pace, calling him a coward. She tends to his leg injury, something a commoner could brag about for a century. Ceres knows this goofball can't repay her anyway, so she leaves him an experience to remember. Jin waves her goodbye, but this dude locks in like crazy after she leaves. He's just completed his objective and covered his tracks at the same time. The scene jumps to the battle against the orcs. Mesa and the others have freshly taken down an orc, gaining a delusional confidence that they might overcome the challenge without any casualties. But Mesa is more serious. With 7 more targets to kill, she doesn't want her people to get sloppy. What's concerning is the odd behavior of the orcs. They usually attack in groups, but strangely, they're all alone. Mesa thinks that Jin's blessing has helped them on this mission. While they're focused on completing the mission, Murakhan is glad that he'll finally be free after this. It's actually pretty easy as to why the orcs are behaving this way. Murakhan threatened to kill them if they did otherwise. The orcs were so afraid that they never got back with each other again. Unfortunately, the cat dragon thinks he will be tasked to do more annoying quests in the future. Murakhan wants to read comic books in exchange for his service. He's glad that they're all in one piece. But then, even Murakhan senses an incredible dark energy that he previously didn't predict. This monster is stomping its way to the location of Mesa's group. Murakhan spreads a powerful shadow barrier that goes unnoticed by everyone except Velop. During this time, he enters his true form to obliterate the monster who casts its energy without his permission. The tomb giants were once brought to extinction nearly 2 millennia ago. Murakami fails to understand the creature's reason for showing up here. He prepares a deadly beam and annihilates the creature with a column of darkness. With the monster defeated, Murakami feels tense all over his body. He hasn't used this much power in a long while, but he's confident the Xiphals have something to do with the tomb giant's sudden appearance. These strange coincidences riddle him, but he's uninterested in informing Jin about the situation. Murakami understands that there will come a time when Jin will face the Xiphal clan. The scene cuts to the Transfigurator, who is utterly shocked that his creation, the tomb giant, was instantly destroyed. He's frustrated at the outcome, but Bishkil is concerned about an even more pressing matter. The Shadow Dragon became responsible for destroying the creature, as if to warn them. Bishkek wants to meet with the Xiphals as soon as he can. Jed feels the weight of pride after Jin's fantastic return. It's a crushing defeat to the flag bearers responsible for assigning him an important mission. The intermediate class is dismissed as Jin catches up with his friends and learns they also succeeded in their endeavors. Most of the intermediate class knights are jealous that a pureblood run Candle is armed with godly luck on his side. After all, they're hard stuck at their ranks. They make fun of Jin, who is a mere 4-star knight in their eyes. Despite his arrogance, they can't dent him because of his position as a pureblood. They're waiting for their next orders from Miyu and Anne. Interestingly, Jin invites the challenge by walking right towards them, enjoyably stating that he heard every word. He taunts Kazin, who admits talking trash behind his back. Jin confirms that he doesn't boast a higher rank than the rest of them. Kazin scoffs at him, fed up with Jin, who only completed the mission because of luck. Jin makes himself clear. He fully admits that the 5-star knight might outclass Jin's rank as a 4-star knight. Instead of letting them talk, Jin wants Kazin to challenge him to a duel. He fully allows the use of aura. Kazin thinks he's going to snatch an easy victory. He lunges to attack Jin, who can sense his frustration behind every swing. At the same time, Jin has experienced battle with far stronger opponents, so he's not feeling outclassed. Kazin tries to finish the fight, boasting himself as the stronger one of the two fighters. Jin blocks the attack but gets struck by his aura. Finally, he's able to keep up with the trajectories of his attacks, all possible combinations made with a sword. Jin is perceptive of every attack coming towards him. Thankfully, his opponent is fueled by rage, blind to his senses. With a clash of their swords, Jin prepares to end the fight with conviction. He hawks at his opponent for being predictable and bearing no chances of winning. 3 critical moves follow in Kazin's attacks. Jin counters everything and prepares for the killer blow. He renders a powerful aura slash that annihilates Kazin, stealing the victory from his mouth. Jin is certain of his strength. He has improved massively and entered the domain of a 5-star knight. It was his plan to misguide his opponent into believing he was an inferior opponent to exploit openings. The Tona twins come to the scene to find themselves baffled, but Jin doesn't even think much of the fight and walks away casually. When Kazin reports to his faction leaders, they take it as a joke. They're stunned that the boy has already reached the level of a 5-star knight at his fragile age. Both Miyu and Anne are aware of Jin's hostile message to the clan. They're prepared to mobilize strict measures to cut him down on his next mission. The clan murmurs about Jin's recent strength and improvement. Only the best of the best from his clan could achieve this level at the same age. Even Jin didn't predict this level of growth. He didn't refine his sword mastery skills apart from his special training. Growth in one side of his training affects all other aspects. Improving Shadow Force helped improve aura and mana flow too. He's the only person in his clan to master all 3 powers. Jin spots a bunch of flowers he's never seen before in his room. He doesn't mind since they seem to be safe. As for his latest achievement, Jin is certain that his siblings will become even more anxious to cut him down. Joshua is one of those people. He's a candidate for the throne right after Luna gave up her pursuit to become the patriarch. Joshua is working on improving his strategic position in the clan with the help of their mother. At first, Jin wanted to conceal his skills, but he changed his mind. It's clear that the whole world will know about his accomplishments. Instead of gloating about his achievements, Jin wants his father to take notice. Siren isn't satisfied with Joshua sitting on the throne. Ahi wanted Luna, but she lacked ambition and walked away despite her incredible talents. With Luna gone, the next candidate became Joshua. All of this happened long before Gin made his accomplishments show that he is worthy of the throne. Jin is aware that his father will definitely test him with a difficult trial. What's more is that he might provide personal protection to safeguard Jin, in case he gets ambushed before the test. Thanks to his Kieran's intrigue, Jin will survive the wrath of his siblings. Knowing that a banquet will be hosted upon his father's return, Jin is expecting great things. A few days after this conversation, invitational letters from clans all over the world have come crashing in. Jin has maintained a peaceful life against the flag bearers. They don't want to risk attacking him while he's sharing the limelight. The Runkandel family reputation would be at stake in that case. Petrov suddenly comes rushing in with news of Jin's latest mission. Their mother is infuriated. disappointed by her children's actions. They were bold enough to send Jin right to his death by assigning him a mission in the Zyphal territory. Jin crashes the party with his appearance. Luntia, Ran, and Vuigo glance at their youngest brother. Their mother Rosa instantly cancels the mission, crushing both Anne and Miu's plans. She roars at the scumbags who openly decided to plot their own brother's death. Miu and Anne share extreme hostility, as if plotting their brother's death should be taken lightly. They're walking on eggshells. Conflicts were encouraged for the sake of competition when they grew up. They all had to face hardship while growing up during their time in the intermediate class. Rosa validates their concerns, confirming the necessity of competition. But at the same time, neither Anne or Miu reached the achievement of a 5-star knight at a young age. Jin is literally built differently, basically. In other words, their mother does not want to lose an exceptional talent to their antics. What's more is that Luntia, Ran, and Vuigo are getting equal trouble for their involvement. They're punished by returning precious swords to the clan. Rosa even threatens to confiscate every sword in their possession if they do not oblige. Faced with so much commotion, Rosa waits for Jin's response. She wonders if he's going to be kind enough to receive the punishment, or if he will use this to his amusement. She wants to test the boy's resolve. Jin raises his voice, intending to take on the mission. Rosa is shocked that he fails to grasp the danger that comes with accepting the mission. The territory of Zyphals is terrifying, but Jin is confident of his victory. He's all for the mission he was assigned by his beloved sisters. Actually, he even sides with his sisters for helping him take on a mission within his powers. Rosa taunts him for putting on a courageous act. But the 15-year-old shares concerns for the reputation of the clan if there is a sudden change in missions. Rosa blasts his excuse, knowing that he's just being exploited through this mission. Since they can't fight directly, that's what Jin is hoping for. He knows he's no match for his sisters at present, so he wants to prove a point by completely destroying them with this mission. Rosa is still cautious and reminds him of the danger. Jin is glad to take on the fight for the condition of retrieving the swords from his brothers after his return. Both Vuigo and Ran are even ready to stop him from going on a mission so dangerous by offering him a sword now. But Jin isn't buying into their schemes, because if they were on his side from the beginning, they would have stopped Miu and Anne's schemes. Rosa accepts the boy's conditions. She fears the possibility that Jin might one day become like Luna. But now, Rosa is happy with her son's recent development. With the meeting coming to a close, Anne taunts him for boasting a lucky track record. She's even ready to send some of her own slaves to finish the job. Jin doesn't acknowledge their words and hopes to give them a slap on the face with his return. The intermediate class knights from their faction are none other than the hooligans who were taunting Jin since the first day. Kazin is one of the three. Jin shows no signs of distrust to their faces, but deep down, he knows they're waiting for the right opportunity to strike him down. The mission objective is to hijack items after infiltration. 4 relics rest in the historic sites of Colin. It was once a thriving land that now belongs to the Zyphals. After discovering the land, they mercilessly slaughtered the natives. They only act like they respect Colin's people, but deep down, it's clear they're still facing enslavement by the sorcerers. While the Zyphals generally try to play with reason, they are extremely cruel, and Jin knows from experience in his past life. Even the sorcerers were hunting a special relic in this land, a mirror that is boasted as a top-secret relic. One journalist was able to cover the mirror in great detail by investigating and testifying from Colin's people. The mystical well of mana is so powerful that it boosts one's mana to 7 stars, allowing the Zyphals to build an unstoppable army in the future. The object has yet to be discovered in this timeline. Jin wants to ensure the same doesn't happen again. The relic rests in the 3rd warehouse guarded by the Zyphals. They will have to take caution against the sentry spells in the area. Kazin offers his undivided support, but Jin obviously knows it's a bunch of crap. Kazin's men recommend keeping an efficient approach on the journey, but Jin has different ideas. He's not in the mood to play around, so he spikes their food with a sleeping drug. Their bodies flop to the ground. Jin thinks it was obvious they were trying to kill him from the start. He advances forth to finish this mission all by himself. Our boy immediately throws hands and sharply dodges the enemy's attacks. With 2 low-class fighters down for the count, Jin inspects the ordinary-looking lock. Jin cracks it easily to find a magic circle marked on the ground. Rumors suggest that only those with specific bloodlines can transport via magic circles. However, that technicality only exists for demons or humans. Jin slices the defeated guard's hand to extract the necessary blood. He could have used his own, but that wouldn't cover his tracks. The magic circle activates after coming in contact with the blood, but suddenly, it reacted harshly, even though he used the blood of the guard. Jin turns to realize that the mob characters he just defeated are actually monsters. He falls back to inflict them with wind magic. Originally, Jin wanted to cover his mana, but he's forced to use magic against these monsters. With his blade, he stabs the demon with a sharp slash, but ultimately gets pushed back. Jin unsheathes the holy blade, which scares the ugly twins. What's more is that they're capable of regeneration at an immense speed. Jin is confident that he isn't dealing with ordinary demons since they were humans only moments ago. The Zyphal territory is filled with sorcerers, and now there is the appearance of terrifying monsters with mysterious origins. The answer is clear, that they were forged biological golems. This implies that the Zyphals are using the people of Kolon as their personal lab facility. These monsters only possess the speed and strength of a regular 4-star knight, so they're not impossible to beat. Jin narrows his focus on attacking the golem's core, as they are considered the greatest weakness. Jin thrusts this dude's head clean, but it's not enough to kill him. The monster is even more enraged than from before. Jin impales the creature's abdomen, but it's still not enough to defeat the monster. The final spot is the creature's heart. Jin defeats the golem at last, pitying the humans who were forced to become such creatures. He kills the second golem in the same manner, and with that, both creatures are subdued. The pitiable remains of the human begged for a release. Jin eased his pain by dealing the finishing blow. It's clear to him that there is an outside evil force turning innocent humans into bloodthirsty monsters. His heart is filled with anger after discovering the horrors of the Zyphals. The swordsman wonders if his sisters knew about this fact. And yet, Jin's spirit burns to complete the mission. He has no leverage against the Zyphals even if he exposes their shitty schemes. Experimentation and creation of biological golems is a taboo, so it would put incredible pressure on the clan's reputation. Jin safeguards what little evidence he has to use against the Zyphals in the future. What's more is that the sorcerers aren't jumping him to attack, implying that it's just a regular warehouse. Jin observes guarded relics. He has to overcome their spells before obtaining them. First, he wanted to try and solve each spell, but with the discovery of the biological golems, Jin takes a reckless approach by combining Shadow Force with his flame magic. He obliterates the site in the hopes of delivering a message for the Zyphals to remember. Back at the Runcandle Castle, both Anne and Miu are slapped around by their elder sister Luna. She is royally pissed that they sent him on a deadly mission. Luna questions if they're so bold as to wage a war against their youngest brother, who isn't even a flag bearer at his current level. Luna hopes they reflect on their shameful actions. Anne fights back against her sister, claiming that she shouldn't be the one to talk when she has never had an interest in ranks. Luna happily tells them the news of Jin's successful mission run. He has recovered the relics and reported its completion to their mother. That's why Luna was scolding their stupidity, as they've allowed Jin to seem even more capable than his rank. Before sending them away, Luna reminds her dear sisters that they're dealing with someone who loves to pay back double when it comes to revenge. She's literally fearing for their lives, knowing Jin could very well destroy them soon. Luna returns to her room after giving her sisters a verbal spanking of the century. Her maid shares the same concerns. If anything, Jin isn't the type to forgive and forget. He's going to become so powerful with his rate of growth that he will surpass his sisters, and probably even kill them. Luna asks for an update on the person who assigned Jin's assassination. It's clear that neither Anne nor Miu were responsible for such an atrocity. It couldn't be the Tona twins either. Luna shares her suspicions for Joshua, Daifus, and the others. They can't easily be investigated because of their rank. Luna recommends sitting back and waiting. Jin's growth is another reason she isn't too worried about him. Our boy has returned home at last. Jilly is teary-eyed because she was afraid of losing him. She loves him so much that she's ready to put down her life for him. Jin has submitted the report, making it seem like an outside force helped him this time too. More importantly, he shares his findings by presenting them with the heart of the golem. Murakhan thinks he got way too lucky. But even the Dark Dragon receives a shock to his being when he learns that they were biological golems. Murakhan fears the worst from the Zyphals, and seems confident that they're responsible for their creation. He insists on visiting the Kulin territory with Jin because he's got a bad feeling. Even though our boy is afraid of going back, he thinks it will be alright with Murakhan guarding his ass. Jin hopes to arrange an excuse to venture into the Zyphal territory again. The 3 delinquents that he knocked unconscious returned after Jin's mission, but they were soon banished from the Runcandle clan. Jin's training continued as he mastered the singing stones. Jed wants him to stop training with the cadets as he's got a meeting with the Patriarch next week. The Tona twins are stunned. It's possible for him to become a reserve flag bearer to maintain his reputation until his role is officialized in the clan. Our boy was happy to operate on his own at last. He wears a happy smile as this will allow him to become even stronger. Kieran marched his army towards the Garden of Swords. He keeps coming back because of Jin's amazing progress. Khan admits that the boy's abilities were once exceptional, but now they're in another league of their own. Jin boasts the will to fight with ambition and determination. Siren remembers the day he provoked his dear siblings when he arrived in the Garden of Swords. He wanted to destroy his enemies in the long run. They tried stopping him in many ways, but the fact that he survived the Kolon territory proves that he can survive against his siblings' best attempts to kill him. He even fought a white werewolf and defeated the creature, not with the help of others, but standing on his own. Siren is proud of his son's determination to keep up with his promises. He's certain of the boy's ability to defeat the werewolf alone. He's still interested in asking how that fight went down upon meeting him. Kieran arrives at the Garden of Swords at last. Rosa welcomes him in kind, having prepared much for his return. Joshua has been actively handling most of her responsibilities behind their back, but Chiron still thinks Joshua is imperfect. The patriarch emphasizes that their enemies fear him, but not his children. When he passes Jin, Karen spots fancy new blades. He wonders if Ran and Vuigo happily extended their swords to Jin as a gift. The patriarch roars in a sudden laugh when he hears that Jin obtained the swords by completing the mission. The little boy keeps on surprising him. Kieran shares a meeting with Jin in private. The boy has never been part of a banquet hosted by his own family. In his previous life, he couldn't even participate in these banquets. That's how worthless he was. But today, he's a guest of honor standing next to his father. It may have taken a cycle of reincarnation, but he has everything he wants. Kieran explains that the banquet is held in honor of the boy's extraordinary achievement. Jin assumes there might be a total of 1,000 guests. Kieran confirms that the number exceeds the previous banquet that was held 7 years ago. The run candles have increased their influence to the point every guest is known. Sieran has been exterminating monsters in the Dark Sea while at the same time honing his skills. Even without his interference, the run candle reputation soars at an all-time high because of his demigod rank. The patriarch fears that if he bites the bullet, the very people participating as guests could end up becoming enemies of the run candles. The run candles and the Zyphals are considered the strongest clans in the world. But everything will change when Sieran is no longer in the picture. It's likely that the Zyphals will conquer the world in that outcome. Jin shocks his father with a striking confession. He declares to leave the Runcandle clan once they fall victim to the Zyphals. The reason is simple. It's because the blame would befall upon the leading patriarch. Jin isn't interested in serving an unskilled leader. Jin returned Vuigo's weapon in exchange for obtaining secret information of the contracts that only the flag bearers are privy to. He learned that many clans are actually indebted to the Runcandels for their services. Some of them haven't paid their due. There's so much material hidden in the form of blackmail and negotiation that Jin is planning to exploit them well after his father's death. The possibility of a Divine Star Knight coming into the picture is slim, so our boy is planning to become a negotiation mastermind to turn the tide in an unfortunate future. Sieran reminds the boy that the Zyphals could do the same in response. But Jin believes that they can't exploit others like the Run Candles. Jin is firm on his decision to leave the clan if the next patriarch ends up incompetent, which will then lead to a solo quest to take apart the Zyphals. Sieran is impressed by his strategy. The rest of his children are meek. They lack the vigor to discuss possible futures in front of him. Jin, on the other hand, is reasonably calculating. Kieran thinks the boy shares the strengths of Luna, Mary, and Dyphus. The patriarch doesn't have much more time left to maintain his position. He muses the possibility of Jin overcoming the ranks within that time span. Kieran wants to discuss one more topic after the banquet ends. Jin is confident that the conversation will be related to his promotion to a reserve flag bearer. He's very excited for that to happen. Suddenly, a Runcandle servant rushes to inform the patriarch about special guests who came uninformed. Sharon instantly realizes that it must be the Zyphals. 5 Zyphals have arrived along with the minor patriarch of the clan. Kieran accepts the others but refuses to welcome Andre's entrance. Jean is alarmed to see his father's humiliating response to the Zyphal minor patriarch, but he agrees that it is necessary. It's a smart order because Andre would be disobeying Kieran's orders if he forced his way in. This means Andre has to follow their command no matter what, unless he's interested in getting himself killed. Sieran welcomes his guests as the patriarch of the Runcandle clan. He highlights Jin's exceptional progress as the reason for the banquet. The guests praise the boy's accomplishments. Sieran explains that only 2 rules exist in the banquet. The first is that drunk fighting is acceptable in the arena, and the loser will be forgiven if he concedes the victory, as this is nothing more than a banquet. With 1,000 enemies brought together in one circle, they can't do anything but follow the rules of the Runcandle clan's banquet. However, they can happily choose to beat each other in the arena as much as they please. It's a way of settling scores or accomplishing records. Even Jin thinks they're a battle-driven crazy clan. Shirawan tells the boy to enjoy his time fighting anyone who dares challenge him. However, he's only supposed to fight the strong instead of picking on the weak. Kieran emphasizes that if he loses even a single fight, he will be stripped of his privileges. It's a scary thing to say, and the stakes are high. Then again, Jin never shared the privilege of speaking to his father in his previous life. But now, they are closer than ever. Despite that, Jin doesn't hope to foster a happy relationship with his family. His lifelong goal is to surpass his father instead. Jin joins the banquet. The Tona twins merrily stick around him. They inform him of their progress with the singing stones. But Jin knows they're here to just steal some of his attention. The first flag bearer of the Ken clan extends his gratitude for the Runcandle prodigy. The Tona twins exit the scene, while Jin talks highly of Ken's accomplishments, viewing him as a hero. Suddenly, an arrogant imbecile interrupts their conversation. Uger disrespects Jin, who maintains his calm despite the provocation. Despite being the asshole, he accuses Jin of a case of disrespect. Our boy confidently responds that what he did could have ended very badly for him. The flag bearers of the Ken clan, among others, treated Jin with immense respect, And then this nobody chimed in acting like he owned the place. Uyghur instantly realizes that he's making himself seem like a target. He does as he is asked, apologizing for getting ahead of himself. Jin forgives him promptly while the gorgeous Luna comments how Jin loves making enemies. She wants him to take it easy, and wonders what would have happened if the man challenged him to a duel. For Jin, it doesn't seem like a problem. He was betting on Tuco clan's patriarch to stop his foolishness before that happened. Luna is impressed by his quick thinking. Jin emphasizes that he has to learn a fuckton of things to make sure he survives in the family, especially when he's the youngest of the bunch. He's a prodigious boy who was targeted even at the safest castle. Luna is curious about the identity of the man who tried to assassinate him. She doesn't fancy such parties and hopes to leave. She refuses to dance with her brother for now, calling our boy a short king. Before leaving, Luna dearly embraces her brother as a display of affection. This would make them fear interacting with Jin, since they're even more afraid of the legendary white whale of the Reincarnated clan. Some of them grow furiously jealous. Bubare is actually a die-hard fan of Luna and simps for her like a creepy maniac. Bishkel is disappointed by this dude, while his sister Margiela is spoiling the man for having his type. Jin is most tired of his role in the banquet. He wonders what happened to the Zyphal intruders. In unexpected suddenness, Jin spots the icy Cirrus and Dorma. She greets him with conviction, as if she has already met him from somewhere. Jin behaves as if they're encountering each other for the first time. She thinks highly of his accomplishments for reaching 5 stars at a nimble age. Jin returns the compliment and thinks that Cirrus is doing well as an heir to the secret palace. She taunts him for having one too many siblings. Instead of feeling offended, Jin agrees. He's actually certain that Cirrus knows about his identity from the time he infiltrated Mamit. The sharp woman finally gets to the main topic if his leg is recovered. Jin simply smiles and returns the assertion that he remembers their interaction. Ceres wants to know the identity of the man who led the attack. The sorcerer was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, suspicions rose regarding Jin's identity. The Reincarnated prodigy uses his clan's reputation to imply that he can't possibly use magic. Ceres knows that, but she thinks he must have used an outside sorcerer to do the job instead. Ceres gets insistent in her demands, dying to know the answer. But she's misinformed and thinks that Jin targeted her guards instead of Alcaro. The Reincarnated prodigy maintains his stance of innocence. Ceres predicted this would happen. She challenges him to a duel to humiliate Jin. In utmost savagery, Jin tells her that he can't fight opponents weaker than him, but he's happy to take on her offer. This man knows how to roast. The preparations for the duel are underway. Jin asks for 2 swords for their fight. The arena will be locked for the time being. Jin doesn't want her to suffer a humiliating defeat in front of the entire party. Ceres is hoping that he will spill everything about his mission when she wins. Jin places his condition that if he wins, she will never speak of their interaction in Mamit. The fight begins with Jin rushing to attack, but he's blindsided by the special ability of the Endorma bloodline. Ceres has brought out the big guns and the fight has only just begun. Jin is sad that he can't learn special moves of his clan because he's the youngest one in the family. Ceres goes on a heavy attack, but she's equally impressed to see Jin countering each of her blows impressively. But even so, Ceres is certain of her victory thanks to her Sword of Ice. While Jin specializes in attack and stamina, she is expecting to finish him with a counterattack. Acknowledging Ceres as an impressive martial artist, Jin figures out her strategy to deploy a secret move. He plans to counter with a secret move of his own when the time is right. Based on his knowledge from the ancient library, Jin has a weapon of his own that he has been hiding. Ceres finally activates the 3rd move of the Sword of Sea Ice. The avalanche catches him with its sharp burst of aura. Ceres is the embodiment of the harsh snow, but Jin confidently laughs in her face. He cuts through the avalanche with his sword, shocking Ceres as he barely missed her face. But that was the intent as it caused an explosion. Jin is worried for Ceres's condition, as he didn't anticipate such a powerful finishing move. He is desperately hoping she survived the attack. Jin finds her kneeling in defeat, completely lost and stripped of her confidence. She had just encountered death. Jin consoles her and even apologizes for getting ahead of himself. The 15-year-old dodged, but only because her opponent instructed her at the final moment. She's deeply scarred in her pride, and Jin acknowledges her feelings. Instead of getting angry at him, Ceres tends to the wound on Jin's face. She is humiliated that Jin had to save her life just now. Accepting her defeat, Ceres turns away, honoring their promise. The following day, even fewer people arrived than yesterday. All eyes are set on Jin, who is eager to get in touch with the Zyphals. They're supposed to be just as young, so Jin is curious how he stacks up against their prodigies. He's juggling his thoughts regarding becoming a flag bearer and investigating Colin with Murakhan. There's also an incredible chance of his success if Murakhan helps him locate the Well of Mana, preventing the Zyphal clan's growth. Speaking of the devil, Murakhan enjoys being pet by Ceres. She laughs, realizing Jin named his dumb cat. An unexpected visitor comes to meet them. It's Veradine from the Zyphal clan. Jin doesn't even remember this clumsy fool, while on the other hand, Veradine thought of him every day. Jin doesn't remember the clown even with 2 hints. Veridine thinks our boy must have a serious case of dementia so as to not remember him. Jin breaks his teasing and emphasizes that he was messing with him. What he can't believe is this same guy ends up becoming a 9-star sorcerer in his prime and rises as the patriarch of his clan. And here he couldn't even find Jin after looking for him the whole day. Jin is disappointed because this guy can't even navigate in a small hall for the life of him. Veridine is impressed by his amazing achievement, but tries to one-up him by stating that he rose to 6 stars in his magic. Jin isn't actually impressed. Instead, he's disappointed. Because with the way his magic improvement is going, he'll even surpass Veridine's magic by the time he reaches 18 years of age. Jin is almost certain of the fact that he will become the strongest sorcerer in the entire world in his quest. Jin curiously asks why the Xiphals popped up out of nowhere. Veridine explains that he begged to come along to see Jin. The entire shit show at the beginning happened because one teenager wanted to meet another teenager. Veridine promises to welcome Jin to his clan's banquet without any harm. He doesn't care if Jin goes on to attack the Xiphal territory if that happens. Jin thinks he's being stupid for allowing his enemy such an easy advantage. More importantly, our boy has noticed Bubar secretly eavesdropping their conversation. Jin calls him out, so Bubar turns into a simp and asks for Luna's return. This man was writing love poems for her all night. The dude thinks he's Romeo, but all he needs to do is take a look in the mirror. Even Veridine spits out his drink. Jin is met with so much anger that he obliterates the present. He finds the man's very suggestion offensive. Jin orders the man to be sent to the arena for his insolence. Bubar feels mistreated. After all, he simply wanted to earn the love of the Runkendel family's beautiful goddess. Bubar shouts his complaints, but Jin is so pissed that he wants to beat the shit out of him with his own hands. The Transfigurator fails to understand what he did was so wrong that earned him such punishment. Bishkal and his sister are both stunned to see such an unexpected development. Ceres is annoyed that she can't fight Jin in place of the fatty. Veridine tries to butter up to her and gets told off in return. Unlike yesterday, this match is held before the eyes of the public. While everyone knows about Jin's identity, Bubar is a mystery. He begs for a chance to introduce himself. But before he could even state his name, Jin obliterates this meatball's face with a punch. Bubare shows a display of confidence by commanding his aura. Basically, Jin is facing someone a level stronger than his own. Bubare actually manages to punch Jin across the face. He easily gives in to arrogance, which becomes his undoing. Jin slams his fat ass to the ground before hammering him with hundreds of punches all over his body. The fight is supposed to be over, but Margiela fails to comprehend the Runkendel's actions. Bishkal explains to her sister that Bubar is actually pretty strong himself. She wants Bishkal to go ahead and defeat Jin in a one-on-one fight. He accepts to honor his sister's desires. Bishkek enters the arena with a confident star. He's a 7-star knight, much stronger than Jin, who is planning to use this as an opportunity to learn about his clan. Jin is even more shocked by Margiela, who is sacrificing her brother to get what she wants. Jin commends his display of affection for his dear sister. He feels the same about his own sisters and hopes that Bishkel teaches his underlings to keep their mouths shut. The 7-star knight finally name-drops Bubar's name, causing a shock to Jin because he realizes he just beat up the Transfigurator in real time. Jin is having major flashbacks, realizing that Bubar is deeply connected with Bishkel's clan. Jin finds himself incredibly distracted but tries to focus against his opponent, who is a competent knight. The fight begins with Bishkel dishing out incredibly offensive moves. Jin can't believe that he's dealing with an ordinary 7-star knight, as this man's talent rivals even that of his uncle. Bishkel's hammering blows put Jin on the back foot. He's barely able to defend against Bishkel's menacing swordsmanship. However, Veridine is firm of the opinion that the Runkendels thrive on being cornered. He compares them to a rhinoceros, which would never stop to defeat their foes no matter what it takes. Jin is getting pushed back, and he knows that his opponent is barely using any power in the fight. He's a 5-star swordsman going up against a knight way beyond 7 stars. Jin is cornered and at the brink of losing, but it's exactly when he feels the same feeling he felt fighting Kazin. Bishkel dashes to finish the fight. Jin awaits his slash in a state of meditation. With his blade decimated from the impact, Bishkel stops his weapon right next to Jin's neck. Jin collapses and Bishkel is crowned the victor. However, he nearly endured a fatal blow to his neck. Bishkel assesses the situation, realizing that Jin managed to master the blade of the heart skill in their fight. If only he had been a millisecond faster, the 7-star knight would have been killed. This fight alone has confirmed how much of a threat Jin poses to the other clans. He wakes up later in his room, annoyed that he fainted for 2 days. The banquet ended in his sleep, so he couldn't even bid farewell to his dear guests. Jilly tells him that people excitedly talked about the fight while he was unconscious. They were shocked to see such a special skill rise from a 5-star knight. The Blade of Heart helped him immensely, thanks to Luna's lessons from a young age. He couldn't comprehend their lessons when he was young, but this skill has saved him many times. He projected the talents of an 8-star knight and feels proud of his achievements. Jin found out about a bunch of things as a result of the banquet. He learned about Veridine's strength and influence and earned Cirrus' friendship. What's more is the discovery of Bubare's relationship with the Ivaliano clan. Jin wants to take his time to investigate deeper into his concerns. Before leaving, Cirrus left him beautiful flowers. Jilly wonders if she has found a crush on him, but Jin believes otherwise. The flowers represent a symbol called the unending fight, meaning she desires to fight him someday again. Murakami still thinks it's an achievement for this man to earn her affection. Jilly abruptly informs Jin to visit his father, who is expecting him. Jin realizes that his mission to get sent away is right around the corner. He tries to find him. Kieran is expecting him in the shadows. Jin is prepared to leave the clan, an answer his father seems to like. Their current location is called the Crypt, a place where select few heroes of the clan are honored. Heroes that saved their clan many times in millennia. Sieran shares that the first patriarch rests in a different location. The very power that Jin now possesses is the reason they were never able to claim his body. Upon his death, the Xiphals cornered them into a contract to forever stop using magic. They placed a prominent curse upon the run candles, stopping the production of mana in their bodies from birth. Sieran remembers when he first asked the boy how he came to acquire such a power. He lied then, but the same answer could have put him in deep trouble at his current age. Kieran learns that Soldaret made him into his contractor. Interestingly, his father is curious if the boy wields the ability to conquer the clan with his newfound powers. Jin answers that once he discovers there is nothing in the world that is more desirable than his own clan, he will return to take his spot and conquer the clan. Sharon smiles as the boy possesses an entirely different reason for leaving the clan. Jin is given a duration of 5 years to make his decision. Unsheathing his weapon, Jin is prepared to meet his father at the end of his years. After his conversation, Jin wants to depart immediately, but Jilly is chained from using her powers. The Runkindels don't want Jin to accomplish anything with the assistance of outside forces. But rest assured, because our boy is prepared to manhandle the situation during this time, he feels sorry for Jilly for enduring harsh treatment for his sake. But she's more than happy with his accomplishments for becoming a reserve flag bearer. Jin turns to look at the Runkindel estate a final time, realizing that this is where his journey truly begins. The perspective shifts to Kieran's contemplation. He may have become the strongest in the era with his might, even if he failed to void the pact made with the Xiphals. But for his son, he boasts the power of the God of Darkness. Kieran is excited about what will become of him, and if he will be responsible for freeing the Runkindels for their lifelong curse. That night, Jin left without saying goodbye to any of his junior cadets, or even Luna. He thinks she wouldn't mind because he's just going out for training. Jilly wonders where they should go. Normally, reserve flag bearers like to explore Mamit Lawless to stack a reputation for catching criminals. It's necessary to amass a reputation before being accepted as a true flag bearer. For Mary, she defeated powerful warriors at her age and earned the reputation of the Madwoman of the South. Usually his siblings returned to the clan at most up to 2 years. But Kieran wanted Jin to explore the world for longer. He senses that Kieran wants the boy to master his powers fully before returning home. Jin sets his sights on the Arkan Kingdom, a dangerous Xiphal territory. His reasoning is simple. He heard about mercenaries hanging around the region to terrorize the locals of the area. Jilly is pumped with excitement. The truth is, our boy lied. He only knows this information because of his past life. A criminal syndicate called Tessing runs an underground auction, full of mysterious secrets. The valuables are what Jin is after. Since they can't use a portal to transport to the kingdom instantly, it's going to be a problem. Jin isn't supposed to reveal his identity or make use of his status as a member of the clan. He tells Jilly that they don't have to worry until they reach the Jian Kingdom. Our boy wants Murakami's help as his private escort. He ignores the risks as Murakami transforms into a beautiful dark dragon. Back at the castle, Luna suddenly feels a sharp sensation. She's shocked that Jin would take such absurd ways to travel right after exiting the clan. She's hoping the best for his success, despite feeling butthurt that he didn't even come to say goodbye. Having reached the Jian Kingdom, Gilly feels travel sick because of how fast they were going. Murakami is deeply worried about her, despite being a dark dragon of mysterious origins. Jin goes out to collect money while Murakami is taking care of his nanny. Remember Semberbil, the dude he saved in his first real mission? He's sad that he didn't get invited to the Runkindel banquet. Fortunately for him, Jin is right here. He creeps him out with a silent entry and wants his help. Jin requests that he obtain a good amount of money for them, surprising Sember. Unofficial flag bearers are told off against revealing their true identities, because their mission is to survive with their own powers instead of using the Runkindel family's name. This becomes a major problem for them when it comes to obtaining wealth. They spend the first few months grinding out funds for travel. This way, they live through the life of poverty and experience what it feels like to be a commoner. In Jin's case, this never happened. They got a good head start thanks to the wealth Sember promised. He returned the favor in kind. As they're preparing to teleport, Jin hopes that Dragon Boy over here doesn't just throw up like last time. The reason they didn't just fly their way to the Arkan Kingdom is because the Xiphals control many dragons of their own. That flight would become a declaration of war. Murakami is seriously annoyed that those pesky sorcerers have marked their control over the skies as well. The clan boasts powerful dragons as well as the gods that created them. On the contrary, the Run Candles have one dude with one dragon that not even his own clan knows about. The Zyphels would have gotten an easy victory if Jin's father wasn't in the picture. In the midst of his contemplation, Jin reaches an epiphany. It's impossible to bring so many contractors and tie them into a single generation. His train of thought is broken when they reach the entrance. Jin has altered his identity to fit their travels. They await the teleportation to activate while Jilly comments on how impressive their clan's forged documents are. They're able to bypass any security with ease. The teleportation commences with Murakami being scared for his life. Jin recalls that it's been 15 whole years since his last visit to the Arkan Kingdom. They're here at last. Jin spent his final year in the same capital. Not much has changed since then. The people are lifeless as they used to be. Even Jilly senses the dark atmosphere caused by the crime syndicate Tessing. Jin prioritizes them to acquire lodgings before hunting down targets. They come around an ordinary-looking house. Murakami is salty. He chose a broken crib instead of investing in a nice apartment. Jin explains that he wants to keep low on his spendings for now. Murakami doubts his reasoning but ultimately accepts. As they enter inside, the lousy innkeeper is surprised that he received any guests at all. He presents them with drinks, welcoming his guests. But get this, here's the plot twist. The juice is spiked, and Murakami knows that. He smashes the glass in his face for pulling such a measly trick. Dragon Boy kicks him across his face for having the balls to mess around with his group. Murakami kicks him around mercilessly without remorse. Jetu, the information merchant, was actually a great buddy of Jin in the past. He helped him find a place when he was freshly thrown out of the Run Candle clan. However, Jetu was secretly a scumbag who betrayed Jin in his past life. He was tricked and lost all his wealth. It makes him frustrated just thinking about his stupid past life. That's why he's nonchalant about Jetu getting his ass beat by Murakami. He will squeeze him to get everything out of the guy. Jetu grows frustrated and shouts that he's a 5-star combatant. But Murakami legit does not give a flying fuck. He's just beating him black and blue. He had no plans of stopping either. But Jin intervenes as Jetu is nearing death, begging for mercy. Jin is in the mood to interrogate and emphasizes that he will kill the merchant if he fails to give an insufficient answer. Jetu answers Jin's first question, all the way up to the part where he reveals his disgusting business dealing in human trafficking. He begs to be spared to help them, as previously his plan was to take advantage of the newcomers by selling them off while unconscious. Jin stomps his hand, crushing his fingers as he reveals his association with the underground auction house. Now that Jin has gotten him to testify about Tessing, he's ready to work with the merchant. Much to the dismay of his friends, Jin wants to patch him up. He explains that they're dealing with a crime syndicate as well as an underground auction house. It's the perfect target to crush and make a name for themselves. They need an adequate guide working under their heels. Jetu happens to be that person, so Jin personally ventures out to get a healer for the snob. Arriving outside, he feels suffocated concealing information from Jilly and Murakami as they are unaware of his reincarnation. The doctor patches the merchant to health. He's incredibly annoyed and wonders what kind of person he's dealing with. More or less, Jetu doesn't want to betray Jin's expectations. Speaking of Jin, he wants him to lead the way to the auction house. Arriving in front of the grandeur of a beautiful estate, the guards are surprised to see Jetu with his so-called guests. They're given an easy entrance thanks to his name. Jin enters the house to find a bunch of musicians and waiters enjoying a premium party. One could hardly consider them criminals of a syndicate. Jetu explains that the organization has a cover leader called Salka, but their real leader is hiding elsewhere. He's called Spider-Hand Alu, and he's the one who decorated the place to hide his dirty professional life. Alu isn't just your average thug, however. He's got the influence to crush the underworld. He's also a powerful martial artist, stronger than Jin's current rank. Jetu reveals that the Runkandels are also associated with him. While Jilly and Murakami treat this rumor as a silly joke, Jin thinks that it's possible that one Runkandel could in fact be responsible for this deed. This person might be the same one who cursed him at birth. After all, the curse he suffered from is a 9-star curse that strips the talents of the swordsman completely. In the past 15 years of his new life, this is the first connection Jin has discovered relating to his lifelong curse in the previous life. He wants to investigate Alu and destroy the crooks under his reign. The master plan is to defeat their enemies in one day. Jilly raises caution about the skill of their enemies. There's also a problem that they're dealing with a platoon of sorcerers in the enemy territory. Jin still wants to take on this challenge. He has a plan. A plan that sounds so crazy that Murakami doesn't even understand it one bit. Jilly doesn't think it's a great idea since he's a run candle, but Jin is ready to drop the plan if their plans end up backfiring. Jetu leads them right to the underground auction house, which is undergoing its current trade of human beings. Jin sees this and realizes this dirty little Jetu wanted to knock them out and do the same. He's happy that there aren't any children among the people. Murakami is anxious, but Jin is playing out his plan with patience. He wants to wait for a useful auction item. The item he's looking for is a ring artifact. A week passed, They've been coming here all the same without making any purchase. Jetu states that it's necessary to buy something, or else the criminal organization might pose some trouble. Jin leaves that problem in the merchant's hands. Jetu accepts on the outside, but he faces immense internal conflict because Tessing won't forgive them for refusing to purchase. Luckily for him, a magic book artifact is presented at last. It's an invaluable item once belonging to the sorcerer who ruled the world. Jin immediately recognizes the fake artifact. After all, the Xiphals would never allow such a treasure to get traded openly. Everything in this auction has been the same. The items are always fake, but foolish sorcerers keep purchasing them anyway. But something about Chen Mi's artifact is different. Even Murakhan vouches for the valuable object and insists Jin to purchase it. Jin puts up 150 gold, an amount no one is able to match. After making his first purchase, Jin makes a second purchase for another relic. Murakhan doesn't understand why he's playing for such an expensive purchase. Jin feigns ignorance, but he knows that the object belongs to the Hister clan. It's a memory of his teacher in his past life, so he wants to give it to her as a gift if they ever encounter each other. After the purchase, Murakhan inspects the legitimacy of the book. He's pleased with the results, but he certainly can't understand the second book Jin purchased. It's in a special language that only a few people can understand. Jin immediately calls for his next objective. He wants to meet with the leader of the syndicate immediately. Jetu explains that it is beyond his powers to do such a thing. Jin comes up with a sinister plan, forcing the merchant to name-drop Veradine Xiphals' name, fooling him into a meeting with Jin. Jetu goes crazy because he thinks it's the real Veradine in the flesh. He happily crashes into Alu's place to tell him to meet Veradine. Alu's men come around to escort the so-called Veradine. Instead of complying, Jin bashes him with a punch before casting a strong fireball. The poor guard tries to clear the misunderstanding, but Jin blasts his ass for a case of disrespect. He wants Alu to come meet him in the open on his knees. The humbled boss of the crime syndicate did as he was instructed by Jin. He apologizes for being disrespectful. Jetu thinks he has won the jackpot, becoming accommodated with the Veradine Xiphal himself. Even the magic spell Jin used was powerful and would be impossible for anyone to use at this age. 1 week prior, Jin explained his plan to impersonate Veradine. It was a crazy idea to fool Alu, who is influenced by the Xiphals and wouldn't want to mess around testing Veradine's true identity. But that wasn't Jilly's main concern. What she feared was their own clan discovering Jin's attempt at impersonation. He demands Alu to lift his head and presents him with the secret magic tomes. Alu apologizes for trading them without the clan's permission. Jin feels offended that Alu sold off many valuables of the Xiphals to ordinary people. The crime syndicate's leader apologizes as he is a martial artist who doesn't know how to deal with ancient artifacts. Alu offers to recover the traded relics, but Jin is so pissed that he demands access to the client logs, threatening that his clan will investigate the matter privately. Alu finds himself at checkmate. He thinks his life built inside the Arkan Kingdom is no more as the Xiphals have become furious of his actions. It's clear that the entire organization will cease to exist if the Xiphals become infuriated. Alu presents him with all the information necessary. He even offers to bring over highly confidential documents from his house. Jin immediately calls out his bluff, stating that Alu would use that time to plot something behind his back. With his plans uncovered, Alu finds herself struggling to utter even a single word. He turns around and instructs his men to keep them busy while he's gone. Alu is frustrated and becomes desperate in finding a way out of this mess. Gilly and Murakhan scout the information logs. Murakhan communicates with the boy through telepathy. Alu would soon discover Jin's real identity, but he isn't worried. Jin finally found the ring he was desperately looking for. Best Nanny Gilly is concerned for our boy's reckless methods, while the information merchant Jetu brings him a list of all the slaves Jin requested. Jin forces his way through Alu's guard, knocking him out in a single punch. Jetu doesn't understand his intentions, but Jin's mission with him has put him under major fire. So much so that he recommends the man flee to the Vymonth Empire because he's not surviving in the current place. Jetu wants to go along with Jin. He begs to stay by Veradine's side, thinking that he's going to steal all the glory. Jin finally reveals that he's not even Veradine himself. The poor informant's dreams are utterly crushed. 2 hours after that, Alu returned to confirm that the real Veradine boasts silver hair. This means they got heavily played by a bunch of no-name clowns. Alu learns that they escaped after retrieving information of all the slaves. In a fit of rage, he slams his own man in the nearest wall, killing him at once. Alu wants his men to find the imposters so that he can repay them for such humiliation. Meanwhile, Murakhan is concerned the crime syndicate's leader will locate them. Jin emphasizes that he wants to confirm the rumor of the Runkandels working with the man. They've already acquired the valuables. Murakhan is about to ask how Jin acquired the ancient ring, but before that, they have a fight to deal with. Alu has arrived, armed with his weapons to kill Jin and his friends. Unfazed, the 5-star knight simply tells him that they've reported the client list to the rest of the world, meaning his life is over. With that settled, it's time for the fight. Jin wants to solo his ass, and instructs Murakhan to handle the rest of the goons. Alu thinks they're underestimating him and orders his sorcerers to attack. Murakhan simply waits for them to come at him. He's strong enough to fend off each of their blows without even moving from his spot. Murakami annihilates the remainder of Alu's men, being a one-man army of his own. Alu tells them to attack Jin and Jilly with their magical spells, but the spells are all weak in comparison to what Jin can pull off. He simply blocks them all thanks to the effects of the stone Luna gifted him long ago. The Dark Dragon is annoyed by their pesky numbers and reveals its true power. In a fit of fury and rage, Alu starts slaughtering his own men, having lost his damn mind. The upcoming battle is for Jin to fight, as Murakami has already eliminated the small fries that could have caused trouble. The annoyed leader demands to know who ordered such a mission. He rushes to attack Jin, impressing him with his speed. Alu makes one thing clear: he's not going to die here. Murakami reminds Jin that this time, he's facing a true 7-star fighter, unlike Bishkal, who was clearly holding back in their fight. Alu thinks Jin is extremely overconfident for challenging him. The swordsman draws his blade as the first clash connects between the two fighters. Alu is shaken to discover that this guy isn't a sorcerer but a swordsman. He pressures Jin to go on the defensive, before clawing him with a bunch of heavy attacks. Jin tries to counter, but his opponent's speed is fast enough to inflict a shallow wound on his body. Jin realizes that he's dealing with someone way out of his league. Alu isn't concerned about Jin, but instead, he's wondering why Murakami is staying out of the fight, despite being leagues ahead of him in strength. Murakami is enjoying Jin struggling in this fight. Jilly shares her concerns, but the Dark Dragon emphasizes that it's necessary for Jin's growth. If there's a miracle, Jin might even win. Alu overwhelmed the 5-star Runkandel, believing that he's going to win. But the reality is, for the Runkandels, they're used to facing enemies far stronger than them. Jin deploys the use of an incredible magic spell, blasting him away. Alu is starstruck that he's fighting a magic swordsman. Jin coats his sword with electrifying magic. Alu cuts down the attack and believes that Jin is wasting his time. A shadowy glow illuminates as the swordsman chants, "Awaken Helm." The shocked martial artist cannot fathom what he is witnessing with his eyes. A dark swordsman coated in shadows has taken form. Jin is using this special form to close the gap between their skills. With a few slashes, the fight has already ended. Murakami explains that Jin activated an artifact called the Myolta Rune. It's an incredible defensive weapon that defends the wielder from all attacks below 7 stars. That's the power of the ring that Jin sought with desperation. It's an object that was going to be revealed several years into the future, but luckily he has acquired it now. With Alu's cut-down body resting on the ground, Jin inquires about his connection with the Runsnadels. The Dark Dragon questions why he's so desperate to find out the man's connection. Alu, in his last breath, realizes that he just faced the youngest pure-blood Runkandel. He seems to know about the assassination that took out Jin as a child. Alu leaves with an ominous warning to be fearful of the person he's looking for. Murakami still doesn't get it, while Jin figures that this guy's identity is more important than he thought. He's confident that he's connected in some ways to their family. Murakami doesn't get his intrigue. Jin wants to hunt down the mysterious person, and it is critical he finds him for his clan's safety. Jin meditates on the man's words. He's confident that it's one of his siblings from the clan, but the question is who? It has to be someone who figured out Jin's talent from a young age and wanted to eliminate the threat. There's only one person: Joshua Runkandel, the candidate patriarch to lead their clan. The following few days, Tessing's destruction is publicized to the whole world. This is thanks to Jetu's help, and though he was still interrogated by the Zyphals, it's fine because Jin profited the most from the situation. He obtained ancient books, found the special ring, and even defeated a 7-star knight with his own powers. Jilly shares her obvious concerns that he's still underestimating the capabilities of what a 7-star knight is like. This is confirmed by Jin himself, who thinks he's weaker than his nanny even at this stage. Their tracks are covered thanks to the merchant, so it's time to move on to the next location, the free city of Tikan. Murakami is confused while Jilly instantly realizes Jin's intention to hunt down the 7-colored bird. Don't get it twisted, it's not a rainbow-ass bird. It's like a CIA unit, a trusted agency that has a lot of reputation. But Jin thinks they're the bad guys, so he wants to hunt them down. They travel by sea as Jin is starting to realize that he can't find a good excuse for claiming the things he does. His knowledge of his past life is helping him, but he doesn't know how to explain it to Jilly or Murakami. What's more is that he has to carry out investigations into many different groups and clans. He's still bothered by Alu's connection, as well as the forbidden magic discovered in Colin. Since he has so much to investigate, the Tikan city is the best way to lie low. Murakami talks about Chenmi's spell, which is placed on the ancient relic. It's a form of light magic that was used to protect against the Zyphals. The Zyphal clan made sure to eradicate anyone in their path. That's what happened to Chenmi too, and thus it will be the fate of the Runkandels if Jindones end up mastering Shadow Force. It's a heavy burden. Murakami insists that he learn a bunch of spells. He casts a shadow spell, causing confusion to Jin, who was expecting light magic instead. Suddenly, the room illuminates in a bright flash, blinding the boy's eyes as Murakami gets a great laugh. Blinding magic can be used offensively and defensively. It's one of the spells Chenmi came up with, so Jin thinks it's a valuable find. Murakhan is more or less curious about the second relic from the Hister clan. The code is beyond his understanding, so he doesn't think anything valuable can be found inside. Jin insists they keep the book for the time being and crack its contents when the time is right. A week of travel passed as the group arrived in the free city of Tikan, a beautiful place completely free from the influence of the run candles and the Zyphals. It is considered the perfect site for vacations. Jilly recommends looking for a place to stay. Dragon Boy is hoping he finds a lavish place this time. Murakhan's sudden transformation attracted the attention of a little girl, who clearly saw a cat turn into a man. The girl wants to learn how to transform too, while Gilly and Murakhan are stumped. Funnily enough, they try to gaslight the little girl into believing she was hallucinating, and that people can't transform like that. Jin is out here playing politics with a tiny loudmouth gremlin who is stubborn to believe what she sees. Gilly thinks they should take her to the guards, but it might cause immense trouble if the rumors spread. Murakhan tries to talk shit, but she gives him the death stare for stupidly transforming in the middle of the damn city. Yulia spots the guards, but she doesn't like being around them since they cause her mother trouble. Feeling that something might be off, Jin assumes that Yulia's mother could be a criminal. The guard instantly recognizes Yulia's face and calls for the chief. He tells Jin that she's the daughter of their chief in command. So no, she's not a criminal. On the contrary, she's a brooding woman that looks like she will skin you alive. But when she sees her daughter, she crumbles into a sweet and lovable being. Yulia embraces her mother. Elisa introduces herself properly as the chief of the defense guards. Jin returns her kind regards and states that he's traveling with his friends. Jin requests recommendations for a place to stay. Well, before that, the little runt tells something to her mother. Elisa happily shares her recommendation letter for Jin to show to inn-owners around the city, promising them a good place to stay. The group leaves, but Elisa is still concerned about the news she heard from her daughter. Yulia snitched, seeing Murakhan transforming into a cat. What's more is that transformations are only possible for dragons which concern her. Our heroes are staying in their newfound inn, receiving a premium unlike last time. They're happy to get so lucky upon arrival. Jilly wants to go and grab some ice pops. Instead of being on a mission, it feels like they're on a vacation. Murakhan is curious how the boy is planning to handle the intelligence agency. Jin explains that he's here to locate someone first. The Seven-Colored Bird Agency is commanded by Kashmir, the Phantom Sword. He's an incredible swordsman, so much so that the Runcandle family acknowledged his swordsmanship skills. But that's the only thing the world knows about him. In 10 years' time, it is actually revealed that Kashmir is the fallen prince of the Vymonth Empire. After that, he convinced the Empire and the two most powerful clans to form Tikan into its own nation, becoming its first king. The man is not only an excellent swordsman, but also a sharp strategist who is laying low for years to come out at the perfect moment. Jin is hoping to make a friend out of him, but he doesn't know how. Suddenly, Strawberry Pie bursts into the scene, explaining that the inn has been exited completely. No one is there. A hand reaches out to grab her from the shadows. It's Kashmir himself, who was one step ahead of their plans. Murakhan is so damn annoyed because Kashmir grabbed his crush. He rushes to kill him in an instant as Jin begs him to stop. The Dark Dragon shows a hint of its terrifying powers, warning Kashmir to back off. Kashmir isn't supposed to be here so soon. They kept their identity hidden for the most part, so Jin doesn't understand why. He is fearful of the Murakhan killing everyone in the place, which would be detrimental to his plans of befriending Kashmir. Jin uses Gilly as his anchor to reason with Murakhan, who finally decides to revert his powers. He snatches Gilly like she belongs to him, and roars at the man for acting like they're friends. Instead of Kashmir conducting the interrogation, it's Murakhan who has turned the tables around him. Jin intervenes, requesting the swordsman to put his sword down. Kashmir is stunned that the traveler recognizes him. Instead of introducing his false persona, Jin feels adequate in revealing his connection to the Run Candles. Both Murakhan and Gilly are shocked. They don't know what's going on in his damn head. The clueless Kashmir stands speechless as Jin proposes to move to a quiet location. They sit across the respectable swordsman after he sends his troops back. He came here to uncover the existence of a dragon, but that accusation enraged Murakhan. Kashmir is undoubtedly certain he's dealing with an actual dragon based on his terrifying aura. It's because of Jin that they managed to survive his onslaught. Kashmir even knows about Gilly, sensing that she doesn't bear any aura. He wonders what she's doing traveling with Jin. Kashmir is confused and immediately confronts the topic of the dragons. He doesn't realize how Runcandels are able to form contracts with dragons, because only the Zephel clan is capable of doing such a thing. Jin emphasizes that not even his clan knows about this information, which is expected. Kashmir is concerned that he revealed an important piece of his life so easily. Jin questions what drew the man to investigate looking into a dragon. Kashmir happily returns the favor by spilling his secrets. Yulia is actually this man's daughter, and since she saw Murakhan's transformation, he came around to investigate. Yulia possesses a special contract, which means she can't be deceived with her eyes. Murakhan doesn't like what he's hearing. If the girl is a divine contractor, it doesn't make sense that her dragon is nowhere to be found. Kashmir sulks, explaining that Yulia's dragon has been missing as of late. It's possible that the Zyphel clan plotted an attack, but they're uncertain. Even Murakhan is annoyed that a powerful dragon could get kidnapped for a year. The worst part is, Yulia will soon succumb to madness if she doesn't find her guardian dragon. Kashmir is shocked. He doesn't believe what he just heard. Murakami explains that Yulia possesses the power to see the future, an ability that even powerful dragons struggle with. The only reason she hasn't divulged to madness is because of her young age. But if she stays like this for another year, Murakami is certain the girl will lose her sanity. When Jin asks for an explanation, Murakami adds that her powers are governed by principles of causality. If Yulia has seen the future, then she must operate accordingly. Bending this law will incur a massive punishment. The contractor that chooses not to abide by the future will suffer a future of destruction. In simple words, Yulia sees the world much differently, and she requires a guardian dragon to preserve her sanity. Hearing such agonizing news, Kashmir is overwhelmed. He cripples to his knees and explains that not even his connection to the Seven-Colored Bird Intelligence Agency could help them locate a new dragon. The Dark Dragon reasons that Yulia was looking for them when they got there because the god Asmil wanted her to seek their help. Obviously, he turns down any request to help her since this matter is out of his hands. Jin uses this as the perfect opportunity to befriend the man by saving his daughter. He encourages the wavering man to regain his composure, as they will personally start looking for Yulia's dragon. It's the perfect crutch he needed to have a favor over Kashmir, but it's not an easy task with all things considered. Since the Tikan city doesn't have any allegiance to a specific clan, Murakami requests for the data of every dragon in Vimonth. Jin catches on to what seems to be a last resort at saving Yulia's life. In a different location, Quiquentel, a beautiful dragon, speaks to Enya, her contractor. Enya is impressed by Jin Runkendel's epic tales, but her dragon thinks lightly of the brat. She believes Enya is more special since she was chosen by the god of time. Suddenly, a shiver runs down her spine. She realizes this bone-chilling feeling could only mean one thing and one thing alone. Signaling Enya to heed to safety, Quiquentel prepares to approach the darkness that has come to visit their land. Murakami in his dragon form intends to release all dark energy, calling out the rest of the dragons in the area. He wants Jin to keep hiding and conceal his presence. The dark dragon prepares to release the dark magic. Jin remembers how Murakami obtained the list and learned of 4 recognizable dragons in the region. He sensed that it could become problematic handling them all at once. Before they left, Kashmir offered his earnest gratitude and begged for them to save his daughter. Murakami instructs the man to exhaust Yulia's energy each day before she receives her new dragon. Anything that tires her out will work best in the child's favor. Kashmir intends to follow this routine. The second thing is related to ice pops. Poor Jilly wanted to get them, but she couldn't because of their intrusion. This man is rizzing her with ice pops, and even earned her affection for comforting Kashmir. Jin acknowledges that deep down, the Dark Dragon is a really good guy. He warns the boy of the incoming dragons. Rabus and Untiel are rushing at a considerable speed. Jin wears his armor to conceal his identity. Murakami explains that he used to beat these guys for entering his territory. Dragons worked like that, so now he's acquired enemies. While he's making his fancy introduction, the Earth Dragons are begging for him to leave at once. Their contractor might see him, which would become a huge problem. But instead of taking their advice, Murakami is offended. They try to reason with him, finally revealing that Quiquentel is pissed and is in the mood to kill the Dark Dragon. The Silver Dragon has a complicated history with the guy. Actually, Jin learns that she's his damn ex. Both the Earth Dragons are beginning to leave the vicinity, because their battle might cause a lot of destruction. But it's already too late. Quiquentel makes a roaring entrance with her dragon breath. Murakami warns Jin to brace for impact, because she's clearly not finished. He evades each of her strikes, causing a vortex in the ocean. All of her attacks are all 8 stars or above. Jin is terrified by her strength. Quiquentel roars in frustration, frustrated that he had the gall to show up at all. Jin learns that Murakami shared a relationship with her for 500 years. He wants Jin to use Bradamante in case things get tough. He knows just how powerful she is, so it's going to take every last bit of Jin's strength to concentrate into a powerful attack in the hopes of damaging her. Quiquentel transforms into her dragonic state. She has a vicious desire to end Murakami's life. Murakami tries to have a sensible conversation with her, offering a way to resolve their conflicts after. But she's so pissed that she fires an immense beam, ignoring his offer. Then she tackles him with ferocity and attempts to bite him, but he swiftly evades. He doesn't get what's keeping her so infuriated. She tries to deliver another beam at point-blank range. Murakami shielded himself from the attack thanks to Jin's help, who is starting to think his powers are needed to get an edge on her. Murakami explains that she's weaker, but enraged. She tears the Shadow Force release, deeming it a pitiful attempt. The Silver Dragon lashes at him for becoming so weakened. Murakami is begging for her to stop, but ends up infuriating Quiquentel so much more instead. Murakami bites her down, questioning why she's so mad over their breakup. The Silver Dragon dishes out a powerful punch to remind the dumbass that he deserves a proper beating. But this gave Jin enough time to make his move. The Silver Dragon did not anticipate this outcome. It's all up to Jin to attack, and it needs to be the same spot where Murakami struck her. The Shadow Veil concentrates on his sword, as Jin slices her with a powerful Shadow Force release. The attack cuts through her scales, slashing an entire arm off her body. Murakami hastens to rescue Jin as the silver dragon descends to the sea. Jin is overly exhausted from expiring every last bit of his strength to make that move. He thought they killed her, but this is Quiquintel. She's way more powerful than the typical dragon, especially since she governs time itself. Jin realizes that this is bad news for them. They came here looking for Yulia's dragon, but they're the ones about to go missing. The silver dragon replenishes her body, turning back her state. It's a cheat magic that drains an immense amount of energy, but it still helps her survive death. Quiquintel manifests in her human state. Murakami thought they ended the relationship on good terms, so he doesn't understand why she's so angry at him. The silver dragon is enraged that not only did he leave her, he said so without explanation. Murakami shouts back, roaring that he isn't at fault for thinking they weren't meant to be. This couple's quarrel surprises Jin. Quiquintel recognizes Jin as the newest contractor of the God of Shadows. Murakami explains that their own kind is at the risk of extinction, but she finds his words full of rubbish since he's not the type to care about such things. Murakami counters that he killed many dragons for her sake too. He turns tail, thinking that she's useless in helping them. She apologizes and learns about Yulia's situation. At long last, they're not buzzing around. Jin overhears the talk of Bioretta, the wind dragon. This monster is the guardian dragon of the minor patriarch of the Xiphal clan. It's unquestionable that they're the ones who kidnapped Latri, Yulia's dragon. Quiquintel leads them to her place. She resides in a cabin outside the Viminth Empire's capital. She learns about the youngest Runkindel and recognizes that he's related to Tamar's powers. The three of them journeyed together after all, so she knows. She returns to the topic at hand. Bioretta took Latri by deception. The deal was to teach Latri some of the dragon spells. It has now jeopardized the life of a young girl who exists without her guardian dragon. The silver dragon had always been suspicious of Bioretta's intentions. He was even insistent upon meeting her contractor. Since Enya's identity is known to the public, she was safe. But for Yulia, they found an opportunity to kidnap her guardian dragon because not many knew about her contractual relationship. Jin outlines his deductions for the Xiphals' plans. He thinks that they are trying to eliminate contractors that aren't under their control. Their second goal is to acquire as many gods by their side through contracts. In his previous life, Jin discovered that the God of Time's contractor was different. He was a Xiphal clan member, which means that Enya was probably killed in that timeline. The same goes for Yulia, who might have her contract revoked. The silver dragon still doesn't find his words persuasive. After all, there would be no reason to acquire more contractors when the Xiphals already have so many. Jin bites back with a sharp response. Since human greed has no limits, it's logical to assume the Xiphals are hungry to acquire even more power. Jin sharply deduces that Quiquintel is putting on a blindfold because she's secretly afraid of the sorcerers. Murakami senses this is bad news as she could easily become enraged. Instead of taking offense, the silver dragon laughs. She's never seen Murakami act cautious around her. She's prepared to take the steps necessary to guarantee the safety of her contractor. Even more, Quiquintel is prepared to help him meet Bioretta and recover Latri. Grasping Jin's shoulder, she reminisces on her memories with Tamar. She wants to swear loyalty to his descendant, and even comments that he's just like the first patriarch with his provocations. While they're talking, Enya bursts into the scene, ignoring Quiquintel's warnings to leave the house. She's a clumsy and shy fool who just so happens to fawn over Jin Runkindel. The boy is desperately asking for an explanation out of this mess. Quiquintel sulks, explaining that she's his #1 fangirl. Enya, the #1 simp, can't contain her excitement in front of her star and model Jin. She's surprisingly a commoner, which makes Jin assume that she must be really talented in some other aspect. The silver dragon is annoyed that she rebelled against her order to stay put. Quiquintel is barely containing her composure, while Jin thinks that Enya must have faced some serious bullying at the academy because of her rank. Jin states that he came to address Enya's safety. His kind and cooperative ask is enough to swoon the girl. She literally thinks her Prince Charming is here to rescue her from the bad guys. She's more than ready to go with him. That's just how excited this purple-haired midget is. Quiquintel whacks her unconscious. She's afraid that her obsession for Jin might take her to the ends of the Runkindel clan. The boy is shocked to learn that his own clan has dungeons and even dragons. As for Murakami, the dude is out cold. With the two of them alone, Quiquintel emphasizes that she's only helping out Jin because of her ex-boyfriend, especially when he's become a sorry loser compared to his original strength. He would get destroyed by the Wind Dragon at his current level, so Quiquintel wants to take charge if it ever comes down to that. Jin is curious about the Bioretta's dragon. Just how powerful is this dragon? Quiquintel explains that if Murakami regained his original powers, then they should have been annihilated in their battle. The silver dragon wants Jin to stick around in the cabin until they can locate the Wind Dragon. Jin is surprised by how much she cares about them in secret. He's ready to handle Murakami from his side. Quiquintel explains that Enya will soon regain consciousness, so he has to handle her carefully this time. Jin is stumped when he sees her actually wake up before his eyes. She's like a damn zombie for this man. After explaining the situation to Enya, she understands that she could be a potential target for the Zyphals. She trusts in his powers completely and offers to leave tomorrow. Quiquentel instructs her to start packing. She will take care of the academy by calling in a sick leave for her sake. The only thing left is to take care of the Wind Dragon. Suddenly, a strange man calls out from outside. The Silver Dragon can't fathom how anyone would come in the middle of nowhere for firewood. Jin immediately realizes that it's a trap. He's confident that the guy outside isn't a nobody. In fact, he's a spy who has probably been keeping watch. Hearing this, Quiquentel instantly opens the door before lifting the man by his throat. She's ready to crush him if he dares not to speak. Then from within the cabin emerges another figure, the real perpetrator hiding in the shadows. He threatens to summon the entire task force if Quiquentel fails to let him go. But this girl is mighty pissed. She dashes headfirst to beat the shit out of this guy. Her thunderous punch sends a shockwave, but it's not nearly enough to even affect this man. He didn't move an inch and simply ate her attack. An incredible punch with the power of a dragon was blocked by this dude. It's clear that he's someone distinct, someone more powerful than the task force captain. He's the Emperor's right-hand man. Latz is another capable swordsman whose skill is acknowledged by the Runcandle clan. He's strong enough to pose immense trouble. Jin is lucky to have his identity concealed with his armor. Latz apologizes for his intrusion and states his true purpose. He came here to check on Jin and Murakan, who had recently entered their empire. Quiquentel isn't one to let him off so easily. Latz swiftly threatens her, reminding the Silver Dragon that her contractor is out in the open, defenseless by herself. Even if she kills him, Enya won't survive the encounter. With that warning, he hastens to leave. The murderous Silver Dragon reminds Latz that she will return him this favor by taking away everything precious to him in his life. With such an imposing warning, the man takes his leave. He fucked with the wrong dragon. He's already fulfilled his purpose. Apart from the mission, he wants his squad to stay away from Quiquentel as much as possible. Because if they ever dare to try to mess with her, it'll be hell. In fact, that punch alone caused his face to bleed. This man knows he's getting crushed. He's smart and refuses to endanger his squad by provoking the Silver Dragon. Quiquentel is enraged that she made a stupid decision to keep Enya tangled under the roof of the Vemonth Empire. They could have done so much more if not for Jin's warning. Thankfully, they can still make amends and evacuate her to safety soon. The next morning, Jin assures Quiquentel regarding Enya's safety. They've made sure nothing happens to her, and Murakan is also there to secretly protect her in case things get worse. With her safety guaranteed, it's time to handle Buretta. They will await Murakan's return and make their move. 1 week has passed. He finally returned with a fine complaint. Quiquentel actually made this cabin in the image of their previous one. He's not planning on going back to her, but those days were truly something precious to him. They lived in harmony with the first patriarch. It was so much fun back then, but reliving those memories now is giving the Dark Dragon a headache he can't get rid of. Quiquentel makes fun of him for being so weak-minded. She informs the group about Buretta's response. They're to hurry to the uninhabited island soon. Having arrived at the location, Jin and Murakan are observing in secret. When discussing a battle strategy, Quiquentel recommended that they adopt a direct approach and beat the shit out of him if he lies about Latri. Murakan fancied the idea and thought it would be best if he could join in and double-team the Wind Dragon. However, the Silver Dragon took offense to the idea. It's a matter of honor for the dragons, implying Buretta won't bring anyone to jump them either. Quiquentel is more than confident in her victory, which is usually a bad sign if you ask me. Though Jin believes that Buretta will likely bring backup to take her down. The Wind Dragon finally emerges, and he's brought Andre the minor patriarch of the Zyphals alongside him. Quiquentel hollers at him for being a coward and going back on his word. Buretta remarks that his contractor received the letter in his place, so he's just going along with the situation. He wastes no time in talking pretty and wants her to get to the point. Quiquentel immediately brings Latri to the discussion, which makes the Wind Dragon burst out in an uproarious laugh, almost if it is to ridicule her foolishness. Quiquentel is further annoyed and emphasizes the seriousness of the situation. But the Wind Dragon isn't interested in giving straight answers. She's getting provoked to a corner with each response. The Wind Dragon warns her not to rebel against the Zyphals. Jin and Murakan are still hiding. Buretta is done with playing around and threatens her life. But of course, she has been waiting for this moment. The epic fight begins as the Wind Dragon unleashes its furious cyclones to overwhelm Quiquentel. Transforming into her dragonic state, Quiquentel commands a bone-chilling order to free Latri if he wishes to avoid suffering. The maniac Andre grows excited with her powers. Unfortunately for her, she's dealing with a powerful sorcerer as well. A 9-star sorcerer, in fact, the same minor patriarch who wasn't granted entry into the banquet. Jin finds this opportunity a learning experience for the future. Andre prepares to strike her down. Quiquentel attempts to dodge, but all of a sudden, she has lost her ability to fly. This is one of the specialties of serving the god of the wind. They can negate flight of any creature at will. With Quiquentel stranded to the ground, Buretta prepares a powerful beam to attack her. Not like it matters to the Silver Dragon, who is overconfident in surviving the attack. Andre pairs his powerful lightning storm with the dragon's beam. The attack is powerful enough to cause Jin to worry, but Murakami wants to believe in her strength. He knows that they're the ones who underestimated her true strength. In this pivotal moment, the silver dragon responds with her overwhelming control, stopping time dead in its place. She managed to stop the spell from hitting her, impressing Andre. What's more, she intends to rip him apart by the end of this fight. Andre orders Buretta to initiate his next attack, but to his shock, the dragon has been frozen in place. The silver dragon's incredible control has given her the upper hand in this fight. She beats the shit out of Buretta while he's still immobile, cutting him down limb by limb. Quicantel encourages him to talk more shit like he was doing just a moment ago. Buretta's wing is torn from its body as the silver dragon delivers her onslaught. She's prepared to kill his precious dragon before the sorcerer's eyes, but even Quicantel has exhausted too much of her divine strength. She is going to need her friend's help to stop the minor patriarch. Pushed into a corner, Andre threatens to use the Origin Stone, a powerful stone that was once destroyed ages ago. It's impossible for the Zephals to possess this cursed object. The monster unleashes its wrath, shocking even the likes of the silver dragon. The Zephal sorcerer commands the Age of Domination for his clan. The creature from the Origin Stone inflicts a major wound on Quicantel's body. The Origin Stone is a safety measure created by the gods to prevent the destruction of the world. It has the shared power of all the gods combined into a simple object. The Origin Stone was destroyed because even they feared it could be used to destroy the world instead. Murakami can't believe that an item so ancient has resurfaced from its destruction. Quicantel is severely injured and in no position to fight. Enraged, Murakami reveals his presence to protect the silver dragon. Since there are only 2 dark dragons existing in this world, Andre recognizes Murakami as the guardian dragon of the Reincarnated family. Andre immediately recognizes Jin by his true identity as well. Andre thinks he's got a much bigger fish to fry now. The Wind Dragon regains its powers as the Origin Stone corrupts the dragon with its might. Even Murakami is shocked to see Buretta's resurrection. Both dragons commence a head-on brawl against each other. Buretta prepares to destroy Murakami, who counters with a punch. However, his attack is easily blocked by Buretta, who mocks him and calls him an easy opponent. Buretta is celebrating that he gets to take down the strongest dragon of the past. With their fight ongoing, Andre tends to the injured silver dragon with his Origin Stone spirit. While he's blindsided, Jin prepares to attack him with the light magic technique of Chen Mi. The spell blinds the sorcerer, who then gets his body severed by Jin's sword. Buretta rushes to attack Jin and smashes him with its powerful tail, sending the teenage knight crashing. He's barely able to regain his stance when 2 more attacks come rushing right at him. It is at this moment Jin senses the absolute urge to use Luna's stone. The legendary white whale of the Reincarnated family is summoned as the last to overcome her brother's greatest challenge. When Jin entered the fight, he calculated slim chances of survival against Buretta, and instead made Andre his target. He was able to land a critical slash upon the 9-star sorcerer's body, but it wasn't enough to deal the killing blow. Jin wanted to finish the fight, but he unexpectedly got attacked by Buretta before being overwhelmed by 2 godly attacks that he would never have survived. It was the best moment to smash the precious stone, summoning the monstrous warrior of the Reincarnated clan. Even Andre is starstruck by her sudden appearance. Luna is happy to have been called in an important fight. She's even impressed by her brother's ability to keep up with such strong enemies. Jin is truly grateful for her help, as it would have spelled the end of him. Luna, who is now pissed more than ever, hopes that Andre has a really good reason for attacking her baby brother. Since they're fighting the minor patriarch of the Zephals, as well as a wind dragon armed with a divine artifact, Jin was wondering if they could survive this fight to begin with. But ever since she arrived, the outcome of the fight had been set in stone. Luna is single-handedly more powerful than everyone on the battlefield. Murakami recovers Quicantel and recommends that they stay away from the fight. He's thoroughly impressed by Luna's entrance, who saved him at the last second. Andre is happy to find a living proof of the Run-Candles breaking their pact against the Zephals. He's certain to report the use of Jin's magic to his clan. But the confident Luna isn't worried. She's going to make sure he never leaves this fight alive. Andre sends the cursed spirit to attack Luna. The result? It gets annihilated to pieces. Luna has had a wide history of fighting the Zephals, and she's never been impressed by a single sorcerer. In a flash, she cuts down Buretta's dragonic form. She's happy to have such an easy target, and inflicts so much damage that he's forced to return to his human form. Buretta prepares to take the fight in combat. His powers are strengthened by the cursed demonic energy. Luna realizes that the Origin Stone comes at a cost of a recharge. She thinks it's pathetic to see the minor patriarch backed into such a corner that he has to become slave to a pitiful strategy. Buretta rushes to attack her with his spear. The white whale swiftly dodges and happily counters without struggle. She tears apart Buretta's defenses, sending him on the back foot. Even the Wind Dragon is no match for her cruel and sharp attacks. Luna has had enough fun. She's ready to finish the fight using the finishing move of the Run-Candle clan. Luna calls forth the meteor shower. Returning to Jed's memorable words, the Run-Candle fighting style relies on unstoppable destruction. It is the definition of overcoming struggle. The The run candles only have 2 moves in their arsenal. These are called the hidden moves and the finishing moves. Luna has just used the 3rd finishing move of the clan, a beautiful meteor shower, bewildering her brother's eyes. More than its beauty, the attack is wrathful. Andre is terrified as Buretta exhausts every bit of his strength to guard him. The minor patriarch shudders in defeat, realizing that his opponent, a regular human being, is overwhelming him with crushing difference. The best part is, Luna isn't using any cheats like activating ancient artifacts. She's a monster. Buretta thinks they might have a chance of victory thanks to the demon Godstone, reincarnating him every time he dies. By the end of her attack, Luna is a little disappointed. Buretta has been decimated to pieces, but she's still nowhere near as powerful as her father's attacks. She wants this moment to be an important lesson to her baby brother. Luna is dead confident in her brother's ability to overcome Sieran's might, but her battle has yet to be finished. A strange demon is her new opponent, an unidentifiable creature of the Zyphals. Murakun theorizes that the Zilfs ended up creating their own origin stone thanks to their contractor's powers. He wants to escape to prevent harm, but Jin is worried for Luna's safety, especially if she's up against a powerful opponent like the incarnation of the origin stone. Murakun corrects Jin, stating that he's going to become a burden in this fight if he doesn't let her sister handle the creature. The youngest run candle reflects how he came to become a contractor to the god of shadows. He had the best potential out of everyone and more gifts than he could ask for. Yet, Jin is frustrated that he couldn't salvage this situation for himself. It's below him to accept withdrawing when he didn't contribute to the fight. It's the same as how things ended for his previous life. His thoughts can only be summarized in one emotion: anger. He refuses to become weak like this ever again. Murakun is happy that the boy is festering his ambitions to become stronger and stronger. After all, it's this motivation of his that will lead him to climb the ranks above all. As for Luna, she's underwhelmed by the demon who somehow thinks he can beat her this time. However, she learns just how powerful the demon Andre truly has become when he unleashes a malevolent beam strike. Luna defends with her sword, while the demon ridicules her. Luna calmly responds that she needs nothing more than her sword to fuck him up. While she's uninterested in showing him just how powerful she truly is, Luna hopes to demonstrate true mastery over the sword. She's the first knight to have worn a red aura. Andre is arrogant in his demonic state, believing that he has an edge in this fight with his godly powers. He prepares to unleash a final attack, hoping to end the run candle. But Luna is unshaken, and before long the words Crimson Moon escape her mouth. A beautiful splash of red severs the monster in half, but the attack left behind causes a black hole of energy that draws everything near inside. Luna recognizes that she's in a pinch. Jin comes to help her, reaching out for his older sister with an honest hand. She thinks they're even for saving each other that day. Meanwhile, Latz comes to report his newfound investigations to the Vimonth Emperor. He talks about the mysterious vortex, as well as the appearance of the wind dragon Buretta. There is proof that the dragon did not survive the fight. Latz could up on the mana of a human, but couldn't figure out their identity. The vortex is still active. Unfortunately, Andre is nowhere to be found. The Emperor grows incredibly frustrated with Latz, who is failing him in many ways. He wants to conceal these sudden matters from the media. He also orders Latz to arrange a unit to uphold their relationship with the Zyphals. Finally, Latz is left with a warning. Amir isn't looking for imperfect reports and makes his point very clear. As for Bishkal and Bubar, they come to learn about the Silver Dragon's brawl against the Wind Dragon. The outcome resulted in an entire island getting decimated off the map. The Origin Stone is also reported to have been destroyed. Bubar is annoyed that they ruined his most precious piece, hinting that he may be responsible for the recreation of the demonic stone. Bishkek reports that their leader is pissed with the way Zyphals are handling things, which means they will likely ignore their orders for now. The true patriarch of the Zyphal clan acknowledges Andre's fall, despite his overwhelming advantages. He wonders if an outside force intervened to defeat them. Talks of a dark dragon have reached his ears. Misha, the other dark dragon, as well as Murakan's sister, is actually so strong that she'd easily overcome the challenge. Hearing this, the Zyphal patriarch orders his guardian dragon Kadun to look for the shadow dragons. He doesn't show any signs of concern for the loss of his brother Andre, because he knew his brother would get killed someday. After all, that man was insolent enough to arrive at Kiran's banquet on his own whim. Kadun recommends they create more demonic stones as they're the only source of their power capable of defeating the Run Candle clan. Keliak Zyphal has grand ambitions to conquer the world and rise as the new god of the realm. Returning to our heroes, Jin and the gang arrive safely to return to Jilly. She instantly faints upon seeing the great Luna becoming a part of their mission. Jilly is concerned about Jin's safety. He's getting involved in more trouble than ever when he's supposed to be operating solo. Luna is happy that she cares about the boy truly. Kashmir also arrives to meet the elegant Luna Runcandle. He also meets the silver dragon Quiquintel, who is in a very pissed mood right now. Kashmir pays proper respect, realizing that he could fuck up majorly like last time. Quiquintel cuts down on their conversation. She's only worried about Enya's safety. Kashmir explains how Latri returned 3 hours prior. She's with both Enya and Yulia, but something about the dragon is strange. The creature doesn't remember how it went missing for an entire year. He doesn't remember past the time Buretta took him away to teach him magic spells. Murakami realizes that the Zyphals wiped his memory to clear proof of their involvement. They don't want the world to discover their schemes. After a long-winded explanation of how things went down, Kashmir and Jilly catch up to speed with what happened. Murakami believes that the only reason to create a demonic stone is because the clan wants to create their own god. They're in the process of acquiring powers from each god in an effort to crush anyone who stands in their way. That is the goal of Kiliak Zyphal. Quiquintel goes to check on Enya with Kashmir, while Jilly sees Luna for a second time before fainting again. This poor nanny and her stress levels. Luna learns of all of Jin's accomplishments in the short span of 3 months. She thinks it's hilarious he can't even add credibility to his own missions because he abused his powers. The Runkindels would never forgive him for that. Jilly is happy that Luna is planning to let them slide under the radar. Luna shocks them all by revealing that Kieran already knows everything by now. He's only moments away from uncovering Luna's involvement too. While Jilly is fearing for her life, Jin explains he has the perfect story. He wants to go meet his father with Luna. Sounds like a great plan at first, but it's actually crazy sounding to both women. They think he's taking his father lightly. Jin explains that he's just going to warn him about the Zyphal scheme to destroy the Runcandle clans. It's ideal that he knows about the existence of the demon creation stones too. Luna reminds the boy that he's going to fail the test automatically if he returns home before his term ends. Jin doesn't care much about that. He's hoping to score a deal out of his father. For the first time, Luna delivers her words with emphasis and bluntness. She actually fears for the boy's life. Jin thinks that she'll step up before that happens. Hearing such words coming out of his mouth, Luna approaches him with a menacing stare. Testing his conviction, she's pissed. Luna realizes just how worried Jilly must feel for him. She agrees to comply with his plans. They are to leave tomorrow. Confused, Jilly questions why Luna is accepting to help her brother. It's simple. She doesn't like the way of the clan and how it thrives on killing each other. Luna hopes to become a reliable sibling to Jin, his one form of defense. She's hoping he has something good in mind to win this encounter. The next day, both Luna and Jin return to Storm Castle. They're met with scrutiny and frustration. Jin's big sister owes him big time for doing so much for him. Vuigo and the rest of the Runcandle flag bearers stand to oppose Luna's decision strongly. They're all ready to confront so easily, which also implies Kieran is aware of their return. Mary is mad and pissed that Jin is halting his growth by choosing an early death. Luna explains that Jin returned of his own volition, but then her own judgment is questioned for being unable to stop him. Luna can't argue with Luntia's clever arguments. Luntia is shocked when she learns that Jin is personally going to see their father. The rest of his siblings even try to warn him that he's definitely getting himself killed. Luntia takes a breath and allows entry. However, she is quick to draw her sword against Luna, demanding her weapon. Kieran wants to see Jin in isolation. Luna ferociously rebels against the decision with her anger, so the rest of the flag bearers all gather to beat her upon the orders of Kieran. Jin assures Luna that he's here to inform his father about something important. He's unafraid of what is to come, so he walks away without any fears. As he's making way inside the castle, Jin reflects that not even one of his siblings understands the patriarch. He thinks it's possible to earn his father's trust, so long as he keeps a cool act. Jin takes a deep breath, gently knocking on the door. The result? Well, let's just say his aura alone decimates the door. For the first time, Kieran is violently pissed against the boy. Ciaran literally made a blade out of aura, just to demonstrate how powerful his sword skills could become someday. It's actually a learning experience instead of a demonstration of fear. Jin knows that he shouldn't apologize, and act boldly. The boy utters words that none of his children ever even spoke of, that he missed his father. Ciaran is affected by his sweetness, but still calls him out for being weak. Jin emphasizes his affection, but it doesn't get him very far. Ciaran unleashes his sheer intent to kill, overwhelming Jin from the very place he stands. Ciaran knows that he's here for a reason. Jin reports that the minor patriarch of the Zyphal clan has been defeated. He is honest about Luna's involvement in the situation. Jin tells him that he has more to state other than what he just said. Ciaran takes intrigue and allows his son the chance to speak. Kieran learns of the many adventurers Jin has had along his journey as a reserve flag bearer. He wonders if Jin was here to tell him about the defeat of the second most powerful Zyphal. Jin argues that Andre is far from the most powerful Zyphal they have, because despite Luna's strength, it's unlikely for the Zyphals to have been defeated so easily. The patriarch confirms the boy's suspicions, adding that there is someone who is even stronger than Kiliak, being more powerful than the patriarch of the Zyphal clan. But Jin has yet to mention the most valuable detail, the artifact that was used in his battle against the Zyphals, the Stone of the Demon God, a mystical replica of the Origin Stone which the gods themselves created. Ciaran interestingly mentions Murakami, revealing that he's always known about the Dark Dragon as well as the boy's ability to control mana. His father knew the depths of his secrets. He even laughs in Jin's face because he actually didn't know about Murakami and instead manipulated our boy to spill his secrets. Even Chiron can't help but laugh at the fact that the strongest dragon was reduced to a damn cat. On a more serious note, Sieran wants to discuss the information regarding the artifact with Luna. It's a dangerous object, and he wonders if the kings of the Dark Sea are aware of its powers. He feels the sudden need to return to the Dark Sea to fulfill his mission. Sharon emphasizes that Jin's return will be forgiven, but it's clear that the boy is seeking something for his accomplishments. Jin makes his words clear. He doesn't want any Runkindel to ever step foot in the city of Tikan, because it's the place where he will settle down and execute his missions. Before he can, however, Kieran lays a condition. He wants the boy to succeed in cooperating with Kashmir and win him over, and if he does, then he will make sure to uphold Jin's wish. But Sharon doesn't even know that Jin has already done that part too. He brings Kashmir, who looks like a lost puppy, in front of the patriarch. Kashmir realizes that he's facing the most powerful knight in the entire world. He feels immense pressure just being in his presence. Kashmir strengthens his resolve and pays his respect to the Runkindel patriarch. Jean takes a moment to explain that they both know each other well. Since he is clearly invested in a cooperative relationship with Kashmir, Jin's part of the deal is fulfilled. Poor Kashmir is devastated, thinking that the Runkandels might try to conquer Tikan at this rate. Jin basically lucked out and passed the test without even trying. When Kashmir learns about Jin's condition to forbid any Runkandel from entering Tikan, he's shocked and even happy. Since Kieran has a bunch of other things to discuss with Kashmir, he tells Jin to take his leave. Poor Kashmir is terrified of this man, barely able to talk. Meanwhile, Jin strolls around the manor. The Tona twins are surprised to see him in one piece. He asks the twins for a favor to look after his cadets in the time he's gone. After his leave, they both can't believe that he's fearless even after a discussion with their scary father. Jin returns outside in one piece, shocking the rest of his siblings. He tells Luna to go and chat with Kieran, even mocking his siblings by keeping the information private. Kashmir does return outside, but this man looks like he had the worst time of his life. Miyu is upset that an outsider entered the Garden of Swords without approval. Luntia doesn't want her to keep yapping since they've already done their part of the job. Jin sincerely apologizes to his sister for the trouble. He's going to leave again and prioritize his training. He bids his siblings farewell. A month passed. In the underground training hall, Elisa Badger is training this man like crazy. He's taken 30 losses against this woman in a row, but his ambition and spirit to fight has yet to be quelled. He's ready to eat his 31st defeat. The Zyphel clan publicly addressed the deaths of both Andre and the Wind Dragon. They didn't focus on what caused the death, but many rumors spread regarding his assassination. The most convincing rumor was believed that he fought and lost against the Runkindels. Of course, many thought that a war was soon to follow. Many factions were offering favors to the Runkindels, bestowing them with gifts for their requests. Sieran is such a gigachad. He turned down the gifts and accepted the requests anyway, because he's playing the long game. Unfortunately, Sieran has to deal with Jin's mess because of his proactive moves. He tells Khan about his return to the Dark Sea, but it seems that Kashmir is in an important conversation with the Patriarch, so he wants his messages delivered even if he's fighting the monsters in the Dark Sea. Going back to Jin's training, he's sharpening his swordsmanship. Even after swinging his weapon 10,000 times, this man still can't find himself facing Luna. Even though he's reached 5 stars in both swordsmanship and magic, Jin is unimpressed with his level of strength. He is working himself to the bone to get stronger. He wishes to overcome his siblings in the 5 years he's been given. Kashmir is worried for his overtraining despite his talents as a Runkandel swordmaster. Enya is also here for a surprise visit. She's concerned about Jin's swollen and bleeding hands. Kashmir reminds him that his enemies will be much stronger in the future, but it's likely that he will harm himself by overtraining through impatience. It's basically like ego lifting above his level. Jin admits that he's in the wrong here, even though he can't stop himself from giving his absolute best. Kashmir thinks that he should be proud of his current level of effort. He wants to contribute by adding something fun to his training routine. He was then given the recommendation to spar against a powerful foe. Jin thinks Kashmir is inviting him to challenge the swordmaster. Though he acts like a coward in front of him, Kashmir is actually crazy strong with his sword skills. It's a reason they call him the Phantom Sword, and why he was recommended as a Runkandel instructor. Kashmir wants to fight him when he's ready, but before he gets to that level, Jin has a different opponent to face. That's how his wife, Elisa, came into the picture. Jin was given 6 months to try and defeat Elisa. He was granted permission to use every single skill without holding back. Yulia was scared because the little girl didn't want her mother to fight, but Elisa welcomed the opportunity. Initially, our boy didn't have a great impression of Elisa apart from her impressive physique. Well, that is until Yulia dissed him so hard by calling him weak as hell, especially when you know she is physically incapable of speaking lies. Elisa was okay with challenging Jin every day for 6 months straight. She didn't think of it as a burden. 2 days passed and Jin found himself challenging the physical powerhouse before him. She explains that her only rule is to never go easy on anyone. Elisa is hoping Jin won't lose heart after taking his first L. It was here when he realized that the challenge to defeat her in 6 months is realistic. When the fight began, one single punch from Elisa took everything in Jin's arsenal to block. She was impressed that he could counter the move. Jin followed by using light magic, momentarily blinding her. Then he lunged forth to strike, exposing himself to a huge opening. And that is when he realized he fucked up. Elisa wound up with such a powerful punch that it sent this man flying. Elisa was impressed by Jin's ability to make 2 attacks on the first day. Even though she held back in her first punch, Elisa was surprised by Jin's blinding spell which he had casted on his sword before the fight began. But his tricks weren't enough to bypass Elisa's raw power. Even so, she thinks he was using strategy to his advantage, which is how he overcame opponents far stronger than him. It's not that Jin is overpowered, it's that he has mastered the art of creating opportunities for himself. While she's impressed, Jin is at a loss. He exposed every trick in his playbook and still shamefully lost. This is the level of difficulty he was up against, and the monster he had to overcome in the 6 months ahead. It was exciting for both fighters. 1 month has passed, and we're back to Kiron's fight against the monsters of the Dark Sea. Khan comes to deliver an important message from Kashmir. The letter is written with so much care and attention that it's looking like this man is confessing his love or something. Sharon is damn pissed because Kashmir didn't do as he was told. He wanted to be updated on Jin's progress. The letter is mostly a yap festival, but it does have a part regarding Jin's progress. It's mentioned in the report how Jin has been losing countless times against Kashmir, but the more they fight, the longer he's able to survive. He has incurred 40 losses straight, but something about this report makes Kieran exceptionally happy. The Patriarch learns that Jin lasted over 120 moves in their latest fight. It means he's doing everything in his power to overcome his previous limits. Kieran is so happy for his son that he almost didn't want the boy to leave the clan because he deems him worthy to be a successor. It's never been clear about which child he truly wanted to be named a successor. Even though Joshua is the leading candidate for throne, it is not from the interest of the Patriarch. Khan emphasizes that Jin is far too young to be called a worthy candidate. He thinks Jin lacks the ferocity and the objective approach, and that's the only thing Joshua has a lead on. Before sending Khan away, the Patriarch wonders why the letter arrived 10 days after it was submitted. Khan explains that he was fighting monsters on the way, so the Patriarch uses a mana blade to tear apart their surroundings, clearing a path for Khan's return. He hopes the following messages will be delivered sooner. Back to Jin's training. He's fought Elisa over 90 times now. He's getting harder to beat after every match, but it's something that he must do in order to overcome Elisa's strength. Instead of going out to enjoy dessert, Jin maintains his practice, sharpening his speed of growth. Elisa notes that the boy's aura is completely in sync with mana, skyrocketing his growth thanks to the power of Shadow Force. She thinks that his talents and abilities would have been useless if not for his relentless perseverance to improve his skills. Elisa is happy, as she is predicting her defeat very soon. The next day, Jin exchanges blow for blow against the martial artist. Elisa thinks that she's got the upper hand, but suffers a brutal slash. A critical strike has massively wounded her. She hasn't been injured in a long time. Jin calls for Enya and thinks that he won purely by chance. She could have dodged it, but she went all in. He was careful enough to fool her with Shadow Force. Elisa's skills are getting sloppy ever since her retirement. She's already lost, much sooner than predicted. But Jin is at odds. He doesn't want to consider this match his victory. That's a champion-level mindset, if you ask me. Elisa emphasizes that it is still something to think about. Jin's improvement has skyrocketed in the past 3 months. His endless desire to improve fuels his training, and he's set to reach 6 stars in his skills. That will be the decisive moment of Elisa's defeat. Winter has arrived. Murakhan is enjoying ice pops despite the cold weather. He wanted to get some for Jilly because she likes them. Jin has an important matter to discuss with Kashmir. It is regarding Bishkal, the leading candidate successor for his clan. Jin wants information on the guy. Kashmir explains that it's hinted that Bishkal is cooperating with the Kinzalo. He goes to a special art workshop owned by Bubare, another officer among the Kinzalo organization. When it comes to relationships, it seems that Bubare has a greater rank in the organization, which is also why Bishkal came to fight in his stead at the banquet. But what's bothering Jin is Kinzalo's association with Bishkal. When it comes to the incidents of his previous life, all major clans had a major time dealing with the Kinzalo, proving their strength. While Yulia is annoying the shit out of Murakhan, Jin is curious if Kashmir was able to gather information on Alu, the fallen owner of the auction house. Apparently, nothing about him is out in the open. Jin thinks that someone is taking active procedures to cover this guy's tracks. He almost regrets killing him so soon. Our boy is happy for Kashmir wingmanning so much information to him. He's indebted to his dedication. As for Jin, he has to go spar with Eliza, but this time he wants Kashmir to come see the fruits of his efforts. In the training arena, Eliza certainly wasn't expecting her husband to come see her lose. After all, she's confident that Jin will defeat her in this match. Jin claims that he will forever remember her as an amazing training partner and friend. Kashmir is utterly stumped. He can't believe that Jin has overcome the skill level in 3 months. The fight begins as Jin calls forth his newest summon skill. A beautiful shadow phoenix emerges from magic. After reaching 6 stars in magic sorcery, a sorcerer is qualified to enter a pact with a phoenix. This pact is kept secret, as only the sorcerer can open the dimensional gate to summon the phoenix. On the contrary, it's the phoenix which selects the sorcerer, which is why many magicians desperately cling to the hopes of being selected one day. Among the phoenixes, there existed the rarest of them all, the blue phoenix Tess. This bird has only accepted the calling of the strongest sorcerers in history. With his preparations ready, Jin and Elisa begin their fight. She lunges forth to crush him, but Tess makes the first move by using a high-level flame spell. There is an additional effect of the flames as it affects Elisa's powers. She senses that the skill pressure is being used. She doesn't have long to finish the fight. Jin closes the distance by attacking her and putting her on edge. He overwhelms her with a wind spell. Fortunately, Jin has faced her enough times to figure out that she prioritizes a dominating style of fighting. She prefers gaining control quickly, and that's exactly what Jin is aiming to exploit in this battle. He exploits her in close range with his sword skills. Then, he follows it up with fire magic, further putting Elisa on edge. She's cornered due to the Phoenix's flames and Jin's forward strike. Elisa realizes that dodging won't get her out of this sticky situation. She uses her full power to catch his blade mid-swing and even endures the flame attack. Elisa prepares to finish him off, but Jin is surprisingly nowhere to be found. It's impossible because she clearly felt him. Elisa suddenly realizes that the pressure trait dulled her senses. Jin uses this critical moment to attack her and win the fight, this time without any doubts. Realizing that he must have overdone it, Jin calls for Enya's help to heal Elisa. After his match, both Murakhan and Quiquintel are starstruck when they find out Jin won. It rocked their world, not because it was Elisa that he beat, but because he summoned the Phoenix Tease itself. Quiquintel cripples to her knees upon that discovery. After Elisa's recovery, Jin explains that he planned his winning strategy back when they first fought each other. They both enjoyed the sparring session. Jin has made a remarkable accomplishment to defeat the captain of a task force, and he's not even 16 yet. Both Murakhan and Quiquintel arrive in a rush, begging to talk to Tess. Jin does as he is instructed while Quiquintel plummets to greet the ruler of the Fire Realm. Murakhan is as arrogant as he used to be. They seem to know each other for some reason, with Quiquintel shivering in fear. After returning Tess to its dimension, Murakhan explains the reason as to why Tess is such a big deal. Apparently, it's not even the creature's true form. It rules over the Fire Realm, a place where dragons and phoenixes thrive. It's a place well beyond the understanding of even the gods themselves. But that's not all. There was one time when the gods dared to enter the Fire Realm along with their dragons. But when that happened, Tess was extremely offended and unleashed his ultimate power. Tess became responsible for slaughtering 5 gods and even defeating dragons. Jin is stumped to discover its true power. Unfortunately, he can't deploy the full use of its powers in the real world. Even if Jin became the peak of power, it would be impossible. It's a penalty for crossing over to the other dimension, which is the same reason the gods proved useless against Tess in the Fire Realm. So the same can be said of its powers in this realm. But even then, the Phoenix is powerful enough to turn anything to ashes. Murakhan emphasizes that all the dragons are scared shitless of that monster. He does share that Tess has taken a liking to Jin, who contemplates how powerful Tess truly is. It means that he could use its powers to defeat the Zyphals one day. A month passed. Patriarch Sieran Runkendel learned that his son was chosen by the god of the Fire Realm. More importantly, Jin's swordsmanship skills are skyrocketing over other aspects of his abilities. Sieran explores a different topic. He has come to know of Ron Heron's grandson, and an assassination mission linked to participating in a competition. Jin learns from Kashmir about the Arena of Cosmos, which might help him face off against Dante Hiron, who is a pureblood of the powerful Hiron clan. The Patriarch used to rival Karen's strength before he surpassed everyone and became a Divine Star Knight. Jin's interest peaked after that information, but he's still displaying signs of uncertainty. Kashmir emphasizes that this is the only opportunity he has to face off against a prodigious pureblood of the Heron clan. Because of Kashmir's insistence, Jin decides to accept. He realizes what's going on, and what Kashmir was tasked with when his father had a private meeting with him. The Runkendel Patriarch wants the boy to focus on his swordsmanship above all, and Kashmir is following commands because he has no choice. He has already prepared a trip for Jin. It's been a while since he has executed a solo mission since Mamet Lawless. In fact, the Arena of Cosmos is much worse compared to that place. It's a brutal arena where competitors are allowed to use any kind of weapon to kill their opponents. Even killing opponents before the match is permitted. So the fact that Dante Heron, a renowned pureblood, is participating in a vile competition, Jin is really surprised by his participation. But still, he's happy to face that guy as long as it allows him an opportunity to grow. Speaking of growth, Veridine Zyphal is also in this competition. Jin arrives to sign up for the tournament, but instead, he's told to scatter as the registration phase has already ended. The grumpy receptionist doesn't actually care for any kind of regulation. He just wants Jin to leave. Happy to teach him a lesson, Jin whacks a bunch of gold coins in his face, sending him to the ground. Apparently this guy is a weirdo who really liked Jin's brutal approach. He's ready to sign him up just for that. The dude he just kicked down is the master of the island and the pirate king Cosmos himself. Jin is in group 13. The dude guiding him to the place tells Jin that one other dude punched the captain right in the face, and that it would have been fun if they fought each other. Jin is open to fighting this mystery man in the finals. He isn't even given a proper space to stay. It seems that a bunch of guys stay in a cell, which provokes them to fight each other. After all, it's not supposed to be a fair game. One guy confronts Jin in order to mess with him, but our boy has enough experience under his belt. He's ready to smoke everyone if they don't leave by the 3rd second. The countdown finishes as Jin absolutely destroys the dudes in his cell. Now that he's made a polite introduction, Jin challenges his next few opponents, who foolishly lunge at him, thinking they'll kill the newbie. It takes our boy a few seconds to cut apart their limbs. This place is full of disgusting criminals even worse than Ma Meat. Jin is going to have a lot of fun defeating everyone for the few days to come. When the guide arrives at his cell, he's shocked that Jin has run through his entire competition already. He's not interested in killing them yet. The guide tells him to observe Group 1 and 2, as he may end up fighting them soon. Arriving at the arena, Jin observes the grand setting. There's a lot of people in the stands, but nobody is likely to recognize him. A bunch of them are busy chatting about a mysterious fighter who knocked out the entirety of his group. Strangely, the people seem to have caught wind of the fact that a Runkandel flag bearer has infiltrated the competition. This fact shouldn't be known to the general public. So Jin is surprised and takes a seat next to the clowns who are assuming the flag bearer is actually Jin Runkandel. Jin doesn't understand what's going on. He thinks it shouldn't be possible for people to know about him so vividly. Jin thinks that it's possible one of the twins has come to the competition. The captain of the arena takes the big stage. Cosmos is cheered and loved by the crowds as he promised to help challenges achieve their dreams. The competition is set between 14 participants in 13 groups, so nearly 200 martial artists are here to fight. The first match is between a fighter called Mantis versus a strange swordsman called Paul Mick, but the boy looks so young to be fighting at this stage. Jin thinks he's probably a 13-year-old at best. Then he remembers the words of the guide who told him about the other young boy punching down their captain. The match begins and immediately ends with Paul's instant slash. Mantis hits the ground with no one even being capable of discerning what happened. Jin recognizes Paul's ferocity, who cleaved his opponent's head clean with a single strike. This could only mean one thing. He's Dante Heron operating under a false name. Pumped by this epic fight, Veradine the Loudmouth places his bets on Paul. Jin is shocked to see this guy popping out of nowhere, as he didn't know of his participation. Veradine takes the crowd and rests his money on Paul. He's acting far too casual to be on a mission. Suddenly, the annoying sorcerer notices Jin Runkandel from the stands. Paul remembers meeting Veradine at a Zyphal banquet, but didn't think he'd be happy seeing his amazing performance. The two of them are happy, while Jin is just annoyed. Before the next match, Cosmos interviews Paul on his post-win feelings. Paul is happy to have exterminated a vile scum, and seems like a righteous fighter. Cosmos is almost offended and reminds the young swordsman that his provocative words will make every pirate here his enemy. With that, the preparation for the next match begins. Jin observed the following few matches, but found himself bored. It's clear that Paul Mick is Dante Heron in secret. His swordsmanship is too impressive for his age. At this point, the boy wonders if he can overcome this guy in a show of pure swordsmanship. He could easily defeat him using his other skills, but that's not what he wants. Jin's match is delayed until the rest of the fights are finished. But for the time being, he's focused on beating down the pirates in his cell. Paul, specifically exhausted from surviving his long fights, walks beside the cells. Before leaving for the arena of Cosmos, Veradine had shortly learned about the competition through a Zyphal elder. He was informed about Dante's participation in the tournament, and sent on a mission to observe the swordsman's powers. Veradine came here for information gathering and collecting precious money in the process. He's bored to death with how the matches are going, and wonders where the actually strong participants went. That's when Veradine learned that Jin Grey was also here, not just to spectate, but also fight. With most of his battles finished, Jin is exhausted. 35 martial artists are already dead, but only 5 of them died in the arena. Most of the deaths are occurring outside the arena, giving even Jin a run for his money since he can't even sleep unguarded. He is alerted by the sound of footsteps. Someone is making their way, and they're not showing any signs of concealing their power. That means whoever it is must be quite strong. Suddenly, Jin notices an exhausted Dante Heron, begging for a chance to talk. He strikes him a deal to guard each other while they're sleeping. He has observed Jin's skills, so he knows he's quite capable. Dante collapses without being able to say another word. Jin thinks it's shameful that the Heron clan doesn't train its warriors to survive sleepless nights. But it's not just because of that. It's because Dante has been a part of so many battles that he can't possibly go on any longer. There's a few pirates tailing him to strike him down, but what they didn't expect was Jin Runkandel popping out like Slender Man and cutting them down. He threatens their life if they dare to approach the cell. One of the pirates tries to explain that they didn't come here for him, but rather Paul Mick. Jin catches a poisonous spear with his bare hands. He's pissed more than ever that they were targeting a young boy to death. By the time Dante woke up from his slumber, Jin had already carried out his share of the battles. He explains the association of the pirates who came to hunt Dante. Their real mission was to kidnap a Runkendel clan member. Dante is extremely indebted to Jin's help. He laughs at the idea that they hunted him for being a Runkandel. Since he's indebted to Jin, the guy returns the favor by partially exposing his connection to the Vymonth Empire. Jin understands and doesn't complain. Since Jin protected him while he was asleep, Dante is ready to return the favor and get back to him. Our boy desperately needed to hear that from him, because he's also pretty tired and plops to sleep. He tells Dante to wake him up before the matches begin. Without another word, Jin goes right to sleep. Dante's impression of him is unique, as he may seem unapproachable on the outside, but is kind on the inside. The crooks of the arena are all slashed to pieces by Paul Mick, who keeps winning his fights with just one attack every time. On the other side, Jin is marking his impressive line of victories. The crowd finds itself cheering for him, and some of them wonder if he's stronger than Paul Mick. In any case, both Jin and Paul are being cheered as the favorites of the crowd. A secret group is acting against them, plotting a devious scheme. They want to ensure their demise even before the fight begins. The guide comes to remind them all that it's going to be impossible to take them down, as both Jin and Paul are incredibly strong. Realizing that they really don't have a way to kill them off, the crooks decide to fix matches instead of risking their lives. The Pirate King Cosmos is frustrated to hear about their scheming behind his back. Since the matches are all getting boring, he decides to switch up all the matchups, making sure only Paul and Jin are guaranteed a spot at the finals. As for the crooks secretly planning to fix matches, they'll find themselves a victim against either of the prodigies. Cosmos thinks that the betting game on Jin and Paul is enough to make them a boatload of money. The following day, Veradine observes the state of the final match. He's excited to see which of the two sword fighters will come out on top. His subordinates have a feeling Paul will win this fight, thanks to his incredible swordsmanship. But for Veradine, he's a simp for Jin, so he placed all the money on Jin's victory. An insane amount, but the odds aren't looking great in his favor. Cosmos seems to have a lot of money. Veradine is looking to steal some of that cash through this fight. Cosmos finally announces the final match, but my poor guy gets assaulted by the crowd for halting their excitement. They just want to see the match between the Grim Reaper and Paul get going already. Cosmos skips the lame chat and roars the announcement of Paul Mick. The expert swordsman prodigy arrives fully prepared for this fight. His opponent stands on the opposite side, the Grim Reaper of Group 13. Veradine is cheering for him like his biggest fan. The knights stare each other down as the fight finally begins. Instead of making the first move instantly, they're incredibly perceptive of each other's movements. Paul explodes with his inhuman speed, giving Jin barely the chance to block the attack and respond. He knows Jin is strong enough to fend off against his normal tricks, so Paul whips out a full-blown attack. Jin reinforces his sword to respond. The fighters clash against each other in an epic display. With their blades responding to every strike, both Jin and Dante are at equal footing. Only Dante's first attack was at his top speed, but now he's focused on a conservative approach on saving his energy. Jin's strategy is to match his opponent's speed. They're fighting incredibly fast in a small arena. Veradine is impressed, almost excited even. Jin's opponent recommends that he use whatever it is in his arsenal and shows him what his top speed really looks like. Jin is caught off guard, barely evading a strike. Unfortunately, he suffers a blow in the process, and is getting forced into a back foot. The crowd goes wild for Dante's performance, cheering his name as Paul Mick. Jin assesses his situation, realizing that Dante exercises an incredibly destructive swordsmanship style. Thanks to his body, he can prolong the fight and overwhelm anyone in the fight to outlast. From Dante's perspective, he's unimpressed by Jin's strength so far, preparing to deal the final blow. But he's unfamiliar with our boy's game, as one terrifying glance from Jin alerts Dante to leap away in defense. He sensed an incredible feeling rising from inside of his opponent. Dante knew that if he had connected that attack, Jin would have used a different move to finish him off. He is right, because he was planning to use Shadow Force after how hard he was pushed into a corner. Jin believes it's his turn to respond. He takes the fight seriously. Each of his downward slashes are the same strength as the previous, with no loss in energy. Dante is pushed to a corner, realizing that he will meet his end if he stalls like this. Jin is seriously annoyed that Dante is choosing to withhold his powers, instead of facing him with full strength. He reveals Dante's true name, acknowledging his connection to the Hiron family. Dante apologizes for hesitating, and thus begins round 2 between the two fighters. Jin and Dante maintain their stance, this time fighting with full strength. Their first clash is a brutal one, with the following attacks pushing Jin away. He reacts with a vicious upward slash, acquiring an opening to overwhelm Dante. With every attack, Jin is physically stunned. His opponent is showing no signs of quitting in this battle. The reality is, Jin is facing a prodigy that only appears after centuries. Dante has a sky-high potential, which was weakened because of the boy's physical strength. It's the same way Jin lived his first life with a curse. Dante's current physical strength is a testament to the hardships he has endured all on his own, to have gotten this far. Jin acknowledges every aspect of his efforts. Meanwhile, Dante believes that the youngest Runkendel was blessed with everything he could ever ask for right at the beginning of his life. But despite his talent and perfect physique, there is also a sense of desperation and dread. It's a kind of anger, an anger that clings to the desperation of becoming the best. The only goal for why he suffered so much so many times in his training. It's an exchange of blows, as both fighters know the feeling of despair. They both pick themselves from the brink of total collapse. But there's a cost that Dante's body has to pay for driving itself to the limits. However, even Jin knows that if he didn't make the finishing move, it would be insulting to his opponent. With a heavy heart, he reaches to slash Dante but stops at the final second, unable to kill the boy. Dante instantly faints while Jin calls for a doctor. Fortunately, Veridine has already jumped to the stage to heal the boy, promising to save Dante. But it's impossible, as Dante's condition has been taken a step too far. He is facing aura overload and has destroyed everything inside his body. There's only one way to save the boy. Veridine hopes that this encounter between the three remains a secret. The Zyphal servants try to stop him, but Veridine isn't having any of it. He shows his association to the clan in the arena. Cosmos is scared for his life and immediately forbids anyone from intervening in the fight. What Veridine is holding is a special object called the blood of the numerous. He was once the god of hope. After his death, he left his tears and blood behind. One could bring back the dead, while the other could heal any illness in an instant. Both were considered invaluable to the world, with many clans actively proposing to hunt down his remains. And now, Veridine possessed the blood of that same fallen god. He is planning to use it for Dante, despite the Zyphal clan's terrible relationship with the Hyrons. It's beyond logic as to why he would do this, but Veridine strongly believes in his values, and thus the healing process is successful. Dante regains his consciousness thanks to the rare artifact. It is still beyond Jin's understanding that he would do such a thing. Veridine reminds everyone that he just suffered a major loss by curing him. Jin thinks he's going to propose a major offer in return for the gift, but all Veridine seeks is a bunch of drinks to hang out with Jin. Our boy is baffled by his stupidly generous offer. He once believed Veridine was a fool, but he's more respectable than he thought. They dap each other like they're the homies for life. The same night, Jin is enjoying drinks with Veridine and Dante. He secured the prize money and the bet money after nearly costing his life in the arena. Jin is generous enough to slide half the money to Dante for his clan. Poor Veridine is jealous as hell that he doesn't get to have a gift. Jin opens the treasure box and finds a map inside. He tosses Veridine an empty box for the keeping. Jin shares his annoyance with Dante, who ultimately decided to hide his strongest move. But Dante thinks it's fine because Jin was hiding his abilities too. He welcomes the opportunity to fight again, this time without holding back. Veridine is excited for the future where they will all lead each other's clans. He even entertains the idea of just chilling for a while for a change of pace. Jin is happy that the next Zyphal patriarch is a kind fool. Veridine is offended by the remark, but it is true. All three of them may be enemies, but they will someday have to face each other. Jin wonders what will become of their relationship. Suddenly, Veridine remembers to bring up something important. He's heard of the rumor of someone impersonating his name. Dante is shocked, questioning who could even have the balls to impersonate such a high-ranking member of the Zyphal clan. Veridine doesn't know either. He doesn't want to blame Jin, but clearly he doesn't know that our boy was indeed the culprit. Jin asks what their initiative is to capture the impersonator. Jin recommends they stray away from pursuing the rumor. He thinks the people will make fun of the Zyphal clan for chasing an impersonator. Veridine is somehow persuaded by this simple suggestion. Jin hastens to make his leave because he has a bunch of things to take care of. Before leaving, Veridine calls him a friend. Jin pauses, smiling in acceptance. Circling back to Kieran, he's annoyed reading long letters of Kashmir every time. In this letter, he finds that Jin won against Dante and finally climbed to the 6-star swordsmanship level. The patriarch is agitated with Kashmir and hopes to have a one-on-one conversation with him soon. Back at his castle, Kashmir feels a cold feeling embracing him. He realizes some bullshit is going to catch him by surprise. Kashmir requests seeing the map he acquired from the competition. The map confuses him as he's never seen something like it before. It's unclear and imprecise in its destination. Yulia sparks an interest with the map and points to a strange location on the map, sensing something so tragic and horrifying that it forces her to cry. Kashmir is alerted as Murakan realizes her powers are experiencing a sudden overload. The guardian dragon is necessary to calm her down. Latri rushes to find her. The young dragon helps calm her down in her state. Even a worried Elisa comes rushing to the scene. Fortunately, Latri was able to calm her down to a state of sleep. Murakan is interested in learning what the girl saw in her vision. Latri explains that it was a hint of the past. It happens when a contractor of Asmil looks into an object filled with feelings. It could have been much worse if Latri didn't hurry to the scene. Latri describes the vision Yulia saw. On an ancient land, lived the natives who served their god and stayed away from the outside world. But then, certain people, namely the Zyphals, arrived and approached the locals. The magicians began asking for more and more from the locals, until one day they killed a child. After the killing of one child, The Xiphals killed many natives in search of a divine artifact. Jin, overhearing this conversation, connects the dots in his head. He requests Latri to illustrate the design of the artifact. He explains that it looked like a silver mirror, which confirms Jin's suspicions. It's the object from his future, the Well of Mana. The Xiphals intruded Colin for the artifact, driving its people into hard labor. Jin even discovered how they made biological golems out of those people. This means the map is actually pointing to the location of the artifact. Jin is lucky to have obtained an incredibly valuable map from Cosmos. Murakhan observes his interest and asks if he knows something. Jin feigns ignorance and apologizes to Kashmir for what happened to Yulia. Of course, it's not his fault, as she's a divine contractor. Latri is going to stay by her side to ensure Yulia's recovery. Kashmir recommends that they move on to find the object. His organization will first interpret the language of the map to understand proper directions. Jin knows that it would be impossible since most of the natives of the land have already been killed by the Xiphals. The people who know the language are confined in Colin, so it's a real guess if they'll be able to obtain the Well of Mana before the Xiphals are able to. 2 weeks after the incident with Yulia, a drunkard collapses in the middle of the night. Jin helps him out, offering him another drink for a conversation. Our boy uncovers information from him while he's defenseless. The man explains that his tribe is in a place far away, which is as big of a hint as any. Jin whips out the map, requesting him to read and translate. But when he spots the symbol at the top, the man spirals out of control, realizing that he's been set up. Jin freely exposes the identity of the two dragons. Murakhan is offended that he slipped up so much information with such ease. The guy is assured that he's not dealing with the Xiphals, but still shocked that they were able to pin him down. Jin explains how they came to learn about the tragedies that took place in Kolon. They wanted to find someone to translate the map, and coincidentally managed to locate this guy. Of course, even that dude knows it's not because of sheer coincidence, but he's happy to introduce them to his sister. The woman in question had been anticipating their arrival. Even Murakhan finds it strange that Raosa has been waiting for them in advance. She's the definition of divinity, a person of significance from her land. Raosa proves her powers by cleverly writing out Jin's powers, and even knowing about Murakhan and Latri. She has an aura that transcends all. Jin immediately realizes that he's dealing with an actual god. Raosa emphasizes that she is but a mere vessel, and that if she truly were a god, Colin wouldn't have been lost to their invaders. Murakhan spells her doom, as her powers are not going to last for much longer. Raosa confirms this fact, confirming the Dark Dragon's observation. Raosa takes the map and translates word for word what it means. The message shatters her soul as it was written by her grandfather. Thankfully, the map didn't fall into the hands of the Xiphals and met Jin instead. Murakhan wants to strike a deal with the woman since they're en route to visit Colin soon. Raosa shocks Jin, surprising him about his connection with Soldaret. Since it has been a while, Raosa plans to expunge all her divine powers to summon the God of Darkness. Jin likes the deal and decides to head over to Colin at once. He's unsure whether he could save the lives of the locals, but he promises to do his best. Raosa explains everything there is for him to know about when it comes to the Colin territory. Jin, Murakhan, and Kashmir all arrive at the location. It used to be an open location in his past life, but now, since he executed a mission while he was a cadet, it's clear that they have taken measures to close the place down. The journalist that exposed the existence of the Well of Mana will never be able to carry out his will in this timeline. Kashmir loses hope, but Jin and Murakhan don't care if the place is closed. They're still going in, and the reason is simple. The board is probably a placeholder. There are no guards on site, and there aren't any spells either. Suddenly, Murakhan senses the presence of people. They're the natives who are mining for labor. A pureblood Xiphal is enjoying himself. This man is none other than Muron Xiphal, the madman of the Magic Tower. He's a brother to Veradine and commits crimes like crazy. Since he's a strong sorcerer with 8 stars in magic, he doesn't require any guards around him. Murakhan is a feisty one and wants to kill Muron using the direct approach. But Jin doesn't fancy the idea, because he thinks that there will be problems if they keep killing higher members of Zeiss like Andre. Before they kill Muron, they need a valid reason. Just when they were having this conversation, the journalist Dino Jaglin popped out of the scene. Jin catches him and realizes this is the same guy who became responsible for exposing the Xiphals in his past life. It means that the nerd had been coming here all by himself, challenging the likes of the Xiphals without any powers. Jin is really impressed and curiously asks what he's writing about. Dino concerningly asks about their association. Jin relieves him by stating that they're also just passing by. Since they both share a common goal, it's best to ally with the journalist. Murakhan really doesn't like that approach. Kashmir thinks it's good to follow the journalist who already knows what's going around in the area. This could even help them conduct a sound reason for an attack on the Xiphals. Hesitantly, Dino puts forward his findings. He's investigated many natives and learned about them. Interestingly, Dino knows about Muron and has shared a few drinks with him to get answers out of the guy. He's so clumsy that he would let anyone pass unnoticed. Sensing an opportunity, Jin asks the journalist for a favor. Muron is annoyed by his elders, who assigned him a boring mission as punishment for a prank. He's as drunk as ever when Dino comes around, acting like an old buddy to him. Micron is happy, but suspicious of the people he's brought along. Dino explains that he's with travelers and apologizes for getting ahead of himself. Jin introduces himself in kind to the mad sorcerer. Jin happened to learn a lot about Miuran thanks to Varadine's yapping. Even Varadine doesn't think highly of him, since he's just a wretched mess of their clan. Varadine imparted Jin with an important warning to never challenge his brother, since he's the worst of the worst. Right now that same guy is acting like a clown in front of a Runkindel without knowing. Micron picks apart the journalist's identity. He's slowly growing suspicious of Dino, and comes to a sudden realization. Why did he interview the natives at all? Both Jin and Murakhan realize that this is a huge problem now. Micron had to torture the ones he interviewed, and even erased evidence of their lives. He reduces to a maniacal laughter before calling the dear journalist a fool for acting reckless. At last, Muron reveals that he knows about Jin's identity as a Runkandel. He thinks Dino is secretly connected to them. Murakhan grabs Dino as the sorcerer commences his first attack. Jin is surprised to note that Muron had activated a shield of mana, something that not even he could detect. Murakhan emphasizes that such a feat should be impossible, so their opponent is holding some nasty secrets. Muron immediately identifies Jin Runkindel. While our boy is interested in learning how he was able to tell, he's even more interested in fighting him. Muron wants to know why he was assigned this specific mission. Jin fails to comply, making him further infuriated. The mad sorcerer initiates his first attack. Jin dodges his devastating beams, while Murakhan helps protect the natives by shielding them against the attacks. Dino tries to help the natives run away, but the poor people can't even utter a single word. Dino roars at the scumbag who ripped their throats, taking away their ability to speak forever. But this is the kind of madness Murakhan exercises on his victims. He has always wanted to punish the journalist for going behind his back and interviewing the locals. He pins the blame on him for being reckless. But while he's yapping, a punch comes flying in his face. It was exactly the kind of confession that Jin needed to hear, because now, he can really kick his ass without holding back. The Shadow Force ability has left Kashmir in shambles. The fact that Jin was able to drive an 8-star sorcerer to a corner. Even Muron suddenly realizes that the God of Darkness sided with the Runkandels once more. It means they broke the pact, which could jeopardize the existence of their clan. Jin and Murakhan can't sense anything from Muron's attack, making it hard to dodge his strikes. Muron doesn't really care about beating Jin. Rather, he's enjoying himself feasting on the misery of the locals. Jin wastes no time hearing his yap festival and charges to strike him down. With his super speed, he dodges Muron's wind magic attacks, to the point Jin is able to dash behind him, surprising the Zyphal again. The sorcerer panics and attempts to widen the distance, but Jin is simply cutting down everything in his path. He's nullifying magic thanks to the effects of the Shadow Force. But before Jin is able to pin him down, Muron engages him with his spell. Jin breaks free of the chains, impressing and exciting the Zyphal. He's happy to use everything in his arsenal to beat down Jin, who is exhausted and can't imagine a future where he safely escapes every spell. Both Murakhan and Kashmir are trying their best to help evacuate the people, but it's not going to help because the mad sorcerer has filled the entire landscape with his terrifying spells. Having them right where he wanted, Muron is happy to enjoy his fight with Jin Runkindel. Total destruction is unleashed as Jin makes his way through dozens of spells, but even he is caught off guard by the eroded land spell. Stepping on the land will siphon his magic energy. The only way out is through since he can't go back. Jin concentrates the bulk of his magic energy and counters Muron's spells. But there's something clearly wrong about his opponent, who can inexhaustibly use so much mana without draining his energy. What Muron has analyzed is that Jin knows a thing or two about magic, because he is carefully avoiding stepping into traps. From this analysis, Muron deduces that Jin Runkindel must also be a spellsword. The mad sorcerer isn't worried as he plans to overwhelm Jin with an even greater surge of mana. Mana backflow is the worst condition for a mana user to experience. It overwhelms their body and destroys organs from the inside. In a fight between two sorcerers, the inferior one experiences mana backflow, immediately determining the victor between the two. Since Runkindels don't have mana, they aren't overwhelmed by this ability. But for someone like Jin, it's basically an exploitable weakness. Muron is extremely confident, but that's exactly what Jin wanted by luring him in. He has prepared light magic to blind the sorcerer in the critical moment. The spell takes off as Muron is completely blinded to his senses. He can't see anything and realizes that Jin's next attack will likely be the finishing blow. But just in the nick of time, Muron is able to cast his escape at the expense of losing his hand. He mocks Jin for possessing both the powers of light and the dark. Jin is impressed by his opponent, and while Andre has more mana, Muron is the trickier opponent of the two. His battle experience indicates that Muron can use more tricks than just relying on mana backflow. The sorcerer chuckles, before admitting that the both of them are one and the same. Jin thinks he's trash-talking at the worst moment, but Muron is dead serious and reminds Jin that he's not going down anytime soon. Jin loses his patience and questions what the mad sorcerer is trying to imply with his words. Miuran is happy to inform him about the source of his powers and how he is able to use more mana than a typical 8-star sorcerer can. The reality is, this psychopath has been using the locals as his mana amplifiers. He's draining their energy to fuel his spells endlessly. So if Jin has to truly make sure Miuran is defeated, he will first have to kill those people. That's exactly the intention of the mad sorcerer, who wants to prove to Jin that their methods are one and the same. But one girl, a native, calls out the sorcerer's lies. She explains that he's actually using a divine artifact to increase his powers, instead of siphoning their energy. Jin is still surprised, because he wasn't expecting Miuran to discover the well of mana too soon. The woman whines as she confesses the sorcerer's brutal ways of torturing her people. Miuran is angered by her every word as she pleads with Jin Runkendel to kill this sadistic psychopath. Enraged by her words, he concentrates a spell to kill the woman, incinerating her body before his eyes. He's mad that she ruined his entertainment. But while this is happening, Dino calls out to Jin and highlights the importance of saving Tika, as she's the only hope of the colonites. Unfortunately, she's currently being incinerated by the secret spell of the Zyphals. He once heard about this spell from his teacher. The blue flames are impossible to extinguish once they're set off. Its only weakness? You burn the blue flames with an even more powerful flame. Remembering his teacher's words, Jin Runkendel unleashes the flames from the fire realm. Tess destroys the spell and helps secure the woman. Miuran Zyphal is utterly baffled, seeing Jin's command over the legendary phoenix. The mad sorcerer is speechless. What lies before him are the flames of a phoenix that has only chosen the greatest sorcerer of its time. So for the phoenix to choose a Runkandel spellsword, instead of someone from their clan, means that he's the one bound to become the greatest sorcerer of his generation. The woman opens her eyes, realizing that the flames are protecting her body instead. Jin is happy that she ratted out the sorcerer. She reminds him that Miuran is still using the divine artifact to his advantage, but he's yet to acquire its full power. He only learned about certain activation phrases thanks to torturing the people. She even knows that Rausa sent Jin to help the colonites. The woman is prepared to lead him to the location of the artifact. She begs Jin to end their lifelong suffering by defeating the mad sorcerer. Jin confronts Miuran, who is frustrated now that his plans have been ruined, and that Tess has chosen Jin over the Zyphals. The 6-star swordsman prepares his sword, ready to send this guy straight to hell. Miuran unleashes his might, emphasizing that he once loved a witch who shared ties with the king of the Dark Sea. The Zyphal wants to show Jin the true wrath of hell by unleashing his newfound powers. Tess respond with a column of flames, severely overwhelming the Zyphal. For some reason, Miuran's sudden transformation has enraged the phoenix. Murakun joins the fight after having evacuated the natives. He explains how fucked their current situation is. Miuran's body is soon going to be under the control of the Demon Beast King. They have to stop him before it happens. Murakun tells Jin to unleash the full might of his powers through Shadow Force. He amplifies Jin's Shadow Force and instructs him to sever the Dimension Gate. But before Jin could execute the attack, he is overwhelmed by mana backflow. So much so that his connection with Tess is wavering, as he's failing to maintain its presence. Mirwan smiles as he has finally brought Jin to his knees. The monster of the underworld is nearing its awakening. Jin musters every last bit of his courage to wield his sword. Giving everything into this one final attack, Jin slices down Miuran's body. The incantation is interrupted as the Dimension Gate collapses over Miuran Zyphal. The last of his remains are annihilated by Tess, leaving nothing but the scorched remains of his body. Jin notices that his final attack was different from all the other times he used it. It was further amplified by his Blade of the Heart skill. Miuran's crippled body collapses into pieces. The fight is finally over. Jin has experienced far too much strain on his body as he too falls unconscious. Regarding Miuran's staff, it's a special device only used by the Zyphal Tower Masters. Once waved, it activates a signal and sends it back to the tower. And that means the Zyphals have already learned about Miuran's fall. A mysterious presence restores Jin back to health. Murakun spews something inside his mouth. Jin coughs as Murakun explains that he just had a close encounter with death. It's only thanks to Murakun's remedy that he was able to outlive the effects. Jin's body is still a wreck, but Kashmir thinks he did an amazing job. The remedy was provided by the journalist, who uncovered it from Miuran one time. Tika introduces herself properly as the priestess acting on behalf of Ryosa. She crumbles into tears, offering her undying gratitude to Jin Runkandel, who put an end to the suffering of colonites. She reminds Jin of his mission, that Rausa had only tasked them to recover the divine artifact. Murakun is confused and wants to know more about the artifact, especially when he has lived for over 3,000 years and hasn't heard a word. Murakun has a bunch of questions regarding the god of Kulin. The god Clam is a deity not even Murakun has heard of. Kashmir suggests they look for the artifact at once, as they could come to face Zyphals soon. To add to that, Tika explains that they must first restore the artifact before acquiring it. They need to use the energy of the sun for that task, which is why the mission will be delayed until noon. An agitated Murakun can't find the patience to wait that long because the Zyphals must be en route to attack. Jin pieces together the information, but still thinks that there is something more than meets the eye. Since Muron is fully defeated and the wasteland is abandoned by the Xiphals, he doesn't comprehend how anyone could reach her unless there was a signal sent outside. The fact that Muron Xiphal was a tower master is common knowledge. Kashmir catches on to his words. The run candle highlights the importance of the present moment, as the signal has already been sent. Their worries are warranted, as Midor Elnor, another tower master serving the Xiphals, is on his way to investigate the cause. The staff was given to him for being a tower master. It's a huge deal. Kashmir knows little about the Xiphals, but the staff is a special object which helps gather sorcerers in time of need. Murakhan is stumped that Jin somehow knows this information when he doesn't. The Xiphals are continuously evolving at an immense rate. Jin excuses what he heard from Luna, when in reality, he remembered thanks to his teacher's memorable words. Nearly 100 sorcerers exist in every Xiphal tower, and a lot of them are around the 8-star level. Engaged against them in an actual fight when they also have to defend civilians, it's going to be a brutal battle. Jin inquires how long it would take them to arrive, and he learns that it's going to take a minimum of 2 hours. Given that time limit, he requests Kashmir for a favor in the time of need. Kashmir is alarmed as Jin's secretive plan could end up killing everyone involved. He wants Kashmir to relay the message to a person immediately, or else they are all doomed. The man accepts the condition and begs Jin to make it out alive. Murakhan and Tika are in preparations to restore the divine artifact. The locals have gathered, but Jin's condition is stagnating. His body reacts harshly as he's driven himself to his absolute limits. Murakhan is pissed that Muron refused to remain honorable in his defeat and instead called the sorcerers of the Watchtower. Jin requested for Luna's help last time, as she was their only hope. Murakhan is worried about Kashmir failing to reach them in time, because if he really doesn't, then they'll have to struggle and survive for as long as they possibly can. The minor tower master and his troops are on their way. They located the Kolan territory where the signal was received. They see no sign of Mayuran, implying his death. Hearing this news, Midor is vehemently enraged, promising to kill those who planned against his brother's demise. Murakhan scouts them from afar, confirming at least 30 powerful sorcerers boarded on 6 dragons. This is a lower-level fleet, which means an even powerful force will be sent after them if they subdue these guys. Murakhan could have annihilated every single one of these chumps in his prime, but because of Tamar's blade, he's still far from recovering his full strength. The Xiphal sorcerers descend with the younger fire dragons. They're actually red dragons, which are even weaker. Midor furiously introduces himself as the minor tower master of the Xiphals, demanding for Muron to be shown. Jin plays around, feigning ignorance. He doesn't remember this guy from his past life. Midor questions why they targeted his brother, and if they share association with the run candles. Before he can unleash his wrath, he calmly asks if Muron is still alive, ensuring that he will not harm them if they confirm his life. Jin is intrigued by his words, who is worried about his brother yet couldn't show mercy to the people of this land. A provoked Midor barely responds before he realizes that Muron has already been killed. He cannot forgive their sinful acts for mocking the clan. Midor readies his troops to attack their enemies, aiming for their capture. The charge spells are all at the 8-star level, so it's not going to be an easy fight for him. Fortunately, help has arrived in the form of an icy blizzard. Midor is shocked as all 8-star levels were interrupted. The one who is here to protect them is Talaris, the beautiful ruler of the secret palace, as well as her daughter. Her terrifying ice magic easily froze their spells. The Xiphals immediately recognize who they're dealing with. Thankfully, Kashmir sent them help just in time. Mercahan is impressed. Talaris has summoned the legendary Snow Toad Mott. She helps create an icy wall to talk to Jin. After all, Sira's mother is intrigued by the boy who gave her daughter a hard time. She's astonished to witness his critical condition. Talaris wants to know if he's the one responsible for killing Alcaro. This is bad news, because it means Cirrus ended up ratting out the information to her mother. Talaris reminds the boy that she bears no ill intent towards him. Instead, she's looking for a different lover, like Murakhan, for example. They're out here flirting with each other while Jin is near the brink of death. Talaris tells her daughter to look after Jin while she's wiping out those fools. Also, she's a strong believer in her daughter's love interest for Jin. She teases him endlessly, and leaves Jin with a reminder that if it weren't for her daughter, she would not have arrived to save him. Jin is left speechless, barely able to stand on his own 2 legs. Ceres catches him just before he hits the ground. She expected them to fight each other, but didn't know he was going to be this busy behind her back. Kashmir took the flowers and handed them to Talaris, as if he was desperate. He was clinging for his life to seek help from Talaris. Jin is happy to receive so much support from the kind people who have always helped him in the time of need. Jin coughs out dark blood, adding more concern. Ceres helps him with a medicine, unable to comprehend why anyone would go this far to fight. She almost feels embarrassed for him like this. Back to the fight against Midor, Talaris learns that he isn't a pureblood at all. Midor knows that he's in deep trouble, and the only way he will survive is by stalling for reinforcements. Talaris doesn't take kindly to their words, and has no intentions of backing off from Xiphal territory. With a glimpse of her power, she kills the Elder. The sorcerers deploy a bunch of barriers to help survive her wrath. Talaris takes care of the dragons with her ice magic. She's impressed that they're still keeping up with this farce, thinking that they'll be able to defeat her. Midor is confident that the Xiphals will come after the secret palace after his death. He activates a spell in point-blank range. Midor has been granted divinity to control high-level flame magic. But despite his spatial explosion magic, Talaris is unimpressed and happily decides to remind Midor what the secret palace is really about. She commands the technique of the Endorma clan, the same sword of sea ice that Cirrus used against Jin. Talaris launches a strong gale storm. It freezes the sorcerers to icy statues, crumbling Midor's resolve. The monster approaching him has just crushed their cute barrier. At the same time, she ripped an arm off of the Xiphal half-blood. That's how easy it was for her to defeat him. Talaris mocks him for being a stupid martial artist who can't even look at their opponent. Midor realizes that this woman is crazy enough to kill every single one of his reinforcements after they arrive. He contemplates the thoughts of death, when suddenly a portal opens from underneath, interrupting their fight. She is confused at first, but then realizes what just happened. More sorcerers from the Xiphals have arrived just in time to save the minor tower master. Talaris's barrier fades, but she's pissed more than ever. The Xiphal clan has brought along a giant battleship for Mayuran and Midor. Jin realizes that this situation has gotten much worse than he intended. Way too many of their important figures have been killed. While the battleship is a problem, the crew boarding the ship is an even bigger threat. The White Knight is an elite unit of the Xiphals sent for missions just like this. Talaris assesses the situation and recommends a retreat. She doesn't want to fuck around with those guys either. She's ready to help the natives leave the land, but Jin emphasizes that it's necessary for them to complete the ritual. Talaris does not take his response lightly. She has issued a strict order for them to follow. Jin tries his best to explain that they'll never have a chance to stop the Xiphals if the ritual is incomplete. He begs for Talaris's help on behalf of all the natives of the colon. She accepts his offer, assigning him an hour to hold off the White Knights. More importantly, she wishes to speak to Kieran after the fight ends. Whoa, looks like things are getting spicy. The ritual is underway when Jin begs Tika to complete the ritual at a faster rate, since they won't have time to survive the attack for the ship. Tika instructs the young Run Candle to leave the battlefield, especially in his dire state. She knows that they won't be able to subdue them until they discover the artifact. Jin stops Tika and places importance on completing the ritual. He didn't sacrifice this much just to leave things unattended. Tika knows of one way to complete the ritual faster, but it would have only been possible if Rausa was around. Ceres learns that she's in Tikan and tells Jin to board the Great Toad so that they can bring her over. Talaris sees them taking off. She's surprised by her child's guts to act by herself. She's got an even bigger role of delaying the White Knight battalion until then. Our Dragon Boy Murakan joins the fight, promising to help her out on this mission. The White Knight, an incredibly powerful unit of the Xiphals, announce their one and only order to the ruler of the secret palace. They want her to leave and let them handle the killer of Mayuran. Talaris points her blade, ordering them to bring the patriarch of their clan if they want a chance to negotiate. Since she didn't comply with their whims, the Xiphals unleashed the might of the battleship. A powerful spell descends upon Murakan, who punches through the attack, allowing Talaris to use her powers and send an icicle wave at the ship. The sorcerers defend using a powerful barrier. They know about Talaris, but what they don't know about is the guy who tanked their strong spell with just his fists. They view him as a competent fighter that must not be underestimated. The leader of the White Knight issues an order to link with their headquarters so that they can deploy the full might of their battleship. Meanwhile, Jin desperately arrives in Tikan, begging to see Rausa. She had been anticipating his return and was prepared to go along. Talaris maintains her attack on the battleship, while Murakan takes care of any damage incoming from the ship, acting as her perfect defense. She even helps him by coating his arms in ice, alleviating his pain. Murakan feels motivated. This dude chucks an entire boulder at the battleship. I'm telling you, he's the best character in the whole series. Talaris thinks they're good for now, since the White Knight unit shouldn't be able to use their strongest weapon in a place like this. They want their artifact, which means the fight is prolonging in their favor for the meantime. But that's exactly where she is wrong. The commander of the unit is simply waiting to deal the killing blow, and after receiving a direct order of approval from his clan, the battleship goes all quiet. Murakan wonders if they've decided to give up, but Talaris realizes they're in grave danger. An enormous amount of energy is concentrated into one powerful attack. Kiliak has just given them direct permission to annihilate the Kulin territory using the cannon. The leader of the unit issues a final warning for Talaris to obey their demands. She knows they're trapped with no way out. Ceres arrives at the final moment. Jin and his friends meet eyes with only destruction waiting before them. The cannon is released as an apocalyptic beam destroys everything in its path. Talaris casted a final attack right as the beam struck down. She was able to soften the beam strike with her sword of sea ice. Jin and the others are barely able to hold on. He activates Shadow Force to slash the remnants of the beam with his sword. Ceres notes that he's improved impressively, and despite his condition, he was still holding up with her. But with how they're currently holding, Jin is afraid he won't be able to help Rausa reach the ritual site. The ship isn't an easy opponent. It's just as powerful as Talaris, but the commander of the unit is shocked that she was able to stop the beam with her sword. He issues yet another warning for Talaris to stand down, but all she could afford to respond with is a laugh. Talaris isn't worried. The confident ruler of the secret palace emphasizes that she can't be defeated, even if they brought out the best Zyphal sorcerer. She turns the table on them, reminding the Zyphals how outclassed they really are. In response, the White Knight pitches that they could instead target the ones she is trying to protect. Talaris learns that if they're successfully capable of delivering Ryosa to the ritual site, they will win this battle. She's prepared to hold them down, allowing her daughter to get to the altar. This fight will decide the very existence of the secret palace. The Zyphal commander prepares for another beam strike, preparing to annihilate the Kulin territory from the face of the planet. Jin tasks Ceres the duty of protecting Rausa. He's going to carve a path by clearing the battle ahead. Ceres doesn't approve of his reckless approach, as he could very well risk dying in the process. He's okay with risking his life, as he would never have made it this far without their sacrifices. So now he's ready to risk his life for others. Rausa reminisces a bitter memory of her past. She was forced to flee from the land so that the Zyphals could never do her any harm. After all, their mission would be jeopardized as they would fail their god. The poor locals begged for her survival, prioritizing her life instead of their own. They wanted her to bring someone who could end their suffering. Unfortunately, those people were all incinerated by the Zyphals in the end. She was forced to flee the territory, all on her own. Then, she survived on an island with her flailing powers, waiting long for a savior to finally come to her. It was then Rausa had made her decision. Jin Runkandel is hell-bent on getting her to the ritual site, even if they die in the process. A tear runs down her face. Rausa had been waiting all her life to sacrifice her life for her people. The second destructive beam is about to be launched. Jin and Ceres make their way while Talaris slices the beam to hundreds of pieces. Jin has to protect Rausa and Ceres, trusting in his sword and sword alone to help him survive. Murakhan warns them of the incoming beam. The Zyphals are relentless in their attacks. Murakhan and Jin are fighting for their lives protecting Ceres and Rausa. Just when the Dark Dragon thought they were doing well, Jin suffered a brutal attack from one of the beams, sending him down. Even Ceres cries out in worry. She remembers his words, as he was ready to put down his own life to protect them. In her ferocity, Ceres loses her cool and gets injured in the process. She collapses on the ground, leaving Ryosa to fend for herself. Ceres commands her to keep on going or else their sacrifices would be in vain. With a heavy heart, Rausa prays to her god and keeps on moving. She has long since realized that prayers are not enough to overturn the war. Rausa is firm and has come to a decision. Jin Runkandel is in a space of emptiness. The void calls for his name, commanding that he wake up. When Jin opens his eyes, he bears witness to a future where Ceres has been killed. The Zyphal sorcerers won the war with the help of the blazing fire dragon. Murakhan was also killed by Khadun's hands. The patriarch of the Zyphals unleashed an all-out attack where not even Jin himself survived. Then, the penetrating voice of a god comes to welcome him, reflecting his choices to keep the battle going even after coming this far. He asks the boy if he is filled with regrets after involving so many people all at once. Despite his wavering resolve, Jin claims that he has yet to regret the decisions he made. His anger stems from a feeling of hopelessness, that he could not help influence the future, and that all of his friends fell to ruin because of his helplessness. He thinks of himself as a powerless warrior. The goddess likes what she hears and reminds him to maintain this mindset. She cleanses the future and at last introduces herself as Clam, the god who has waited many years for the boy's arrival. Jin fails to comprehend the meaning behind her words. The benevolent god explains that they don't have time to discuss. The path that lies ahead for the boy is full of pain and suffering. Jin in his anger realizes that the future he fears has yet to come to light. He regains his consciousness and wakes up after another headache. He was scared at first, but then he saw Ceres all alive and well. Murakhan smacks him for giving them a damn jump scare. The boy feared the worst, but it was all for nothing. Talaris is impressed that Jin was able to invoke the presence of a god. He still doesn't get what is happening. Rausa helped call forth a goddess with Jin's powers. It led to the destruction of the battleship. The White Knight sorcerers were defeated the moment she arrived. Now that she's using Rausa's body, she has donned a new appearance with longer hair and milky white eyes. Rausa sacrificed her vessel-like body to bring forth Clam. She offered Jin a glimpse into the terrible future as a lesson. Basically, she pranked our boy. Murakhan isn't having any of it and inquires what her true goal is. Clam manifests the Well of Mana in her hand. She is the god of mana, and once nearly destroyed the world when the god of darkness helped her. Solderette sealed her powers into the divine artifact. Murakhan is clueless about her divine origins. To prove that her words carry weight, Clam shows them the seal casted by Solderette himself. The seal has since become weaker, so Clam continually helps maintain its power. The Well of Mana is basically access to infinite magic. It's powerful enough to destroy the entire world. The people of Kulin exist to prevent that reality from ever coming true. Murakhan is pissed because those poor natives sacrificed so much in their lives just to protect the artifact. Clam reveals that she couldn't help them when she was sealed, until today, when Jin Runkindel helped in her manifestation. Both Ceres and Talaris are shocked to learn that the boy is actually a contractor of the god of darkness. She offers Jin the invaluable object. Now that he has Soldere's powers, paired with this artifact, he has gained an ultimate weapon. Clam entrusts the faith of the colonites within his hands. She clarifies that the Well of Mana was always a weapon Solderet intended for the boy to use. Solderet created the seal at the height of his powers. It's a direct reference to his divine existence. While Jin is happy, he remembers Rouse's reward. She promised to help him speak to his god. Clam knows it's impossible to make it happen, as the god of darkness wouldn't speak to the boy even with Murakan by his side. Jin accepts, as he wasn't looking for a reward. As powerful as she is, not even Clam knows that the boy is reliving his life. With her mission completed, she returns to her spiritual form. Thanks to Jin's actions, Colin is free at last. Clam is indebted to the final contractor of the god of darkness, who helped free them from their chains. Talaris is impressed by what she saw. It's not ordinary for a god to be thanking a human. She recommends they make their escape soon, since the Zyphals could attack at any moment. Ryosa, who is now a part of Clam, realizes that her god couldn't answer her prayers because she was sealed within the divine artifact. Clam apologizes as the woman had to sacrifice her body to save her people. The pain that she endured helped free them. Rausa thanks the deity for answering their call and preventing a dark future. She's the happiest she can ever be. Clam is satisfied to be serving the people of Colin in return. She awaits Jin's strength to help free the world of suffering. After all, if the mirror had fallen into the Zyphals' hands, then all their sacrifices would have been in vain. Tika is immensely happy that it all worked out in their favor. Jin is grateful to the sacrifices made by the colonites, because he's the only one who really knows the destruction the Zyphals ended up unleashing in the future. The Runkindel prodigy is prepared to reward the people of Colin by offering them a place to stay. Since he's incapable of helping them directly because of his mission as a flag-bearer, he has given the journalist a note to seek Luna's help. There's the possibility that the Zyphals will retaliate and threaten more lives. But Jin is prepared for that. He wants the journalist to publish all his findings to gather many supporters and fend against them. His career as a journalist will illuminate with success. After that, Jin meets an acquaintance of Talaris, properly without all the fighting going around them. She's so chill that she called their mission easy. Jin is worried that the Zyphals might come to hunt her down, but Talaris isn't worried. She believes the Zyphal patriarch will instead act with caution. After all, he doesn't know about Clam's manifestation, which means he is under the impression that Talaris wiped out the White Knight unit all by herself. Jin is happy to hear that, but Talaris reminds the boy that she didn't just help him out of goodwill. She treated him as a client. And now it's time for a hefty reward, especially from someone who is a legendary spellsword and the contractor of the god of darkness. Jin waits in anticipation, wondering how big her request would be. In a hearty laughter, Talaris lets him off with a freebie. She thinks she has acquired enough information and even teases her daughter for it. Jin is utterly stumped that she's not asking anything. The ruler of the secret palace prepares to make her leave. Cirrus wants to settle her score with Jin next time in a real fight. Her mother thinks she's still stuck being a hard ass. She's making a fool out of her own daughter by messing with her. And now, since we haven't revisited Sierra and Runcandle in a while, it's time to come see him. Talaris and Dorma has personally stepped into the Dark Sea, all for the sake of a marriage proposal for Jin. What a queen this woman is. Over to Luna's place, she learns about Jin's incredible adventures, taking on incredible adventures like Muron and the White Knight fleet. Like the caring sister she is, Luna asks how her brother is faring. After hearing that he's okay, Luna turns to Tika, wanting to know if she's got some skills. After all, she can't promise a good stay if the people of Colin aren't promising to work. She tasks her maid to help the colonites settle and find work for themselves, which is much better than receiving a favor. As for Diano the journalist, Luna is interested in supporting him fully so that he could execute Jin's wishes to the best of his ability. 1 month after their epic battle, word of the Colon genocide was published, terrifying the world. They were told that a bunch of travelers ended the conflict and pushed back the Zyphals. Even the Runkindels came to hear of the news. The Zyphal clan pinned the blame on Muron for the incident, since he was no longer alive. But some remnants of the battleship cornered the involvement of the clan. It enraged some kingdoms while others remained unaffected. The Vemonth Emperor broke his silence, and even spoke in favor of the Zyphals. But his announcement did not come lightly, as it was met with public outrage. The Zyphals made sure to reward him properly for taking their side in this political battle. The reputation of the Zyphals took a major hit, and they're incapable of plotting a major attack for now. They have coped with various losses, all thanks to Jin and Luna's help. The journalist receives much support from the people who are taking his side. The people of Cullen will pray for Jin's help, waiting for the day he unveils his name as the traveler who stopped the oppression of the Zyphals. They desperately pray for Jin's success so that he could be the one to annihilate the Zyphals forever. Circling back to Kiran's encounter against Talaris, Khan is shocked when he sees a huge wall of ice emerge from afar. Talaris gave a warning shot to the approaching Kieran, who was upset by her nonsensical words. The ruler of the secret palace admits that she's not here to fight him. She ends up accidentally slashing Khan, who barely blocks the attack, avoiding his death. Ciaran doesn't care about the woman and simply wants to read his next letter from Kashmir. He quickly learns that the boy defeated Muron, and that an unnamed traveler helped free the people of Kulin by stopping the oppression of the Zyphals. What shocks Kieran is the mention of the battleship of Kozech, because it's far too powerful of an opponent for Jin to have overcome. That's where Talaris chimes in, because she took it down. She's surprised to learn that Kashmir has been mailing him letters. Kieran is furious that he didn't mention one word of her involvement. Talaris counters that the man deserves praise for taking Jin's side, favoring him over the fate of the run candles. The Patriarch accepts this suggestion and realizes that he could have made a mistake just now. Ciaran wants her to just fuck off with the marriage proposal. Talaris somehow sees the two of them as the perfect couple. Jin feels a sudden chill run down his spine, and for appropriate reasons. Jilly thinks it's probably a side effect of obtaining more mana, but Jin doesn't believe that to be the case. He improved in strength and ability, having reached 6 stars in swordsmanship and 7 in his mana. All he has to do is maintain the object in his hand to achieve a surplus of mana. But Jin doesn't want to risk using it too much because it would risk breaking the seal. Kashmir's assistant informs him about an unexpected visitor who wants to work for him. This mystery man even knows about one of his bases, so it's clear that he's someone important. Jin is curious just as anyone, until he sees a familiar face. It's the same information merchant, the dumbass Jetu. Jetu may have ruined Jin's life in the past, but it wasn't the case anymore. He was spared and came before him. Kashmir is intrigued how he came to discover the location of their bases. Jetu explains his former association with the Akin kingdom. Kashmir realizes that this guy is connected to Jin and helps bring down the auction house. He still wants to know how he came to find their base. Jetu tries to skip around the specifics of how he managed that. Kashmir is enraged, which causes Jetu to blurt out information on Alu. Intrigued, Jin wants to know more. When Jetu turns around, he is stunned to see Jin run Candle, calling him a fraud for betraying him so much. After all, he did impersonate Veridine. Kashmir is infuriated by his accusations and nearly cleaves his head off. Murakhan barges in, extremely annoyed that he didn't receive his ice pops. To the Dark Dragon, his ice pops are more important than any investigation. He's even more pissed when he sees Jetu, remembering how he kicked his ass black and blue. Jetu is stunned that they're closely related to Kashmir, and realizes that Jin supersedes everyone among the group. He apologizes by smashing his head on the ground. Jin is looking for new information on Alu. Jetu reveals his real name, a former Runkandel cadet. Jin is somewhat familiar with the name Marius, but Jilly knows for certain. After all, they share the same surname as Luna's nanny. Jin's face grows pale. Alu belongs to the kingdom of Delki, one of the many kingdoms of Huster. He was a nobody who passed the test and trained as a cadet. That was the last time he used his real name, before dropping it and never using it again. Jilly confirms this. Kashmir put his blade next to the merchant's neck, suspicious of his words as the commoner couldn't have taken a test to become a Runkandel cadet so easily. While he's pestering him, Jilly explains that it's possible someone from within the clan helped Alu serve his cause. Jin suspects that it has to be one of the purebloods, or even the nannies behind their backs. After all, the nannies are more capable than their simple task of caretaking. They've got influence of their own from within. When Luna Runkandel boasted the top rank, she was referred as the leading candidate to lead the clan. At the time, her nanny had a major influence in the clan. So if Alu and Timian are related, then it's actually possible that Luna cursed him in his past life. But such a thought is inconceivable. Jin thinks Timian is on her own without sharing any involvement with Luna. Jetu confirms the validity of the information, prompting Jin to use him as a bait for Delki. He wants to scavenge more information about Alu and Timian. In the kingdom of Delki, a delinquent is bullying a commoner when a woman donning purple hair kills him with an agonizing death. The commoner begs to be spared, thinking that they're heroes of some kind. But these guys are straight-up villains. He kills the man while the woman collects his powers. Kashmir states that only one group in Delki frequently uses the name Marius. It's an orphanage, a facility once used by royalists which, at first, helped the children form bonds with each other before ordering them to kill each other. The only children who survived the harsh treatment of the facility were hired as assassins. The orphanage was shut down eventually. 10 orphans were released, and one of them happened to be Alu. Kashmir hands Jin each of their addresses to investigate in Delki. The Runkandel prodigy is confident that he will be able to locate the culprit who cursed him in his previous life. Jin has arrived in Delik with Jetu. The first person they have to investigate is a man called Gaber Marius. Jin isn't planning to extend their stay and prefers they get the mission finished quickly at first. Jetu knocks on the door, but there's no response. Jin observes a bunch of people hovering over a scene. He discovers the case of murder, a brutal one at that. One man was poisoned to death while the other was slashed clean with a wind spell. One man shouts, believing that Gaber deserved the treatment. Jin uses him as a lead to ask questions. The man states that he and his friends discovered the corpse at night. The guy who owed Gaber some money died in the process. Jin is certain that their real target was Gaber, and in order to leave no traces, they disposed of the witness with a magic spell. He wonders if the criminals were hasty and botched their operation. Jin comes to a sudden realization and asks Jetu for their next target. He senses something dark behind the scenes. Jin's suspicions are confirmed when they arrive to find their second target killed via poisoning. The man was disposed of only a while ago, and the method of poisoning is the same. Jin believes that someone is specifically targeting the survivors of the orphanage to erase evidence. They rush to their next few targets, all of whom are decapitated and killed in brutal ways. Jin notices the remains of an 8-star spell. That means with every target, the assassins are using stronger and stronger spells. Jetu thinks it's bad if they keep pursuing them like this, as even the authorities have grown suspicious of their sudden findings. Jin argues that there isn't much time to waste. He's in a pinch, and despite his rank as a reserve flag bearer, Jin wants to make sure to exact his revenge. One last target remains on the assassins' list. They're happy to have wiped out the entire list with ease. It turns out that these guys also survived the orphanage. The both of them were selected as the best of the bunch, and they step towards their final target, to erase all evidence. After forcing their way inside, the assassins are surprised to find no one. Clearly they didn't account for this case. Meanwhile, Jin and Jetu have already rescued the last survivor, and they're en route to escape. The reason they were always one step behind the killers is because they were close to the portal. That's how they managed to save the man and his daughter. But there's still a problem. The assassins hunting them down are Varys and Kuzan, the deadly duo and the best of the orphanage. Jin is shocked because there were supposed to be 10 survivors. But in reality, there were actually 12. Varys and Kuzan launch their attack, they've already arrived. Varys is happy to kill her dear brother while Kudan isn't in the mood to play games. But their plans are interrupted thanks to the powers of a sorcerer they weren't anticipating. Jin is glad to take them on in his clan's own territory. They're both young by their appearance. Varys is not a Zyphal, but she's powerful enough to pose a threat. They take Jin for a lightweight. Varys is confident in cutting him down, but Kuzan wants her to be cautious around their opponent. Varys ignores his warnings and launches a powerful wind spell, all for Jin to block it with a defensive barrier. He wonders if Varys is out of energy after depleting her mana the entire day. But the thing is, Kuzan seems to be more of a threat. He's the one deploying poison. Kuzan takes out his poisonous blade, preparing to fight his opponent. Jin orders Jetu to hit the road with their target. The fight starts with Kuzan overwhelming Jin in a show of strength. He's impressed by the existence of a spell sword, and even recommends that Jin prioritize his own life over others. Jin counters his attacks and orders the dumb merchant to just go. Jetu finally listens to his advice and runs off, leaving Jin to fend off Varys and Kuzan all alone. Varys thinks their opponent is arrogant to assume he'll defeat both of them at the same time, but they just don't know who they're dealing with. Jin casts his special light spell, blinding both assassins right when they were most vulnerable. Kuzan is instantly slashed but somehow reacts to Jin's attack. Varys is still blinded and defenseless. She doesn't know that her brother has already been injured. Enraged, Varys swears her powers to kill this guy. Kuzan recommends that she maintain her sanity, as he can still heal his wounds. There's the fact that she used too much mana which could overwhelm her with a mana backflow. Instead, Kuzan takes a poisonous potion and drinks it without hesitation. An astonished Jin reflects that some people can develop resistance against poisons and use it as a healing mechanism. However, it greatly hampers their lifespan in exchange for strength. Now that Kuzan is ready for round 2, he's ready to face the mysterious Spellzord who can cast even light magic. He has his personal questions but takes priority in completing the mission. Kuzan has ceased the intent to capture Jin alive, and instead bursts full speed to blitz him. Jin barely has the time to react to his attack, and at the same time he could hardly dodge the wind magic. Kuzan is stumped. It's inconceivable that a 6-star swordsman is keeping up with someone of much higher rank. Jin is happy to introduce his powers, and sets his target on Varys. He unleashes the flames of Tess, the ultimate fire phoenix, engulfing Varys' entire body to ashes. Next up is Kuzan. Our boy casts Shadow Force to entrap him in a void of darkness, before slashing him to pieces. The assassin had never seen such dark energy before in his life. He just faced a monster who could summon the Blue Phoenix and even command the Shadow Force. However, he does wonder if the effects of his poison will work against someone like Jin. The thing is, Jin received an injury which led to the poison kicking in and driving his body to its limits. With Varys nearly annihilated and Kuzan compromised, Jin is near the brink of death. It seems that all 3 fighters have come to a stalemate, but our boy isn't planning to die so soon. He takes his stance, preparing to confront Kuzan again. Before he can, the Imperial Guards arrive to seize hold of the assassins. Like Adelki is the 3rd prince of the kingdom, it seems that Jetu called for support. Kuzan takes Varys and reminds Jin Runcandle that they will come for him and make his life a living hell. Saying those words, Kuzan takes, leaving Laika to call a healer for Jin at once. He's exerting every last bit of his strength to maintain his consciousness to remain alive. Jin wakes up in his bed with the 3rd prince by his side. The man had moved him here without knowing about the boy's identity. 3 hours flew by, and he's lucky to survive a poison that could easily kill an 8-star knight. Leica somehow seems to know that he's dealing with Jin Runkindel because he remembers seeing the boy at the banquet. He inquires information from him, shocked that he was able to corner the 8-star assassins even with his current skill level. Jin thanks Leica for his support and asks if the man will report the incident to his clan. Leica has no intentions of doing that as he's being observed by Kashmir's forces who are scouting for Jin. Leica wants a favor in return for his help. He wants the boy to help Delki by assigning them more guardian knights. He also wants some of the shares of the run candles from their gold mine. At first, Leica is sweating bullets thinking Jin will be offended, but in an interesting twist, Jin offers him double the reward for his support. In due time, Jin states that he will be able to do anything that he pleases. Leica searches for the meaning behind his words, wondering if the boy has ambitions to become the patriarch of the Run Candle clan. Jin returns to Jilly and Murakan, who are equally frustrated in his stupid attempts to get killed again. The reason Leica didn't bother leaking the information is because of Kashmir and Quiquintel, which would have stirred trouble for the Delki kingdom. Jetu, the lousy information merchant, is happy that Jin returned alive. Kashmir talks about Dan Marius, their target, but he's not saying anything worthwhile. Jin takes the initiative to speak to the man and emphasizes the lengths he had to go to save his life. Hesitantly, the man finally reveals a bone-chilling fact. It was Timian Marius who trained the assassins, as she is their mother. As a matter of fact, they're cowering before her presence for failing the mission and even exposing their identity. Timian is dead serious about their shortcoming and commands them to get lost. She doesn't even want to acknowledge them as her own. Vera begs for her mother's consideration, apologizing for having failed her. She doesn't want to be abandoned, yet that is all the cruel nanny has to offer. She kicks them out and reminds both of her failures to never come back. Kuzan wishes for her health, almost as if he's praying for her downfall. Timian goes outside, reflecting that they definitely fought Jin, who used Shadow Force. Now that the boy has ensured a connection back to her, it's clear that he will come looking for Luna. Shockingly, she believes that not even Luna would be able to kill her. Timian has access to information on the boy. She thinks threatening to expose his powers would be enough to make a toy out of Jin. Anyway, Dan learns from Jin that Alu was killed in battle, but before death, he uttered that his master wished the boy to be assassinated. Jin wants to be concerned if this secret master is Timian herself. Timian secretly shook hands with someone inside the clan. The contents of the deal are confidential. Jin is starting to suspect Timian's association with this mysterious man. He hurries to see Luna at once. Luna is enjoying a meeting with Tika, who is happily settled with the rest of the colonites. She's surprised to see the boy waiting at her door from afar, almost as if he's depressed. Jin comes to reveal everything in front of her face, but Luna can't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. She thinks that Jin is for sure wrong about everything, desperately hoping that her baby brother confirms that he's wrong. Luna erupts in rage, slowly accepting the situation for what it is. She even thinks that the people of the orphanage must be framing Timian behind their backs. Luna is ready to accept every reason except the one that causes suspicion on Timian. Frustrated and confused, she wants to speak to her nanny at once. Timian knows that both Varys and Kuzan will be eliminated in secret. She doesn't care for her children, as she could always make new servants. Timian is confused how Jin was able to get this far. In the middle of her contemplation, she hears a knock on the door. They're the Run Candles, both Luna and Jin. Luna does not hesitate for a moment before accusing the nanny's involvement. Without any signs of denial, Timian confirms the fact. Confused, Luna digs deeper to infer her motivation for raising actual assassins to get in Jin's way. She counters that they weren't sent on a mission to dispel Jin, but rather, she was the one who was surprised that they encountered him. Luna grows furious. More than anything, a feeling of betrayal and sorrow overwhelms her. Timian requests to pass a trial to prove her innocence, but this facade, this side of her. Luna was expecting her to deny the ridiculous claims, but she's just avoiding her confrontation. Luna is infuriated, so Timian finally reveals that she was forced to raise assassins to ensure her survival. Because of an enormous number of enemies within the clan, they were under constant threats. Luna doesn't get this excuse as she was powerful enough to fend off any threat on her own, but she doesn't even know that most of the Run Candle servants never make it past the first year. It's the same for the Guardian Knights. Every single one of their lives were taken by the purebloods who plotted against them. This is a lie, and Luna knows it well. She's devastated that her cherished nanny has to come to this. Timian stops her with a simple question. Would she have killed her siblings? It would not have mattered because Luna didn't care about the bloodshed. She loves her siblings and wants to stop the infighting. Back then, she was a weeping mess who stepped away from her obligations. Just when she rejected the throne, the people around her suffered. It all started 35 years in the past. Timian had clung to power for the first time in her life. Living a shitty life in a terrible orphanage, she was just a tool to be discarded by powerful people. The Run Candles sought her potential, and that's how she learned how to become human. They treated her kindly, and looked after little Luna since day one. She was happy to have been comforted by the little child's warmth. After that, many purebloods were born one after another. All of them stood to become a rival and enemy to Luna. Still, the child possessed brilliant talent and outshone her siblings. She had unprecedented talent, but the truth was, Luna didn't want to fight others. She just liked training. She was an innocent child, and Joshua was jealous of her. Luna became a monster that overwhelmed everyone in the clan. She was the definition of bloodlust and terror by the time she reached the age of 14. More time passed, until one day, Luna crumbled under the rain. She couldn't desire a life where her clan dictated everything. She did not want to become the ruler of the clan in her father's footsteps. Timian begged her not to lose her way, but that was the day Luna decided that she would never pursue the path of the throne, as it would require her to face her siblings. She wanted to carve a new path for the clan, to become their protector. That was the decision of a 19-year-old prodigy, but everything faded with her desire. Timian wanted to exact her revenge against the orphanage after being tortured for many years. She wanted her to come to power so that she could carry out her own revenge. But when Luna made her decision to step down, Timian was forced to support her will. She was the only one who stayed by her side. She accepted her happiness by killing her own. Ever since the Run Candle purebloods noticed a shift in their older sister, they began targeting her servants. They killed everyone all around, with Timian barely surviving their wrath. She did not want Luna to find out because it would cause her even greater pain. So for Luna's sake, Timian persevered and came up with the plan to use the orphans of the orphanage as her own. One day, Timian was captured and did not bother speaking a single word. She would accept death long before anyone could make her talk. But the man was no stranger to her fear. He knew all about her weaknesses. He knew that she secretly harbored the desire for revenge. That was the day the lifeless Timian felt truly alive once again. She allied herself with that man, and desperately hoped against a day where Luna would uncover her connection. Her confession has left the White Whale in a complete mess. The fact of the matter is clear. Her assassins nearly killed Jin, and that she did commence treason against her own clan. Timian is courageous enough to confess her crimes to the clan. The execution knights are already here, because she knew this would happen. Jin mocks the nanny for believing she has a way to escape punishment. He reminds her that no one could get her out of this pinch. Timian is happy to accept her fate, but Jin secretly knows. He knows that she was talking way too much for someone who had anticipated this death. He questions Timian, wondering if her master will reliably get her out of this mess. The nanny leaves with a strong impression of the youngest Runkindel. He is not only strong but also sharp. She still thinks she's got the upper hand on him thanks to the information she possesses on his powers. Just then, Timian receives an official message from her leader, who bears no interest in protecting the nanny. Saying as much, the executioner knight tries to kill her. The attack didn't make it through. Luna's terrifying rage is at an all-time high. The fact that someone could attack her own nanny before her eyes is unforgivable. She happily reminds them of their place. The knights are operating under the direct orders of their master, but they're still assassins who were sent on a mission. One of them is bold enough to attempt to kill Timian, all for Jin to intervene and stop their attacks. He clears their head clean for treason. The ones left are demolished by Luna's rage. She crushes each knight into the ground before breaking their limbs piece by piece. Seeing such a sight, Timian is left cold. Jin's suspicions proved correct. Her master shared no intention of keeping her alive. Now that it has come to this, Luna squeezes the life out of the knight, only to realize that he poisoned himself to prevent torture. Jin goes on to interrogate Timian for a chance to talk, especially since she just got betrayed. Luna is suspicious of the nanny, as she lied to her about the investigation involving Jin's attempted murder. Timian breaks her silence, but it's already too late. She's affected by the poison and won't make it soon. It's the same poison she gave to Kuzan, only to end up wasting her life by it. Luna becomes a whining mess. She didn't wish for her death. The old nanny reflects on her actions. She simply wanted to stay by her side for as long as she could. It all spiraled out of control when she prioritized vengeance over her obligations. That's why, in her final breath, Timian reveals an important piece of information before her death. She names the man responsible for placing a curse on Jin. Kiddard Hall placed the curse, but the one who commandeered this mission was none other than Joshua Runkindel. He knows everything about Jin's current abilities. Timian, in her dying breath, apologizes for her betrayal. Reminiscing the memories of the very first time she held Luna in her arms, the nanny hopes that she doesn't remember her for too long. Luna grasps the lifeless body of the woman who had stuck with her through thick and thin. Meanwhile, the real culprit, Joshua Runkindel, hopes for an easy death for the nanny. Joshua is greeted by the abandoned assassins. They're prepared to pledge allegiance to their new master to help change their mother's mind. Varys is desperate for her mother's attention, and is prepared to do whatever it takes. Rising from his seat, Joshua approaches the hopeless assassins. He tells them that Timian rejected them for a reason. It was the only way she could save them. Joshua then pins the blame on Jin Runkindel as the man who killed their mother. He makes himself act as a hero who sent his knights, but it was of no use. Enraged, Varys wants to kill the spellsword responsible for bringing down their mother. Joshua confirms Jin's contract with Soldaret. Kuzan is confident to find their mother's killer. He wants to avenge his mother at once, but Joshua knows that their blind outrage will lead to nowhere. It's clear that Jin will try and hunt them someday. He becomes their benefactor in kind, and at the same time recruits them on his team. Joshua makes fun of them underneath, and even feels indebted to Jin for helping take care of the nanny. Joshua instructs Kuzan and Varys to leave, as he's got something to tend to. That something is actually the outrage of Luna Run Candle. Furious as she is, she trashes Joshua's place, demanding his presence. She breaks the rules of her clan, and commands the knights to stand down. While they're hesitant, they still choose to rush into battle to attack her. In response, Luna unleashes a powerful energy wave that drops them dead without even using her weapon. Joshua comes out in the open to meet his sister, clearly provoking her with every word. He knows what he's done. Luna calls him a pathetic man hiding behind the Black Knights, but Joshua is still feigning ignorance to the matter, acting as if he's uninvolved in their affair. It's her intent to kill, and that's exactly what Joshua wants. He wants her to become enraged and act recklessly so that the Run Candle clan takes his side. Instead, Luna chooses to react with patience, claiming no intention of killing Joshua. Instead, she's here for a final warning. Luna tells him that Jin will slaughter him the next time they encounter each other. She recommends that Joshua heed her advice, but he makes light of the situation and even provokes Luna. But he doesn't know, she's the queen of trash talk. She thinks of him as no more than a little boy. Joshua, on the other hand, wants Luna to stay like this. After all, her powers are necessary to stop the Zyphals, but when he's taken over the Runkandels, he will make sure that she bites the dust. After the confrontation, Luna meets up with Jin, who is worried about his sister's health. She only held back because Jin instructed her to. After all, that was Joshua's plan from the beginning. Jin hears about the Black Knights guarding him. They're the finest warriors among the knights of the Run Candle clan. They actually work under Sieran, so it's strange that they're bothering to protect Joshua. Jin is convinced that his mother has played a part in permitting Joshua the usage for such an elite Run Candle unit. Both Luna and Jin stand to commemorate Timian's death. The vulnerable older sister of the family is devastated that someone so close to her could betray her to that extent. Luna takes responsibility for her personal faults. Timian became her loved one while her own brother became her enemy. Luna is feeling a gush of emotions no one could understand. She confesses her hatred for fighting among her siblings. The wretched tradition of her clan disgusted her. Jin commends her for helping safeguard her siblings and protecting them from causing each other harm. But her naive approach didn't last for long. All she did was run away from her responsibilities instead. Luna declares that she no longer cares about protecting the clan. She has sworn her allegiance to her baby brother Jin, and she will be unafraid to cut down his enemies. Instead of serving her father, Luna surrenders her sword to Jin Runkandel. This is the only way to make amends with her actions. She doesn't care what happens to her siblings, as that is the cost of her hypocrisy. In response to her bold declaration, Jin swears the same to her sister. He wants to share the responsibility and the suffering of her sister. This time, Jin is the one who comforts her with his undying support. Embracing his older sister, Jin promises to protect her once he claims his spot as a flag bearer. He's the only person who understands her, so Luna's final desire is to create a future where Jin seizes the throne. It's been a while, but Murakan is back to his ranting. He trash talks Joshua for going to absurd lengths against his own brother. Even Jilly is disgusted. They swear at him, pouring insults until their hearts are satisfied. Jilly analyzes Joshua's desperation to assassinate Jin back at the Storm Castle before stopping. It's unclear as to why, but Jin is almost certain that Joshua is aiming to obtain his contract. The Zyphals have already found a way to steal divine contracts, but even so, Joshua can't possibly be working for them. Jin wonders if there's another way to strip a divine contract. Kashmir has found reports on the man who placed a curse on Jin. He's a sorcerer who is hiding himself under an alias. Since Jin has a personal matter to settle, he requests all of his friends not to pursue him for the upcoming 3 months. The man is enjoying his drink at the bar when Jin Runkandel arrives with his own disguise. He acts like a member of the Zyphal clan and locates his target. Jin introduces himself as a student of magic, drawing attention from everyone around. Amel throws a fit and empties the bar by threatening the people. With no distractions left, Jin's disguise is ripped apart. Amel can see that he's got an immense amount of mana paired with brilliant physical ability. Amel accuses him, but Jin, since he's perfected his disguise, has no reason to fear his new identity. He adopts the name of his teacher's clan as part of his alias. The name Hister rocks the Elder's world. He can't believe that this man is the descendant of the same clan that were once wiped by the Zyphals. To prove his identity, Jin comes up with a concrete excuse of his past. He even shows him the invaluable book written by the Hister clan. Jin refuses to let anyone touch the object. He opens the book before Amel, and with the flip of every page, Amel's nervousness climbs. He expresses the desire to study the scripture and takes Jin right to his laboratory. Now that they're alone, the Elder wants to know how someone like him could survive the extermination of the Hister clan. Once again, Jin comes up with an elaborate excuse based on the information he knows about the Hister clan. But in any case, it helps add proof to his powers. Amel emphasizes that if he truly is the last descendant of the clan, then the Zyphals aren't going to let him rest easily. They'll place an incredible bounty upon his life. Sensing the man's despair, Amel makes him a deal. He offers his tutelage and reveals his real name as Kiddard Hall of the Backflow Magic. Jin acts shocked, claiming that he's the sorcerer who climbed to the 9-star level without receiving any outside help. He even helped teach some of the Zyphals. He's a master of the mana backflow technique. Amel emphasizes his offer for the final Hister to become his pupil. The Histers possessed incredible amounts of magic. The man had endlessly spent his life digging up information about them. Until one day, this nobody called Huel Hister popped out of nowhere. He wants to ensure that his legacy lives on in the form of Huel Hister. Having acquired a basic understanding of the backflow technique, Amel is ready to teach him advanced levels of the same magic. Of course, it's not like he's doing it for free. He wants to obtain the scripture from Huel. Amel is furious and states that he could easily adopt the forceful approach, and yet he refuses to do so out of his respect. His words have come out of his impatience, so Amel apologizes for getting ahead of himself. Jin offers him an exchange. He's okay with handing over the scripture as long as Amel trades it for his book. Amel is tempted by the offer and accepts it. He wants to go and retrieve it at once. Jin is prepared to wait for him until the time comes. Amel thinks he's struck a golden deal. After all, he was going to offer him the book anyway. What's more important to the man is the magic of the Histers, which could help him get ahead of the Zyphals. While he's getting ahead of himself, Jin is happy that everything is going according to plan. Amel does return and comes to find that Jin has already mastered the advanced backflow spell. Amel is happy to have stumbled upon a prodigious pupil. Jin retrieves the backflow scripture and hands over the relic of the Histers. Jin has no intentions of reading the book for now. Amel recommends his disciple to get a taste of the real world, and by that he means the humans living in the village. After all, he's an evil man who exercised his magic on innocent lives to perfect his craft. Jin suggests his master use the backflow magic technique on him because he could learn what it truly feels like before testing on real targets. Amel casts one of his advanced techniques, demonstrating his craft. He attempts to absorb Jin's mana, but strangely the boy is somehow immune to its effects. Amel is terrified when he realizes that the boy's mana exceeds that of a 9-star sorcerer, so as a consequence, he's the one who becomes victim to his own technique. Finally, Jin can help him with some real answers. He shows the man the well of mana with infinite mana surging inside. The existence of this object has made all backflow techniques impossible to work against Jin. As for his getup, he tosses aside his disguise. Jinrun Candle was the boy who suffered a lifetime's worth of abuse by his clan, all because he endured a curse that he was never meant to. The boy that was destined to be doomed has returned from hell to kill his perpetrator. It may have taken Jin a combined total of 44 years. All of it was rewarded in this moment. Jin plans to abuse the same backflow magic technique to forward his mission. After all, the entire world is operating on the magic of the Hister clan. They're the ones who cultivated sorcery for what it was. Jin annihilates Amel's skull, which is nothing compared to the lifetime of abuse that he went through. But for Joshua, he will make sure to inflict copious amounts of pain. Jin leaves, burning everything behind in his wake. Jilly is missing Jin for his 3-month-long mission. Murakhan doesn't comprehend how Jin creates new ideas to stir up trouble. Jilly whines because he keeps making her worried. While they're having this talk, Jin is quietly observing them knock themselves out. He's back in one piece, and he's back with a gift from Kiddard for Murakhan to decipher. The Runcandle family shares dinner as they usually would. Joshua seems the most content. The newspaper is filled with reports of the mysterious Jin Grey killing Kiddard. Both the Tona twins are talking out loud, but they can't possibly believe that Jin would be able to defeat a 9-star sorcerer by himself. The sisters Miu and Anne are even more upset at their stupidity. Mary quiets down everyone for ruining her meal. As expected, the Runcandle family dinner is a mess. Joshua takes charge and addresses them to stop. He forwards his suspicions to Jin killing the 9-star sorcerer, but it's clear that it would have been impossible without outside support. Basically, he's accusing Yona without reason. His siblings rise to contest his baseless claim. Joshua tries to control the situation by emphasizing that he was just guessing. It's possible that the group called Anonymous was involved. They're the most powerful assassins, so Joshua thinks it's possible Jin hired them under his name to clear missions. Mary is still pissed that he's taking his hatred for Yona this far. However, Miu is on his side, because she's arrogant enough to believe that her brother could never complete the missions by herself. In response to her incredulous words, Mary knocks the living crap out of Miu before reaching for another punch in her face. She's barely able to contain her anger, but of course this is exactly what Joshua intended by his provocations. He's playing them for a fiddle. Mary understands her rank in the clan, but she leaves Joshua with a warning to not mess with Luna, or else Kieran will make sure he suffers. He's advised by his siblings to just defeat Yona in a one-on-one fight and make a name for himself. That's how he could prove his strength and make others follow him. But of course, Joshua is a coward who isn't ready to take such an approach. In this tense atmosphere between the siblings, The Tona twins are missing Jin's presence. Talks of the 9-star sorcerer's assassination roam everywhere and reach even the likes of Dante Heron. Veradine wants to go and find Jin with him. Talks of their mission have reached Vimonth. There are speculations that the Zyphals were involved in plotting Amol's death. They've been secretly rewarding clans who are helping them benefit. Lars doesn't care if the information is true or not. He just wants the news to reach the ears of the media. Knowing that the Zyphals aren't impatient, he wonders if they're backed into a corner. As for Jin, he's leaving Tikan again, much to Yulia's annoyance, who doesn't want him to leave. Even Jilly is sad that he has to go on yet another mission without rest. Jin's next destination is Samil, the place of the anonymous cult. He wants to retrieve something from that place and meet up with an important person. Jilly realizes that he's talking about Yona, who is waiting for his arrival as a reserve flag bearer. Kashmir also has to take care of a certain mission away from Tikan. Specifically, this man has to speak to Kiaran directly. Jin knows but chooses to remain ignorant. Murakan barges in, having decoded the document. Next, he helps Jin learn the incantations by imprinting it on his body. Now he's gained yet another powerful magic spell to his inventory. It should allow him to take care of all 7-star or weaker sorcerers without much of a problem. Jin activates Shadow Force Release and uses the technique. Enya is accidentally drawn to the pull of his powers, having barely survived the backflow. Jin is just shocked, while Quiquentel is here to retrieve her contractor. She's getting annoyed that Enya's simping is progressing worse by the day. She has the hots for our boy, unfortunately. Quiquentel heard about Jin's journey to Samil. She wants to warn him about the training ground where many tourists secretly get assassinated. While Jin is pretty strong, it will be tough if he's up against the best of the best assassins around. Even a capable fighter like Luna struggled surviving against the anonymous assassins. So as a token for his safety, Quiquentel gives him an object that will help him when he's cornered. She just wants to support our boy so that he can bring about the best outcome possible. With Jin prepared for his next mission, he leaves. After a long journey, he arrives at the southern entrance of Samil. Jin shows his entry card and states his purpose of visit. Before entering the city, he asks the city guard if the rules of the assassins apply outside the city. Why? Because the guy who literally brought him here lunges to kill him. Jin beats him with a single elbow, which means that the rules of the city apply even outside. He recommends the coachman to look for another job since he's terrible at assisting people. As for the city guard, at least he's not trying to harm Jin and allows entry. The Run-Candle paves his way to find a beautiful city full of people donning the color white. It's a representation of the assassin's skill to kill without leaving a single trace. Instead of being dazzled, he's creeped out. The new visitors are almost always treated as fresh targets for the assassins. So it means Jin is definitely going to die if he stays at a lodging. It's going to be a similar fate to the Arena of Cosmos. He looks around for a suitable inn and comes to rent a room. Staying at an inn is dangerous after all. He leads the boy inside and isn't even bothered if Jin doesn't pay any money because he's basically gambling on his life. The man ensures that the boy won't be killed in the room upstairs. Inside, Jin wonders if there are any traps waiting to creep up on him. His composure is shaken when he hears an unexpected clap. Jin prepares to fight, but no one is around. It's impossible to detect their presence. One person is eyeing him down while he's blissfully unaware. Jin knows that he heard someone clap. It's his very own senses that are playing against him now. Yona is impressed by his skills. She was tailing him around to confirm his identity. She's certain that this man is indeed Jin Run-Candle. Jin grows restless and eyeballs every speck of his room because he's cautious. Yona is stunned because for a mere few seconds, Jin was able to detect her presence. She excitedly observes his confused reactions. She wants to play a game with her little brother to sharpen his senses and make him stronger. 4 days have passed since the event. The man wants him to leave, and he doesn't seek any payment from the boy. He's tried everything in his playbook to assassinate the boy, but nothing has worked. He knew from the beginning that he belonged to a known clan, but he wasn't expecting the boy to be this capable. Jin isn't worried about this guy. Instead, he's put off guard by a familiar presence who keeps creeping up on him. The man wants him to leave, and he departs Jin with a piece of advice when he fights another assassin. The easiest way to beat an assassin is to treat him like a magician, as they're capable of pulling off the wildest crap. Jin thanks him and hastens to leave. He's getting a bad feeling all of a sudden, because just outside, Jin is met with numerous claw traps. Of course, they're nothing more than a distraction for the assassin to attack him in secret. Jin responds just in time and chases after his opponents. He meets 3 assassins, who deploy their traps from the ground to overwhelm him. The traps latch onto his weapon, which means he won't be capable of using it to attack. Sensing their opportunity, the assassins lunge forward to strike him down. But these idiots were unaware about this man's raw physical strength. He casually slaps them away. Jin goes for a finishing move, destroying the man's place while defeating 3 assassins. He leaves a bunch of gold as payment for the damage. The assassins he beat were advanced trainees, and Jin just took care of them without breaking a sweat. Next, he's prepared to hunt down a veteran. Jin shatters the poisonous arrow, but the first one was just a teaser. There are hundreds of arrows raining down on him, forcing Jin to evade their wrath. He's cornered. not knowing where his enemies are attacking him from. When he takes the high ground, the assassins collectively jump on him. Since this is Jin's best opportunity to strike, he kills them all. Jin is confused because way too many of these guys are attacking him for no reason. Meanwhile, Yona is happily enjoying the sight. She's impressed by his skills in combat, and hopes that he develops his mind's eye fully after this training. She doesn't even care if Jin dies in the process, as it's just a part of training. Jin has survived the onslaught against the trainees. He is really furious against the assassin's leader. He receives a sudden note from this anonymous assassin, and it's confirmed to be Yona. Since she's messing around with him, Jin is ready to use the secret artifact in his arsenal. The Runkandels are quick to become victims of poisoning, which is why Jin carries the cure for 10,000 poisons, a rare elixir that guarantees him a chance to survive the worst assassination attempts. Yona was given the same object when she left, but the girl didn't require a use for it since she was naturally immune to poisons after birth. She ended up giving the object to Anne, who fully supported Joshua in both of his lives. Jin hopes to secure the elixir at all costs, but before he's able to do that, Jin has to somehow survive Yona's deadly games. On the second night, he is viciously hunted again. Jin defeats the assassins using his overwhelming physical strength. He knows someone is hiding behind the door and wonders if it's an outsider of some kind. Lo and behold, the secret travelers are actually Dante and Veradine, much to the annoyance of Jin. They made it his problem that he was so hard to track down. Meanwhile, Jin is out here barely able to contain his rage. Veradine and Dante spent their money to travel to this place, trying to lay low from their clans. Jin offers to help them eat whatever they want, so long as they can guarantee him a helping hand. Dante responds generously as he cuts down on the assassins. Yona observes from afar. She certainly wasn't expecting new visitors to come join their game. Sir Owl, the nameless king, comes to warn Yona because her reckless playground has destroyed many houses. The notices Jin run candle and receives a panic attack when he sees Veradine and Dante. Yona rushes to address the situation, but Owl stops her from trying to kill them. She doesn't want any added interruptions ruining her playtime with her brother. Owl suggests playing a game of survival, intending to send real assassins this time. Winning or losing depends on whether these guys survive or not. Yona is desperately hoping for Jin's survival because she likes him. She's going to choose the killers and runs off without addressing how many houses she's destroyed in the process. The following morning, Veradine and Dante are out cold. Jin has noticed how the both of them have massively improved in their abilities. He just can't fathom how the geniuses of his previous life are buffoons in his current one. Jin thinks of a plan to utilize both of them for his gains in a way that he gets out of the sticky situation. But suddenly the owl pops right in front of him undetected. He's the best assassin in the city. Jin identifies the nameless king immediately, who congratulates him for putting on a brave face in front of death. Jin is unafraid of death, but he's still nervous on the inside. He wonders if Owl came here to talk about Yona. The man exerts his dominating aura, offended by Jin's arrogant tone. Just his aura alone is enough to suffocate Jin right where he's sitting. He calls off the attack in the name of the Run Candle Patriarch. Jin realizes that he's severely outclassed and apologizes for his bold approach. The owl tells him that he'll be facing real killers from now on, and it's going to be a huge problem if both Veradine and Dante end up dying. This is a game that Jin has to survive by staking both their lives. It's almost as if the nameless king is warning Jin to act ahead of time. It's asked if not even Owl can control Yona. He advises Jin to travel to the central part of the city for safety, and the next day, he recommends sending Veradine and Dante back home. In exchange for his mission, the man is happy to lend him a reward. But when Jin asks for the 10,000 poisons elixir, the request infuriates him. But he accepts it as a valuable trade for his life. His only mission is to protect Veradine and Dante from dying. That said, the nameless king wonders why Jin Run Candle took the bold approach of mentioning Yona's name. He suddenly realizes that it was a bold attempt to check their connection with each other. Impressed, the nameless king vanishes before Jin's eyes, who now has to take on the new mission he was assigned. Jin skips no details and immediately tells the other two jokers about the situation of real killers. Dante and Veradine take the matter lightly, but even as they're traversing through the city, they have yet to feel anyone's presence from around. It's almost as if they're being chased by a hunter. Jin knew the difference between trainees and killers, but he wasn't expecting it to be this much. Yona is enjoying the sights. The owl thinks her baby brother is most certainly going to die when the assassins initiate their attack. Yona argues that it would be impossible with Jin's awakening. He's moving on instinct from the outside, but even he is beginning to detect sharp movements thanks to his mind's eye. She's proud of her brother's accomplishments, a side of her that not even the nameless king has noticed before. Jin protects them from a sudden attack and immediately grabs both Veradine and Dante to brace for the incoming projectiles. But right when he's blindsided, the assassin comes rushing to attack. Jin blocks the attack, shocking him with how good his detection ability is. Veradine's ice spell doesn't last much longer. The assassins are sure to ambush them if they prolong the fight. The only way they can survive is by reaching their destination. Veradine mocks the assassins for being weak, but it's almost as if they're keeping their distance for a reason. Turns out it was a distraction. Jin barely survives getting his head pierced from a downward attack. He turns to Veradine and commands him to use the strongest spell in his arsenal. Apparently it takes 10 minutes of charge, so Veradine gets in preparations for activating the ultimate firestorm. Staring at the spell, Jin finds himself astonished. It's the ultimate magic spell once used by the demonic emperor of the Zippel family. While Veradine is charging the attack, Jin fends off the assassins. He realizes the rest of the killers are concentrated on Dante, who activates his clan's secret technique to wipe them all out. Jin defeats his opponent, and has never seen a technique like what Dante used just now. It's clear that Dante has been honing his skills after their fight. Even Veradine's magic is the height of perfection for his age. Just when Jin was congratulating him, Veradine is unhappy to tell our boy that he fucked it up. The spell failed. Jin emphasizes Dante to run with Veradine, who's out here suffering the backlash of using such a powerful technique. The assassins are hell-bent on cutting them down because they're afraid of what Yona will do to them if they don't. Yona pieces together the clues and grows infuriated. She knows for a fact that the Nameless King secretly helped Jin about the restricted killing zone. No crimes can be committed in the central area, and thankfully Veradine and Dante have reached the location just fine. The assassins can't do anything now. Yona confronts the Nameless King, who tries to feign ignorance and attempts to lie. Since he broke the promise, Yona will personally step down and take all three of them on in their next fight. Yona is like a daughter to the Nameless King. Her talent goes beyond any assassin in the world, often considered the god of murder. Some say she possesses a blade stained with chaos. That's the level of threat Jin and his friends are up against. The owl can't do anything to interfere in this fight since he broke the terms. He's hoping his best that Jin finds a way to get Dante and Veradine out of this place. He is hoping for Yona to pull her punches when dealing with Jin Runkindel, since she happens to develop a liking for him. He thinks that if Jin follows his orders, everything will be fine. Or that's what he thought, because Veradine is knocked out cold in the face of their biggest possible threat. Yona is happy to exploit them when they're most vulnerable. She's most pissed that they had to interfere in her game against her brother. Yona gets frustrated when she sees Jin holding a certain object in his hand. The Silver Dragon's Claw, the same object that Quiquintel gifted him to use when he is outclassed. Jin is surprised no one is reacting to this. But our boy doesn't know both assassins are standing behind, with a presence so light that he can't sense them at all. Yona is barely able to look at her brother. Jin pretends to greet the owl for the first time to conceal their connection. Jin had already fed his friend sleeping pills, so that his conversation with Yona wouldn't be interrupted. The Nameless King questions how he obtained the object. Jin explains that he merely obtained it from a friend. It's an item of reputable importance, and will always protect you if waved in front of a nameless killer. Before he gives them the gift, Jin wants to know why real killers were used instead of trainees. He thinks that Yona must be attacking him just like his other siblings, but that's not the truth. The Nameless King explains the terms of their bet. One argued that he would survive, and the other side figured they would lose. Owl won the bet because of their survival, so there won't be any more killers pursuing Jin or his friends anymore. They're even safe from the best of the best like Yona. This gift will last for a decade's worth of time. Jin has eliminated a major problem with his involvement, and in exchange for the Silver Dragon's Claw, he will receive a reward. The owl leaves the two of them to speak in private. After all, it is their first encounter with each other in Samil. Yona is an Omega-level introvert with how shy she is. Meanwhile, another group is operating in secret, working for Sir Joshua in order to frame Jin and Yona. Since they're not allowed to kill Jin so far, they have to watch and observe. Back to Jin's conversation with Yona. She clarifies that she's not here to kill him but rather help him improve. She asks about his friends, and quickly learns that they're members of the Zyphel and Hiren clans. Jin is scared that Yona will report them to his family, but she genuinely cares for her baby brother and doesn't want him to get hurt. Unfortunately, the fact that she sent killers after him has shaken his trust in her. Jin confronts her, asking if he's a toy for her to play around with. Yona strongly denies before breaking into tears. She shows a gentle side to herself, proving her innocence that she didn't mean real harm. The best killer was supposed to conceal her emotions, but she's an emotional wreck in front of her brother. Yona had become a killer even before she arrived in the Nameless territory. The girl was only 8 years of age when she killed her own cousin at the Storm Castle. Unfortunately, that led her to be punished, but in reality she was sent here to hone her talent to kill. Siren was afraid that his other children would be at risk from a young age. That's how powerful she was. Yona is happy to speak to Jin without wearing any defenses. Jin thinks it's messed up for their father to treat Yona so carelessly. He expresses the unfairness of how she was treated, how their father considered her nothing more than a killing machine. Yona doesn't bear the conscience to see how messed up it is because killing comes natural to her. Jin wonders if she is a contractor of some kind. She has something, a secret skill, but Yona isn't ready to dive into that yet. After all, she knows about his secret powers too. Yona claims that she feels genuine fear, as the demon inside of her is aching for her to kill her brother. She's fighting against her natural instincts to not kill him right here. Jin is surprised that she treasures him so much, even though they've met for the first time. Yona offers to give him the elixir of 10,000 poisons. After all, that is the only reason her other siblings come to explore the territory. Jin shocks her by denying any such intentions. He won't start liking her just like that. Yona wants to earn his affection. Jin senses the opportunity and suggests that they walk together, as relationships are strengthened through conversation. He takes his sister's hand and contemplates the best way he could treat his pitiful and clueless sister. As they're walking through the city, no one is around. Yona suggests going to a restricted place she likes. Jin thinks he's about to get his ass pushed from the cliff, but Yona thinks he'll survive even if she does. They arrive at the beautiful garden of green roses, shining brightly underneath the moonlight. Yona treasures them with her life and gives her brother a bunch. It's not the first time Jin has received the same roses. After all, he's found them many times by his bedside. Even in his previous life, someone came to leave them by. When Jin struggled the most against his siblings, they were there. He realizes that Yona has spent many years looking after her baby brother from afar. She has always cared for him even when he had nothing. Jin, genuinely happy, allows her the chance to speak her mind about the things they could never talk about. He learns that she once tried to kill the nameless king for a harsh scolding she received. Yona was unable to kill him back then, but with her current powers, she could probably pull it off. She's intrigued to learn about the silver dragon. Yona wants to collect the silver dragon's claws after all. Jin expresses being unafraid in her presence. Normally, everyone she has ever talked to is afraid of the tiny killing machine. Jin recommends that she take a job of becoming a florist, studying flowers and setting up a territory. As long as she doesn't kill her customers, it should be alright. With their conversation coming to a close, Jin has to speak to the nameless king in private. Yona is offended, but suddenly remembers she also has a mission of her own. She takes a dive and leaves, and right when she does, Jin goes away to see the owl. The owl is offended that Jin rebelled against his order, but at least he guaranteed the safety of both heirs of the family. Jin expresses his honest intentions. He wants Yona to live a life away from Samil. Jin will do whatever it is possible to help her. The reason is a simple one. He will tell them she is talented at being a florist. Jin does not wish for Yona's life to be spoiled by becoming a tool of her family. Instead, he wants to bless her with a happy life. The nameless king is hoping Jin has a solid plan for when that happens. Jin will soon leave the territory along with Dante and Veradine. A week after this discussion, Kashmir and Khan are on their way to Kiaran. It's Kashmir's first time in the Dark Sea, where the owl, Talaris, and Ciaran are waiting. The dude realizes just how royally fucked he is being in their presence. Talaris is bothered that she can't discuss the topic of marriage with the others around. Similarly, the owl can't talk about Yona with these guys around. Ciaran breaks the silence, ordering Kashmir to take a seat. He's the only person that was truly invited. Talaris and the owl popped up out of nowhere. They all have the same question regarding Jin. Ciaran wants to share a drink with Kashmir after the others are gone. He checks on Jin's status, while Talaris is stunned that this boy can't stop getting himself in more trouble. The owl also came to talk about Jin. He's wary of Talaris, but Chiron signals him to speak. The patriarch laughs when he hears about the silver dragon's claw. Jin wanted him to erase his presence in Samil, which means he wanted him to kill everyone who knew about him. As anyone could expect, it was a bloodbath. They annihilated their own knights who were chasing Jin down. Kieran wonders if they've come here to ask for a gift. The owl confirms that it's indeed true. He's proud of the boy's accomplishments, but more importantly, he wishes for Kieran to read a note left by Jin Runkindel. Back to Jin and his clueless friends. They're still out cold. He checks his pocket and discovers a note tied to the invaluable elixir, ensuring his survival. Yona wishes her brother a happy birthday and writes a note for Yona. That same note is the one Ciaran is holding. He wants Ciaran to free Yona from the territory of Samil. Everything written in the note is the truth. Ciaran laughs like the overpowered manic that he is. He almost doesn't buy it and suspects the owl to have a secret hand in freeing Yona. Ciaran is prepared to discuss this matter at length at his home. For Kashmir, he has come here to report the death of the 9-star sorcerer who was taken down by Jin Runkindel. Kieran is pumped and requests the others to leave. Talaris wishes to stay, but the patriarch insists that she also leave. While he's pressuring them, Jin is pestering these ridiculous clowns who just don't want to leave Samil. Veradine wants to spend as much time with Jin as possible before he becomes the head of the family. He has his priorities messed up, but Jin is busy and wants to deal with his personal matters. He refuses to address the matter of Kiddard's death. Dante recognizes that they won't be able to speak often once Jin becomes a flag bearer. It's true that they'll never be able to see each other after being appointed heads of their clans. They suggest they travel together, helping build Jin's reputation on the way. There are many criminal associations they could help take down, but Jin doesn't like the idea of a 3-person adventure. Veradine and Dante want to travel with him as friends. Jin entertains the idea for a moment. He wakes up in his bed, not knowing how he even got there in the first place. What's even more strange is that Enya is next to him. Jin recalls drinking the elixir and fainting right afterwards. She was scared for his life. Quikentel comes to mention that he's been knocked out for 5 whole days. It usually takes a month, but his run-candle body is the reason it didn't take too long. Enya reports that Jilly received an urgent summoning from her family. She is headed for the Garden of Swords and will return soon. Right after drinking an abominable elixir, Jin has to drink a really ugly-looking medicine. He drinks it anyway. Turns out it wasn't even medicine, but actual poison. This idiot Murakun really tried to kill him just now right after he woke up too. With this, it is confirmed that Jin's body has become fully resistant to the effects of poisoning, but he has to return Quiquintel's favors by helping train Enya well. Quiquintel emphasizes that they will help support Jin in his battle against his siblings in the future. She wants Enya to become really strong when that time comes. Jin has already decided on his next destination and wants Enya to tag along for the mission. Of course, she's the happiest she can be. In the Garden of Swords, an interesting development occurs. Sieran confronts Joshua regarding Yona. The patriarch isn't so kind as to treat him with respect and smashes his face with a gauntlet. He commands Joshua to get back on his feet. Finally, the ass whooping this bitch should have received ages ago. Another smack to his face, more and more without mercy. He orders Joshua to take off his precious armor. Sieran is pissed that Joshua is being treated like a joke by Jin. But what's more, he gave a precise warning to him and the rest of the siblings regarding Yona. They were reminded not to lay a finger on Yona. Sieran chucks a heavy fist in his stomach, causing Joshua to fall to his knees. The owl is starting to realize that this Kieran's bold warning for Yona, who requires his daughter's safety at all costs. Sieran calls his son nothing more than a coward, and reminds Joshua that he will soon be taking away his flag-bearer rank. As he's being taken away by the Black Knights, Mary laughs at his pathetic and pitiful condition. Because on the other side, Joshua is raging like a maniac, nearly about to burst in his anger. Sieran speaks to Jilly and learns about Jin's next adventure. The armor he retrieved from Joshua, now Kieran wants Jin to wear and acknowledge what happened. When Jin finally hears this news, he's actually shocked. Jilly is excited to tell him how badly he beat the asshole of the family. He also gifted Jin with the black armor, a legendary equipment. Jin realizes that his father wants him to be different from Joshua, who doesn't fight and relies on cheap tricks. Jin's mission is to fight so many battles that it's incapable of being worn. It was also a way to warn the owl, never to use his daughter for negotiation. Patriarch Sieran is 10 steps ahead of everyone with his every action, but Jin fails to understand what caused him to take such extreme limits. Maybe he also feels sorry for Yona. Jin wonders if there's more than what he sees in Yona. His next destination is the Dark Magic Association. He hopes to eliminate the evil mages with his backflow magic. Enya has tagged along on this journey with him. Jin reminds this dumbass not to use their real name on a deadly mission. The girl is flustered and faints. The Dark Magic Association is a deadly organization worshipping evil magic. The one who annihilated them was Ryul Zippel, using the same spell that Veradine failed to utilize. It killed their leader. Zippel also happened to be Soldere's last contractor, and he wanted the boy to follow in her footsteps in his previous life. The evil mage Ascoation is known for their vile deeds. They've reduced the people to a gloomy expression. Jin explains that it's because of the nobles who specifically turn a blind eye when it comes to the criminals. Jin suspects that the Bement territory wants the academy to eliminate the Dark Mage Association instead. Speaking of which, noble mages arrive at once. The people of the city are happy, thinking that they're the hope needed to put down the evil mages. While everyone is cheering in celebration, Jin declares that all of these mages will come to meet death because of their impossible mission. He shares a meal with Enya, who is still cautious of what he says. Jin explains that the cadets are not powerful enough to bring down the Evil Mage Association, despite their training. It's specifically because they lack the practical experience in combat, while the Dark Mages are full of it. The 30 cadets sent on this mission simply aren't enough to defeat the association as a whole. Speaking of those cadets, they share the same sitting area to eat. They're amateurs, and Jin can see that with one look. Jin wants to leave with Enya, but she is traumatized remembering that these punks are the same ones who mistreated her at the academy. Unfortunately, they happen to catch Jin staring at them. While Enya is shivering to respond, Jin replies, meeting the cadet's offense. He comes to threaten the commoner. The restaurant owner tries to pitch in, but he's attacked for no reason. Agitated, Jin punches the shit out of the guy for failing in his duties. He walks away with an imposing warning for the cadets. Jin pretends to be a higher mage and instantly dismantles them with just a little bit of his magic. He can't believe that these are the weaklings who bullied Enya. Jin turns the tables on them and threatens to interrogate the cadets for their arrogance. He tasks them with a mission, and they have no choice but to comply. With his expert acting skills down, Jin states that it's time for Enya to shine. She roars at the scoundrels to clean up the place. 5 days after the incident, the cadets prepare for an all-out attack against the evil mages. Jin suspects the presence of nearly 50 enemies, and yet the cadets are acting far too relaxed. An unexpected orc comes flying at them, screwing over their defenses. Fortunately, it was taken down almost immediately. Jin orders Chip to obey his command and warn the others of a potential ambush. Scared, the coward forwards this suggestion. Jin fails to comprehend how a low-level orc could be hiding out in the open. What's more is that a 7-star mage has yet to catch on to the details. They have their suspicions on Professor Orton, who was caught eating meat despite being a vegetarian. Jin picks up on this small detail. The cadets are instructed by Orton to form groups of 2 and enter the cave. They're all acting relaxed, believing in the powers of the 7-star sorcerer. Or that's what they thought, because yet another orc comes crashing out of the wall. They await for Orton's desperate orders, but the man happily turns tail. After all, he's the one who conspired their demise. Orton orders the orcs to kill the stupid cadets, but he clearly wasn't expecting a powerful spell hurling at him. Jin prepares to enter this fight while protecting Enya. Jin has commanded use of this amazing spell, wiping away everyone but 2 sorcerers. He thinks they're both at the 8-star level. Still, they're severely injured. Jin is surprised when they recognize the use of his backflow technique. Rolt Joe, a powerful sorcerer, thinks he can deal with a 7-star sorcerer like Jin, but he just doesn't know he's getting outclassed, even if he tries. There are even more powerful sorcerers than Rolty in the association, which spells bad news for Jin even if he survives. Instead, Rolt offers him a spot to join the association for his talents. Jin doesn't really care and uses the backflow technique to shut him down. He whacks Rolt with such ease that it makes it hard to believe he's an 8-star level sorcerer. The orcs are killed by Enya, who is improving better than Jin's expectations of her. The whole cave shakes to its core as a giant werewolf makes its appearance. He's happy to meet a really powerful mage who isn't even terrified of the monster. Excited, Goltef reveals his name and commands the warrior to fight him. Interestingly, this guy offers him to join the Kinzello faction. Jin is surprised to learn that the Dark Magic Association is working in close proximity to the Kinzello faction. Goltef wants Jin to join the ranks, as he will be granted a high position almost immediately for being a talented fighter. Jin would have entertained the idea, if not for the fact that his opponent is weaker than he is. Offended, Goltef fiercely attacks Jin, nearly shattering his barrier. Enya tries to jump in with her wind magic, but he's clearly uninterested in fighting her. While Goltef is distracted, Jin has already sliced him with his sword, surprising the werewolf with his dual fighting abilities. Now, he's even more pumped to fight the spell sword. Jin is having fun exchanging vicious blows against the werewolf. He clearly overwhelms him despite not even revealing a hint of his true abilities. Goltef understands that Jin is way more powerful than he lets out to be. Through combat, he learns that Jin is a Runkandel. To make it a fight of honor, Goltef learns his name and prepares to fight Jin with his tribe's name on the line. Jin prepares his special incantation, the same one he used to take down Mioran. One slash is enough to take him down. The White Wolf does not wish to be spared. He values honor and roars their tribe's pride. Jin responds with politeness. He will treasure Goltef in his memories. Jin slices him down with a definitive strike. The fight has ended. Enya wasn't afraid and became an even bigger fan of Jin's abilities. This werewolf was without a doubt much stronger than the one he fought in his cadet days. Yet Jin didn't struggle even a little bit. He wonders if Enya is okay with seeing so many deaths. She has come to a realization. She doesn't want to hold him down as a burden. Jin reminds her that it's okay if she doesn't fight. As for Chip, he's barely clinging to his life. Enya reveals her true self and emphasizes that she could take him out of his misery right now. She tries to be cool in front of Jin and vows to help her comrades. As for the imposter Orton, they've captured him after turning the tide. The man thinks that Jin is a student of Kittard, but it's not Jin he's talking to. It's someone who has uncovered his disguise and isn't afraid to give him a real beating. Elisa is going to enjoy killing him while retrieving information out of the man. After the interrogation, she found out their secret base is in Oterium. It was once the capital of Vankella, but after a demon invasion, things changed. The demons invaded the place to retrieve a relic. The Runkandels and Zippels joined forces to take down the threat. It's the only war where 2 clans allied themselves to face off one threat. They succeeded in defeating the demons in the war, but since it was impossible to restore the capital, the kingdom decided to switch their capital. Oterium is just a breeding ground for demons at its current state. Jin has a bad feeling about this, and curiously asks why the demons made it their hideouts. Isa explains that at least 3 9-star mages are known to be found there. It's worrisome that such powerful warriors exist in that area. The Kinzello are a true force to be reckoned with. It's not safe to jump in without a plan. There's also the fact that they possess transformation magic, allowing someone to wear Orton's disguise. Of course, Bubar is the one responsible for these atrocities. Bubare is also linked to the Iveliano clan. Quiquintel has never heard of human transformations since it is a gift of dragons. Elisa explains that not even the culprit knew about the transformation. Bubar's methods are secret. Jin adds that he once encountered imposters when he was young. He thinks it is time they confront the Transfigurator. Jin intends to use someone to get to him, and wants Kashmir's help to investigate the relationship of the White Wolves and the Kinzello. 1 week after this discussion, Dante Heron and his father, the Patriarch, learned that a few of the competent cadets died on their mission to eradicate the Dark Magic Association. However, 2 survivors, namely Jin and Austin Gray, survived and successfully defeated the Dark Magic Association. One of them used magic, while the other used swordsmanship. Of course, Dante already suspects Jin's involvement. What's more, is they uncovered a weapon from the White Wolf. They see a sharp cut that only an expert swordsman could make. Dante laughs, as even someone like him couldn't make a sharp cut like that. It's a skill of a swordsman at the 8-star level. The boy humbly confirms that he has yet to reach that level with his strength, so their investigation proved baseless. He's extremely impressed by Jin's incredible growth and feels the urge to speak to Veradine. Lots can't see anyone but Dante deploying a precise cut like that, aside from Dante. But he is fooled into believing that Dante is hiding his true powers. A month passed. Jin was waiting at the teleportation portal, concocting his plan. While he's busy contemplating, the woman next to him looks at the swordsman with intrigue. Jin arrives before Bubara's hideout. Bubara is worshipped as the greatest transformation sorcerer of their time. Dudes literally have a statue of this man, tempting Jin to annihilate it to 1 billion pieces. He knocks on the door and finds Bubar shocked. It's been a while since they met each other. The man is pissed, of course. He doesn't want to welcome Jin, who embarrassed him at the banquet. Bubare lunges to attack him, thinking the results will be similar to their previous fight. But Jin isn't playing around. He knocks the shit out of him instantly. Bishkal sees Jin walking. He's astonished to find Jin when he's clearly in the middle of his mission as a reserve flag bearer. Bubare begs him to kill Jin, but Bishkal is frustrated by his antics. He doesn't want to become an enemy to Jin for pointless reasons. Jin apologizes and states his intentions. He came here to commission a sculpture for his father. Bishkek finds it odd. It's as if Jin has changed, or maybe he's here for something else. Jin wastes no time, claiming that the real purpose of his visit is to meet Bishkal. He wants to fight him, but Bishkal is uninterested in fighting him. Just as he's about to speak, Jin feels a sharp cut, slicing off his hair. It was a test to check Jin's reflexes. Bishkek thinks he's still too weak to challenge him. Jin leaves without causing more trouble, but nearly kills Bubar in the process. He does not condone spewing dirt on the Runcandle family name. Bishkal is forced to fight him, to the point he's even warning Jin that it may be the fight that ends his life. Jin is prepared to suffer the consequences as long as he maintains his family's name. It's Bubari's stupidity that has escalated the situation to such extremes. Bishkal wants the fat idiot to apologize, ordering him with bloodlust. Bubari has to eat dirt as he apologizes to Jin for soiling their family's name. Jin is okay with Bishkal beating him for his rudeness, but both swordsmen acknowledge that it was Bubari's fault in the end. He takes his leave, while an infuriated Bishkal commands the Fatas to shut up as they have a lot to discuss. Bishkal reveals his findings to Bubari. Their connections with the Zippel family have been cut off. Bubar is insistent in finding a divine object called the compass. Bishkal is happy to ensure its retrieval. Suddenly, he senses the presence of someone and reacts immediately, but there's no one around them. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle is secretly attacked by Yona, who came on a mission with him wearing an elaborate disguise. The letter she received from Jin made her very happy. Since the owl was afraid of Charon finding out, he prepared a false identity for Yona on this mission. Her objective was to gather information from Bishkal, which is how she was able to eavesdrop in his discussion with Bubari. Jin now knows their plans, but Yona is somewhat wary of Bubare, deeming him one of equal class. She refuses to speak about her secrets because Jin is hiding his own. So without hesitation, Jin reveals the Shadow Force. Thousands of murderous temptations engulf Yona's body, calling every fiber of her being to kill Jin Runcandle. She resists her own body, begging Jin to never bring out his powers before her. She's confused why he revealed his powers so carelessly. Jin explains that he wanted to keep them a secret at first, but upon receiving the green roses, he felt complete trust in his sister. He doesn't hope to hide any secrets from her. In fact, he promises to become so strong that she's incapable of killing him despite her temptations. However, even our boy is afraid of messing around with Yona too much because of their father's warning. In the Dark Sea, Sieran learns that both Jin and Yona had fun playing around. The patriarch is impressed by his son's spirit. Kashmir's latest letter reports that Jin defeated another werewolf. Sieran remembers fighting the leader of the werewolf tribe, who was powerful, so powerful that he lasted 5 hours against a fight with him. He comes to know about Jin's newest technique, a technique that uses the shadow sword and hasn't been used for 1,000 years. It was Tamar's original skill. Sieran is getting sudden goosebumps and hopes to fight a Shadow Force user. Back at Tikon, Kashmir learns from Jin that the one responsible for the creation of the Devil Stone is Bubari. He's meticulously using corpses of dead gods with his ability to create dangerous artifacts. Speaking of the dead gods, Murakhan wonders if it has anything to do with Nemoris. It's time to reveal to Jin what Murakhan found years ago in his battle against a giant. It was unclear why it appeared out of nowhere, but the Dark Dragon is almost certain it involved Bubar's involvement. It's possible that he has connections to the god of sculpting, one that disappeared from Histor itself. He made the creation of the Origin Stone possible in the first place. Eventually, the god was stripped of his rank and forced to become human. The dragons were responsible for annihilating the graveyard giants that he created. But still, it's impossible for Bubar to forge a contract with a dead god. Jin adds that there's an item that could even locate divine contractors. That's how they found Yulia. It's an item called the compass. And while it is an imperfect object, it still led to the capture of Latri. Jin thinks it's necessary to obtain the compass from their enemies. He plans to steal the compass when it falls into the hands of the Kinzalo faction. Jin plans to locate to a safe location. The The silver dragon suggests they make their move before getting exposed. They will reunite 1 year from now, guarding them from their enemies. Murakhan knows of a place safer than even the Ice Palace. His suggestion? Going to the underworld. As crazy as that sounds, Murakhan thinks it's a good experience. The people of that place are legendary warriors, but the underworld has already been felled. Jin struggles to accept such a place even exists. Murakhan tells him that he's the only person who can go as a contractor. Solderit once made a contract with the people of the underworld, a preparation for the incoming magic swordsman of the Runcandle clan. In order to perfect his skills, Jin has to venture into the underworld. Jin's objective is to get to the Mitra Desert, but his carelessness could invite unwanted trouble. He has come to ask for help from the watertail species. These little guys are met with an exciting gift from Jin. They take the fish and help him on his way to the desert. Even the little ones are afraid that he'll die reaching his destination. Deeper into the cave, Jin retrieves some water and explores further inside. It's the first time he has seen the golden tongue species. The creatures are irritated that a human is exploring their place, but just 1 gold coin is enough to persuade the greedy little mouse. They lead him to the exit. Beyond the exit lies a market for Jin to explore. Darkspark already knows about Jin Runcandle. He remembers him from way back then on his mission. The cute little guy vows to keep his secrets to heart. Jin hopes to repay them in kind for all their help. He exits the cave and discovers the store. Jin no longer needs a guide and happily comes to the market. He tries to lay low and requests a dark canine to act as his travel guide to the desert. Arriving at the entrance of the Great Desert, Jin is happy to tip the guy for his trouble. He walks on his own, heading to the underworld, a place so dangerous that his dead body could never be retrieved from it. The underworld is filled with legendary tales of riches and resources, but even the native beastmen could never find the underworld, so traveling the desert was considered suicide as it led to nowhere. The desert defeated anyone who dared challenge it. But at last, Jin Runcandle is here. The Shadow Sword was heavily guarded by the Myungwang, a species that disappeared overnight for their arrogance. They ultimately challenged the gods and were annihilated. The Devil Stone is so powerful that despite being a replica, it's powerful enough to cause severe damage. The only god that pitied the race was Solderit, who ended up saving a few people of the race and made a contract with them. The contract prohibited anyone else from teaching the ways of the Shadow Sword, apart from that race. The first patriarch Tamar learned from them too. Only a handful of records about his existence remain, because the Zippel family was insistent on erasing everything about him. The greatest hero of the world does not even share a resting place in the Garden of Swords. Thanks to Jin's journey to meet the Myungwang, he will be able to hear much about Tamar's adventures. 2 days of constant travel. Stress is starting to overwhelm his body. It's a more difficult quest than fighting against someone stronger than him. Walking through the aimless desert requires courage. It's a test for Jin Runcandle to overcome himself. An entire month passed. Jin has yet to encounter food or water. All he sees is death surrounding him. Even his footsteps disappear in mere seconds. There's no way for him to go back. It's necessary that he endure this hardship. Suddenly, the first sign of life. A voice calls out to him. These fools are none other than the Tona twins. Jin is almost certain he's facing an illusion. The Tona twins hurry to attack him. He's surprised by their heavy attacks, as they were waiting until he was completely exhausted to attack. Jin wonders if this truly is an illusion he's facing. He tries to escape, but they quickly catch on. Jin barely reacts to their sharp movements in his exhausted state, but he knows that neither of them possesses a strong attack to finish him off. Jin is infuriated that he suffered so much in his previous life when these guys were so weak. He pummels them to the ground, standing as the victor. Daytona and Hitona apologize, but it's Jin who has found himself hesitating to deal the final blow. He knows in his heart and soul that it's necessary to cut his brothers down if he has to advance ahead. Jin delivers the final attack, not because of his hatred, but because he's a member of the Runcandle clan. He is begging for the illusion to fade. Jin has waited an entire day, but they've yet to fade into non-existence. Jin no longer believes that they were illusions. As painful as it is, he buries his brothers as a mark to advance further. Jin rests at night, consuming a dangerous scorpion for nutrients. He wonders how the rest of his siblings are doing. The thought of his brothers devastates Jin. He doesn't have any water left either. Nothingness awaits him in the scorching heat of the desert. He has lost track of how long the journey has been, not knowing why he came here. He is caught in desperation, because he has just killed his own brothers. Suddenly, a person offers him water. Jin's senses are as sharp as a knife, and he instantly handles her. Valeria is impressed that his skills have massively improved over time. She's his precious teacher from his previous life, and the real final descendant of the Hister family. She acknowledged the boy's talent and taught him magecraft. Back then, he was banished from the Runcandle family when he met her, but it's impossible that she knows about that, since they never even met each other. The desert he knew has changed into a green scenery. Valeria's appearance is the same as her previous life, so it's not making any sense to him. Jin thinks she's another one of his illusions created out of memory. She offers him a drink, but Jin believes he's going to have to fight her if he consumes the drink. Valeria is confident that she could kill him instantly in his weary state. Valeria strangely knows that he was reborn, and orders him to drink so that she can fight him. She calls him her only student. Valeria's words comfort him, but more than that, she just wants Jin to overcome her using every skill in his arsenal. Jin wants to challenge her on the basis of magecraft. She represented everything to him in his previous life, so he hopes to give her a show. Valeria is unafraid as she rains down an incredibly powerful thunder attack. The spear follows him, which makes him realize that Valeria isn't holding back. They fought many times before, but Jin never won, and now she's fighting him on the basis of killing him. She likes his evasive maneuvers, while Jin plans to wear out her mana. Valeria, of course, knew that it's what he was hoping for. She recommends that he use the sword to fight her, because there's really no other way he could defeat his teacher. Jin activates backflow magic, thanks to the teachings of Kittard. Valeria is a little upset, and says things that would stir his heart. She knows it will affect him. Jin hopes to meet her expectations. He has to use an advanced technique and plans to endure her wrath. 3 minutes of dodging are required for the move to execute. Jin endured for a while, but he wasn't expecting Valeria to catch him from the ground. She traps him with a giant magic circle, while at the same time maintaining her electric spears. The chains burn through Jin's flesh, and he realizes what's going on. The spears are also an illusion, as only a single one contains mana. Jin summons Tease in his most desperate moment, but with his flailing state, it would be difficult to maintain the phoenix for long. Valeria's magic entraps the phoenix for a long enough time that Jin is able to activate his advanced level technique. Valeria is unafraid. She's out here resisting the effects of his technique while simultaneously commanding so many spells at once. But still, Jin refuses to surrender this battle. Valeria unleashes everything in her arsenal to fend him off. Jin draws nearer. His tide reversal was actually a weapon to identify the real spear from the fake. Jin activates his armor, narrowing the distance between the two. Valeria thrusts the Thunder Dragon with its full wrath. Jin coats his blade with shadow force. He refused to use his sword for a reason. Jin pierces the mage with the best attack he's got, a symbol of his utmost respect for his teacher. Valeria remains defeated on the ground, proud of her student's evolution. She fades into non-existence. After all, this too was just a mirage. Jin refused to hold back in his final attack, because if he didn't, he had no choice of winning. He weeps in sadness and regret that he killed the teacher he loved most. That night, he finds himself in a bundle of swords in the desert. From out of nowhere appears yet another mirage. It's the first patriarch, Tamar. One flicker of his shadow force dominates Jin into throwing up. It's as if he was facing a god who forced him to kneel. But if Jin kneeled now, all his sacrifices would have been for nothing. He resists the sheer pressure, overcoming the pain to move ahead, to go on and cut Tamar down. Seeing the boy's relentless stride, Tamar smiles when he hasn't for 1,000 years. Jin's entire body is commanding him to slice the first patriarch. He possesses willpower to cut his siblings and even kill his own teacher. While he was sad, he did what was required to overcome his shortcomings. The test is coming to an end. Tamar unleashes a shadow wave that nearly kills Jin. But still, he goes on, resisting the hopelessness of his situation. Tamar commands the swords and cuts Jin down, all over his body without stopping. But Jin still hasn't accepted defeat. He killed the ones he loved most to get this far, and he wouldn't have hesitated even if there was someone else in their place. His willpower knows no bounds. Jin commands use of the special technique, cutting down anyone who stands in his way, and finally eviscerating Tamar's image. Unfortunately, before he was able to cut him down, Tamar disappeared. Jin roars that he came to cut down the first patriarch, but a voice reminds him of the real reason he came here. The land of the Mayan Wang is his destination. Jin wonders if the voice was also a mirage. Murakhan had told him about the 3 mirages. It's Jin who forgot about them after losing his sanity. With the 3rd mirage finished, he releases his shadow force, but nothing happened. It doesn't make sense at first, until Jin cuts down a path revealing the location of the one who tested him. The man is impressed that Solderet's contractor passed the test. Jin, on the other hand, is damn pissed for being played like a fiddle. Tantel has waited for a very long time for Jin. He takes him to La Prarosa, the land of the Myungwang. Jin consumes a drink before spitting it out. It's a special elixir that helps him recover some of his sanity. Tantel wants the boy to rest up before meeting the others. La Prarosa was built 5 millennia ago. It's not a surprise adventurers lost their way just finding it. Luxury of the highest caliber surrounds them. Everything is made out of gold. Jin takes note of the jewel in his chest. Tantel explains that it's nothing more than a heart. There's no one in the city besides this man, which leads Jin to question how many of his race are left. Tantel explains that nearly 80 people live in the city, a small number including the Battle God and Battle Kings. They're the siblings who will pass the Shadow Sword upon Jin, his most anticipated weapon. Tantel takes the boy to the Battle Temple. It was made for a god and has immense pressure. It's only because of Jin's 3rd test that he was able to make it this far. Tantel warns Jin to be cautious of his words, as they're not the type to let him fly easily. Jin meets his siblings, who are curious to meet Solderet's contractor. They've been dying to teach him since Tamar. The woman wants to clean him up. Jin is treated like a rag doll as they fight over who gets to wash him clean. Jin enjoys his bath. He had a rough time dealing with the warrior woman. The humans of this era didn't have good hygiene. The size difference is crazy when he compares himself to the warriors. After cleaning himself, Jin dons traditional outerwear. Tantel explains they're headed for the temple to meet the battle god and the 12 kings he saw from before. Inside the temple, Jin notices the illuminated stone on Tantel's body. He wonders if it has something to do with the battle god. Tantel advises him to respond appropriately, or else he's getting his ass sent back to the desert. The door opens at last. Jin stands before the Golden Kings and their battle god. The pressure he's feeling right now is immense. Belize and the other battle kings are staring him down. The ruler of the place is the battle god, a smaller woman compared to the others, but with such a dominating presence that it eclipses the strength of the other kings. Surprisingly, the battle god comments on the differences between Tamar and Jin's appearance. Yet they boast the same energy. It's unlikely that Jin will become the better of the two, and they don't expect him to rival Tamar. Still, Belize trusts in his strength. After all, he's Solderate's contractor. Most of the other kings have already considered him weaker than Tamar, and for good reason. But Jin didn't come here to be treated like an inferior. He's bold enough to claim his name in the presence of the 12 kings. Van, the battle god, introduces herself properly. She makes it clear that the 12 kings are his enemies before becoming his rivals. Jin is okay with that, because he senses their open hostility. The problem is, he can't get a read on their intentions. Van will conduct his test tomorrow, and until then, she tosses him her own sword to fight. Jin calls it an ordinary sword, but then it immediately absorbs all of his shadow energy. It is drawing out every last bit of his shadow energy. Van tells him that Tamar overcame the Shadow Asbring sword, so she expects the same from our boy. Jin is bold enough to try and back his words. After the meeting is dismissed, Belize argues that it's too soon for Jin to overcome the shadow-absorbing sword. After all, Tamar was much older and stronger when he overcame the sword. Van knows this, but she chooses to act anyway. It's been 1,000 years since Tamar's fall. Their race stands to test the limits of the current Runkindel family, which means Van is confident in their evolution and believes they've grown much stronger since then. The next day, Jin turns up, drained of his strength. He couldn't even sleep because the sword kept exhausting his energy. With no amount of shadow force left in his body, Jin's going to have trouble. Garmund is the first of the 12 kings to test his resolve. He comments on the boy's exhausted condition and emphasizes that he has yet to acknowledge him fully. The first test is to swing his sword 10,000 times. Of course, Jin is confident because he's already done that before. The number goes higher and higher until it reaches 8,000. It impresses Tantel as Jin executes his 9,000th strike. Thanks to Luna's excessive teachings, as well as the steel ball training, Jin's sword technique has been perfected. It is the very technique that forms the Runkindel family's mindset. At last, Jin completes his final swing, maintaining his stance. Garmund is impressed by the boy's powers, as many Runkindels failed to do the same. The people cheer in Jin's name, but Garmund is tight-lipped. Jin doesn't want to hear lame compliments from the man. He commands Garmund to accept that he's worthy of his teachings. Garmund is embarrassed, but he admits as much. Now the real training begins. Of course, Garmund has no intention of fighting against Jin, confident of his victory. He thinks that Jin won't even dent his sword, so the Runkindel decided to prove his strength by pushing him back. Garmund explains that it was a metaphorical figure of speech. The 8 king instructs the boy to take a swing. Jin uses his full strength, but instead he's the one getting pushed back. Jin wants to try again, and Garmund is happy to let him. With only aura left at his disposal, Jin concentrates his strength in a single slash, destroying the landscape with Garmund still pushing him back. Jin can't believe the difference in their skills. He has found himself completely outclassed. The 8th Battle King has taken some level of damage from the boy. He wonders if it's because of his perseverance as a Runkindel who conquered the desert. Even without Jin's shadow force, he's powerful. Garmund gives him 1 week to perfect an attack that will move his sword. The swordsman was expecting him to teach, but Garmund believes the third mirage, and the belief that everything can be cut is all he needs. He asks how long it took Tamar to succeed, and discovers that it took him only 2 days. 4 days have since passed. Jin has yet to move Garmund's sword. He has tried nearly 8,000 times. At last, one of his strikes managed to chip Garmund's weapon. He's still behind Tamar's performance, but the 8th Battle King is impressed by the boy's growth nonetheless. In Tamar's case, he didn't have the shadow-absorbing sword wearing him down, which begs the question if the first patriarch could have succeeded in 4 days like Hin. It's an impressive achievement, and shows that the Runkindel family has been growing in the outside world. Garmund fully acknowledges the boy, and knows that the others will come to see him the same way. But before that, Garmund requests that he be the first to taste the fruits of his achievement. Jin doesn't know the heck he's talking about, but accepts anyway. Garmund takes the chipped piece of the sword and straight up eats it. Jin is struck speechless with what he just saw. His next training is scheduled to begin tomorrow. That night, Jin is observing the beautiful cityscape of La Prarosa. He wonders if he could boast the same qualifications as Tamar and uphold the reputation of being Soldaret's contractor. Tantel sees him lost in thought and knows that Jin didn't sleep for 3 days because of his shadow absorption training. He offers him a stone to eat, but Jin is suspicious and doesn't want to consume it right away. It's actually a snack that recovers one's energy. Jin takes a bite out of it and feels rejuvenated. He wants to know which of the Battle Kings is the strongest of them all. Tantel explains that there isn't a ranking system. They're treated as commoners like Tantel. A gloomy, shadowy presence creeps behind Jin, forcing him to react with his sword. It's the 5th Battle King, Boras, who is impressed by Jin's reaction speed. He inspects Jin's teeth and finds it strange that Jin is missing a molar. It happened with his final slash in the 3rd Mirage. Jin was so concentrated and angry that he ended up breaking his tooth. It's a considerable achievement. Boras is happy to lend him one. This guy casually chucks out his own tooth and offers Jin. After all, the teeth of Battle Kings can cut through diamonds. Jin can't believe what he's hearing. Boras disappears, leaving Jin at a loss for words. The following morning, Jin observes how strong the floors are. They're made out of a stone that refuses to be cut. And yet, there are marks of a sword all over them. That means the training was incredibly tough. One sword slash is gigantic compared to the rest. Garmund is shocked that he's only just noticing the details of his training ground. The marks are from Tyr, who used the first form of the Shadow Sword. Garmund doesn't have high expectations from Jin, and taunts him for it. But our boy doesn't like being compared. He wants to do even better than Tamar. Garmund sheds light on the technique itself. The first form is called Soul Slice, a staple to the Shadow Sword. He demonstrates the attack by coating his blade with shadow energy. Jin doesn't really want to waste time around the details of Shadow Force. He just wants to see the technique. Garmund deploys it before his eyes, unleashing a wave of shadow so sharp that it annihilates everything in its path. Jin compares the attack to be similar to Luna's finishing move. While it's less powerful compared to her attack, it's still effective. That means if Jin can master this one technique, he will defeat any swordsman below the 7-star rank with ease. Garmund only executed half of the technique, which is why his attack was smaller than Tamar's. It's a powerful technique that annihilates a person's soul. That means he could easily use it to defeat even stronger opponents and overturn the battle. In order to learn this technique, he has to learn how to unite his shadow energy. It's a feeling that Jin is already familiar with. He might be able to replicate the technique without a shadow absorption sword. Jin felt the same when he fought against Muron. A feeling came over Jin, prompting him to use a swing so powerful that it sliced Muron. The same happened in his battle against the werewolf, and even Tamar. The technique relies on the belief that he can cut anything that stands in his path. Garmund is impressed that he's already familiar with how the technique operates. He wants to show a second demonstration of the technique. Garmund annihilates the training round with an even more powerful swing than last time. Strangely enough, Jin's experience taught the Battle King in bettering his technique instead. Jin knows he's hiding something. He tells the boy that he doesn't like using the Shadow Sword as it drains his energy. Jin calls him out for being a pussy. He feels like he's wasting his time and requests to see the Manhwa sword. But Garmund strongly declines, stating that it requires a metal heart to use the sword. Jin has a strong reason to see the sword. Only last night he learned from Tantel that he's going to fight warriors every night after his training. He recommended Jin to take a look at the sword. Tantel couldn't show it to him because it would cause him great trouble. Jin is ready to blackmail Garmund's reputation if he refuses to show him the sword. He has no intentions of backing down. Garmund is forced into a corner and accepts his terms. But right before he's about to show the Myungwang sword, Boras chimes in. He's made the perfect tooth for the boy. Jin literally received no say in the matter. Boras just grabs his face and adjusts the tooth in place. It's weird for Jin to be accepting a nasty gift like this. But the moment he receives the tooth, Jin experiences the effects of memory transplantation magic. He learned about it from Valeria in his past life. The Hister clan used a device to exercise the use of such magic. Every bit of information about the Myungwang sword is currently being instilled in his memories. Boras chooses to keep his secrets, but confirms that what he received isn't related to magic. Magic is nothing more than a term of humans. In reality, mages don't exist as a race, and the people who use magic merely become blacksmiths. Boras is one of those blacksmiths, the most skilled one of all. They keep yapping about each other while Jin is contemplating how this civilization could use magic half a millennia ago. It's even more advanced than their current magic. Jin thanks the legendary blacksmith, who didn't just offer him the gift for no reason. Boras wants the boy's second achievement, that not even he himself knows about. A month passed as Jin finally managed to learn Soul Slice. He also honed his abilities thanks to Boras's, allowing his body to be faster and precise. The techniques of the blacksmith helped him unlock amazing levels of power. It took a while, but Jin eventually became capable of forming an aura heart. At last, he could nearly even execute the Myungwang sword. Boras is happy with his development, as he formed an aura heart that not even Tamar did. After all, he didn't receive the memory transplant from Boras. The blacksmith reminds him that training his Myungwang sword is nothing more than a secret. He is yet to be acknowledged by the others after all. The Myungwang race were born with jewel hearts made from aura. Every one of them boasts the strengths of a 9-star warrior. Basically, they're the strongest from birth. For Jin, it should be considered impossible as a human. With Garmund and Boris finished with their training, it's time for the 4th Battle King to help with Jin's development. Jin questions what he will learn from the 4th Battle King. The training will focus on the 2nd form of Shadow Sword, a topic of interest for Jin. The 4th Battle King happens to be mute. Although not entirely, she considers it a form of training which started when time stopped for the city. She's finally here, the only Battle King whose presence is undetectable among others. Garmund and Boris have their peculiarities, but she's different. Jin politely introduces himself, but he wasn't expecting to get attacked right away. Rinfa is even faster than Boris. She annihilates Garmund with a show of her strength. Garmund, now enraged, comes to attack her. Even Boris steps in, launching her sword and kicking her away. Rinfa seems to be really mad. She doesn't want to hold back against Garmund. Boris takes him and leaves Jin in her care. When he sees her, Jin is reminded of his dear sister Yona. He thinks it should be a good idea to treat her the same. Jin's training with Yona began. He's training by himself and has yet to ask anything from her, which is also why she's observing him training on his own. Just like Yona, she observes him quietly. Every time he tries to gather aura, Rinfa appears before him to teach him the 2nd form, but she doesn't like the way he executes the 1st form. Rinfa sometimes strikes him down, satisfied with dealing him the blow. If it wasn't for Jin's training with Luna, perfecting his mind's eye, he would have been killed. Still, he hasn't addressed Rinfa's weird way of training. He has to make sure Rinfa is the one who approaches him, instead of the other way around. 10 days passed. Confused, Rinfa asks why he's yet to ask about the 2nd form. Jin claims that he's uninterested and instead wants to know why she's not spoken a word. Jin calls her out. He thinks that not communicating with others through speech and instead communicating with writing invalidates the purpose of her training. Jin emphasizes that he doesn't want to train under someone who is hollow on the inside. He wants Rinfa to put her efforts into teaching him, the same way Garmund and Boris did. After his bold words, he offers an apology and returns to training. For the first time in hundreds of years, Rinfa breaks her silence. In order to show her sincerity, she prepares to demonstrate Jin an incredible technique. Rinfa executes a beautiful dance, different from the 1st form Jin learned from Garmund. Each strike resembles a reflection of itself. It's an attack that cuts both ways with one sword. Jin is astonished to witness the miraculous 2nd form. Rinfa completes the beautiful attack after executing it with elegance, impressing even the likes of Boris and Garmund. She asks for his thoughts. Jin is left amazed, and is really happy to earn her trust as the techniques she showed days before was just a fake. Boris wants to break the news with the others. Jin performed a feat not even Tamar could by making her talk. The 2nd form is called Scissors, which befits its nature to interlock the shadow force. Jin's mission is to copy the technique, but even he knows it's going to take him a while. He also doesn't feel confident with the Shadow Absorption Sword, constantly draining his magic. Rinfa explains that the sword doesn't absorb energy, but instead refines the quality of his shadow magic. It's more of a cover, a sheath for his blade. This will further allow Jin to use shadow energy with refined consistency. Rinfa is hoping for our boy to overcome the Shadow Absorption Sword. She loves to over-explain, and Jin likes this side of her. He wonders why she stopped talking. It was actually a punishment she gave to herself, something Rinfa couldn't share with the others. Jin acknowledges her feelings, and understands that she must have struggled so long on her own. He's happy to lend her an ear and hear her out. Rinfa ends up telling him everything. She faults herself for the failings of her people. She unnecessarily blames herself for stopping the arrogance of her race from challenging the gods. Rinfa was able to move past this hurdle after Jin's conversation. She thanks him, and believes Jin possesses a unique quality to transform others. News of the 4th Battle King reaches the ears of the commoners. They're here to celebrate, and Jin is most happy that she can communicate freely with others. Boris confronts him. He not only knew about her story, but he also knew that Jin Runkandel would be the person who could finally make the 4th Battle King break her silence. The 4th Battle King, the mute Rinfa, began talking once again ever since she started training the Runkandel warrior. Under her tutelage and training, Jin Runkandel sharpened his understanding of his sword skills. She helped him overcome the Shadow Absorption Sword, taking away his powers, and taught him how to control its energy. Apart from that, Jin was taught the Shadow Sword's 1st form as well as the 2nd form, both devastating attacks that he could now release after constantly learning for 2 weeks. Jin's rate of growth was impressive, and he could at this point only use the ability instead of perfecting it. It was an incomplete technique, but he thought about consistently practicing and getting used to both forms first. Perfection comes later after all. The Shadow Sword is a real problem obstructing him from doing so. A month passed. By this point, Jin had conquered the shadow-absorbing sword at will and retrieved his own sword. He's surprised to receive his precious weapon again. After all, at first he was told that his sword won't be used in the temple. Tantel confirms that from this point forward, it's crucial for him to use his weapon as part of his training. Right after he finishes up his training with the 4th Battle King, the real battle begins. Jin will have to face against their kind in actual duels in the form of sparring matches. It's been a while, but it's finally going to happen. Tantel confirms that the first few matches will take place in the afternoon, and people will come to see his strength. Currently, the first Battle King is selecting a suitable opponent for Jin Runkandle's skill level. Jin is excited to finally come face to face with a Myungwang member. Their kind is exceptionally more powerful than average humans, so he has been itching to clash his swords against them ever since he first came here. Tantel worries for him, however. He thinks Jin is taking on a challenge far too difficult for him at his current level. He's right, because the Myungwang are overpowered from birth, and Jin is nothing compared to the strongest of their race. From his words, Jin is able to piece together the fact that he's getting destroyed in the upcoming exhibition match. He was originally thinking that his opponent would be equal to the level of a member of the White Wolves. But this oversimplification and underestimation of the Myungwang makes Tantel laugh, who confirms that only one of their members is strong enough to beat the average warrior from the Red Tiger tribe, which is even tougher than the White Wolves. It's a short way of telling Jin that he's got zero chances of victory in his upcoming battle. There's also the fact that the first Battle King, the one selecting his upcoming fight, really doesn't like Jin at all. It's almost certain that his opponent will have a tough fight. Jin admits that the typical Myungwang member is at least 9-star level when compared to humans, which is just overpowered as hell when you really think about it. Without a doubt, any opponent that gets picked is going to give Jin a tough fight. Tantel is supportive of Jin, however, and is prepared to support him no matter the outcome of his battles. He wonders if Jin followed his advice, the advice to watch the Myungwang sword at least once. Jin remembers going out of his way to do just that, even behind the backs of the Battle Kings. Jin contemplates that he learned about it from the memory chip he received from Boris, and now he's going to see the real deal in his upcoming duel. Tantel is glad that he followed his advice. The next thing is to wait for the duel to come. So he leaves Jin to rest until the afternoon. Some time passes and the fated time arrives. Boris comes to check on Jin's preparation for the fight. Jin isn't worried about making any special preparations, probably because it won't help him much anyway. His only mission is to focus on defeating his opponent. The other Battle King confirms that his strength is commendable, so much so that it is difficult to call Jin Runkandel a human being. He has faith and confidence in Jin's abilities and thinks he will fare well in the upcoming fight. But Boris is worried, because he thinks failing once can be really demotivating and discouraging for the soul. Rinfa argues the same, but all three of his teachers are hopeful for Jin's learning progress. They want him to use this as a learning experience and hone on his mistakes. Jin really doesn't like their pity party circling around him. He knows from Tantel that he's already going to lose, and yet people are treating him like he's already dead lost before the fight even begins. Boris explains that they're worried for a reason. In fact, they're worried that Jin's reaction will be the same as Tamar's, the first Runkandel. This is an interesting piece of information that catches Jin's reaction. He learns from the Battle Kings about Tamar's undefeated record in the outside world. While Tamar was unstoppable in the outside world, he faced limitations in La Prarosa and lost many times. Curious to assess his strength, Jin questions how strong Tamar was at the same time of their first duels. Rinfa claims that he was still stronger than him at this level, but even he couldn't defeat the average Myungwang for a long time. Right after his first hard defeat, Tamar's soul took a hit. He stopped eating food and felt like a failure. He wallowed in despair, never knowing what defeat felt like. They assumed that Jin had the same trait as the first Runkandel patriarch, but that's actually wrong. Jin's mentality is far stronger and refined than even Tamar's. He doesn't get why it's a big deal for someone to react in this manner after losing once. Jin isn't the type to lose his morale and give up on his mission. He's already lost many times at the hands of capable warriors and knights before. Defeat isn't a new experience for Jin Runkandel, who has previously lost countless times in the name of training and growth. What's more, Jin's situation was even worse. He was defeated in his original life and lost his very life. Throughout both of his lives, he has experienced what it feels like to lose. Hearing them out, Jin assures them that there's nothing to worry about as he's not going to end up like Tamar. This confession shocks the Battle Kings, who assumed he was just like his predecessor. Anyway, it's time for the fated duel to take place. It's a special one as duels didn't take place for 1,000 years until Jin arrived. The Colosseum is filled with people placing bets on the underdog challenging the Myungwang warrior. The audience is cruel as they're open about Tamar's disappointing defeat in the first battle, who apparently couldn't even survive a bunch of hits before being taken down. The warrior he's facing is a man named Shaku, known and adorned for his lightning-fast speed. He's a tall figure with long hair, and apparently he's a favorite of the crowd as they cheer his name. Shaku politely addresses Jin as the successor to the first patriarch. The underdog has only one request. He wants Shaku to give it his absolute best to try and kill him. Initially, even Shaku is shocked to hear this provocation from the boy. Jin doesn't feel fear and certainly doesn't want the fight to end up like any typical duel. He wants a real fight to showcase his endurance and strength. Shaku bursts into a heavy laugh, acknowledging Jin's reckless bravery, before getting serious and reminding him of his place. Shaku emphasizes that he despises those who are unable to wield the sword. Jin materializes a wave of electricity from his managem and concentrates all of it on his sword. Shaku is astonished. What Jin has done is impossible for his current level. He has just casted use of the Myungwang sword, right when he wasn't supposed to. Shaku is offended and calls for the traitor responsible for revealing the Myungwang sword to the unprepared Runkandel. Jin is done talking and blitzes his speed to attack him at once. His thunderous speed leaves cracking lightning behind him. Shaku is still in utter disbelief, as even if someone demonstrated the Myungwang sword to the boy, Jin shouldn't be able to cast it at his level. He's actually right. Jin reflects that the Myungwang sword is a fighting art known only to the Myungwang race. That's why he had to create a glowing gem heart using his aura to replicate them. But the heart isn't the only requirement to activate the legendary technique of this race. The answer lies in the memories Boris shared with him. The molar he obtained was the key ingredient. Jin practiced the Myungwang sword in secret, exerting himself every day to gain control of its power. He refused to give up until he could cast it. Now, he concentrates his full strength in an obliterating blast that destroys the arena. Or that's what he thought. Because even as he used Myungwang's sword, Shaku merely blocked his attack effortlessly. The man roars for the 5th Battle King, offended to find Boras as the culprit responsible. Shaku takes a breath and casts an energy wave of his own. Before long, he releases a powerful wave of aura. A wave of power falls upon him. Shaku is pissed that Jin deployed the Myungwang sword in battle. He wants to pay him back dearly for disgracing the technique. Shaku isn't letting this one slide, and Jin can only prepare for what's coming at him. He props up a spell and tries to summon Tess. To his great shock, Jin can't even access or summon Tess into this dimension. He wonders if it's because the La Perosa dimension was created by Soldare, hindering the Phoenix's access to the dimension. Shaku sees him wide open for an attack and blitzes past Jin, who is barely able to respond by dodging his vicious attack. Shaku follows up with a second attack while Jin responds with an attack of his own. The attack slashes Shaku, but doesn't have any effect on the man. He merely releases an energy wave, sending Jin flying back. None of his attacks seem to be working in this battle. Jin lunges forth to try again and attack. Their clashes are almost equal in speed and power, but Jin is slowly getting overwhelmed with every attack. Not only is his opponent extremely fast, the man also boasts an impenetrable defense. There's not a single opening he can exploit for a counterattack. It all seems hopeless for Jin, while Shaku is confidently hammering him down. In this pinch, he decides to make use of a weakness of the body that can never be strengthened, no matter how much training. Jin plays dirty and pierces Shaku's eyeball with his finger, but to his utter shock, he breaks his finger instead. He had massively underestimated Myungwang's strength. Shaku explains that his cheap trick won't work since their eyes are as tough as their hearts. He only had one chance and he blew that up too. Jin is really in a tough situation right now. He's starting to realize why these guys are called the strongest species on Earth. The fact that there are hundreds of people like Shaku who are all similar in strength is terrifying. Jin wonders how a powerful race such as this face collapse. Shaku is enjoying himself. So far, he was merely toying around with Jin, but now, he's going to use a special technique. Jin's present condition is one of fear and shock. His body can't even bear the confidence to wield his sword properly. Shaku chimes in with a confident punch, explaining how he just used an ability called weapon oppression. Just like its name, the Myungwangs have the ability to imbue power into other weapons, forcing it to stop moving even in their opponent's grasp. Jin's face is wide open to eat a powerful punch coming full speed right at him. In this critical moment, he takes the initiative to dodge the attack, which causes a shockwave on impact. Jin can't afford to use his sword anymore either, since weapon oppression will kick into effect and work against him. He optimizes to gain distance and leverage a long-ranged battle, but Shaku doesn't seem to be worried at all. He sees Jin running off like a bird and merely catches up without any problems. Jin needs some time to execute the Shadow Sword's first form attack, as it's the only move that could prove effective against Shaku. He exhausts his body's limits to run as fast as he possibly can. Having gained the distance he needs to execute the attack, Jin charges the Shadow Sword's first form, engulfing his weapon in a column of shadows. But as he's chanting the slash, Shaku catches up and stops him from executing it. He catches Jin's sword with his own, preventing him from using the slash at all. Shaku then tosses his weapon away completely, before grabbing Jin's clothes and dishing a really strong jab to his face. So powerful in fact that it launches Jin away. But the torture doesn't end here. Shaku catches him and decides to give the Runkandel a taste of the real Myungwang sword. He stops Jin's foot into the ground, preventing him from moving. Now that Jin is completely wide open, he eats hundreds of punches from Shaku, one after the other, in endless punishment. Shaku releases a final attack with a frontal kick, stomping Jin's entire body into the ground. Then he lunges forth for another charged kick, sending Jin flying into the air. Jin's lifeless body plummets into the ground, all battered and bloodied from impact. At this point, he's incapable of battle, but Shaku isn't quite done. He grabs him again, before catching his blade and preparing to deal the final blow. As punishment for Jin using the sword before his time, Shaku intends to slice off his limbs, hoping that he isn't as arrogant in their next match. Jin's pitiful state renders him unable to respond. And just like that, Jin Candle loses his legs in painful punishment. After his disgraceful defeat, Jin ended up knocked completely unconscious. Vaughn wanted to use his blood to cure Jin's condition, even though the risks involved were high, as humans cannot handle the blood of the battle god usually. Jin could regain his consciousness in this fickle moment. He couldn't figure out what they were talking about. The battle god was fine with the treatment, recognizing Jin to be different from the average human. The blood transfusion process begins with Jin receiving whatever blood he can get from the battle god. After coming in contact with his body, Jin's nerves electrify from the sudden changes. Since he's a human and not a Myungwang, his body reacts abnormally and grows tense under the pressure. A voice calls out for him, confirming that the Run Candle can no longer hear the voice of the god of the darkness. There's a clear error, because if Jin cannot survive the blood and eventually dies, then that spells utter doom. The battle god has previously confirmed that Jin's death implies the complete annihilation of their race. His survival is critical. The battle god Vaughn speaks to the boy in his memory's consciousness, confirming that his death would mean the death of everyone. Jin at this moment is reminded of his miserable past life, and how he faded during that time too. His senses become sharper and more pronounced. The elixir of 10,000 poisons that he acquired from his sister is working itself to maintain Jin's survival. The elixir is so powerful that it will make it impossible for any assassin to kill Jin easily. Jin fights against his body's negative energy, refusing to give up right here and now. He has many objectives under his belt to accomplish. Failing here would be the end of it all. Most importantly, Jin has many people to protect and has to endure this suffering for their sake. Instead of the Myungwangs deciding his fate, Jin takes it upon himself to be the one who decides what happens to him. His mana heart strengthens, and after 1 month of remaining unconscious, Jin finally wakes up again. The very fact that he was able to wake up means that he survived the blood of one of the battle kings. He gets up, acknowledging that a month passed. Still, Jin believes that he's wasted too much time like this. He has to be done here by May, and it is March already. In his contemplation, Jin confirms that the only reason he survived is via the effects of the elixir of the 10,000 poisons. For some strange reason, he feels an immense energy and light coming from inside his body. Jin glances at the mana crystal in his chest, which is beaming in a flash of light. He can't believe that he has actually acquired the real deal. Jin had no idea that he could obtain the Myungwang heart after receiving a blood transfusion. Since he's now awake, Vaughn comes to visit him on her own, wanting to know if he's alright. Jin can't fathom what to believe or expect. He acquired the molar from Boras, and then he formed a Myungwang heart thanks to her blood. She acted without even asking for his opinion. It's a surprising objection from Jin, who literally could have lost his life anyway if Vaughn didn't offer her blood. Jin is annoyed that he didn't have any right to decide his fate. He also didn't know he would end up developing a Myungwang heart as a consequence. Vaughn apologizes for acting without permission, but Jin isn't worried about it. All he's concerned about is his new heart. He's trying to understand what's been going on. After all, he received blood from a literal god. Vaughn is surprised that he isn't complaining instead. Jin would have things to say if she was an enemy of some kind. He's worried that having acquired the Myungwang heart means that he has now become a part of their race. He's also unsure about the reaction of the Myungwang people, because people like Shaku might as well kill him for that. Vaughn doesn't deny his words and thinks that's exactly what will happen. Faced with this situation, Jin asks a curious question. He wonders if he would have gained any acknowledgement from the Myungwang people and the Battle Kings without Vaughn's help. Vaughn observes his reaction. She can see Jin's fist tensed up in frustration. She counters and asks if he will destroy the heart if her answer is yes, because it is a power that Jin didn't obtain on his own. The Runkandel confirms that he's frustrated, but in the end, he also helped create his new heart. It wasn't something he wished for, but at the same time, if Jin failed to meet Vaughn's personal standards, then she wouldn't have decided to offer her blood. Vaughn believes that is required for Jin's succession to become complete. She questions why he wishes to oppose what she has done for him. Jin explains that if it's a heart that he created, then he can always create it again when necessary. He doesn't share any intention of eliminating his new powers if they can be used for good, since they would serve a greater purpose. Vaughn confirms that even if he didn't take her blood, Jin's performance would have gained acknowledgement of her people. Happy with her response, Jin intends to use his new heart to his advantage. He tells Vaughn about his departure in the month of May, as he's also got things to take care of. But he will return to La Perosa after that, so he wants the battle god to adjust and tune the rate of his training with this trip in mind. Since there are only 2 months of training for Jin to use, she alters his training schedule, commanding the warrior to train with the 7th Battle King in the morning and in the afternoon. He will train with the man who put him in critical position, Shaku. 50 days passed in the blink of an eye in Jin's training. The Myungwang clearly opposed him, and grew even more hostile than before, ever since Jin obtained his new heart. But after a while, when they learned that it was against Jin's personal choice in the matter, they came to stop hating him. The Myungwang race is unquestionably fierce and dominant. While normally, Jin would have wished to become just as strong as them without having to utilize his new heart. But it's impossible, and he knows that after facing Shaku in 49 matches. The outcome? He lost every single match decisively, but every time he faced defeat, Jin Runkindel mustered his spirit to train again. Instead of fixating and turning inside his loss, Jin felt the need to climb higher and stronger than before. He could feel his mind opening to new perspectives and strength. After facing Shaku in 10 whole battles, Jin was starting to believe that he might be nearly as strong as Luna, his older sister whom he deems the strongest among his siblings. Shaku's overwhelming strength and aura blew apart Jin's chances of victory. Every fight was a fight to survive. After 20 harsh and strong battles, the Runkindel realized that Shaku wasn't an equal to Luna at all. After facing him 30 times, Jin began to grow stronger on his own, and was able to match the warrior's blows. By this point, he thought Shaku clearly doesn't hold a candle to Luna's dominating strength. After 40 long battles, Jin had the confidence to believe that he could slice off one of Shaku's arms. Their strength and speed matched each other, and the gap was narrowing with every fight. Jin's physical skills were increasing at a godly rate, and the spars of suffering soon became battles of joy for him. He began to enjoy those fights with Shaku as a rival instead of an underdog. Despite his struggles, Jin still had to seek outside help from the 5th Battle King Boras. Why, you might ask? It's because after every fight, Jin's body would be mutilated and sliced apart. After a while, Myungwang stopped talking about Tamar, his predecessor. In fact, they were starting to cheer the underdog on more than ever. Now came the day for the 50th duel, where Jin was cheerfully supported by the people. He observes Shaku's stern and annoyed face and mocks him for fearing an incoming loss. Shaku explains that he's actually grown attached since they trained together every day. With every battle, it's gotten harder and harder for him to slice Jin's body. But that's not the kind of man Jin wants to face. He wants someone dead serious and strong coming right at him like they've got a grudge to settle. Jin recommends the man to fight him seriously without any brotherly feelings. Vaughn is eagerly watching this fight take place. She comes to hear from Tantel about Jin's scheduled departure from the land of La Prarosa. Tantel makes a quick suggestion. He wants the rest of the people to also have the chance to fight Jin, as Shaku has had enough chances of his own, and fought Jin for too long in their training. The other battle gods also confirm that Jin has gained a positive audience of supporters who spectate him eagerly, waiting for the chance to fight the successor. Vaughn draws to a pause before requesting the permission of the people. Before their fight begins, Vaughn announces Jin's departure in 2 weeks. She thinks it's time they all accepted him as one of their own, allowing them the chance to spar with him without any problems. Vaughn asks if anyone has a problem with what has just been discussed. Some of the Myungwang are still on the fence about accepting Jin Runkindel as one of their own, but seeing Garmund, Boras, and even Rinfa support Jin in his journey of growth has influenced their hearts. He has impacted the lives of the Battle Kings in his short stay, and he didn't even have an arrogant attitude despite receiving the Battle God's blessings. Even though his limbs were severed each day, Jin had the tenacity to return the next day and fight again. His undying persistence earned him the praise and recognition from the Myungwang. Instead of despairing like Tamar, he didn't fret about his losses either. In a moment of silence, the first Battle King Valtirok stomps the ground and accepts Jin Runkindel as his brother. He leads the pathway for others to accept Jin as well. Boris and Garmund are the happiest homies they can be. They also stomp in acknowledgement of Jin Runkindel. The gatekeeper Tantel follows, and even Shaku confirms they also believe in Jin Runkindel as one of their own. Soon, Jin receives a wave of acknowledgement from every single person at the arena. At last, the Myungwang people have agreed to accept him. Vaughn makes the announcement and declares Jin Runkindel as one of their own. After gaining acceptance from the Myungwang people, they decided who would come to fight him using the age-old game of rock, papers, and scissors. The sequence of fighters was soon finalized, and Jin became the victim of many fighters throughout the day. 2 days passed, and even Tantel was there to obliterate Jin's body with fierce slashes. Every morning he endured, every noon he suffered, and every evening he suffered even more. Jin endlessly fought the Myunwang people without taking any form of rest. He was physically strained all up until he had to face Shaku in their 50th rematch. Jin was pissed after getting the living crap beat out of him in every match, so he wanted to return the favor. But surprisingly, the moment he landed a small scratch on Shaku's face, the man accepted his defeat and surrendered. Jin was furious like hell that he couldn't dish out the same treatment that he got in return. He was really mad, but at the same time, came to accept the fact. After all, his new goal was to beat the Myungwang people instead of Shaku. When the fight finished, Jin regained his composure and helped Shaku get up from the ground. 9 days remained until he departed from the realm. He has a duel with each of the Battle Kings scheduled right after he returns from the human realm. So for now, he's simply training with the other Myungwang members for the meantime. In conclusion, that's how he fought a total of 64 endless matches against the Myungwang people. After his battles, Tantel decided to throw a celebratory treat in Jin's name, who has been consistently putting in the effort and surviving the brunt of every battle. He offers Jin the same mineral drink from day one, but he's just not interested in remembering his previous experience, which was filled with disgust and bitter taste. Tantel emphasizes that this time, it will taste much different, so he should go ahead and drink up. Jin is surprised and suspicious, but he decides to trust the man anyway. He chugs the drink down, and this time, Tantel wasn't kidding around. The drink does taste different. It packs a powerful, rich flavor now. The fifth Battle King explains that the change in taste occurred ever since Jin acquired the Myungwang heart. Jin is pleasantly surprised it's possible to influence his taste. Shaku has become best buddies with him and offers his drink too. Jin has no choice but to accept his drink in kind. They both chug it all down like old rivals. The rest of the party shares a drink with Jin too, pouring him a damn tub of alcohol to drink. This man Jin actually gulps down all of it, impressing his fellow brothers. They even toss him in joy and happiness, celebrating the moment to its fullest. After the party, a drunk and defeated Jin returns to the roof. There, he finds one of the Battle Kings waiting for him. Belize's surprise appearance made him wonder why she came here. She draws a wide smile, realizing how happy Jin is while enjoying the company of her people. She came here to enjoy the beautiful night sky. The dimension was once reproduced by Soldere, but it's actually the same as the original place they belong to. Belize can't help but admire the purple hues of the sky. Jin curiously asks if she's interested in the outside world ever at all. Belize explains that since time has forever stopped for the Myungwang people, they merely accepted their fate and no longer possessed the desire to return to the outside world. While it sparks her curiosity, Belize drops a wise thought. She thinks it is pointless to dwell on something they could never have in the first place. The memories of the people they loved are no longer there after all. Jin apologizes for his rude remark. Belize admits that she heard something from the battle god Van herself. It's been 5 millennia in the outside world, so maybe there is something that could free the Myungwang people from this dimension too. Jin hears her out, but even he knows that in the modern age, nothing like that has been developed. No amount of magic or advanced technology could free them from this dimension. The reason for that is simple. They've yet to connect to the fire dimension, the home of the phoenixes itself. Magic from the outer dimensions is forbidden and prohibited by every association too. The kind of magic that could potentially free the Myungwang people will likely never be developed according to Jin. He still asks if there is any possible way to explore the outside world. Jin remembers Tantel contacting him from the outside world, so he thinks there may be some other way. Belize confirms that it's because Jin was lingering in the desert, and Tantel was the gatekeeper of the dimension to receive him. Belize makes a hopeless and pure request to Jin, asking him to explore a method to free the Myungwang people and help them escape this dimension. Jin confirms that he's going to find a way for them to get to the outside world. The following day, Jin contemplates and prepares for his plan to obtain the special compass. If he fails to obtain it now, it's going to be impossible later. Yona's help in extracting information from Bubar's meeting was critical. Something like that won't happen again, so Jin doesn't want to waste this opportunity. His only goal is to succeed in his mission no matter what. Vaughn comes to find him in a distressed state and asks what's keeping him busy. Jin tells her that he was just on his way to talk to her regarding an alarming matter. Vaughn inquires if it has something to do with his departure. Jin confirms that he wants to leave and execute a plan with his friends, but he's still unsure if his current strength will be enough to take on the mission ahead. Vaughn finds it rather hilarious that he's still uncertain in his strength. After all, he's fought one of the toughest people on the planet who are even stronger than humans. They've all reached divinity in their own ways. Jin confirms that he wouldn't have anything to worry about if he actually defeated any of the Myungwangs. The problem is, he's still falling short in every fight. He's unafraid of receiving injuries in battle. What Jin is really worried about are his friends, who aren't as strong as him and won't be able to survive tough blows. Vaughn senses his shaking confidence and encourages Jin, reminding him that he's the only human on the planet that can become their salvation. That means, if the current Jin is finding himself uncertain, then the very fate of the Myungwang tribe will flicker in his uncertainty. She hands him a brand new weapon as a gift. This sword is the Phoenix Thunder Sword, slightly adjusted by Boras for Jin to use. With whatever time he has left, Vaughn wants Jin to fight against her and improve his strength. The battle god has extended her challenge to the swordsman. Jin is initially stunned to hear this, and his reaction is understandable. He talks about how his training with the Battle Kings hasn't even concluded, indicating that he's not nearly strong enough to face the one that sits at the top. However, Vaughn points out that Jin is facing a shortage of time. He doesn't exactly have forever to live here, which is why she's ready to inform the Battle Kings that their training with him will be cut short. For the rest of the period, he's going to be personally trained by her. Vaughn's intention from day one is crystal clear. She wants to make sure that Jin Runkendel's burdens are alleviated, and by the time their training is finished, that he's much stronger than he was before. She tells Jin that she'll make sure he's capable of facing himself properly. Surprised as he may be, the only instruction he is given is to take out his blade every time he is prepared to survive. In other words, he internalizes that Vaughn is instructing him to take out his Sigmund blade. Initially, he had no idea what was the meaning of her ambiguous message, but it all began becoming clear the second he stepped in the battle arena with the battle god in her glory. Vaughn's mere presence alone commanded an authority from the world itself. Her light blinded everything in her path, a titanic and towering mountain for the Runkendel to chase. At that moment, a single thought clung to his mind. Despite his fear and discomfort, Jin Runkendel realized that he was going to rip to 1,000 shreds. the second he unsheathed his blade. He could see himself getting annihilated just being in her presence alone, despite thinking of numerous different strategies to face her wrath, to perhaps in some way outsmart her, or maybe closing the gap between the two. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. You just can't gulf a power gap that massive, even if you've got the brains of Light Yagami. Jin Runkandle simulated many different outcomes in his mind, poking around solutions to his most prominent problem yet, but there wasn't any way of surviving the ultimate outcome. Everything would result in his decapitation. Everything. Hundreds of simulations later, Jin Runkandle is faced with a nightmarish understanding that despite him taking out his blade countless times, the end result is all the same. The reality is so grim that he wants to reject it, defy it, deny it, but deep down he's seen it. He knows that death is inevitable, that he will perish in the attempt of even challenging Vaughn. The imaginative aspect alone puts him on edge, despite his training and experiences so far. He can't find an opening, not a single penetrative opening, to exploit even the smallest of advantages. This is more of a battle of mental fortitude at this point for him. 5 full days passed. Jin Runkandle couldn't do anything until the 5th day. Mustering all of his will and determination, he burst forth to try and unsheath his weapon for the first time in this hellish training period. Sigmund was unleashed, despite Jin Runkandle having nearly 100,000 deaths in the span of a few days that went by. That's a testament to how powerful Vaughn is. But today is a bit different. He unleashes Sigmund's wrath. The thunder itself cuts through the heavens and crackles down to the ground. Here, at last, he's made an opening. A single opening from which he managed to unleash one attack. When the dust settles, it is revealed that Vaughn is standing there, unfazed, unflinching, and unharmed. All she had to do was catch his blade with a single finger. Despite the minimal effort it took for her to catch his weapon, the battle god still commends the Runkandle prodigy for his valiant effort. It was better than all the attempts he made in the past. The only question that leaves her confused is why didn't he do something like this sooner? His hesitation became his own undoing. To that, the exhausted Jin replies that the only reason he even managed to get his blade out of his sheath is because he saw a slight chance that he wouldn't die in this instance. At the same time, despite his attempt, he still failed to land a strike on her. The wise battle god encourages him not to lose heart, as there are countless people in this world, although they may have been powerful, were never even able to lift a finger against Vaughn out of fear. This woman is the literal embodiment of aura. You just can't do shit in her presence. The intriguing part is pointed out and emphasized by Vaughn. Jin could have done what he did just now, 5 days ago too. It's merely that he lacked faith in his own abilities and strength, which is why he hesitated in the fear of death. She furthers this explanation by enlightening Jin about his wavering faith. He had all the strength. Nothing changed there. The only difference was his attitude about his own abilities. Letting out a relieving smile, the Runkandle finally realizes the point of the lesson. It wasn't to hone his physical abilities or to defeat his opponent. No, it was something much greater than that. The purpose of this training was to remind him to entrust his own abilities, to believe in himself. By his own admission, Jin recalls believing in himself with godlike determination when facing the mirage of his predecessor. But during this time in the sacred realm, he forgot about it. Vaughn confirms this notion, that pain and agony are responsible for shaking one's belief in oneself. She also goes on to state that if he hadn't learned this lesson, and that if he still wavered in his confidence, she would have retrieved the blade from him as he would be unready for it. On a side note, I think this is an important learning moment for us all. Sometimes believing in ourselves and being optimistic is the only thing necessary to achieve our goals, and I hope you guys can apply this lesson to your life. Jin Runkandle's belief in himself has been regained, and he has the confidence to think that he can at least strike the battle god once. Vaughn seconds his thoughts, agreeing that he proved it with his previous attack. So for the 4 days from then on, the Swordmaster was able to learn a technique from the battle god herself. A technique that revolves around the Sigmund blade, and a skill only the wielder of the godly sword could hope to obtain. With the training period finally finished, Jin Runkandle sheathes his weapon, stating that he can finally relax for a while. The mesmerizing battle god agrees and hopes to face him again the next time their fates cross each other. The rest of her tribe is waiting in the hall, and she allows him a chance to say goodbye to them before returning. Feeling endlessly grateful, Jin bows his head, thanking her, but she stops him, grabbing his face as she shares that kindness isn't something to be given, but an ordinary custom to their tribe. If anything, she's best pleased after his achievements in his short training period in her land. She'll wait for Jin, and actually treats him as one of her own kind by calling him her brother, wishing the best for his travels. The scene is actually heartwarming and makes the Runkandle really happy as the scene comes to a close. And so, on May 17th of the year 1797, Jin Runkandle bid his farewells to the Myungwang tribe, and finally left La Prarosa, recalling his goal of what to do next. The good thing about his departure is that they even allowed him the opportunity to take some objects alongside him. Of course, he couldn't do anything for the freedom of the tribe itself, however. Jin ended up taking some teeth, a few blotches, and a robe personally handcrafted by the Battle King Boris. He also took a jewel drink and some cacto for his travels. After a long journey, he was able to return to the original realm and exited the Great Mitra Desert. The difference in his training could be felt while returning home. He wasn't so sure if it was the training itself or the fact that he obtained a heart of the tribe, but for some reason, Jin didn't feel an iota of exhaustion on his way back. His travels continued for 4 days, and he reached the waypoint where he broke off from his guide at the start of the journey. The night of May 25, Jin Runcandle reached the part of the forest where he saw the little ones. They're shocked to see him returning from the desert. Jin is pumped to see Dark Flame and even wonders why they're out here of all places. Turns out that they were here for a job and only just returned to Yuka Yuka. Dark Flame is really happy that the human didn't die, as everyone from his little gang was worried about him. They're curious to know if he overcame the desert and his trials at last. Jin answers by painting the experience as something he'd never experienced before, an unforgettable time spent. He also recommends talking stuff out since they're both headed in the same direction. For the same reason, Dark Flame is cautious and warns him not to return to their home territory. This surprises him for a moment, until he learns that only a few days ago, a red tiger tribe came and they posed great trouble. So instead of taking the direct route, the little one suggests that he use the market and go around the place. Jin asks how long it will take him to return using that route, and learns that it'll be another journey of 4 days. But he can't wait that long because of something urgent, so he asks for a secret passage that could help him. Dark Flame states that there isn't, which gives our boy enough of a reason to just go and confront the red tiger tribe. The adorable one warns him of the danger, but let's be honest, after that whole ass training arc, bro is way too confident and promises to take care of the threat for them. It leaves the little one perplexed, but yeah, in the end they end up returning to Yuka Yuka. Spying on the tribe, Dark Flame recommends that Jin aim for his own safety and not get tangled up in their troubles. I'm starting to really like these little considerate fellows. The Swordmaster instructs them to go on ahead, while he'll take care of the rest. Poor Dark Flame is really sad and worried about him. Meanwhile, the brooding Tiger Tribe warriors welcome the Watertails and the gifts they've brought. They even bully the little guy by slapping him on his head. Jin decides to reveal his presence right after witnessing the scene, questioning why the bastards had to hit them even after stealing their money. Seeing a human walking up to them from a distance, the Tiger Tribe warriors laugh in arrogance, believing that this guy can't do shit against them. They're just happy to steal all his belongings. That's until Jin unleashes a golden aura, showing him his menacing presence as he commands that, on the contrary, it is what they'll be doing instead. With a frightening order, he commands them to give back everything they stole from the tribes while his patience is allowing them to live. A clear and resounding message to take back what was lost from the Beastman tribes. And yet, the energy and power behind that message causes the instincts of the Tiger Tribe to run crazy, frightening them to question the kind of power this human possessed. Foolishly rushing in to strike, the Tiger Warrior thought that perhaps it stood a chance if it landed a preemptive strike before the human could do anything. Jin Runcandle easily tracked him with his eyes, and a mere command of his caused the creature to fall down, restricting its airflow as it struggled to make every breath. The creature kneeled before him, revering him as some kind of god and pleading to be saved. The Runcandle then landed another declaration. He was going to kill the Tiger Warrior if his friend didn't run away alongside him to the count of 3. The countdown began with Jin preparing both of his awesome blades and exuding thrilling energy. Before he could even finish the countdown, the tigers chickened out and ran the hell away from him. The situation is diffused and Jin has successfully helped the little ones return the fish they bought with their money. It really makes them happy to claim what's their own. Dark Flame tells him to rest up now and also hopes to throw the human companion a party at his tribe someday. Unfortunately, our boy has to hurry up because he's got to deal with some stuff. As for the treasure stolen here by the tigers, Jin leaves the responsibility up to Dark Flame to return them. As he's leaving, the rest of the Watertails celebrate in pure joy, hoping that he will savor a meal with them. Seeing the open invitation, Jin realizes that he's actually hungry from his travels, so he decides to stick around for dinner. They sit by the fireplace, enjoying the delicious fish, while Jin inquires if hair dye is sold in the tribe. Dark Flame is pretty shocked that he's asking for a dye out of nowhere. The Runcandle tells them that he's got to run a disguise and enter a territory. That's why he wants it. For that, the little one offers him an even better solution, recommending the usage of the Golden Tongue tribe, known for their specialty in disguise spells. It's way better than anything a dye could pull off. In fact, the little one even offers to travel along with him to the tribe. Fast forwarding ahead, we get to see yet another cute one who celebrates Jin's return and learns that he's in need of a disguise. Immediately, the member of the Golden Tongue tribe puts out his pricing board, startling Jin and asking if he's interested in only hair color. The little businessman understands that maybe the prices listed here are premium, but then again, it's a job that they excel at compared to other species. They utilize a natural essence from the extracts of herbs, and a bonus of that is that the user has a nice scent to them. It's actually high in demand too. Hearing the opportunistic little one trying to hustle the human, Dark Flame steps in furious, reminding him that this one saved them all by defeating the Red Tiger tribe. They even showcase the many treasures they received as a consequence of recovering goods from the tiger tribe. Hera is surprised to hear this, and realizes that he may have said too much if the human is owed a favor. It makes it seem like he's conning our boy, which is just hilarious to me. Hera is offended because he thinks he nearly became a terrible seller who was about to cash grab from their savior. As for Dark Flame, the poor boy can't bear the yap session and nearly fades away. Anyway, the merchant holds Jin in high regard for defeating the Red Tiger tribe, and his perception of him has changed. They're very happy because of him, as the merchants in the territory can now resume business without any issues. So just this once, he's more than happy to do a custom order for free for their beloved savior using the special spell of their tribe. Man, I just can't get enough of these adorable guys. It was the last day of May when Jin Runkendel arrived on the southern island of the Bellido Empire. The place looks grim and harbors an edgy atmosphere, resembling the same as its appearance from the original timeline. Here, the blonde warrior clad in a badass black outfit has arrived, recalling how this place is still swarmed with trash merchants and the poor, miserable people. Some of them are those who bet their entire savings on the arena tournament and lost it all. Aside from that, the northern region of the same island is lavish, and distinguishably different from the misery of this hellscape. That place is enjoyed by the aristocrats and the nobles who love gambling. And it's also the same exact location where the compass trade will happen. Meet young Master Bommerl, in other words, Jin Runkendel, under the special disguise spell. I have to say, that merchant wasn't kidding around. He did a better job than any hair dye would. Spotting a man in the distance, Jin wonders if this snickering man went psycho after going to the arena. But as he's walking past the guy, he is stopped by the clown, who hands him a small paper. The resemblance is familiar until you realize this idiot is actually the idiot Jet from before. Extending his kindness, the swordsman leaves him with a bunch of coins, receiving blessings from him. Also, what Jin has noticed in this brief interaction is just how convincing Jet's disguise actually is. His ability to execute well is the reason he recruited this guy, even though he was conned by him in his previous life. Inspecting the piece of paper, Jin learns a bunch of important information that's going to help him in his mission. The coordinate is the Birdbeak Inn, so he follows that and asks for a room. Well, he's quickly told to fudge off because they have no more rooms here. But then, Jin reveals the secret password, catching the receptionist by surprise as he allows them the keys to go to room 203. And so 203 it is. Jin is pretty impressed by Jet's attention to detail and finds a letter in a secret spot. He takes a moment to comprehend the situation. The letter reads that Jin's friends have already arrived and set up spots in different inns. As for the problematic Kinzello clan and the Zippel clan, they've yet to catch on. As for the events that transpired, here is what Jet has to say. Firstly, the shadow organization Kinzello is being led by Archmage Chukon Tolderer and 5 8-star magicians under him. They also have access to 3 white tigers on par with the level of assault commanders. That tells you all you need to know about how powerful this team is. Apart from that, they've made sure to place plenty of assassins and archers all over the place. Though Jet is confident of Kinzello's side, he has no idea who the Zippel family sent from their side. It is as if they're intentionally hiding themselves until the day of the trade. Finally, Jet warns him of his suspicion, believing that both sides must have people scattered around in disguises to blend in with the surroundings. The mission timing is still the same. The exact location is the gambling house in the Grand Estate. Normally, access would be restricted, but it's thanks to the special ticket Jet has left behind in the red box for Jin that he can safely enter the estate without any trouble. Lastly, by the end of the mission, he wants him to escape using the departure location they've already talked about. Jet also decided to write down important information at the back of the letter, including the locations of the inns where our boy's friends are staying. Based on the agreement between the Dark Dragon and Sir Kashmir, they've decided to allow Ceres to take part with them on this mission. The reason is simply because of her vast experience in covert assassinations and guerrilla warfare, making her an excellent tool in the plan. With the content of the letter settled, the merchant intends to return to Tikan and hopes that they succeed in their plans. Assessing the information he just received, the Swordmaster understands that he's up against a 9-star mage as well as 5 8-star magicians, not to mention the powerful white tigers. The fact that the Kinzello family sent such a powerhouse of a team means that the Zippel family would have to send people of equal caliber. Jin predicts that the same despised playground of the pirates will end up as a pure battle of the stars in just 1 day's time. Funnily enough, right in the next scene, Bro is out here trying to gamble for his life, only to get his ass beat consistently by a confident young woman. The rest of the players are worried for the young man, who has already spent and lost 1,000 gold in amount. You can just see Bro's devastated expression. Clearly he wasn't ready for this kind of loss. June broke dawn's morning in the gambling house of the Grand Estate. Our boy had just made his fresh entrance inside, and immediately he was being eyed up by noble young women. Bro is a straight-up chick magnet with the way these women are horny for him. The curiosity of his identity makes them want to approach this heroic young man, and they all wish to stay with him for the rest of the night. As he walks past everyone, a fashionable black-haired woman calls him out for being a new guy, and yet his mere presence uplifts the mood of the people around him. The funniest part? This is actually Ceres in secret, but she introduces herself as Zelaya here. As for the stupid cat in her arms, that's our boy Murakhan. And honestly, he's the only reason our boy even recognized her disguise. Showing respect, the nobleman greets her. Even though Ceres' disguise isn't as commendable as the Transfigurator Bubare, it still holds impressive weight for being produced straight out of the Ice Palace. Well, Ceres thinks it's about having a fun time playing roulette. It's his first time here after all. Murakhan eggs him on to join along too. Our boy, being wise, rejects the offer as he plans to look around first. Because in his mind, he knows for a damn fact that he'll get ripped off by the greedy bastards. Ceres shows a hint of her personality and agrees to help him scout around some games before playing. They communicate using code language. On the surface, it looks like they're talking about the dice game, when in reality, she's telling him that the Zippel and the Kinzello family are sitting at the table in front. She offers him a chance to sit at the roulette table, which in reality means that he should see for himself. Jin agrees to her suggestion, and Ceres emphasizes that he should make haste so that they can set their plan into action quickly. Our boy nervously agrees to the idea, but you can tell he can catch a bad feeling from her implication. In the next scene, Jin is parsing through the information he received by Jet, recalling how the Kinzello people could be hiding in plain sight. But that's not the part that worries him right now. What worries him is actually the mage family of the Zippels, who definitely put in a lot more effort into their side. Apart from the fact that they're proud of their work, they've also done a splendid job at disguising themselves as gambling addicts. It makes him wonder if they're all in the caliber of the special class as they predicted. Suddenly, something provokes one of the White Tiger warriors, as he smacks his drink on the table and harkens Jin for his attention. Realizing that they're calling him out of the blue, it makes him wonder if they somehow sense the energy of the Myungwang from him, even though he did such a good job concealing it. Immediately switching personalities, the Run Candle acts like a young noble who is amused to see a white tiger for the first time in his life. He admires and cradles the muscular body of the beast, revering the white tiger and respecting its beautiful hair. But apparently kissing their ass doesn't work because the beast only gets pissed and demands that he take his hands off him. It makes the beastman question his own senses. At first he thought that this blonde bastard was dangerous from his scent, but now he just seems like a damn fool. Jin apologizes for not keeping his hands to himself and inquires why he was being called. Instead of bothering him with any questions, the disappointed white tiger turns tail and tells him it was just a false alarm. Though Jin successfully deviated the threat, things could have taken a really bad turn here if he got caught. Right here and now, he establishes one of his primary mission objectives, which is to eliminate all three of the beastmen from the Kinzello side. Deciding to head right back, Jin ends up finding Lady Zelaya, or in this case, Ceres again. The girl is out here destroying people at the roulette wheel and finds herself delighted to see the young man here. Caressing his face, she apologizes for not knowing his name any sooner. When asked for an introduction, Jin notices that Murakhan is spitting out the secret message for this exchange, which reveals that the compass will be exchanged at the central poker table on the second floor. Deciding to fuck around with Murakhan while he's still in his cat form, Bro squishes his face with the note inside his mouth, and he extends his pleasantries by giving a peck on the lady's hand, introducing himself as Ba Meryl. Ceres then tells the young noble to sit alongside the table so they can enjoy playing all night. As he's making himself comfortable, our boy glances at the three people in front of him. They're all of his friends disguised excellently thanks to the help of the Ice Palace. The dude dressed like a nervous pirate is Kashmir. Then there's Enya, who is writing down math equations on her notepad. And finally there's Alicia, who looks embarrassed having to take on the disguise of a man. And I would be too. Ceres looks the most stellar of them all, and starts off the game by rolling the marble. The roulette wheel swings its wonders, and then we come to the exact scene from last time. Ceres is out here kicking the young noble's ass by winning every game, while Kashmir remarks that our boy has already downed 1,000 gold. Jin is struck with despair, but refuses to back out, believing his pride will be tarnished. But in reality, this is actually a clever saying. Let's switch positions and move to a different game. Ceres is glad to hear that and allows him the opportunity to choose the game of his choosing. The young noble confidently suggests a game of poker, believing that in that game, she won't be able to best him. Once again, if you guys remember from the scene earlier, the trade will take place at the poker table, so Jin is smartly alluding to that. Ceres catches on and tells him that the table is on the second floor, once again going closer to their destination. Inspired by their epic clash, a few people want to follow them and see the conclusion of their duel. As for the three hooligans, they're gonna stay here and observe any suspicious activities taking place on the first floor while they're gone. Ceres is glad and emphasizes that they should wrap up their preparations by 10 for their plan. The clock is approximately 6 minutes away from striking 10, while the crowd is anticipating the conclusion of the match between the two. The shocking part for them is how the majestic young master keeps on losing, even in a game of his own choosing. Bro's hand is out here quivering, and he puts on the perfect act of despairing in a loss. Everyone in the crowd pities him for losing, but then again, they all think he made a big mistake by challenging Lady Zelaya of all people, who's the best here. I can just tell Ceres is enjoying tormenting our boy here, even if it's for the plan. She pities the young master and believes it's time to go. But before leaving, she drops a message for him while meeting his gaze. The message is that he'll be all good by tomorrow's time, which probably implies something in the success of their plan. The clock is seconds away from striking 10, and our boy is fully aware that an opportunity like this won't present itself again. He has to succeed no matter what happens. Secret communications between the people of the trade have already begun. A man reaches for his bag, and Jin immediately suspects that it has to be the golden compass no matter what. Unleashing the weight of Shadow Force, he initiates his plan to recover the compass by blowing up the damn place. Let's go back 5 minutes before the clock struck 10. A group of individuals made their way past the young master who kept on losing his little games. While he was busy losing, they were busy meeting with a prominent figure who greeted them upon arrival. This man is none other than the Zippel family's representative, Karl Zippel, who was sent here for negotiations. Now, the Kinzello organization doesn't really give a damn about having introductions of any kind. The 9-star magician on their end is peeved by the senseless commotion in the crowd around them. This guy, who looks like he never had a happy day in his life, is actually the representative of the Kinzello clan, Chukon Tolderer. Karl Zippel tells him that they can't exactly stop the commotion in a gambling house, and urges them not to pay attention to the crowd's chatter. Seated in place, the man from the Kinzello's side talks about how he's chronically pissed off because of his advancing age. Yup, that about sums up the boomers of the generation. Anyway, he suspects the Zippel family right away, accusing them of planting thieves among the crowd. Karl basically tells Chukon not to get his panties in a twist because the idiots around them are nothing more than gamblers who can't help themselves. Then there's the fact that the Zippel family wouldn't go to such lengths just to keep the item after the trade. Knowing that the arrogant Zippel representative is taunting him, Sir Chukon already knows that this guy is trying to put on an act so that the rest of his underlings can execute his plans in motion. The thing is, if an important item such as the compass was returned to the Kinzello clan officially, then the Runkandel family would be suspicious. And in the off chance they didn't, then the Kinzello clan could easily share the information with both the Bement family as well as the Runkandels. Karl is disgusted to hear the 9-star magician's humiliating words. However, Chukon is just being cautious, reminding the Zippel family that they're the clowns who broke the alliance in the first place. And yet, even after disrespecting the conditions, they still have the gall to put on a proud face as if nothing even happened. At this point, not even Chukon has any understanding of the intentions of the clan leader. Karl snickers and tells the man that he can go talk to his father if he's so interested about that, but he also provokes him by saying that Chukon doesn't have the balls to go up to the Zippel family's leader. These petty affairs aside, Chukon is done with small talk and wants to get to the seriousness of their business. The compass is destined to fall into the hands of the Kinzello. Now, while this is happening, our boy is sharply alert. He's watching those two men bicker around, and as soon as he sees them reaching for the golden compass, Jin fully moves forward with his plans to retrieve the compass using the Shadow Force. A bright shimmer of light blinds the magicians from both sides as the scene cuts off. And now it's time to go way back, before this whole thing even began. Jin's strategy from the get-go was that he'll use his light magic spell the second the compass is brought to his vision. The Dark Dragon, however, was strongly opposed to this stupid plan, believing that it had too many issues with its approach. Kashmir, on the other hand, realized that they were up against mages from both families, so perhaps the goal is to blind them. To that, Jin agreed, stating that most likely mages of 9-star caliber will show up to the event, which meant that they'll be able to react to any and all offensive magic. This kind of natural defense system is difficult to penetrate by any fighter lower than the 8th rank. The second they attack them, their defensive spells will automatically kick into motion, and before these guys can even snatch the compass, they'll have to deal with a bundle of spells from their enemies. That's why the smarter approach is to blind them. The ancient light magic conveniently lasts for a full 10-second duration of its blindness, and in that moment, Jin Runkandel is tasked with the goal of snatching the compass no matter what happens. He blitzes past the people with godlike speed as the countdown begins. The 7th second is when he dashes ahead and reaches to catch Sir Chukon's group, who is still blinded by the light and unable to comprehend what's going on. On the 4th second, the Kinzello representative starts accusing Karl Zippel and his family for pulling off an elaborate scheme just like he suspected. The compass is visible in sight as Jin determinedly lunges forth to snatch it. Jin is 1 second away when he casts a final spell, unleashing an explosive effect right at the end of the flashbang duration. The explosion on the 2nd floor is noticed by people of the gambling house. Ceres and Murakhan are put on red alert as they sense his signal from afar. It's go time as they both dash to find him. I think the final part where the explosion went off was unplanned, which is why they're both surprised. The good thing is that they spot the glimmer of the golden compass as Jin tosses it to Ceres. She's glad that he's able to safely execute the strategy and actually catches the artifact, securing it in her grasp. Then she spots her 3 allies, the ones who are ready to act. She uses a silver coin and tosses it right inside the 1st floor. The coin behaves like a contact bomb, unleashing a smokescreen effect and causing more chaos on the 1st floor. The compass is then safely handed to Enya, who is then instructed to get going. The people inside the gambling house are cautious and realize that they're being ambushed. They're attempting to block the entrance and kill anyone suspicious. While Enya is on the run, our girl series reflects that this last part wasn't actually part of their plan at all. It was supposed to be a safe execution, but now she has to create chaos. The funniest part is how she acts like she's on the side of the Zippel family and unleashes her ice magic. The same goes for Alicia, who is enjoying this far too much by bashing the skulls of those around her. Even Kashmir is in on it, so I guess their strategy is to make it seem like the attack was perpetrated by the Zippel family. As for Jin's side of the story, dude is out here realizing that he nearly flunked that plan. The only reason he succeeded is thanks to Sigmund's sword ability, the secret technique he learned from the Myungwang family. Sir Chukon at present is roaring his frustrations about the item's disappearance, ordering his men to focus on securing it at once. Knowing that this guy's vision will return soon enough, our boy prepares his blade, grasping it with immense power as he understands he should end this battle before it even begins. The Kinzello representative is out here shouting insults at the Zippel family for backstabbing them once again, while the blinded Carl is trying his best to reason with him, pointing towards the crackling yellow lightning in his rear. The 9-star magician sees the same. Meanwhile, his beastly warriors urgently rush to check on their leader's condition, questioning if he's doing all right. To the White Tiger's shock, it's the same dangerous energy exuded from the noble from before, only this time, it has manifested in all its glory. Unleashing the Phoenix Thundersword. Sigmund's wrath, Jin Runkandel releases relentless crackles of lightning. He invokes the Myungwang sword technique, which is simply called lightning, and as the name implies, it's exactly what it does, sending wrathful lightning from the heavens to crash down onto Earth. With the activation of the technique, the ceiling of the estate collapses and leaves debris all over the place. Faced with so much chaos, the leader of the Wolf Warrior tribe tells his men to stop pissing around as they're supposed to take on just one opponent. A primal instinct is activated inside of the beast, desiring an epic battle with the human, to the point that it wants to know his name. But the second our boy takes another step, those same instincts of honor and pride turn into damn straight fear. The kitty cat is afraid as Jin Runkandel believes that his instincts would be wise to tell him to run away from this fight. All three of the battle beasts are shuddering in pure terror and realization. They're forced to be made familiar with such a terrifying feeling, a feeling they've never experienced before. To make the scene even more badass, the warrior beast admits that this kind of fear has been imprinted in its blood as a sign to flee from sight. And seeing this human's blade, the White Tiger tribe trembles in awe and fear of the warrior before their eyes. At long last, Jin Runkandel activates the battle god's technique, the third sword, the very embodiment of the fear of death. Roaring condemnation, the shrouded swordsman releases a thunderous slash that makes its way to the three beasts. Even the warrior tribe knows that they can't block an attack of this magnitude, so the leader tells them to dodge at once. But he's far too late, as the moment he turns his attention back to his comrades, they've literally been vaporized out of fucking existence. Bro, literally Thanos snapped them out of here. The despairing sight makes the White Tiger leader sulk in shock and horror. At first he tries to deny the situation, but then he remembers Sir Chukon and checks to see if he's okay. Realizing that Jin is about to slash the 9-star mage down while he's still blinded, the White Tiger warrior faces his fears, adopting the responsibility as a warrior. And so he rushes in blindly from behind, shocking Jin on his way. He has to counter the beast warrior's attack, so he lets out the authority of the Myungwang tribe and stuns the monster with a zapping effect, tossing him further away from the field. Luckily for the White Tiger, it is able to regain its footing, but to his horror, his prized weapon has been heavily chipped from the blow. It's impossible to think that a weapon made to last has been reduced to such a state. Unfortunately, during that small window, Sir Chukon managed to regain his sight and wondered what's going on. His eyes widened at the sight of the shrouded swordsman clad in black, who was aiming his blade right at him. The White Tiger roared a warning to the 9-star mage, alerting the leader to escape. In that pivotal moment, Jin's forward advance is met by the automatic activation of the Zippel defensive spell, protecting him via a barrier. At the same time, the White Tiger bursts with incredible speed to counteract our boy's thunderous dash. But nothing is stopping this man as the entire hall is filled with golden light. The loyal White Tiger gives away its own life to block half of Jin's attack in order to protect its leader. You know what? He deserves true respect because he's even more loyal than any human so far. Anyway, Jin's monstrous sword strike does a number in its clash against the Zippel barrier. The 9-star mage can't believe his eyes. The defensive barrier is actually crumbling, making him question if his opponent is on par with the level of a 9-star combatant. Knowing that this battle practically threatens his own life, the mage goes on the double to activate even more defensive barriers while gathering his thoughts. Sir Chukon takes a second to collect his thoughts, narrowing down on his suspicions of the attacker's identity. He thinks that an easy giveaway for any form of glaciers would be Talaris of the Ice Palace. As for swordsmanship itself, from the technique alone, he could deduce if it's Luna or another Runkandel. but the fact that his opponent strictly used lighting abilities in this battle, knowing that neither family wields the element of lightning, confuses Chukan. In fact, the only family capable of wielding the element is the long-lost Hister family, who has not only lost the ability, but has also gone mostly extinct. So then it makes him wonder if the Bemet family is behind this, and if their horrific experiments actually ended up creating a monster of some kind. Right now, the situation is too blurry for him. He genuinely can't tell. Chukan pleads with the assailant to inquire about his intentions and what family he represents. Of course, anyone would be the stupidest man on the planet to reveal that to his enemies. The Shrouded Knight questions if they're so curious of his identity. The 9-star mage of the Conzello clan finds himself pissed off, especially since he hasn't been humiliated like this in a long while. Not only that, he has zero knowledge of his attacker. It makes him question if his opponent is some kind of magic swordsman. To that, Jinrun Candle argues that it would barely make a difference whether he was or wasn't. After all, by the end of this battle, not a single one of them will be left alive. Hearing that only provokes the Conzello magician even more as he casts a spell and threatens to kill the knight if he doesn't surrender quickly. But before he can do anything, Karl Zippel shows up, applauding Jin for his bravery against a threat of this caliber. The fact that he invoked light magic, used lightning, and that he turns out to be a magic swordsman on top of it all. This guy is a powerhouse who took on both sides and was ready to take them down. Hearing the guy applaud their enemy, Chukan questions whose side he's on. Deciding to introduce himself properly, Karl Zippel makes himself known as the master of the 4th magic tower and quickly gets to the point. He's extremely fond of the magic swordsman and promises to hand over anything that the shrouded swordsman desires, so long as he becomes an ally to their family. Introducing himself as the tower master of the 4th magic tower, Karl Zippel has made our protagonist an interesting offer considering the fact that Jin nearly annihilated all of them into the ground. The audacity of the Zippel family's magician betraying them and extending an offer with good reward to their enemy makes Sir Chukan furious and gets on every fiber of his being. Bro screams so loud that even the mage is like, "Shut the fudge up, you're making me go deaf." In any case, Karl Zippel expresses that though their enemy may have possession of the compass, the better way of handling this problem isn't to kill someone that could be used as an asset. Pointing to vaporized beastly corpses that are laid out fresh in blood, Karl believes that there's hardly a chance that they pose a challenge to this swordsman. Instead, the best they can do is clear the misunderstanding and resolve the conflict by making their enemy a generous offer. For the first time ever, a villain has decided that fighting their way out isn't a smart choice, and I actually commend that. Let's go over to Sir Chukan's reaction, who is still out here raging like hell, calling out the magician for his nonsensical claims. But Karl stands resolute, stating that if his words are offensive or against the Conzello family's interests, then he could simply make a similar offer to the swordsman. Breaking his silence and letting out a small laugh, Jin finds the offer entertaining on behalf of the Zippels. After all, these guys are prideful as fuck, and yet they're offering to recruiting the same man who brought upon their downfall here. Reading the room, Jin smartly assesses that the flying ship and the Zippels' ultimate weapon, the Kozek, is probably far away from this area, which lowers their chances of survival even more. Hearing the shrouded swordsman talk of the flying ship's existence stuns Karl Zippel, as he realizes that this man knows way too much about their family. Not only that, the confidence in his words makes him recall the same incident that nearly left the flying ship destroyed. More on Zippel's crippling death is a quick reminder as memories flash in his mind. Karl quickly theorizes that this shrouded warrior must be the same man responsible for both of those incidents. The same man that the Midor Elner and the White Knight spotted. Instead of using that as a reference not to fuck with the guy, Bro goes ballistic instead of remaining diplomatic. Karl unleashes his wand and questions why Jin went to the Kalin territory. With his magic staff, he conjures an icicle spell, unleashing his fury as he questions the wealth of knowledge that this warrior possesses upon his family. Within seconds, hundreds of ice spikes are aimed at the shrouded swordsman from the sky. The situation has clearly escalated further, but Jin doesn't give a damn and doesn't even share any information with his enemies. He simply prepares his neon blue sword, ready to fight. Before jumping into battle, he does the Conzello commander a favor by offering a choice. First, Jin tells him that the compass isn't in his possession, not to mention the fact that the most competent bodyguards, those being the white beasts that he just downed, have all been reduced to waste. This puts the 9-star magician in a pinch. In other words, it's actually an offer that he's making to Chukan, a way for him to vent out his frustrations against the Zippel family. Karl hears this and becomes overwhelmingly angry, releasing the fury of his spell in an effort to prevent any kind of alliance from forming in his presence. Those same ice spikes rain down like a meteor shower, but our boy stands there fearless as he commands use of the Mayong Wang sword's thunderbolt technique again. Ripples of electricity bluntly destroy the ice spikes as if they never even posed a threat. Then, Jinrun Candle swoops right in, declaring how even the master of a magic tower is pathetic and doesn't meet his expectations. It makes him wonder if Karl is acting recklessly without thought. Also, while this is happening, Bro has already sliced the mage's arm and shattered his wand, releasing a pang of pain and a spurt of blood. The wand hits the ground, while the weakened Carl pathetically glances at the swordsman of his undoing. Jin playfully taunts him, stating that if he even attempted to activate the rune script here to call for help, it's them who will get in trouble by their own families. Jin then asks for Chukan's opinions on the matter. Despite being a boiling potato when it comes to his temperament, the 9-star mage actually reflects on how intelligent Jin's strategy is. He's slowly taking care of each of his worries. After all, the second the rune script is activated, reinforcements would come bursting directly from the magic tower. But if that happens, their whole idea of keeping the negotiation a secret from the Runkendel and the Bement family would end up in flames. It's as if their enemy is reading their minds and countering them before things even stride into motion. However, despite that knowledge, Chukan thinks that the swordsman has underestimated the experience of the mages. The one thing about Karl Zippel is that he's capable of commanding magic even without his staff, something that Jin Runkandel probably doesn't even know. To add an additional worry, he's only just beginning to show a hint of his powers. Karl hasn't been going out, but now he's going ballistic and he's pissed at his humiliation. He kind of reminds me of Alexander Anderson from Helsing. Do you guys see the resemblance like I do? Anyway, Karl is out here yapping every insult known in the English dictionary, stating the many ways he'll incinerate the swordsman's body. But suddenly he sees a wing of blue flames. Feathers of a phoenix, the brightest creature in the dimension of fire, a creature that leaves both Karl and Chukan at a loss for words with its very appearance. The wielder of the blue flames and the overseer of the flame dimension, Tess, and it's right there aiding the magic swordsman. The creature's presence puts fear in Chukan. At first, their enemy had possession of an unforeseen lightning sword, and now he has the literal ability to summon Tess at will? Be honest, anyone would be crapping their pants in their position because no one gets paid enough to deal with all of that in one day. Karl Zippel, funnily enough, went from hurling every insult to now quivering in his boots and begging Chukan's help. While he's whining like a baby though, the 9-star magician makes good use of the opportunity to betray Karl Zippel. Bro really said if you can't beat them, join them at this point. With his impaled body resting on the ground, Karl Cianate believed that his ally betrayed him. Meanwhile, the traitorous Kinzello commander states that it's only fair business. After all, the Zippel family is arrogant enough to claim the end of the alliance, and then Karl also doubled down by extending an offer to the swordsman right before his eyes. So in his point of view, Chukan is basically dealing karma back to the arrogant four-eyed bitch. Miserable as he is, Karl finds himself screaming the guy's name before Jin shuts him up by literally kicking his ass and knocking him out cold. The 4th Tower Master is subdued without much difficulty. Jin is glad that the commander of the Kinzello Great Plains region is a smart cookie for not fudging this up for himself. Chukan grabs Karl's body, stating that he's making the best use of the situation. As for Jin, he is of the opinion that the Kinzello family will benefit a lot more from the capture of Karl Zippel, rather than the retrieval of the compass. The fact that he intentionally brought their leader into this makes Sir Chukan realize that Jin's information network really runs deep. It's true that the compass can never be retrieved, and then there's the fact that he lost 8-star magicians under his belt, as well as the amazing white wolves under his command. The only way Sir Chukan can get out of this situation in one piece, and yes, the one piece is real, is if he surrenders Karl Zippel back to the Kinzello clan. The commander has already prepared himself a boat full of products handmade by the Transfigurator Bubar. From the events that unfolded today, no one could have predicted any of it, so he's hoping that his leader will understand some of his explanation. From then on, it's their leader's job to do the rest. Chukan is fully aware that the second he brings up the Shrouded Warrior's abilities to his master, he will definitely send his men out to find more about the guy. The good thing is that Chukan has acquired a good lead and a lot of information on the warrior based on his abilities to narrow down his search. With those thoughts in mind, Chukan disappears into the mist, stating that their meeting is concluded until next time. Right after the dude disappears with Karl's body, the dark dragon, or should I say the tiny dark cat, comes rushing to find our boy. Murakhan is incredibly shocked and happy for the kid's growth after his training period. He saw everything unfold before his eyes and he's genuinely proud like an older brother figure for him. He even thinks the kid's nanny will be impressed. While he's ruining Jin's hair, our boy taunts him for practically doing nothing but waiting around like a damn cat. He quickly asks about the state of the compass. Murakhan is more than happy to report that Jin's #1 fan, Enya, took the compass and safely evacuated the island. At long last, the tireless training period of 6 months resulted in a success. As for Ceres, Kashmir and Alicia, Jin wants to know what's up with them since their original plan was to reunite after the showdown. For that, Murakhan has some stuff to delve into, which gives Jin the impression that maybe they fucked up somewhere. He wants to know if anyone's hurt, but Murakhan denies that. It's the fact that all 3 of his comrades are currently on the run to take care of the rest of the groups in the gambling house. Jin is still at a loss and doesn't get what's happening, so the Dark Dragon gestures to him to take a look for himself outside. The second he glances out the window, Jin's eyes widen with utter shock. Arriving on a ship is the Bement family's Special Affairs Division, a completely unexpected turn of events for them. Not to mention that there's a warship sent directly from the Balado Empire too. The appearance of both unexpected factors has Jin in a nervous and confused state. Evening comes along and the snoozing captain is out cold. Reminds me of when my ass had to wake up for school every morning after the late night homework. Anyway, the old dude doesn't get what his men are screaming about. That's until he hears the mention of the Imperial warship from the Balado family suddenly popping up out of nowhere. What's concerning is that more are coming from where that one came from. The captain is at first surprised, but then he goes into a state of entertaining laughter. Dude is ecstatic that they can finally execute their plan with this opportunity. The ships owned by the noble families have already begun fleeing from the island because of the dangers imposed. The special force warriors of the Bement family are insisted that no one else is allowed to take off from the island. After all, they've only just heard that some foreign parties are planning to group up here for a meetup. Before the Balado family comes around fully, they want to gather some evidence and arrest the people involved. Witnessing the scene from afar, Jin realizes that his family is also involved with the way they've sent their knights. The run candles probably caught on to the information from somewhere, and it's possible that some of their own spies were here waiting all along among the chaos in the gambling house. The good thing is that Enya was able to evacuate the island long before this shit went down, because this way, they've practically erased all proof of any important meetings. The one thing that's left for them to do is escape undetected from this damn place. The pirate people are out here ganging up on the 3 run candle knights, believing that this fight will be a piece of cake. Their sole purpose is to protect the ship and to prevent the knights from seizing it. It represents everything to them, so to lose this ship would pose a greater loss to their dignity and pride. As the men are charging with bold confidence, Jin is out here questioning where the hell these guys are getting their confidence from, because they're up against the guardian knights of his family. Crashing into his party, Ceres and the others successfully manage to sneak their way in. They're so glad that Jin is secure, and he's happy to see them too. He alerts them about the current situation, concerning how their planned escape route has been blocked. But Kashmir has one way out, suggesting that they move to the opposite port of the warships before they can even begin to surround the island fully. It's a smart approach, the only viable strategy in fact, and something that Jin himself agrees with. Right as they're about to put their plan into motion, a loud explosion is heard outside. The boats docked around the island are being annihilated one by one, sending people flying like birds from the impact alone. Murakhan and Jin are terrified, because these guys are genuinely serious about blocking every exit way off the island, preventing people from leaving until the investigation is concluded. From the way things are going, Alicia thinks it's too dangerous to rely on the strategy to get to the opposite port, because even at their fastest, it's going to take them a minimum of 30 minutes, and by the time they've arrived at the port, the ships will probably already be destroyed. Knowing that any methods of normal escape is impossible, Murakhan quickly suggests that they ride on his back and escape as they're cornered for options. At the same time, Jin points out the obvious that the Dark Dragon revealing his true form here could become risky, as the people will begin to target him right after. The Dark Dragon chooses to act defiantly anyway, unleashing his shadowy powers and concluding that there's just no other way. But right as he's initiating his transformation, Kashmir stops him from doing so, which gets on Murakhan's nerves funny enough. Kashmir then points to the cage in the sky. Yes, the literal damn island has been fully caged by the Bement family's Great Link Barrier, a hexagonal trap initiated by the warships to prevent anyone from escaping via aerial flight. Murakhan has no idea what the barrier represents, until Kashmir enlightens him, stating that it's a tool of the royal guards, and a technique specifically developed to counteract any and all flying-type monsters. Even Alicia backs up this claim, agreeing that if the barrier is breached, or if it detects a flying presence, it literally shoots down the target with precise laser beams. Talk about turning a dragon into a medium rare steak in the air. Ceres understands that Murakhan is tough and will probably beast mode the fudge out of the barrier, but the rest of them aren't as durable, so it's a risky plan. Kashmir argues that their last resort isn't viable anymore either, which puts immense pressure on Jin as everything they're trying is ending up in flames. That's until he notices the pirates, and remembers their valiant determination to protect their treasured boat no matter what. This makes him search and navigate for the so-called boat they're trying to protect. Things aren't adding up, so Jin requests his group to follow him as he's got a hunch for something. Shortly afterwards, they arrive at the location of the well, where Kashmir suspects that the pirates probably used the same path. Both of them descend down. It's kind of like an underground sewer thing. A tunnel that neither of them knew of until now. Even though Jin doesn't comprehend its purpose fully, he knows for certain that the pirates are hiding something in here, and that is their purpose to search. The scene switches to the pirate group. They're all murmuring and whispering to each other when the room goes quiet, upon hearing 2 warriors emerge from the entryway. Both of them are immediately deemed as the enemies of the pirates, and they want to kill the invading intruders. However, their captain has other ideas. He knows that the voice of the warrior is actually familiar to someone he's met. Jin smiles and asks if he's really speaking to the captain. Instantly realizing that it's Jin Grey the bastard, the captain roars at him in fury and happiness. Pretending like the diva that he is, Jin acts like he has no idea who that guy is. But the enraged captain isn't so much of a fool to forget about his voice so easily, especially not when he's the reason bro went into debt. Jin won the battle against his opponent and won a crap ton of money, leaving the pirate king over here in shambles and loss. The fucker Veridine ruined them with his bet placement, causing the captain a world of pain. Seeing the dude crash out like this even has our boy laughing, because he knows that Veridine is definitely the type to do that type of stuff. Anyway, he comes clear about his identity and doesn't keep up the act anymore, making his existence known. Anyway, Jin has an issue to confront Cosmos with. Both of them are aware of the situation taking place outside. The warships are destroying every single boat there is, making their escape difficult if not impossible. To that, Captain Cosmos frustratingly reminds Jin that he isn't going to help his ass no matter what. He then commands his men to kill the guy so they can escape. But before this fight even begins, a thunderous punch is hurled in the guy's face, knocking Cosmos and his ego down and sending his men quivering in their boots. Grabbing Humpty Dumpty's head, Jin emphasizes that he'll pay the guy handsomely for the escape, so it's less of a request and more of a deal. Jin whispers that he's even willing to get rid of all the debt accrued on Cosmos and even add money on top, which honestly is the best deal ever. It's too good to be true, making Cosmos question Jin's loyalty, suspecting that he'll kill the pirates after escaping. Realizing that he's got to convince Cosmos, Jin drops a bombshell. He's not Jin Grey, but rather Jin Runcandinal, and the family of swordmasters always keeps its word. Cosmos can't believe that he's been fooled to this degree. Jin even goes as far as to express how Paul Mick's identity is Dante Heron, and that their meeting in the tournament wasn't just any coincidence. The captain finally understands why the mage of the Zippel family went as far as to help out the two of them in their final match. It just wouldn't make any sense otherwise. But with the knowledge of Jin's ties to the Runcandel family, the pirate captain now trusts him. Accepting our boy's offer, he instructs them to follow his command. A little bit of walking later, they were shown the beloved treasure of the pirates, a majestic ship that no one knows about, the secret ship of their escape. Cosmos is happy because with this, they'll be able to make their escape. But Jin is still in wonder of their super secret plan to escape. He's questioning their methods, especially since the pirates don't seem like a coherent team. The funny thing is, in the very next scene, bro is out here scared for his life because the ship is going so damn fast. Jin is genuinely sweating with the way Cosmos is commanding the ship. Kashmir and Alicia are screaming while Ceres is the most horrified I've ever seen her be. Perhaps the funniest reaction comes from the cat. Bro can't even hurl his insults because they're getting drowned out by the chaotic rumbling of the ship. Let's go back a few moments and see what really went down. Cosmos instructed our boy to get on the ship because that's the only way to make him understand how they're gonna escape. The ship is also docked and loaded with important cargo, consisting of barrels and crates. Now Kashmir has his own troubles regarding these pirates, believing that it may be a bit unwise to trust the pirates. The fact that there's barely enough water to make the ship float is one problem already. And then there's the issue that they have to navigate a massive ship into a deep underground pathway, which could be dangerous for them. Now Jin argues that maybe they should entrust the situation to the pirates. After all, they're obviously going to try and do their best for their own survival, so it's not like they're going to botch this up. For now, he instructs Kashmir to board the ship with the rest of the squad. Shortly afterwards, the preparations to sail are completed. Cosmos is given the green signal and assures our boy that there's nothing to worry about, because from this point on, it's his job to take care of everything. Telling his men to fire it up, one of the pirates lights up a thread to an explosive and, well, kaboom. It's a Michael Bay film, because the explosion gives the ship the necessary propulsion to take off. These pirates really are crazy and funny. Ceres and the others can't believe what the heck just happened. Because of the explosives, the water is crashing down and rapidly advancing towards them. Even Jin is horrified when he sees the water making its way down the path to meet the ship. The tide is literally about to hit them strong when Cosmos has the consideration to remind them to buckle up. Jin's reaction is basically, oh shit, and the ship is then carried away by the water, driving it forth as it cuts into the wave. Jin's face is the same as the one you guys saw earlier. Dude is scared for his life, and this is the same guy who got used to flying on dragons. The ship is going down like a roller coaster on steroids with a hell of a speed. It's the point that our boy is starting to question the pirate captain's methods, but the crazy Cosmos is enjoying the ride all the way through, while Jin's friends are screaming for their life. Curses shouted all over by the cat are contrasted by the pirates who are having the time of their lives. The ships are guided by the water and make their way to an exit way from the opposite side. Seeing the glimmer of light, Cosmos laughs his ass off like a maniac and celebrates creating the order. The ship ejects out of the giant stream and literally stuns their enemies. The men on the warships can't believe what they're seeing. They're all left with the same Saitama Ak expression as Cosmos is out here having the happiest day of his life. The ship is literally flying by this point, mind you. Or well, it's not exactly flying, but rather it's a really long jump, which means it won't be affected by the link barrier by a way of technicality. Cosmos emphasizes this point as the ship manages to cut its way past the aerial barrier. But this is the part that gets troublesome for them. They're about to have a landing, a really mean and abusive one. The kind of landing you only get after your dad's belt becomes your demise for an F on your report card. As the ship is descending, the people of the Beament family are furious and on red alert. They want to move their ships back, but it's going to take them so much time to catch up that the Pirate King over here is confident that they're clear of trouble. The sails are released as the Pirate King's endless laughter echoes into the sea as all of them successfully escape the surrounded island. Bro is genuinely living the life with the way they are casting fireworks of him after the escape. Anyway, with Mission Impossible over here executed, we now move forward to June 18th and back to the independent city of Tikan. The ship has made its way here successfully. And right after Jin sets foot on land, Jilly and Enya come rushing for him. The nanny is so happy to see him alive and well. She's always worrying for him like a true mother, and I love that. He's also glad to see Enya executing her side of the mission brilliantly. Receiving a compliment from her idol, the girl literally crashes down like a K-pop stan. She's happy to report that the compass is safe and secure, but his radiant smile isn't. In the next scene, we're back to the meeting room, where the group is discussing the usage and the function of the compass. Enya expresses that it operates just like ordinary magic artifacts by infusing magic, and so Jin pours some of his magic inside, causing the artifact to merge with his energy and light up an epic hologram in the ceiling. It shows the globe in its entirety, as well as red dots as its markers. Kashmir refuses to believe his eyes, questioning if the red dots are supposed to signify actual contractors. Unfortunately, Jin confirms that it must be the case, because they're all detected in the Zippel and Beament family regions. The surprising part? There aren't any signs of contractors in the Tikan region, as pointed out by the Dark Dragon, even though there's literally 3 contractors sitting in the room. To that, Enya expresses her theory. She's done a few experiments and comes to the realization that for some reason, the contractors of the Tikan region are seemingly hidden even on the compass. But especially for Jin's case, it's even weirder, as his location was ambiguous and undetected even before his arrival in the city. Murakami thinks it's nothing to be surprised about as her idol is literally a contractor of the God of Shadows. Enya is fangirling over him so hard after hearing that it's just another one of his great abilities. Still, Quiquintel has issues to raise, as other than Jin, they've still got Julia and Enya's issue to take care of. This means it's less to do with them and more to do with the region of Tikan itself. Suddenly, the run candle brings out his leading suspicion, the magic mirror. Murakami and Quiquintel also wonder if it's the reason. After all, it's the only object that holds the properties of the God of Magic as well as the seal of the God of Shadows. This only makes Enya even more of a fangirl because it's thanks to Jin's contributions that their city is blessed. Apart from that, Kashmir is just happy that they're doing good for the time being. The compass is with them too, so it's not like they'll have any immediate threats to worry about. Jet the sleazy merchant also shows up reporting his explorations. Apparently Jin has become extremely famous again. He hands them the papers, and well, Enya is the first to get dazzled by the report. The news reads the appearance of an unknown, yet extremely powerful warrior, who used his magical weapons and escaped with the pirates. The people deem this person to be the young master and noble Balmoral, someone with a beautiful face and is suspected to have contracted with the God of Storms for his lightning powers. The strange thing is that it's been nearly 300 years since Fatal contracted with someone, so it's an astonishing discovery to the people. The news also summarizes how the actions of this young master have led the people of the continent to grow curious of him and to observe his next moves. Murakami is pissed off reading the report and mentions the God of Storms, but it's only good for them, as Kashmir thinks that the more chaos the media circulates, the better it will be for them to remain mysterious. Murakami jokes around how Jin is a supernova according to the news, and in return our boy only thinks how embarrassing it is to say something like that. His biggest fan, however, is eating up the news in enjoyment, humming and singing to delight. Suddenly Jin notices something on the map. He spots a contractor in the Hufester region. Though the location is imprecise, it's certainly clear that they're confined in that region. In the next scene, the same news is being read by a certain someone, and that someone is none other than the dude who got bitch slapped by his father not long ago. Anyway, Joshua is curious about his assassin's thoughts, who are all suspicious that this might be the same contractor of the God of Shadows that they were looking for. His other half argues that maybe they're wrong and this is someone else. By the end, we see Kahlua jumping into this universe and showing a hint of lightning, which may turn out to be a plot twist, that the real contractor of the God of Storms is this dude. Undercut Kahlua is kinda pissed at the remark shared by the crazy lady, until Joshua puts him to a dead stop. He regards him as Julian, and questions if someone like him would be capable of taking on and defeating 3 white beast commanders in a single battle. Despite his abilities, even Kahlua is humble enough to admit that he wouldn't be capable of something like that. This then confirms to the psychotic Joshua that it's finally time for them to help Julian enhance his powers. But Julian's reaction tells me that this enhancement is one that involves suffering and dread. It's been a while since we visited the awesome and yet terrifying Black Sea. The Patriarch is busy slaughtering dragons and reading reports of the so-called Balmoral person who is making a lot of noise in the outside world. His trusted knight tells him that the name was actually brought up in the main estate of the family, where they talked about his ability to beat 3 white tiger commanders on the island. They all suspect the same thing, believing that he might have a contract with the lightning god. The patriarch then casually admitted that the rest of the family would be stunned to believe that it was actually the youngest son of the Run Candles. The mere mention of Jin like this has the knight at a loss for words. He's told to keep this information a secret, and not just that, Kiran wants him to personally ensure that word doesn't get out to the flag bearers and that the information is suppressed. Now, Kashmir's letter failed to mention one thing: the intent of going to the island in the first place. This makes the patriarch question if Kashmir's loyalty is stronger against Jin than Kiran himself. It's actually a flex in my opinion. When Kiran reads something specific in the letter, he can't help but burst out in a roaring laughter for the Black Sea to hear. Even the knight can tell that the patriarch is enjoying himself greatly. Handing the knight the same letter, Kiran urges him to read the contents, as they do appear to be quite amusing. The letter addresses the patriarch and Jin's admittance at a drinking party. That night, Jin casually admitted that maybe he can rival his father now in terms of judging one's ability based on a single attack. Indeed, now you guys know why Kiran laughed in ridicule. But the reaction only causes the knight to become furious, as it's quite insulting to say such a thing. Before the knight can say anything more, Kiran cuts him off and name-drops the mention of the Myungwang tribe. Khan is alerted by the sudden mention and points out that it's supposed to be this unknown race of people that were dubbed the losers of the world, and that they were sealed away 5,000 years ago. Kiran actually confirms that this is exactly how it is, and yet, the patriarch has a keen suspicion that his youngest son must have encountered the people of the tribe. It's likely that it was a task doled out by the god of darkness Soldaret. Here's the most badass fact comparison you'll hear in this story. By Kiran's own admission, the battle god Vaughn is powerful enough to rival his strength. This lady is freaking powerful. Now, the reason Jin appears to be so confident is because in his trials against the battle god Vaughn, he finally overcame his hesitation and fear and succeeded in unleashing one powerful strike against the battle god. That's one of the reasons Jin explicitly mentions that he can use that against his father. It's not that he's more powerful or even comparable to either one of them, but it's still something to consider. Khan still defends his patriarch's reputation and points out that the youngest must be overconfident in his ability when it comes to actual combat. To punish him, he is even ready to bring the Runkandel to the Black Sea for punishment. However, Kiran denies any such thing, disagreeing with the idea as a subject of his own curiosity. He's curious if the boy has it in him to take responsibility for the bold words he chose in his statement. That's also why he wants a letter to be prepared and sent to the Anti-Mountains, and something tells me it's going to be really exciting. The juicy parts aside, in the next scene, we get to see that July is nearing its end now in the city of Tikan. In his estate, Kashmir is sought out by the merchant Jet, who has come to report something strange. An unknown old lady came to express her approval and support for the Seven Colors organization. She appears strange in behavior, so he wants Kashmir to check on her personally. Now, Kashmir is confused up until the point that it is revealed that the very same woman brought a goddamn ship filled with treasures and gold. Yeah, that's definitely someone big. Sensing the urgency to speak to her immediately, Kashmir seeks a meeting. As for the beautiful dragon Quikentel, she's alarmed by the sudden stench of uncomfortable energy, comparable to the kind of energy she sensed in the Anti-Mountains. Jin arrives on the scene, expressing his unawareness for the mountains. Quikentel decides to drop him a lore of what happened exactly 40 years ago. There was a shocking discovery that all the dragons who decided to take shelter in the mountains ended up slaughtered in cold blood. And it wasn't an army of people that took them all down. No, just one person. It is because of that rumor alone that no dragon ever dared to venture into the Anti-Mountains ever again. This old lady is badass, to the point even Murakhan is terrified and can't believe someone like that existed. Quikentel reveals the existence of Vanessa Olsen, a woman of high competence that the dragons feared as the terror of the Anti-Mountains. Now that is pura aura for this old lady. Speaking of which, Vanessa has stepped into the city of Tikan, looking all dripped out with her outfit, sensing the presence of dragons from the estate. Kashmir personally goes out to greet her with respect, addressing himself as the leader of the organization. He even points to his beloved wife Alicia, who extends her greetings the same. Just being in the woman's presence, one can feel her controlled and yet radiant aura. She extends her greetings and praises Kashmir's wife for her beauty. But the pressure she exerts is surely noticed by Alicia, and even seconded by Quikentel. She points out that this energy is undoubtedly of the one that is known as the Terror of the Anti-Mountains. All this time they thought she died, but apparently the MILF is alive and kicking. Murakhan is curious if she personally came all the way here to hunt them down, and he's happy to kill her and keep all the gold she brought. Because, you know, dragons love their gold and all. The silver dragon argues otherwise, countering that if that was the case, she would be going batshit crazy and hunting them down already. Even in her prime condition, she didn't really actively go on the hunt down dragons. But the woman is so badass that Murakhan is thrilled and wants to face her off, unable to believe that a human out there exists that can beat down dragons, with the exception of the first patriarch Tamar. Quicantel does her best to alert him that he's no longer in his prime, and it's best he forgot about those times because in his present condition, he's literally going to get demolished even if he had a second life on him. Murakhan is still arrogant and states that one can only learn from a proper battle, seeking the approval of Jin Runkandel. Our boy actually disagrees with the Dark Dragon too, supporting the Silver Dragon's wise words not to provoke the one woman that can fuck him up for life. While Murakhan is out here ranting a response to Jin, our boy on the other hand internalizes that Vanessa is probably the person that his father personally handpicked to inspect his new skills. This also makes him suspicious of Kashmir and whether or not he ended up sharing the same little party fact in the letter when reporting to his father. Things get even more spicy when the merchant Jet reports that Vanessa is exclusively waiting for Jin in the garden. And if what the Runkandel suspects is the case, then this could get really ugly for our boy. In the next scene, we find the three important people sharing a meeting with one another in the mesmerizing garden. Kashmir passionately talks about the exquisite dessert that's been a favorite of the people lately. He's hoping it appeals to the madam's palate. Vanessa sarcastically notes that she doesn't have to worry about paying for anything anymore, considering she dropped a massive donation on them. Even Kashmir laughs and agrees that he's grateful for the support. She's hoping that it will be helpful to the organization. Finally getting to the seriousness of the matter, she requests Kashmir to give the two of them some space and privacy for a conversation. Of course, he quickly leaves while hoping they both enjoy their stay here. Now that both are alone, she gets to the bottom of her true purpose. She was approached personally by Chiron, who requested to check on the youngest. Jin forwards that he understands his father must have sent her, and despite the elderly women suppressing most of her power, he can feel her intense aura seeping through. It makes him question why, after all this time, he had yet to hear someone so powerful as her. To that, Vanessa simply thinks it's a matter of coincidence and chance. The world is full of powerful people, including Jin Runkandel himself, having been blessed with sword ability, magic ability, and even uniquely shadow energy. Jin is rather surprised but also convinced that his father must place a lot of trust in Vanessa for him to reveal such important information like that easily. To Jin's utter shock, Madame Vanessa goes as far as to admit that the patriarch trusts her so much in fact that he relies on her when needed. Based on her words and declaration of strength, Jin states that her name as the terror of the Anti-Mountains must be true then. Though that name is fearsome for the dragons, to her it holds little meaning. Instead, she prefers the name Black Knight as much more appealing. And you best know it, at the time she looked like a goddamn amazing knight. Her appearance in her prime reminds me of how Igris from Solo Leveling looks. Knights will never be not cool. Time to flesh out the concept of Black Knights. You see, a Black Knight is actually a category from the Runkandel clan. After becoming a knight of this caliber, they are known to erase their existence entirely in an effort to serve the family fully. Their contributions are so damn noteworthy to the main family that their names are etched in the Runkandel mausoleum for remembrance and honor. In the entire history of Runkandels, the Black Knight previously was known as the strongest. This one Black Knight actually teamed up with the Patriarch, alongside the strongest humans in the entire world, in order to face off against the Black Sea. And you know it, Madame Vanessa is that Black Knight. She's mega overpowered. Realizing that he's meeting someone of such high stature, Jin bows down in proper respect, deeming himself as a mere reserve flag bearer who greets the great sword of the family. She's glad that the kid is groomed to have good manners, but let's be honest, that's not what she's here for. Vanessa orders him to get his weapons quickly. On her way coming here, she saw an island, and that island will be the place of his punishment. Oh boy, as strong as our boy has gotten up to this period, I think he might get his ass kicked by this auntie. The scene cuts to the beautiful sunset as the two warriors set foot on the island. Jin Runkandel has strapped himself with both of his blades, questioning if this punishment is supposed to be a matchup between the two. Vanessa agrees with his thoughts, but she is curious about one thing, the same as us. She wants to know if the boy is aware of his sin that caused her to come all the way here. When Jin says he has no clue, she admires the child's honesty, but because of the child's honesty, she is going to punish him. Now for the good part. Remember when he said he could strike his father at least once? Yeah, well, that's exactly what she asks him directly as a question. To her, and probably everyone in the family, it's the height of insult and ridicule, even though Jin is just stating a fact from his point of view. Back to the actual scene, he internalizes his correct assumption. It's all because of Kashmir that this is happening now. Unsheathing her blade, Vanessa offers the boy a way out, a way to prove his innocence. And that way is simple. She points the blade at the Runkandel and demands that he unleash the fullest of his power. That is the only way he can redeem himself for his arrogance. Jin fully understands that this duel isn't one to the death, but a confirmation to assess his current level of strength. First off, he asks her clearly if the condition of this fight is to actually defeat Vanessa in a straight matchup. The fact that he even amused the possibility of winning over her makes her laugh out immensely, so much so that she believes it will be a victory for him if his weapon makes contact with her body. Of course, Jin is one fast bitch because the dude literally pulls up with immense speed to make her eat her own words. Using the neon blue blade of lightning, he aims to cut her down. Vanessa finishes up her words, and without even moving from her spot, she waves her blade and deflects Jin's attack, causing him to go back and reclaim his ground. But he's not just done yet. He bolts with super speed and this time attempts to go for a swing from behind. The slash is clearly aimed for her neck, and it makes sense that holding back against a powerful opponent would be a death wish for him, so he's going all out. Vanessa is really impressed that he's using the Myungwang blade to his advantage. Her inhuman speed allows her to counter his attempt with another deflecting slash. What's more, she's really curious to see how powerful his shadow energy and magic abilities have become. The Runkandel is really astonished that she shares extensive knowledge about his Myungwang sword, which only proves that his father didn't hold back on leaking his secrets. By the way, Jin is actually visibly struggling. His opponent is using an ordinary sword, and yet her slashes are so intense and fierce that he's having a hard time keeping up with her. Vanessa reminds the boy that the patriarch trusts her fully, and her words are complemented by the truth of her raw strength, as she deflects the lightning sword like it's no big deal. An explosive clash of numerous sword hits takes place back to back. Vanessa finds herself entertained witnessing the Myungwang blade of lightning, especially since it's being used by a Runkandel now, who specialize in sword ability already. She's also impressed by the boy's usage of deceptive magic. Why? Because in that moment where she was focused on clashing her blade against his, Jin casted magical spells to deter her from behind. Jin has been secretly casting magic with his free hand. From these factors alone, Vanessa has acknowledged one part of the Runkandel, that he knows how to actually fight someone, that too to an impressive amount. She evades one of the spells and blocks the other. So far, it's like Jin is her toy because she's really hoping for him to show her new things with each instance. Vanessa goes for a retreating motion, and Jin Runkandel isn't giving her a break, quickly dashing after her. Just like he fools everyone else with his ancient light magic ability, Jin tries to get the best of her by blinding her with the spell. Even the Black Knight admits that she hasn't seen such an ability in a while. By the way, the spell actually connects. She's blinded to her sight but unafraid. Jin plunges his sword to strike her down, and a smile carves up on her face. It's the realization that Jin would easily destroy most 9-star knights in a battle. But here's the thing. This woman is the definition of aura. Jin's expression is of absolute shock. It's the most surprised I've ever seen him in the story. Vanessa, despite being blinded, has evaded his stab. Not just that, she returned it with double the force with a hook punch to his side. Yes, this lady can throw hands, literally too. She got our boy flying to the stratosphere, but Vanessa understands why Chiron is so intrigued in the boy's development. Jin catches himself with his blade as blood pours from his body from the previous hit. As he's regaining his breath, the mature elderly woman recalls that Jin is only 17 years old. And even at this age, he's shown to be unbelievably skilled, to the fact that it reminds her of Luna's talent at the same age. Recovering from the heavy hit, Jin boldly asks if his sister Luna was capable of striking his father at least once at the same age. Vanessa denies this, but points out that Luna gained that ability right after becoming an 18-year-old. Now Jin has gained a secondary understanding of the test. It's a way for them to compare the sprouting talent between his strength and Luna's past records. The only problem is, if he fails to prove his power in this matchup against the Black Knight, he's going to lose an arm at the very least for his arrogant words. Recalling the agonizing training period he went through on the land of the Myungwang tribe, Jin has always gotten used to the feeling of losing his limbs. For now, he wants to concentrate his might on proving his ability to his opponent, and so he gathers clumps of energy into his jewel heart, inviting a smile from Madame Vanessa, who wonders if this is the boy's trump card of all things. Just now he's casted energy spears, dozens of them in fact. Vanessa reminds the boy to be cautious while using such a thing, signifying that it's pretty damn dangerous that he has such a power. Jin smiles back, hoping that he may have impressed her with this technique. Invoking the technique of the battle god Four Swords, he plunges his lightning blade into the ground and declares the erosion spell. With this, a bunch of magical portals with projectiles appear vertical from the ground. The whole thing reminds of Gilgamesh and Enkidu again, especially when it comes to their main abilities. Ready to impress Vanessa's standards, Jin declares that he's got a lot in store for her. Erosion unleashes a wave of thunderous currents from the very spot he's standing on. Even Vanessa is taking note of the fact that Jin is focusing on merging thunder with the earth as tiny spears pop out from the ground. She also highlights how this particular ability shares a resemblance to magic, rather than true swordsmanship. In a way, she's disappointed because she was expecting the technique to be something more than what it is, especially coming from a tribe of people who ruled the world 5,000 years ago. And yet, the technique appears underwhelming in its image. But just as she's admitting her disappointment, a gigantic bolt of thunder descends upon her from the skies. She managed to step aside just enough to avoid getting hit, but you see, this is exactly the point. All of a sudden, Vanessa finds herself intrigued by the special use of his technique. My guess is that the little spears or blade-like energy points are supposed to attract and focus lightning. Anyway, Jin wastes no time and rushes with full force, recalling how his technique is far, far inferior to the one the battle god personally showed him. However, that's not what it's for. Jin ignites the presence of the blue god of flames tests. I think he's trying to go all out with this one forward lunge, especially with how many variables are at play here. There are lightning points himself, and then even Tess. The same tiny spears actually begin to conduct electricity, which means a ton of thunderbolts are on their way to strike his opponent down. But that's not all. Even if the Black Knight is capable of evading all of them as they're coming down, he can still find an opening against her in that vulnerable moment. Tess concentrates its descent alongside the barrage of thunderbolts. But here's the thing. Jin greatly misunderstood his opponent's next move. Vanessa calmly questions if he was hoping for her to dodge, blowing his expectations out of the water. The Black Knight concentrates her power in her blade, showing a hint of her true strength while impressively remarking the emergence of Tess here. Jin's eyes widened in sheer shock. This woman is really about to deflect everything he's about to send her way. And that's exactly what happens. Sharp, precise ripples of sword slashes cut through the air with an intensity so powerful that they destroy the lightning strikes all at once. Finally, there's the direct attack from our favorite Blue Phoenix itself. Tess unleashed a wave of fire to hit her directly. But even as powerful as this attack is, the Black Knight is capable of slicing through the flames and even going as far as to destroy the manifestation of Tess in that moment. Using this as the opening he needed, that's exactly where Jin Runkandle sweeps right in, emerging from the Phoenix's withering body, powering his sword with shadow force and surprising Vanessa to an amazing extent. So far, she's really happy with his battle IQ, and she also greatly regrets being unable to bring a more competent blade with her for a better fight. Warping his blade in the darkness, Jin Runkandle releases the Shadow Sword's first form, the Soul Slice technique that he perfected just like the first Patriarch Tamar. In response to his slash, Vanessa responds with a powerful strike of her own. The clash releases considerable amounts of energy from both sides, but the outcome is clear. Vanessa's blade fails to withstand the overwhelming force that was generated from the Soul Slice attack, and so it crumbles to hundreds of pieces. By the end of that last strike, Jin Runkandle is once again on the ground, recovering his breath from the sheer energy he exerted in that moment. Vanessa is considerably impressed with the boy's talents, recalling her objective to punish him, but something incredible has happened. Jin Runkandle successfully left a scratch on her face, which invites a reward from Madame Vanessa for his incredible accomplishment. Our boy is looking seriously glad because he had to basically pull out everything from his arsenal just to get one tiny little scratch in. By the end of their confrontation, both warriors drink like champions. And I really mean that. These guys are downing liquor from giant-ass barrels. Vanessa also learns that Jin ended up drinking the elixir of 10,000 poisons, practically making him immune to every single toxin. Despite his strength, he argues that he's a long shot away from reaching someone like Vanessa in terms of strength. Curious for her thoughts, he decides to ask her a question. The question is indeed surprising. It's not about learning a technique or some kind of battle advice. Jin simply wants to know how his father and the elderly woman met each other. To that, she reveals that it happened a long time ago. She also takes a serious posture while admitting that this is going to be a long story. Madame Vanessa talks about her early childhood days. She was an orphan with a younger sibling to look after. Tragedy struck one day as a gigantic fire-breathing dragon descended upon their village, blazing the village down in its fury and unleashing destruction everywhere. In that instance, she lost her precious sibling. Fueled with unfathomable revenge, she went on an extensive journey, traveling the Anti-Mountains, knowing that the dragons lived there. Because she was on a quest for revenge, this mad lad destroyed every single dragon in the mountain range on her own. And yet, even after all of that, she still couldn't discover the beast that destroyed her village and took from her precious sibling. Eventually, she decided to set up a base in the mountains. The moment she confronted a dragon, she demolished it without remorse. But it didn't stop there. She did the same when it came to people. Basically, she killed everyone in her way. Vanessa admits that she had gone fully insane, mad in the pursuit of revenge. Her kill count for dragons reached over 100, which is freaking insane considering their caliber of strength in this story. And yet, even after all these years, she's been unable to track down the one that destroyed her village. 15 years passed after her mad pursuit until one day, the Patriarch Chiron decided to personally find her. From the second she laid her eyes on him, she could sense immeasurable power. The only man on the planet who managed to defeat Vanessa in a duel, even after she had gone crazy for 15 long years. After taking her first L, Chiron then personally escorted her to the location where the wild beast that killed her village resided. It turns out that this bastard was actually a guardian dragon that descended from the family of mages, the Zippels. To make it even more interesting, the dragon descended from Kadun's own bloodline. Of course, the creature wanted to protect its bloodline, so Kadun stood by him. What ended up happening was that Jin's father decided to face off with Kadun while she decided to take on the bastard dragon who slaughtered everyone she knew. Having suffered a really powerful slash from Chiron, Kadun flew away like a little bitch. It's only because of that, she managed to kill the fire dragon and completed her cycle of revenge. Shortly after the incident, she loyally swore to become Chiron's personal Black Knight. This woman gets more amazing with every panel. Such a refreshing character. Jin is amazed and yet at a loss for words. Madame Vanessa emphasizes that there's no point focusing on the past anymore. Since she's been yapping for quite a bit, the elderly woman decides it's time for him to receive his reward. It's a special map that was entrusted to her from Chiron. Long ago, he instructed her to give the map away to any one of his children who became competent enough in her eyes. The Runkandel is honored to receive such an impressive gift and has no idea what the map represents. Here's the kicker. It's the map charting out the location of the Black Sea. Here's the deal on why this map is so goddamn special. Jin points out that the Black Sea is teeming with high-level monsters, to the point not a single nation ever bothered to carve a map of it. Yes, that even includes the prideful Zippel mages. And yet, the Runkandel family has already accomplished this feat. It was once a confidential mission on behalf of Chiron, who led his forces alongside his knight. Having obtained this map, she tells him that he'll have to endure a new test after using the map. It makes the Runkandel question what this is going to be like. The only remarkable place on the map is highlighted with red. That's the spot where Jin is tasked to kill the monsters. These monsters aren't your average high-level beasts either. Rumors have it that they were raised by a powerful witch called Hellerum a long time ago. Okay, side note, I find it really hilarious that this reward just ends up being yet another test for the guy. Poor Jin. The very next day, it can be seen that Vanessa is returning home to the mountains. You can even see a skeleton of a dragon being used as a decoration piece, which is honestly so in character for a monster like her. Interestingly, the Black Knight notices that her door is unlocked, and when she makes her way inside, there's a clear intruder drinking something. She actually talks highly of the person, stating that he's become more and more surprised with his tricks. Not only did Chiron send her a letter, but he also decided to whip up out of nowhere and showed up to her place. The man is chillin' like a Zen warrior, enjoying his tea, and he only cares about hearing about the progress of his youngest son. To that, Vanessa points out that Chiron's patience is starting to run thin with his growing age. But even according to someone as strict as her, Vanessa argues that Jin Runkandel is showing impressive progress. Of course, Chiron smiles, pointing out that he could read her expression the second she entered the room. It meant that she was proud of what she saw in Jin. Casually confirming her own reaction, Vanessa pours down some water and even shares that she's gifted the boy a map as a reward too. Now that is something that shocks even the likes of the patriarch, and the reason being is that she never once sent it to any of the other children. It makes him wonder if Vanessa had a gut feeling that Jin would end up impressing her in the end. Though Chiron is curious about her thoughts, another matter clings to him. He has realized that the moment Vanessa handed over the map to Jin symbolized that she has grown out of her attachment for Luna's talent. Vanessa goes silent all of a sudden, before stating that every single Black Knight was fond of Luna's godlike talent. She was the pride of the family, and they all wanted to make sure she rose to the top. Unfortunately, Vanessa thinks that it's because of their carelessness that the eldest sister abandoned her interests in rising to the top, showing no interest in pursuing the rank of matriarch of the clan. Vanessa also reasons that the family's troubles could easily be handed over to Luna, and from then on they wouldn't worry about focusing on their own duties. Throughout her speech, Chiron is silently observing her words. She tells him that it's necessary for them to ensure that Jin Runkandel doesn't become another Luna, which is why she will take extra care for the boy. Also, she has a gut feeling that Joshua is also looming over behind the scenes and observing everything go down. The patriarch counters that Jin isn't the type of person that requires care or consideration like Luna did because of her past, especially because Joshua appears to be troubled and watching Jin's every move. Chiron strongly believes that if his youngest son is unable to control his family's troubles on his own, then he will be worthless against his enemies. To that, Vanessa entertains the possibility of Jin Runkandel becoming yet another Luna, questioning what would happen in that case. But interestingly, Chiron terrifyingly puts that it's the reason she handed the boy the map in the first place, signaling that the boy's upcoming test will be a test of his integrity to the mission. Speaking of which, Jin Runkandel is already speeding his way to the location thanks to Murakan's flight speed. August 15th is when they finally reach the devastating Black Sea, the only location on Earth that no one dares to enter. Following the coordinates given on the map, they successfully find the pillar they were looking for. However, the Dark Dragon corrects the boy's false observation, pointing out that it's actually the nest of Kolkia, a structure that is formed by a species of flying monsters. Now I don't know about you guys, but that sounds epic with the way it's shown. Anyway, these ugly flying creatures clearly don't take a liking to any invaders, so they're strong on the offensive. But really, what can they do against the might of the Dark Dragon himself? Murakan considers it a bold move on their part to even try and unleash a powerful column of breath that nukes the flying creatures, eviscerating their very molecules as they're caught up in the full range of the blast. The creatures are purely decimated. This show of strength astonishes Jin, as he even comments how Murakan has regained more of his power from the looks of it. The Dark Dragon laughs, countering that it's still nothing to the meteoric rate of improvement Jin has experienced in the past few months. Jin tells him that it's still a ton of improvement, taking into consideration that originally, Murakan lost his power because his heart was shattered in a fight. The Dark Dragon is still unimpressed with his current display of power, believing that he is a long way from becoming whole. He's also desperate to find another means to replenish his lost powers. They make their landing as the dark dragon reveals how flight won't help them anymore, so it's best to step down. At first you guys must be thinking that it's just an excuse, but here's the issue. The atmosphere up ahead is coated with clouds of poison, so deadly that they can easily tear through and melt a dragon's scales. However, it adds to Jin's confusion, and the reason is simple. How the hell were those freaky flying monsters flying without any problems? Murakhan transforms to his human state and points out an interesting fact. Every single creature that is the inhabitant of the Black Sea has poison running through their veins. It's safe to say that everything here is poisonous, so they have to tread carefully. In the next scene, they're walking their way through a path when Murakhan talks highly of the current patriarch's strength. It's insane that someone actually came here and carved a map of this location. The Black Sea is so hellish that not even powerful dragons come here. While reading the map, Jin agrees with Murakhan, questioning what the hell his father has been doing in a place like this of all things. Changing topics, the Dark Dragon points out that they've got to annihilate the monsters that the witch Hellurum created. Everything to do with the witch invites trouble, according to him. Murakhan's knowledge of Hellurum surprises the Runkendel as he pries for more information. The Dark Dragon reveals her background. Apparently the witch was known for one thing. She had a love for all diseases that troubled both gods and demons alike. The most Jin has heard of her is from the history books, and there it is said that Hellurum literally raised all kinds of calamities. Even Murakhan confirms this fact, pointing out her human appearance, even though she was a half-demon, adding on to her lifespan thanks to her demonic self. It can be said that her very existence is a curse. So much so that every time she was awakened, the gods preferred to avoid their contractors out of fear. The impressive part? A demon king called Orgel actually once decided to take the toll of her curse entirely when they were together. It is something so impressive that even Murakhan holds it in high regard. He even warns Jin that though he has a resistance to curses, the best course of action would be to avoid Hellurum as much as they can. After all, she might hold a grudge and exact her revenge. Jin interestingly points out how odd the behavior of the Dark Dragon is. Never before did Murakhan fear the idea of going up against an opponent exacting revenge on them. Of course, the Dark Dragon suppresses the humiliation session and emphasizes just how bad things can really get if they end up pissing her off. While they're bantering, a bunch of creatures of hell are making their way up to them. This wolf has brought dozens of his friends along too. Here's the part that worries Jin the most. Even though his dad and Vanessa clearly knew about the location of Hellurum and all the trouble that comes along with her, they still didn't decide to kill her, or kill the creatures for that matter. The Dark Dragon is baffled all the same, almost offended that Jin is asking the question. The hungry wolves that were eyeing them down realize that it's the perfect time to strike down a distracted prey, so a bunch of them quickly make the jump in an effort to strike down the Runkandel. But Jin responds beautifully with a barrage of electric slashes that cut the creatures all down and leave their nasty poisonous blood trailing on the rocks too. This is clear-cut evidence of what Murakhan said earlier. These monsters really do have poison running in their veins, and it's so dangerous that it's grilling a rock. Sometime later, they actually reach the part of the map that was marked. From here on out, Jin doesn't want the Dark Dragon to follow or intervene with the test, because it was a task specifically entrusted to him. The Dark Dragon understands that, but still worries for the boy, questioning if he'll be okay to navigate all on his own inside the thorny cage. The Swordmaster strides courageously ahead, displaying no signs of fear as he steps into the domain of the thorns. As he's made his way inside, Jin notices Murakhan from afar and turns his attention to a beautiful butterfly. Its color is a distinct purple that is foreign to the outside world, and for some reason, Jin assesses that the place feels different inside compared to the outer world. Among the thorny structures inside, Jin notices a tangled mess of thorny vines, questioning why it's so large in size. As he's trying to comprehend the situation, a little furball pops out of the vines. It's a cute kitty cat that appears alarming to the Runkandel's eyes, because this cute kitty is numerous times larger than even the human. If dangerous, then why is a friend shaped? Seeing the creature, Jin begins questioning his senses. He has no idea if he's supposed to take down this monster or not, and it's the first time he's laid his eyes on a mythical creature such as this one. From its adorable and harmless appearance, Jin quickly grows fond of the creature's innocence, and even shows kindness by saying hello. Instead of responding to him, it pounces away using the vines as a means to escape, much to the Runkandel's surprise. It's surprising to him how a creature of such size can run away like that, when ordinary monsters would be quick to attack. Since it's the only thing keeping its interest, the Runkandel decides to chase after the giant pillow to find where it went. But he's a bit lost himself as he can't tell where it went. Suddenly, Jin hears a rumbling noise and becomes terrified when he sees a giant ball of thorny vines bolting down with rapid speed. The ball actually leaps over his head, and before things can get any more predictable, the Runkandel decides to slice it down 3 times, cutting the structure down. From inside launches the giant cat, which actually hits him at full impact. Not just that, it smashes him against the vine cage. Yeah, I know we were all thinking that he's found a friend, but apparently not. This cat is a straight-up menace. It launches away again while Jin Runkandel is in tatters. He's never been reduced to this condition before, not after his training arc. He now understands the purpose of the creature that tried to lure him. Its mission was to take advantage of its territory to strike down the Swordmaster. Despite the tricky battle, the Swordmaster can't call it quits so early, especially when Vanessa tasked him with the mission. At first, he was figuring out a way to capture the cute thing, but he's done playing around. His next approach is to force the creature to reveal itself. In order to do that, the Runkandel unleashes a flame spell. The spell is called the Fire Wave Gale, and as the name implies, it burns everything in its surroundings. It's the perfect attack against a creature that utilizes the thorns as its environmental advantage. Faced against the towering flames, the cat shows an expression of annoyance. The flames are burning down everything around. I think this will really piss the cat off even more, but Jin thinks it's a good way to lure it out, stating that he's going to burn the whole place down otherwise. In the end, the furball decides to reveal itself from the shadows. Here, Jin whips out his thunderous blade, declaring a real battle between them. The funny thing is how Bro is challenging a goddamn cat to a fight. The even funnier thing is how this cat pretends to be the most adorable thing ever and plays cute in front of him to get pity points. But Jin ain't falling for the same trick twice and calls out its bullshit, causing the creature to wince. Deciding to go fully serious, the cat stretches and becomes really fucking huge. Like this thing is the size of a small whale. The cat stops holding back and uses some kind of hypnosis ability, stunning him with the memories of his first life. The same life where he was humiliated and beat down by his brothers, bullied relentlessly back to back, and even when he was clinging to the edge of his life. While Jin is hypnotized inside his own cage of traumatic thoughts, the mythical creature takes advantage of the situation and uses its sharp paw to cut him down. But to its shock, Jin responds by slicing the creature's paw, even though he was supposed to be hypnotized. The Runkandel reveals that he's grown used to mind control magic, and he despises illusions, so it's going to be tough to get the best of him. Dark energy exudes out of the severed limb, regenerating the mythical creature's body. Jin internalizes his shock. He always knew that a certain type of high-level monsters boasted the ability to regenerate parts of their bodies. To counteract the attempt, the Swordmaster wastes no time and plans to finish off the creature before it can properly regenerate. Using the Myungwang sword, he throws down lightning bolts to finish off the creature. And then the funniest thing happens again. This goddamn uses its razor-sharp paws to punch down on thunderbolts. I think the author is trying to tell us something here. Cats are secretly overpowered gods. Unfortunately, one thunderbolt ends up coming in contact with the stupid cat, causing the giant fluff ball to let out a painful meow as it receives a full shock. While the creature is staggered, the Runkandel uses his second sword, the Shadow Blade, covering it with shadow energy and releasing the first form of his sword technique, the Soul Slice. He unleashes it with so much magnitude that it severs the creature in half, commencing the end of the beast, or so he thought. Because even an attack as ruthless as this isn't enough to stop the mythical creature from regenerating. Tendrils of flesh and magic begin reconnecting, causing Jin to express his shock. He points out that even the best regeneration magic can't stitch something that was severed in half like that. All of a sudden, Bro is feeling the sheer weight of terror behind his father's request. Chiron sent him on his mission for a reason. The impossible goal of this mission is to kill an immortal being, showing just how helpless Jin feels in this moment. The Runkandel faces an immortal opponent, not knowing why his father has tasked him with a mission of this caliber. From his little knowledge of the creatures of the Black Sea, Jin Runkandel is confident that not even the best of the creatures of the Abyss can regenerate to a scary effect like that. Even when it comes to dragons like Queek and Tael, their regeneration ability is limited to how much time the dragons can reverse. This means that what he's seeing may not be an effective display of talent or skill, but something entirely else. While his confusion grows, the surrounding flames wither away as Jin grips his blade, factoring that what he's seeing isn't a regeneration ability, but a hyperactive curse. And to that effect, Jin asks if the witch Haluram has placed the curse of immortality upon the creature, and if that is the reason it cannot die. The fluffy creature weeps in agreement, making Jin sense its great pain. It shows how the creature must have been alive all this time for many years, and it has lost the will to even fight anymore. Now that Jin has already burnt down the entire forest, there's no place for the immortal creature to be anymore. The sad little thing appears speechless. Its devastating look even invites an apology from the Runkandel. Jin feels guilty for having brought so much pain to the creature, and justifies that it was behalf of a test. The boy emphasizes that the children of the Runkandel family have to follow the patriarch orders to a strict degree. Hearing the word Runkandel actually elicits a surprising reaction from the creature as it stands back up in intrigue. It leaves Jin completely confused because the cat is going on, meowing its way, but Jin simply doesn't understand its language and explains that he's lost on what it's trying to say. The creature meows again and turns around as if to say, "Follow me." Jin senses this and decides to tag along. After a while, they end up arriving at the mythical creature's house. But strangely enough, there's a mystical alcohol bottle in here that snaps the warrior's attention. This is actually the sign of royal liquor, and it's basically the reward for Jin after he successfully completed the test he's been assigned. Grabbing the bottle and popping the lid, the Reincarnated sits next to the curious fluffball. To entertain his new friend, he talks about how the royal liquor is actually brewed by fairies. The interesting thing about this liquor is that once consumed, the owner of the bottle will tell a story that will be played inside the person's head. And so following his knowledge, Jin puts the liquor in his mouth, wondering if his father is trying to tell him something. His mind plays the story. A mental imagery forms vividly inside his mind, revealing that the liquor was actually for Luna's sake, who was long destined to come here. In the end, Luna didn't end up taking the mission, which left the immortal cat all alone to herself. It waited many years for Luna to show up while guarding the liquor. Jin's fascination for the cat grows even more, causing him to help the cat out by making it enjoy some of the liquor. The cat's story is just as remarkable. It is told to follow the Reincarnated who discovered the bottle, and well, that's how the trial ended. Meanwhile, the catified dark dragon is out here sleeping like a log. Jin calls out to him and scares the life out of the guy when he sees a huge cat right next to the guy. Murakami reveals that the creature's name is Shuri, and even Jin is surprised that they know each other. The dark dragon talks about how Halluram's personal pet Shuri is actually quite famous. Speaking of which, Shuri takes a liking to the dark dragon right away and cuddles the crap out of him. He struggles to talk about how Shuri is supposed to be a mythical creature known as the Red Jade. It is originally supposed to be a gift from the Demon King to the witch because of her inability to ride horses. Jin is intrigued and questions how it ended up becoming a familiarity. The hilarious bit is how Murakami is practically begging to be freed from its grasp and simultaneously shouting at Jin for not noticing how familiar it's currently being. The fact that Shuri followed Jin all the way here implies that it has discovered its new owner. Jin is still a bit surprised until the cat suddenly remembers something and spits out the red jade. The dark dragon expresses that after infusing this item with his mana, the Swordmaster will become the official owner of it. Jin Reincarnated does exactly that, pouring an essence of his own mana into the jade, igniting a connection with the mythical creature. It even takes its giant manifested body and stores it inside the red jade itself. This marks the completion of the possession process, allowing him to summon Shuri at will at any time he pleases after infusing his mana. Jin pours his mana to test it out, and it summons Shuri right away from the jade. I can't help but point out that this looks like a reference to Pokemon and Pokeballs. Surprisingly, when he summoned it this time, Shuri shrunk in size and became smaller. Murakami fills in the gaps for all of us again and reveals that its real size is only seen when it doesn't have an owner around. The rest of its body is dependent on the contractor. Typically it gets smaller upon forming a contract, but yeah, Jin is the owner now, and the owner loves his new friend as he cuddles the cutie with love, preferring its current size. Jin officially gives it the name Shuri Reincarnated to make it a part of his family, allowing the mythical creature to have a place to call home at last. Now that the test is concluded, it's time for us to go back and see what Joshua is pulling with his new scheme to evolve Julian. Experimenting on Island 32, the Bluebird Archipelago, Julian appears chained to a mausoleum of some sort. His body hangs like a puppet as he writhes in agony. The bastard Joshua is literally torturing him to evolve by shoving lightning bolts at him, all the while smiling at the results. I think he's in need of another bitch slap by the patriarch like last time. Returning from his travels and to the city of Tikan, Jin decides to gather around his group of friends to show them what he found in the Black Sea. Enya is most excited among the group, wondering what kind of rare weapon he brought along. Pouring his mana into the red jade, he brings forth a creature of magnificent size. It astonishes Jilly and leaves Enya terrified. Even the silver dragon can't believe that he's actually summoned Shuri so casually. Seeing the cat's fluffiness, both Enya and Jilly are in awe and admiration. Jin confirms that he's brought Halluram's familiar home after discovering that it isn't a monster, but a mythical creature. The silver dragon enlightens him with a bundle of more facts. Shur is actually a well-known mythical creature that spans over 2,000 of years. She also interestingly reveals that Murakami once had a red jade familiar of his own at a certain point. Jin inquires more information from him for it, and realizes that it's the reason why he knew about the specifics of their contract. Murakami reveals that his familiar unfortunately expired its lifespan, so it basically kicked the bucket already. Quiquintel tortures him even more by saying how much he loved the familiar, so much so that he made his transfiguration state a cat, inspired from his familiar. With so many embarrassing facts revealed about him, Jin is starting to think this guy is actually a softie underneath. Poor Murakami is dying from cringe on the other hand. Apart from that, the silver dragon is rather shocked that a red jade familiar survived, especially when the demons went extinct. To that, Jin reveals that it's actually because Shuri is cursed by immortality, so it doesn't even have a choice in the matter of life and death. Hearing the horrific curse, even the silver dragon thinks it's such a pity for having a shitty curse like that. She suspects that Halluram's experience with certain disasters must have driven her to such lengths. The Reincarnated fails to comprehend what he just heard and asks for more. The silver dragon reveals a bone-chilling fact. The curse of immortality requires a heavy cost, starting at the price of 1 million human lives. Now that is straight up psychotic to think about, and it leaves Jin at a loss for words. Murakami also adds to the tragedy by pointing out how the curse is still ongoing, which alludes to the existence of the witch being alive somewhere as well. But Jin doesn't get why she would choose to abandon Shuri at a dangerous location at the Black Sea. Murakami makes the kitty's day worse by revealing how Hellerum broke the contract between the two, which makes the poor thing sad, and causes Jin to shout at the dark dragon to read the room. Jin touches upon the royal liquor that he received as a gift from his father, which was apparently guarded in her nest. Though he's unsure, Jin has a suspicion that maybe his father one day thought to send his daughter Luna to recover Shuri from the Black Sea one day. But in the end, Luna never took the test, and the one who did it was Jin Runcandle, who brought the mythical creature to his family. The Dark Dragon also thinks that it gives the implication that Jin is being acknowledged by his father as an heir, though that's something he's still unsure about. It's too unclear. The thing is, Chiron had a goddamn soft spot for Luna and gave her the most love of all. But the moment she resigned herself from the path of pursuing matriarchy, he stopped caring about her. This means the very same could happen in Jin's situation. It's a terrifying truth, but it's something he has to be cautious about. After all, remembering what happened to him in his previous life, it becomes clear that his father isn't going to spare him when the moment comes. The boy was discarded and told that he wouldn't die all on his own. It makes Jin's heart break when he relives those memories of being outcast again. His nanny helps him snap out of the memory lane by correcting the boy's view of his father. Even though Jilly is a nanny, she has seen Chiron's consideration for Luna's gentle and loving nature. This fact actually changes Jin's entire perspective as his face illuminates brightly. Jilly continues her thoughts. She understands that the poor creature has been cursed with immortality, but to that effect, she also knows that if Luna was tasked to take this test on her own, then because of her dominating nature, she would have put out an endless fury of attempts just to kill the creature. She's not cruel, but fierceless and obedient. Now, following this train of thought, the nanny thinks that Chiron must have sensed this, and so the person he really wanted to send was someone who could take on the role of being a patriarch, someone who could look after the creature with consideration and care instead of trying to kill it. It's the exact thing that Jin Runcandle is doing so right now by showing concern for the fluffball. Believe it or not, Jin ends up conceding and agrees to his nanny's perspective, squishing the face of the kitty as it makes cute sounds. In the next scene, we can see Kashmir talking about the unusual behavior of the compass as of late. It's come to his attention, and that's why he wants Jin to stay updated on the matter. The Runcandle asks for more information and ends up learning that a strange contractor's whereabouts have been spotted in the Hufester region of Bluebird Archipelago. Thanks to the intelligence organization's investigation, they've actually specified the exact location of the contractor that has been spotted there. Jin asks about the location details and learns that everything is going down on Island 32, and reports of the investigation conclude that at least one of the Runcandle family members have been spotted. Not just that, the report also lays out the confirmation of having spotted Joshua Runcandle as the flag bearer and guardian knight. And from the looks of it, they're under the assumption that Joshua actually owns the entire island. The very mention of Joshua's name has Jin going serious and asking about the details of the contractor on the island. If his brother really is hiding a contractor there, then it means it's a place that needs to be checked out properly. Fast forward to Jin and Murakami journeying to the island. The only problem is, the weather is going ballistic with literal thunderbolts raining down into the turbulent waves. Jin learns that the seas surrounding this specific island are always like this for some reason. The place is completely uninhabitable for humans because of the raging storms as well as frequent lightning strikes. The fact that the island is known to be dangerous makes it a more alarming matter for Jin, because he thinks that Joshua's intention of hiding a contractor here must be serious then. The funny thing is how Murakami is having an even worse time than him. Jin checks up on the guy's motion sickness and questions how the hell dragons can be so damn weak to sailing. The dark dragon fires back a snappy response, stating that his condition could be related to his sudden increase in power or something else. But we all know this is probably an excuse to cover up the real reason. Anyway, he asks Jin what his goal is concerning the secret contractor that Joshua is keeping on the island. To that, our boy expresses that everything hinges on the contractor's reaction for that matter. At last, they've finally spotted Island 32 of the Bluebird Archipelago. Unfortunately, this is as far as they can go, as not even the ships can course through the rough currents beyond a certain distance. Realizing that they're cornered, Murakami thinks it's a good idea to use the cute furball to their advantage as a means of travel. The Runcandle is shocked. He had no idea that Shuri possessed the capability to swim. The dark dragon smiles and shares that it's actually easy for the creature to swim through such waves without any trouble. Summoning the mythical furball, he makes a request to take him to the island. The cat meows in happiness, and Murakami is the first to mount on its head. Jin also grips some of its fur, and the group takes off by diving right into the waters. To Jin's shock, this thing truly does behave like a Pokemon. It's casually floating on top of the waters with immense speed even against such currents. It leaves the Swordmaster astonished. Shuri is going faster than a speedboat with the way it is leaving giant ripples. It doesn't take them much longer than that to step foot on the island. Shuri dries itself off while Jin begins his search for the mysterious contractor. He also retracts the mythical creature back into the red jade to make sure the cute thing doesn't get into an unnecessary fight. While he's doing this, the dark dragon notices something. His lightning Myungwang blade is actually fidgeting and behaving strangely. Jin decides to inspect the blade by pulling it out of its sheath. And when he does that, the beautiful sword is glowing more than before, and reveals a set of unknown characters that are foreign to the Run Candle's eyes. Inspecting the characters, Murakami puts his brain and memory to work and senses the familiarity of these characters. He wonders if the language is Fatal at first, but then thinks it might be something else. The lightning blade Sigmung is reacting strangely like a compass, pointing to a specific direction. When Jin looks down in that direction, he sees a lightning bolt crashing down at that exact spot. Immediately, he senses that something is happening where the lightning strikes, which means they gotta hurry. The legendary Myungwang blade's reaction implored Jin to head out and check the location. Upon arriving there, his eyes widen in shock, while Murakami proclaims his surprise and disbelief upon seeing the Grave of God. The phrase Grave of God is unfamiliar with the Run Candle, until the Dark Dragon explains that this place is supposed to be the grave of the God of Thunder, Graham. This makes the Run Candle recall his conversation against the battle god Vaughn when he was still training. He wanted to know why his blade was known to be called the lightning sword Sigmund. Vaughn revealed that it contained the power of the thunder god itself. But here's the surprising bit. This blade actually wasn't conceived from the thunder god at all. In fact, the weapon is responsible for killing the thunder god and then sealing the god's power within itself. Talk about one cold-ass sword. It killed a literal god. Once again confronting a piece of Myungwang history, Jin clearly wasn't expecting to run into a situation like this. Murakami mentions that Grom is confirmed to be dead, and their grave is supposed to be in this place. But that only begs the more serious question. Just why on earth is his scheming older brother Joshua keeping a contractor hidden in this location? While they're contemplating the situation, someone is preparing a blue lightning arrow aiming at them from a distance. The light is blindingly sharp, until the warrior releases the arrow with utmost ferocity. The arrow is tracked by Murakami and Jin's perceptive eyes, and the Run Candle faces little to no trouble in blocking it with his blade. But here's the thing, the attack was actually executed from both directions, meaning Murakami was also targeted by another assailant, and he fended off the blow. While the smoke clears, Jin assesses that they were just struck by a lightning arrow and then a sword full of wind and poisonous magic. As the smoke cleared, the two familiar assassins made themselves known. They're hungry for battle, to take revenge against the Run Candle after losing track of him last time. Jin, on the other hand, is unsurprised. He was able to guess their identities based off of their attacks alone. These two bastards are the bloodhounds of Luna's nanny, and they're working for Joshua now that she's no longer alive. But they've also brought some company. Jin spots the contractor, the one paired with the lightning god's ability, and the same person who shot the arrow. Remember when they mentioned that the thunder god Grom died? Yeah. Well, Julian has actually made a contract with the wind god, Fatal, who is supposed to be the sibling of the deceased thunder god, hence their shared abilities. Immediately, the assassins instruct Julian to target Jin Runkandel primarily, and then take care of the guardian dragon. From that instruction, Julian bursts forth with incredible speed, but instead of following orders, he changes his target to Murakami, and charges up a lightning arrow towards him. Now this sight is a pleasant one for the Dark Dragon. He wanted to be underestimated, knowing that people would aim for him thinking he was no longer in his prime. But since Murakami is so pissed, he's ready to throw hands and prove his strength, so he tells our boy to take care of the other two assassins while he's busy facing off Julian. Gojo's off-brand cousin with a short height releases an arrow from his lightning bow, but Murakami easily dodges the blast with ease, swirling past the projectile using his shadow energy. Enraged that a contractor has the balls to target a guardian dragon like him, Murakami gleefully grabs the rascal's skull, happy to have given the opportunity to teach the kid a memorable lesson. And then he shoves Julian's face straight into the ground with such a heavy impact that it releases lightning. The funniest part? Bro is knocked out cold after that single blow. Went to sleep in seconds. Murakami talks down on the ordinary contractor who thought he was special and overestimated his powers. Normally, you'd expect no one to get back up after that diabolical ass-kicking. But Julian's body starts reacting strangely and releases bouts of lighting energy. Let's cut to Jin Runkandel's side of things, as he's currently facing off against the two assassins bloodthirsty for his head, thinking he was the one who caused the downfall of their mother. Of course, it's their mistake thinking that this is the same guy they met back then, because Jin casually deflects their sword blow calmly, and points out how Joshua must have manipulated the assassins into thinking that he was the one to kill Taimoon. Jin points out the ridiculousness of the notion that he killed the nanny, but the enraged twins are not having it, and are full of bloodlust. As he's clashing his blade against them, Jin tells them the reality of the situation. Taimoon was killed by assassins disguised in the armor of the executioner knights of their family. What's most interesting is that their very own poison was spotted on the murder weapon. Jin overpowers the assassin with his blade and reveals how Joshua Runkandel is actually supposed to be his eldest sibling. Kujan is at a loss for words. All this time, he had no idea that he was facing Jin Runkandel, even accounting for their previous battles. Jin confirms his identity, while the other assassin goes ballistic on him. Her attempts to surprise him from an aerial strike are no good as Jin casually moves away using his Ultra Instinct that he learned from Goku in the other realm. He basically calls both of them as Joshua's puppets, who don't even see that they're being manipulated with such ease. The female assassin thinks that this guy is actually just saying all of these things as an excuse because Jin is afraid of them. Jin dishes out a heavy punch against the bitch's side to prove that he's stronger and explains Joshua's scheme. First, his older brother wanted Moon to place a curse on him, but because he feared being caught so much, he decided to kill her off to prevent being caught. Also, his punch just now really did a number on the girl. I mean, look at her face. That looks painful. Jin continues by emphasizing that Joshua has full knowledge of the fact that he's a magic swordsman on top of being the contractor of the God of Shadows. The very fact that his brother concealed such crucial information from the both of them implies that he's deceiving them from the beginning. The punch sends her rocking right back, while Kujan finds himself being overwhelmed with the information. He doesn't want to believe it, but Jin also isn't the type to beg them to stop. He's done explaining with words, and emphasizes how the both of them simply can't move on from the fact that he wasn't their mother's killer. After all, the guilt of being unable to protect Moon lingers on and traumatizes them. Jin doubles down and really destroys them by declaring them as cowards who can't even stand up to the might of the real villain, Joshua, who is simultaneously responsible for killing their beloved mother. His haunting words cause the purple-haired freak to go batshit crazy. She releases an outburst so powerful that a tornado surrounds her body. But before Varys can do anything, she is struck by a bolt of thunder so bad that she screams at the top of her lungs. Even Kujan is worried for Varys in her fragile state, while Jin is astonished to discover that the three of them appear to be fighting each other. He wasn't the one who used that lightning attack, it's actually Fatel's power. As for Murakhan, bro is out here sweating all of a sudden, expressing that they've got one big fish to fry. When Jin asks about what went wrong, the Dark Dragon explains that after beating the ever-living crap out of Julian, he caused him to become the incarnation of Fatel. This means that the god of wind itself has descended inside Julian's body. It's a phenomenon that they witnessed once before when the mana god descended into the body of the saint, unleashed her power, and destroyed the Zippel ship of Kozak. Right now, it's the exact same thing. Fatel is now in control of the human's body, and their situation just got a hell of a lot more complicated. Jin shows the look of concern on his face. As he's witnessing the descent of Fatel from the thunderstorms, Jin Runkandel is hammered with a wave of memories that are foreign to his own. They're the thoughts of the thunder god Grom, who is furious at Fatel for making a descent upon his very own grave. Not just that, it appears that Grom always lingered with a determination to kill Fatel. Though Jin is unaware of the situation that went down between both of the gods, he can't explain what's causing his Thunderblade Sigmund to react so uncontrollably. His sword is furious, and he fears that they'll all be in danger if this goes on. Being opportunistic about the situation, Jin Runkandel calls out Kujan and roars at him to make a choice. He will either die here in vain, or escape with the rest of them. If the assassins truly seek the path of vengeance, then they must focus on surviving firsthand. Kujan is in a vulnerable state, clenching his teeth in frustration as he makes his choice to flee the site and protect Varys. As he's running away, Jin's blade becomes freakishly uncontrollable as the letters inscribed on the sword become even more prominent. The yellow lightning of the Myungwang sword unleashes its fury in response to Fatel's descent, causing Murakhan an air of worry. He can't tell what Jin's intentions are. Even our boy is confused, expressing that the blade is reacting on behalf of Graham's anger towards the wind god Fatel. He's ready to follow Murakhan's orders as long as they can get out of this situation without blowing themselves up. The Dark Dragon considers his options and reveals that there is one thing. Since this isn't a full descent of the wind god, they can try a method involving shadow energy. But for that, Murakhan will need some time. Jin volunteers to buy him as much time needed, aiming to take on the avatar of a god with his overcharged lightning blade. The Dark Dragon gathers giant lumps of shadow energy and concentrates it inside his body. Next up is for the Runkandel to act as a barricade. Murakhan warns the kid that the dimensional door is about to open, and right as he says that, a wave of blue thunder engulfs the figure of Julian fully. From within that storm unleashes a body that no longer appears human, but mystical in form. It's Fatel, and he's descended at last. Fatel declares that he can already sense the power of his brother Grom, and it's coming from none other than the body of a human, or rather the blade wielded by him. In his glory, he points towards Jin Runkadnel, who is genuinely nervous facing a literal god. Even if it hasn't descended at full power, just watching Fatel is putting pressure on him. At the same time, compared to the likes of his father, Chiron, and the presence of the battle god, Vaughn, this much is nothing. He's faced both of them, so he musters the courage to face this trial as well. Showing movement in the presence of the wind god causes Fatel to become angry. He can't believe that Jin is even bothering to try as a weak human. The wind god unleashes a piercing blast that annihilates the very ground Jin was standing on. Luckily, our boy courageously came forward without any fear, but Fatel's got a lot in store for him. You see, the wind god already has immense portals of energy ready to shoot down our boy, and that's exactly what he does. The laser-like energy blasts flatten the very ground Jin is running from, causing rumbles of lightning as he navigates past each lightning bolt with finesse. While he's dodging, however, the Runkandle is struck dead on by one of the blasts aimed for his head. Unfortunately, the attack fully connects with his body, knocking him down with a whirlwind of pain as the beam puts him to the ground. In response, Fatal calls the Runkandle as nothing more than a mere insect for him to squash. While he's unaware of how Jin was able to obtain the lightning sword, he's annoyed that the human is trying to pretend like he's a Myungwang warrior just because of the weapon he possessed alone. He also talks down on Gram, the lightning god, calling him insignificant in comparison. But to Fatel's shock, when the smoke settles, our boy is standing upright with his ever-flowing lightning blade in hand. His jewel heart is erupting with energy, shocking even Fatal to see something like this in possession of a human. Also, can we talk about that ripped body? I need Jin's ab routine, man. Anyway, the Swordmaster points his surging blade right at the god, stating that he obtained the blade Sigmund from someone who killed Gram. He wonders if the deity is familiar with the name of the battle god, Vaughn. Her domineering name and authority are more than enough to give Fatal a shock of fear and absurdity. While he's processing his shock, Jin leaps away with super speed, clinging both his hands to his lightning blade, declaring that even a god must know of the power of this weapon. Jin unleashes a lightning storm of his own, calling the god to be a coward for hiding in the skies. The Swordmaster's blade cuts through the skies with thunderous ferocity as he forces Fatal to descend down to the earth. The attack is a clean hit, and it's one so powerful that it causes the currents to become even more chaotic than before. Even from this distance, Kujan can't believe that Jin has become monstrously powerful. It's a difference of night and day from when they first met. Recalling his words regarding Joshua's scheme, his plan to shut Taimyun up and eventually assassinating her, Kujan is starting to find himself convinced, and he questions what he and Varys must do from now on, now that the truth has come to the light. Back to Jin's situation. Remember how he was trying to contain Sigmund's power from spiraling out of control? Well, here's the issue. Now that he released the extent of his slash, the power exploded beyond control. It's because Gram's anger for Fatal is in another league, and he doesn't want to stop until Fatal is killed. It's spiraled so much out of control that Jin is starting to believe that not even Fatal should be able to survive this attack, and that he'll probably win without Murakan's intervention. As for the Wind God, he's out here getting destroyed by a human. The fact that Jin is looking down on him so much causes him to erupt with more of his strength, calling out the human's foolishness for thinking he's won the fight just because one attack connected. Fatal decides to whip out his bow and arrow, calling the human an insect once again and personally ensuring that he'll punish Jin for his arrogance. But then his eyes widened in shock again. It's the god of flames, Tess, who has personally come here rearing its body before the wind god. Fatal, just like any other opponent Jin has faced, is struck with shock when he sees the phoenix in all of its glory. The phoenix of blue flames calls him a cowardly god and mocks Fatal, before unleashing a spiral of flames to finish him off. Fatal is engulfed in the blue flames beyond what he can take, and his body is at the cusp of withering away. While he's engulfed those flames, Jin Runkandel sweeps right in, giving a clean horizontal cut across Fatal's abdomen using his overcharged lightning blade. It's the end of the wind god, as Jin confidently declares that the blue flame phoenix is a creature with so much power that it can annihilate a god with a single attack. That's why Fatal was struck with so much fear when it came to the appearance of the phoenix. Jin looks towards the end of the battle, believing that there's nothing Fatal can do anymore, especially since he descended using a human's body as an incarnation. If the human's body is gone, then there's little he can do, or so he thought, because Jin experiences pure shock when he hears Fatal's voice. The wind god properly acknowledges the Runkandle for his strength, despite being an insect in comparison. Despite everything that Jin has done, Fatal declares himself as a god that can't be extinguished by such means. Even if his entire body as an incarnation is ripped apart, it's not possible for him to die so easily. A fact that Jin Runkandel failed to consider. I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting that one. Bro hit him with so many attacks. Jin expresses his frustration, realizing that he's facing someone like Shuri with an immortal body. Fatal questions why the human is so disappointed, and even mocks him for attempting to strike someone down against their immortal body. The wind god prepares an all-power final attack, which honestly looks like the one thing that's going to be the end of Jin. It's a gigantic spear from the heavens, and Jin gloriously looks upon it. But it's finally time for Murakan to play his part. He calls Fatal a bitch for using the lame immortality approach. Remember the shadow force that the Dark Dragon was charging for so long? Yeah, it's become so overwhelmingly powerful that not even Fatal can contest it for long. Murakan looks down on the god for speaking about immortality right in front of his brother's grave. It's the height of foolishness to the Dark Dragon. The majestic Dark Dragon unveils his true form, stating that it's time for him to play with the incarnation of Feitel. From the moment it went off, Jin could sense Murakhan's shadow energy release and stood in shock. Let's actually go back to his younger years, when the boy first experienced the Dark Dragon's shadow release technique for the first time. Murakhan released a bit of his shadow energy, explaining how it is rooted in one's own shadow. Every single shadow to ever exist in this world is formed by Soldaret's powers, such is its divine power. Because of the fact that they're formed due to the God of Darkness's powers, the shadows also serve him completely, which means that as the sole contractor of Soldaret, Jin Runkandel can access this energy, harvesting it for himself in a form of one giant release. It was at that time that Murakhan laid out a vision for Jin Runkandel. He could one day become the master of all the shadows in the world after conquering his power. That in turn is the essence of shadow energy release. The young swordmaster points out that the Dark Dragon has only received half of his original power, and yet he's still so absurdly strong. It makes him shiver to imagine a world where Murakhan was at his physical prime. The Dark Dragon has emerged in his true form, engulfing Feitel's night. The beast's declaration of battle pisses off Feitel. He extends his hand to annihilate the creation of Soldaret, dubbing him as nothing more than a mere servant. But suddenly something happens. Feitel can't do anything, his powers don't work much to his own confusion, and the Dark Dragon reigns supreme, still engulfing him whole. Feitel's troubles began to worsen as the giant beast dwarfed him in size, while he could do nothing but complain about why his powers weren't working anymore. Giving him a demonic glare, Murakhan mocks the god for appearing flustered and helpless in the face of losing their power. He thinks Feitel is making a clown out of himself here. Recalling the wind, God's previous declaration of being unable to die even if his body was sliced to pieces, Murakhan happily takes up the challenge, emphasizing that Feitel has yet to experience the despair of the shadows. He promises to teach God a lesson on humility, on what it truly means to be helpless against the shadows. While this is happening, the wind god is actively losing his sanity, appearing afraid and telling the dark beast to go away. From the dark, Murakhan unleashes two slashing attacks that pierce the wind god's body through his shadows. This annihilates the incarnation's body to pieces, severing Julian from limb to limb. Feitel is caught off guard and experiences pain, but then again, he's arrogant in his ability to regenerate from such an injury. But as he's attempting to do that, it doesn't work anymore. Murakhan severs him again, this time horizontally with a deep cut across his body. The torture continues as the Dark Dragon continues to sever Feitel's body, piece by painful piece. The wind god is writhing in pain and begging to stop the torture, but it's pointless as his body gets annihilated back to back. By this point, even the Dark Dragon is impressed by the show of persistence by his opponent. He calls the wind god a cockroach who refuses to die, but even then, his body has been slashed dozens of times by now. The Dark Dragon understands that Feitel must be feeling pretty helpless in his current state, not being able to know what is attacking him. In his torn apart and pitiful state, Feitel tries to crawl his way out like a helpless creature, appearing nothing like a god. He wants Murakhan to stop, as even though he's inhabited a human's body as an incarnation, Feitel still holds the rank of a god. Murakhan fully understands that gods are supposed to be immortal, but that's exactly why he's enjoying this so much. The wind god curses the Dark Dragon and promises to spare him if he lets him go. But Murakhan is at the most to fudge around with the wind god's ego, questioning where the hell his previous determination went. And where is the same Feitel who was calling the Dark Dragon a mere creation just a moment ago? Because right now, he's just embarrassing himself in front of the Dark Dragon. Feitel's sanity is shattered and he eventually uses the N-word. Oh, you don't know what it is? It's called no. And that's the only word that comes out of his mouth after the Dark Dragon rips his body to shreds hundreds of times more. By the end of that process, Murakhan is left with a relief from the annoyance. Jean is proud that he was finally able to subdue the threat successfully, killing the incarnation at last. To that, the Dark Dragon emphasizes that Feitel is still alive. It's just that his descent into Earth has been prevented, and the process will no longer continue. After all, the Dark Dragon made sure to put the Wind God into a never-ending cycle of pain. God or not, Feitel's consciousness eventually broke its spirit, unable to take the pain as it left the body of Julian. At long last, Julian's body is let go of as the Wind God escapes through the dimensional door. The skies are cleared from the grasp of the dark clouds, and the shadow energy disperses into nothingness. By the end of it all, Julian is sitting there with his family jewels out, his body frying from the energy release. Murakhan also returns to his normal state, commenting how it had been a long while since he had to use his abilities to such an extent. I mean, I genuinely wonder what kind of opponent can withstand an attack that involves an endless cycle of pain. The Dark Dragon is glad that the incarnation process is halted, and because of that, Julian won't be able to wake up for at least a week's worth of time. Damn, that's a coma. Jin inspects the unconscious Julian's body and realizes that he's still breathing, which is a good sign. With this threat cleared, all they gotta do now is check on the two assassins that fled, Kujan and Varys. As the Runkandel is mentioning this, Murakhan's body suddenly flops to the ground. Jin shows obvious concern for his friend, but the dragon assures him that there's nothing wrong. He's just taking a small break after releasing so much of his power at the same time. Instead of believing his words, Jin makes fun of him on the contrary, pointing out how the dark dragon looks completely gassed out and doesn't even look remotely fine. That gets the tough guy personality inside Murakami firing off as he roars at the kid. He's just gonna rest for a bit, but he wants Shuri to be placed in guard instead. Jin summons the fluffball, and instead of giving him time to rest, it snuggles the crap out of Murakami instead. Jin is such a devil. He leaves Murakami all alone as Shuri's plaything, while the poor guy is begging him to take her with him. Sometime later, we get to see the Swordmaster searching around for both Kujan and Varys, but it appears that both of them must have left the island already. Suddenly, Jin's eyes glance towards a boat just nearby. However, even he thinks it's a little too small to accompany two people at once. Then he hears a loud hissing noise coming from Shuri way back. Sensing trouble, Jin switches direction to head right back. Let's see what's going on. Shuri is out here going ballistic because of a certain someone. It's Joshua, and he's rather surprised to discover Julian's situation, as well as Murakami laying flat behind. He wonders if Jin is also here. The older Runkandel tells the overgrown cat that he's not in the mood to kill an irrelevant familiar. All he cares about is their owner. To that, Shuri hisses even more. But before it can do anything, Jin makes his superhero landing, confronting his brother with a serious glare and questioning what brought him here. Joshua has the same question for Jin, inquiring why a reserve flag bearer of all people has come to this island. While this is happening, Jin is trying to internalize the situation. He wonders if Joshua took a boat to his way here, and based on that information, he concludes that Joshua must be alone. The arrogant older Runkandel is actually quite glad that they're getting to meet each other. After all, he's got lots to discuss with the youngest. Jin straight up tells him to drop the bullshit because there's no point pretending anymore. Joshua is baffled to hear such a response at first, but then our boy clarifies his answer. Just like how Joshua has been keeping tabs on his little brother's adventures and powers, Jin also knows and has been following everything connected to Joshua. Based on his reaction, the arrogant older Runkandel assesses that his little brother is quite angry. Joshua is basically saying that Jin's reaction is inappropriate, meaning he's still trying to act innocent as if he's committed no sin. Jin decides to drop proof, recalling the message he read when he was in the Keydart research facility. There, it read that the man known as Jin Grey won't be receiving an easy death. Joshua appears smug, impressed that his little message left a number on his baby brother. After all, despite the incident being reported by every news source in the world, no one in the entire world could figure out Jin's identity as a Runkandel. And now for the most pivotal reveal. Jin Runkandel declares that it was his brother Joshua who placed the special curse on his body while he was an infant. It's important because it's the very reason Jin suffered so much scrutiny from his family in his first life. Now he thinks Joshua made a major mistake by letting him live. The same confident, calm, and determined Jin now released shadow energy that is chaotic, dangerous, and threatening. He believes that what comes next will be a result of Joshua's own mistake, as he failed to kill Jin Runkandel instead of placing a shitty curse on him. And with that declaration, the descendant of the first patriarch and the contractor of the god of shadows, Jin Runkandel points his blade at his one true nemesis. In response, Joshua lets out an evil smile, as if he's entertained by all that's happened because of him. It appears that this confrontation is full of surprises as Joshua finally greets shadow energy in its truest form. He proclaims that the shadow energy was supposed to be his, but to that, Jin Runkandel calls him delusional for ever even thinking that. Not just that, he challenges his older brother to come try and steal the power for himself. Jin rushes with chaotic speeds, roaring why his cowardly brother refused to bring knights alongside him this time like he did against Luna. The contractor of the god of shadows releases a shadow slice, pointing out that his older brother isn't the type to take on a fight all on his own. To that, Joshua leaps upwards, taking his blade out and questioning if his little brother is so arrogant to assume that he can take him on merely because of Soldaret's authority alone. In his hand, he's wielding the silver sword Sran. The reason Jin is so shocked to see the blade is actually because Joshua doesn't use this weapon every day. It's not his favorite sword to say the least, and yet his opponent hurls the blade right at him. The ground crumbles as Jin evades the heavy blow, but his older brother isn't done executing his attack just yet. He follows through with incredible speeds, descending right into the same spot where he launched his blade in a heavy crash. From that spot, Joshua emerges with the silver sword again, his eyes determined like a snake to laser down his brother. Joshua is starting to enjoy the fight, realizing that Jin actually underestimated his powers, thinking that he was weak all this time without any physical dominance. He thinks that Jin must have taken a look around Joshua. The knights are always guarding him, and he's always using cowardly and petty tactics to overwhelm his enemies. As Joshua swings his silver blade, he thinks that Jin must have thought that the skill difference between him and Luna was far too vast, that Joshua was incomparable and insignificant. The arrogant Runkandel emphasizes that Jin's theories and thoughts are all useless. According to him, he has the ability to match Luna's power anytime he desires. By the way, I have to tell you guys that Jin, despite receiving all of his training, is actually struggling against Joshua here. He's on the back foot and receiving massive cuts all throughout his body, finally understanding that a flag bearer of the Runkandel family is capable of carrying his own weight. Joshua prepares another heavy attack, questioning if his youngest brother knows about the way of their world. He is unfamiliar with the ugliness, a path that Jin has yet to walk. Saying so, Joshua hammers a really strong downward slash, which Jin has to block with the full weight of his body. Despite having blocked the attack, the backlash is so heavy that he's coughing out blood in severe pain. Joshua then compares the ever-growing realization of the Zippel family surpassing the Runkandel family. Even though Chiron's there, the strongest knight is alive and well, and yet their families are experiencing a disparity. Joshua blows Jin away with an explosive kick that looks straight out of Dragon Ball. Then he follows up with Jin's flailing body, stating the truth of why Chiron has yet to cast Joshua aside, even though he understands that Joshua doesn't even meet his standards. According to the eldest brother himself, the reason is simple. Even though the patriarch is unsatisfied by Joshua in every manner imaginable, there is one thing that separates him from the rest. By the way, while he's giving this speech, Jin is genuinely helpless in the air. He knows that he can't dodge this attack, so his next best approach is to take the blow head-on. Joshua prepares his attack and continues his speech, concluding that their father Chiron understands that the person most wary of all their enemies in the clan is none other than Joshua himself. In that moment, Jin invokes what little Shadow Force energy he can to match the blow of his brother's attack. Their swords collide in equal might, both sending ripples of energy throughout the battlefield. Both opposing energies form a twister of slashes until nothing is left but a crater in that space. The crumbled arena is just a home ground to the Runkandels. Jin stands breathless and exhausted, internalizing that he never even dared to expect less from Joshua. The only thing he always thought was that his brother lacked the qualities of an acting patriarch in his father's place. But it's only thanks to Luna's rejection of the throne that Joshua can flex so much right now. I mean, this guy is styling in the middle of the fight. He's seriously confident in his victory. At the same time, he's actually impressed by the might of the Shadow Sword, as Jin was able to endure the previous blow. From the smoke emerges the youngest Runkandel's familiar. It's the giant furball who wants to protect its master. But Jin knows that this fight is his alone, so he instructs Shuri to focus on protecting Murakhan only for now. Funnily enough, Joshua offers fake sympathy to them. He also thinks that Jin probably overestimates himself if he thinks that Joshua ever needed to hold Murakhan in a hostage situation, just to face him head-on. But to our boy, he knows the kind of tricks that this guy has pulled in the past. That's why he's afraid and conscious of Murakhan's condition even while he's fighting. The older brother becomes hypocritical in his statement, calling Jin out for being arrogant enough to assume that he won't be able to end Jin's life in a real battle. Because if that happened, the contract that Joshua desires so much would no longer be available for him to steal. From this revelation alone, Jin has discovered one thing. His brother knows how to transfer a contract from one body to another. It's just like the Zippel and the Kinzello clan. At first, Joshua commends his little brother for having the foresight to think far ahead. But that fact still doesn't change the outcome of this battle. Joshua roars a declaration. He'll make sure Jin Runkandel is made a cripple who can't even use his sword after the fight is over. And that is an even worse punishment than death in their family. At last, Jin speaks from his side, certain his position that Joshua will be unable to kill him no matter what happens. Jin raises his shadow sword, engulfing it with shadow energy, understanding that even if Joshua states that he won't kill his brother, that still doesn't change the fact that the rest of his allies are currently headed this way. They'll be the ones to execute Jin. But our boy's not going down that easy. At the edge of his raised sword, he focuses on a point of shadow energy. It gathers from the surroundings, while Joshua appears troubled for the first time ever in this fight. Channeling the silver sword's might, Joshua rushes to prevent whatever the hell Jin is about to pull off. He throws his blade at full force, hurling it towards the focused energy sphere of darkness. The light energy from the silver blade is actually absorbed by the shadow energy. Its aura fades into the color black, giving Joshua yet another scare. Jin Runkandel emphasizes his words. He really did warn Joshua back there for good. He could have killed his baby brother way back then, but now it's too late. Invoking the unrevealed special form of the Shadow Sword, Jin Runkandel's Blade of Darkness summons a warrior from Black Lightning itself. Jin cuts through reality, and from within pops a beam of yellow light. At first, you guys probably think that he's about to hit Joshua with a blast. But get this, a giant figure emerges from the dimensional portal. Joshua's eyes widen in shock, unable to believe that the Sword of Tamar, the first patriarch, can actually be used to cast a summoning. Guess who it is? It's Garmund, one of the battle kings from the Forbidden Land. The only problem with this technique is that Jin is incapable of controlling who can be summoned via the summoning technique. At first, he was genuinely afraid that anyone would show up, but it's a good thing that one of the battle kings is a necessity for the technique. Garmund puts down his blade, thrilled to see his brother again. Jin apologizes in his exhausted state, stating that he called Garmund out of nowhere because he needed help. The Battle King thinks it's nothing, and is releasing incredible amounts of energy, hoping to help a brother in pain. Both of their jewel hearts shine, symbolic of the Myungwang tribe, as Jin Runcandle declares his one and only command, to kill Joshua Runcandle, the man standing in front of him as his enemy. Garmin smiles, gleeful that he's been tasked with such a mission. He readies his blade, announcing himself as the 8th Battle King of the Myungwang tribe, and the one who has accepted his brother's request. He offers his victim a chance to say their final words, because before long, they'll be dead. He also releases a wave of shadow energy to show his might. But Joshua may not be as much of a fraud as I thought he was. This man is out here channeling red aura, like he's the devil himself, surprised to see a living spirit from a dead tribe that was banished from the earth. As for their fight, he's more than happy to cut the musclehead down so that he can move on to punishing his little brother next. Garmin laughs, shit-talking Joshua for pretending to be a warrior of justice even though he's not. His comment clearly agitates that older Runcandle, who curses at him and points out that it's shameful to pretend to be brothers with Jin when they don't even share the same blood. But I guess that was the straw, and the one thing that he shouldn't have said. Because the moment he says this, Joshua experiences fear, true fear. His opponent has such monstrous speed that he blitzes past Joshua, who couldn't even lunge from his spot yet. Garmin is ready to end this fight already, seeing as his opponent doesn't really have any significant words left. He then chillingly remarks Joshua, telling him to fall into the depths of despair. The oldest brother is sweating as he turns back to face the wrath of the giant. Garmin unleashes his slicing attack to finish this battle in a single hit. Garmin's confident slash is hardly anything you can call a sword strike. It's more like an explosive bomb that detonated on impact and released a column of shadow energy. By the way, Joshua is coughing blood while barely being able to hold his blade against the overwhelming might of the Battle King. The dude is literally pinned to the ground while Garmin laughs his ass off. He would have been really disappointed if his opponent over here died in a single attack. But from his experience with Jin and his predecessor, it's clear that the Runcadnals come out of the womb being built differently. He presses his blade just a bit more, adding so much pressure on Joshua that his gums are bleeding from the sheer weight of being able to block the sword. In his anger, he finally manages to deflect the giant blade and gain some space. Joshua is pissed that a damn spirit is making a mockery out of him here. To pay back Garmin for what he's done, he dashes full speed ahead and crosses the behemoth's body. It makes it seem like Joshua's landed some pretty decisive cuts throughout the Battle King's body. But here's the catch. Garmin speaks of his sheer disappointment. Coming into this family, he had the impression that the Runcandle clan held its merit, especially after the achievements of Jin. But from this match, it's clear that the Runcandle family doesn't hold a candle to the Battle Kings. Garmin feels so disappointed that he thinks it is pointless to show Joshua any respect from his sword. Oh, and here's a little cool fact. That attack that Joshua did earlier? Yeah, that ended up in his silver sword being shattered. Look at his expression. Bro was at a loss for words while staring down at his blade. He's shook as hell. But the battle's not over. Garmin goes on the offensive, knocking the wind right out of the older Runcandle as he smacks away Joshua's body with yet another overwhelming brute force strike. The arrogant Joshua is getting his ass kicked while also starting to believe that Garmin is truly unkillable. It's just the kind of despair one falls into while fighting a spirit of the Forbidden Land. Joshua is afraid of what will emerge from the mist. The behemoth pops right out with a wide grin. His thunderous punch is loaded to shove right down to Runcandle's body. Oh, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Like a human's foot stomping down a cockroach, Garmin releases his punch in Joshua's abdomen, causing a vomit of blood to spew right out of his body. The Battle King doesn't look the least impressed after having downed the lifeless Joshua to the ground. He then picks up his body and chucks it right into the air. The brother is already knocked out, and this man is still not stopping. Invoking the Myungwang sword technique in his sword, Garmin activates his oppression ability, which attracts the weapon of his opponent. And so Joshua's blade is flung right to the Battle King's sword like a magnet's pull, attracting his body alongside it. Joshua's body plummets on the hard-ass ground. Fight's not over as the Battle King pulls his blade, following it up with a heavy smash of his punch bitch slapping Joshua's face and giving it plastic surgery for life. That one punch literally sends this guy miles away from the impact, all the while rupturing the ground from the impact. Supercharging his Myungwang sword, Garmin covers his blade in an aura of lighting. From the looks of it, this fight is over. Even Jin knows it. There's just nothing his brother can do anymore. The smoke clears, but instead of Joshua sinking into despair, he sinks into pure madness. A villainous laugh creeps up, psychopathic in its nature as he releases energy like never before. Jin blocks the excess aura being released from his brother's body and realizes that the real showdown is about to begin. Joshua Runcandle is going to use his strongest ability, but even according to our boy, it's already too late for him. Garmin senses the same raging aura from the older Runcandle, believing that it's a mere waste for someone like him. He dubs the Runcandle's abilities as purely human in nature, meaning he's not a threat to someone like the Myungwang people. While this overflow of aura is happening, it shreds Joshua's body, revealing something completely unexpected. something that leaves Jin speechless the second he lays his eyes on it. The overflow of red energy reaches the skies, as an explosive tornado of red erupts on the land. Here's the really worrying part. Jin is warning Garmin to get the hell away from the place as much as possible because Joshua is using his one final attack. It's a self-destruction technique of the Runkandle family, and if it's coming from his older brother, then that means not even this island will be left in its place. Jin hurries towards their escape, stating that they can use Shuri's help to get away as far as possible. But the Battle King has a different opinion. He thinks it's dangerous to leave someone like Joshua here unattended, so Garmin will do his best to contain the energy with his body, or else none of the others will survive. The Battle King also explains that he was summoned here without his true soul, formed by the shadows of this world. This means that when he fades from the battlefield, he's going to lose the memories of what happened here. But he plans to explain everything to Jin when they next meet each other. Even if Garmin dies here, there isn't going to be any issue because his body will be fully intact in the land of La Prorosa. That much he reassures to the youngest Runkandle. Jin understands the situation and accepts it, escaping using Shuri's speed to get as far away as humanly possible from being blown to a billion pieces. Joshua's body has reached the point of no return. His aura is extending out of control, and in this impossible moment, all he has for his little brother is a spiteful challenge. He's damn near certain that Jin won't be able to survive the vicinity of the blast no matter what he does. With that said, he casts the detonation of the ultimate technique of the Runkandle family, the unstoppable volcano. The explosion starts off like a blinding light of heaven, reminding me of the scene from Dragon Ball Z, where Vegeta used Final Explosion to defeat Majin Buu. The radius of the blast is huge, it's swallowing everything in its path, so much so that its penetrating light reaches Jin already, who is supposed to be a considerable distance away from the impact using Shuri's speed. The grave of Grom is demolished, and caught in between is the 8th Battle King. Garmin stands fearless as he blocks the pulsating chain of explosions with his sword. Using the might of the Shadow Force, he prevents the explosion from making its way to Jin Runkandle, becoming a final barricade, a shield for his friend and brother. The warping tornado of flames unleashes destruction like any other. Using his might of the Shadow Force, Garmin is able to successfully swing the explosion upwards in the sky, hurting its vicinity, which would have surely demolished Jin along the way. Having done his part, Garmin grins, knowing that he's saved our boy, the main character, and simultaneously won our hearts with this feat of bravery and sacrifice. He wants to wait for his brother in the Forbidden Lands. After fleeing a considerable distance from the island, Jin and Shuri finally see the blast erupting fully, destroying everything on the island. This means that it also took out the 8th Battle King Algensided after he swung his blade. In the aftermath of the explosion, Jin Runkandle gazes at the sea. What was once a piece of floating land is now nothing. None of it remains. But his thoughts are more concerned about Garmin, the one who valiantly took the fall for his survival. And that concludes the end of Joshua Runkandle, our protagonist's greatest hurdle. But something about the situation upsets our protagonist. It's almost as if it's unfair for Joshua to die this way, or rather, it's unlike him to end without a cause. And then the impossible happens. I bet what I'm about to tell you guys next is going to shock you. Jin reads the latest news of the Runkandle Knight appointing ceremony. Lo and behold, Joshua Runkandle is photographed there, alive in the flesh, smirking like the cockroach he is. Not even Jin can believe his damn eyes, as his expression turns to anger with him crumpling the newspaper. I mean, going through all of that, just to find out that your evil brother is still alive must hurt like crap. Not to mention that everyone and their mother hates Joshua. Seeing Joshua alive in the flesh may have ticked our boy off. What about Joshua himself? Just where is he? To find that out, we have to head over to the hideout of a certain witch's lair. Here, the interim patriarch of the Runkandle family, the supposed man to succeed Chiron, is currently strapped to a chair. He's struggling and writhing in pain from his very spot. Then a voice reminds him that even though he's supposed to be the child of prophecy and become the next leader of the Runkandle family, currently he's trembling in fear in the witch's basement. Manifesting from the shadows, the witch mocks him shamefully, calling him pitiful beyond comparison. In Joshua's sorry-ass state, he questions the witch strongly, asking if she's only come here to make fun of his demise. The witch isn't afraid of him, so she confirms such a fact and agrees that it's exactly the case. Halura makes her descent, and I think I just had a neuron activation moment after seeing her. The damned Witch of Calamities is furious that this man destroyed the clone she had spent so much time creating. And because of the clone's destruction, Joshua's currently suffering the after effects of what happened, trembling in agony. Haluram thinks it's only fair to laugh at him while he's like this. Tensed up in both pain and anger, the older Runkandle emphasizes that it's the only way he had to successfully kill off the Myungwang spirit that his little brother summoned to the battlefield. Hearing that makes the witch laugh uproariously in amusement. She calls it a foolish person's strategy. After all, the people of the Myungwang tribe are already imprisoned in a world separate from their own. Right from the beginning, Joshua basically had nothing to worry about. What the witch really cares about is that he carelessly killed off, discarded the clone that she handcrafted after putting in so much work. Haluram toys with Joshua and turns back questioning why the prophecy just had to have chosen this guy of all people. Piercing her gaze towards him, she talks about how everything could have flowed much smoother if only the prophecy revolved around Luna, or even Jin Runkandel for that matter. While she's saying these things, of course Joshua is getting pissed as hell like a jealous little prick. The witch even concludes that his father, the patriarch Chiron, was supposed to be the original person destined for the prophecy. But a major shift occurred when that man's power exploded beyond comparison and reached the level of Genesis, forever altering his fate. But if he ended up tangled with Haluram instead, she would have been living the life without any troubles, because then she wouldn't have to be wrapped up with a clown like Joshua. I just love how she's verbally abusing the crap out of him, and it's actually affecting Joshua with the way he's getting aggressive every moment. Though the witch does point out that the older Runkandel did manage to succeed in one thing, because with the knowledge of Jin's abilities, they fully understand that he's capable of summoning a spirit from the Myungwang tribe. Apart from that, they also know the exact location of Shuri because of him. Haluram is disappointed that someone else took her familiar from her. The crazy witch is out here trying to convince Joshua that everything will go his way eventually, but all I'm seeing is how she's expertly manipulating him. Haluram promises to create yet another clone for the Child of Prophecy. The older Runkadnel is peeved and asks how long it will take her to create another one. The witch laughs at him, stating that it won't be that difficult with the materials he's brought her this time. The scene ends with the notion that Joshua will receive a new clone, and that this annoying insect won't be dying anytime soon. Back to Jin, he's pissed as hell after reading the news report. He's back to Tikan, and he's confident that Joshua didn't survive the battle on the island. It's easier for him to assume that there was a mistake in the writing of the article. However, Kashmir verifies that the ceremony indeed took place, and forging a fake image of such an important ceremony would be unthinkable in every way. Jilly brings up a really interesting point. Maybe the transfiguration Bubar transformed someone to take the appearance of his brother. But Jin shoots down that possibility too, pointing out that the ultimate technique of the Runkandel family that Joshua used in his final moments was in fact real. That thing literally annihilated multiple islands, and it's only possible with a Runkandel's body. The Silver Dragon brings up the theory that perhaps the Joshua that attended the ceremony is the fake one instead of the one that Jin killed. To that, not even our boy knows with a conclusive answer. Right now, his best shot is to confirm the situation with Julian, the contractor of Fatel, who is currently constrained to prevent any issues. He's certain they'll find something valuable once the kid awakens. There's also Murakan's ranting going on. He's seriously annoyed he couldn't see crap because of his unconscious state. Quikentel funnily remarks that the guardian dragon failed to guard as part of his job. If Jin didn't end up summoning someone from the Myungwang tribe, things would have ended very differently. I just love how the Silver Dragon keeps calling him a useless patient who can never reach the heights of his power again. The Dark Dragon waves off the fuss, understanding her point as she keeps on hammering it to him. Quikentel wants him to check up with Misha, who might be a possible lead to help him retrieve his powers back. That suggestion causes Murakan to drop in silence. Jin asks the important question for all of us. Who the hell is Misha? Quikentel reveals that she's actually his older sister, who is also a Dark Dragon. Murakan has had enough of getting steamrolled and rants away, stating that he doesn't accept Misha as his sister. Saying so, he slams the door shut, proving that there's some tension between him and his sister. Even Jin comments on it, until he learns the truth of the situation from Quikentel. It turns out that when the Dark Dragons were young, Misha picked on him a lot and bullied him around. Eventually, Murakan became powerful, and the first thing that came to his mind was to exact his revenge against his sister for everything she did to him. That makes Jin wonder if the two can really have a successful reunion, considering everything that went down. Quikentel confirms that although Misha is also a Dark Dragon, she's not going to kill her brother, who is supposed to act as a guardian beast for the Runkandel family, as well as the protector of Solderet's contractor. It's just not going to happen. The Silver Dragon intends to tag along for the journey, preventing anything ridiculous like that from happening. Because in reality, Mishan and Quikentel share an amicable relationship with each other. That night, they come to learn of the Dark Dragon's sudden disappearance. Quikentel is mad that he's stupidly left by himself, while Jilly retrieves a letter from her room. I think everyone knows who it's from. Jin retrieves the letter. Get ready, folks. This is gonna be good. First off, Bro's look of sheer cringe and regret is enough to give you guys an idea of the contents. It starts off by Murakan addressing Jilly as his beloved strawberry pie, and the only concern that Murakan shares in his letter is for Jilly alone, not his contractor Jin, the man he's supposed to protect. Bro is out here acting like the nanny is his wife and he's going to war. This man even talks about their first encounter and how it felt magical for him. Upon returning, he promises to take Jilly on a trip they planned together. Well, Jin is out here legit ripping the damn letter in half because Bro can't bear the cringe. He also can't believe that Jilly decided on a trip with Murakan without even saying a word. The nanny tries to deny anything like that, but her reaction is obvious. Meanwhile, Quikentel doesn't care and shows concern for his well-being while he's away. The scene cuts to another town, where a cloaked figure is making his way to a hideout. He opens the door and sees Kujan waiting there for him. Apparently, there's supposed to be a trade between the two parties. The assassin asks for his payment up front. The bag of coins is tossed to his side, while the man questions the effects of the poison. Kujan emphasizes that this poison is unique, and it's so strong that it's practically untraceable. The unknown man is intrigued looking at the container, and asks where Kujan retrieved the poison from. Showing hostility and refusing to answer any more questions, Kujan practically tells him to fudge off because the deal's finished. Afraid of him, the man agrees to leave. The assassin then goes to the other room, where his sister's body is quivering in pain from the electrical shock she received the other day. The lightning is causing immense pain in her body, while Kujan is begging her to just wait a little while longer. Even a ruthless assassin like him breaks down in tears, because he doesn't want to experience the loss of the only family he's got left. The following day, Kashmir arrives with some good news on him. He discovered the location of Kujan Marius. He appears to be hiding in the Delki Kingdom. Jin receives a note pertaining to all the information from Kashmir's organization. They confirm that a rampant surge of blood poisoning has started circulating lately among mercenaries. A member that he personally sent confirmed that it was poison, a lethal one that isn't even registered among academia. These clues are more than enough to confirm Kujan's presence in the kingdom, and Jin is certain of it. Even Kashmir reaches the same conclusion, since the Delki Kingdom is home to the Marius family and the safest place for them to be. Just like last time, Jin Runkadnel has to task himself to go to Delki Kingdom immediately. And so that very same day, he tags alongside Alicia and Kashmir to explore the same location where the mercenaries have been arriving to purchase the poison. Upon opening the door, they discover Kujan Marius sitting all alone in a shabby spot. The broken down and defeated assassin can barely recognize Jin Runkandel, but from this, our boy understands that the assassin was actually anticipating his arrival. After all, this is the same assassin duo that made it impossible for themselves to be tracked the first time Jin confronted them. And yet, Kujan revealed himself without any troubles here. Jin thinks that the assassin feared Joshua would catch him after his failure at the island. That's why he signaled Jin to come using this strategy. Kujan begs our boy for help and takes him to the room where Varys is choking blood. Seeing her in such a critical state, Jin understands that the assassin is desperately trying to save his sister's life. Unfortunately, they can barely do anything at this level. Remember that final moment of Varys where she unleashed a questionable amount of mana? That actually resulted in a mana counterflow or mana backlash, and in her current state, her body's in a state of complete decay, meaning her chances of survival are really slim in this condition. To Jin's surprise, the 8-star assassin kneels in front of him, begging and pleading the young master to save his sister's life as she's his one and only family left. He's prepared to do anything for Jin as long as he guarantees her survival, even promising to atone for his sins by serving the Runkandel young master forever. Jin shows his ruthless side, but not to the point of cruelty. He wants Kujan to get up and prove his worth. It's only after both of them prove their worth that he'll consider taking them under him. The problem with Varys is that she's choking out blood like crazy. At her current state, our boy thinks that the only person who can save her life is a Vankella saint. But even before they can get to that part, they firstly need to get her immediate treatment from a healer. Here's the big issue though. In the entire region of Huefester, there are hardly any healers who are knowledgeable about treating the symptoms of mana counterflow. Then there's the added concern. Even if they do find a healer like that, it's likely going to expose their location to Joshua because of his network. Hearing all of this, Kujan sinks into helplessness and despair. Then, the leader of the city of Tikan offers a way out. He suggests retrieving Varys to the city of Tikan, then using a healer for an emergency treatment. After that, they'll go look for a Vankella saint. The matter requires immediate precedence, so they're gonna have to pull this off right away. Alicia promises to stabilize her body until then, and covers her up in her cloak. Even she knows that Varys' condition is near fatal right now, and that they'll have to hurry before things get worse. Jin agrees with the suggestion and hastens to leave. Kujan is surprised that they're still giving his sister a shot, but the youngest Runkandel does leave with a message. Even though their intention is to make sure Varys lives, if a fight breaks out between him and Joshua's servants again, chances are they'll have to forget about his sister. It's just something Kujan has to mentally prepare himself. Tears streaming down his body, he accepts the condition. The four of them rush their way through the Delki Kingdom, while Jin points out just how fragile Varys' condition appears to be. If they don't rush at full speed, she'll soon die of organ failure. Kashmir luckily spots the teleportation gate from this distance. Unfortunately, they'll have to come across a whole bunch of people from this point onwards, so it might get troublesome. Even Jin knows that this task won't be easy, especially since he senses someone trailing behind. Not just that, he's also tracked down at least 3 targets. For these guys, our boy recommends Kujan to show his merit and contribution by assassinating all 3 of them. The assassin agrees to the job, and Jin makes it clear that there shouldn't be any attention drawn to him, no matter what happens. The assassin leaves to take care of the targets. Kashmir is a bit skeptical because it's difficult to leave no traces behind while killing someone in broad daylight. The only people capable of doing something like that are high-ranking assassins without any identities. Jin doesn't care. All he cares about is for Kujan to prioritize staying alive by clearing this mission. Speaking of the minion that was trailing them from behind, he's shocked that Jin's group disappeared in an instant. Just when he plans on retreating, a sudden crippling sensation hits him as he falls to the ground in agony. The assassin appears from the dark, revealing that the neurotoxin he used just now is from a desert spider, and within a few moments, the man's heart will stop. The cause of death will be declared as a sudden cardiac arrest. Kujan also reflects that this poison is useless against any opponent beyond the 6-star level, but it's a good thing he's having to deal with trash-level targets rather than a knight from the Reincarnated family. The Reincarnated group keeps navigating without any interruptions. A man is trailing them while disguised as someone carrying groceries. The pigeons on the ground are already setting their sights on his bead. Suddenly, one of the pigeons is struck sharply with a tiny projectile. It causes the entire group of pigeons to react in chaos, pestering the people around and causing enough of a distraction for the assassin to slip in from behind and do his job. A smile is carved on Jin's face with him realizing that the assassination is already under motion. The dude with the grocery bag is swatting away the pigeons in anger, until Kujan releases a small poisonous chip on top of the bread. He then grabs it and gestures it inside the guy's mouth. It's the perfect trap. As the man swallows the chip through the bread, the poison touches his mucous membrane and prevents any airway from going out. Here, the cause of death will be deduced as a blockage of airway via food. Yet another masterclass of an assassination by the finest around. Finally, Kujan reaches for his third target using poisonous water. He spills it on top of the guy with the red cap, something the dude clearly didn't expect. Some of it gets in his mouth, causing him to feel hallucinations and dizziness, blocking his senses as he falls into the pond. The man reaches his hand out, and the same bottle drops down on top of him. For this assassination, Kujan states that it will be deduced as an accident. Thanks to the man's alcoholic state, all evidence will be wiped. They'll think it was a drunkard's demise. Walking away as if nothing even happened, the assassin leaves the sounds of terror as the people discover the dead man's body. The group successfully returns to Kashmir's fancy estate. They've already got Varys a healer to sort her out in an emergency. The good thing is that she's no longer in imminent danger, but even the healer suggests that she take a good amount of rest for a while. Still, the most he was able to prevent was her critical status. Failure to get help from the Vankella Saints will result in a permanent mana failure for Varys. Hearing this report, the assassin Kujan is eternally grateful for the help that the young Run-Candle showed him. Now that Jin has upheld his side of the promise, it's time for Kujan to show his loyalty. In the other room, we get to see Julian in captivity. Symbols of the wind. God appear throughout his body as he's bound in chains, restrained so he doesn't last out. Julian's experience changes to one of anger when he hears Jin's voice. The young master apologizes for treating him this way, but it's the safest method for them to make sure he doesn't go batshit crazy again. Fatal's contractor is at a loss for words. His eyes widened in shock when he spots Kujan siding along with Jin, because this implies that the assassin betrayed Joshua's orders. However, the truth is even bleaker than that. Kujan reveals that it's actually them who were betrayed and manipulated by the older Run-Candle. There's no point swearing a loyalty to that man when it's clear he left them at the island to suffer and die. The assassin strongly believes that it's less about loyalty and more about the fact that they're so afraid of Joshua's might. Hearing such offensive words, Julian lashes out and tells him to shut up. The assassin offers him a chance to cooperate and side with young Master Jin, who saved all their lives and ensured their survival by treating them. Julian is surprised to hear the words "young master" attached to Jin's name. After all, he and the other assassins had no clue up until now that their target wasn't Jin Grey, but actually his real identity, Jin Run-Candle. Our boy confirms the fact that he's the youngest brother of the same scumbag that is their master. This revelation comes as a surprise to Julian, who finally realizes that this is the same dude his master couldn't shut up about. Jin recalls their fight and reminds the contractor of his powers. He even showcases by unveiling a hint of shadow energy from his blade, confirming that he is indeed Solderet's contractor. Julian is once more struck with shock. He's afraid that this power is about to hurt him, but instead of hurting him, Jin actually tears through his restraints and frees him from the shackles as he flops to the ground. The young master hopes to have an honest discussion with Julian without getting any complications in the way. By the way, he blitzes right in front of Julian to make a proper threat, emphasizing that if the contractor refused to cooperate, then there's no point keeping him around. In the next scene, we're in the middle of the interrogation. So apparently the whole plan on the island was just a mere coincidence from Joshua's side of things. He didn't plan or expect for Jin to come. Julian reveals that he was taken there by Joshua to become stronger. Still, our boy is skeptical about the way he obtained so much power using Fatel's authority against Graham's grave. He wants to know what happened. Julian's dreadful eyes turn to sorrow as he reveals that he's actually just a mere replacement, catching Jin off guard. He continues by stating that Joshua has always wanted to steal the contract of the God of Darkness. But in the off chance that things ended for the worse, if he couldn't obtain Solderet's contract from Jin, he prepared Julian's body to steal his contract instead. A tactic like that is the height of disgust even in the eyes of Jin. Then there's the problem that he was actually there when Joshua died. His detonation was real at the Bluebird Archipelago, and that kind of power simply can't be faked. Yet it's shocking that the same bastard older brother is alive and well, appearing in the ceremony without any problems. Jin doesn't know how or why, but he's curious if Julian is willing to help him out with an answer here. The helpless contractor of Fatal is prepared to give out every last bit of information he knows, but all he wants in return is proper protection. Jin promises to offer him protection as long as the information is worth his time, and so he starts off by mentioning the role of a special woman with prophetic powers. Of course, he's referencing Hellerim here, but neither Jin nor Julian know that yet. That same woman is responsible for influencing every single move that the older Runkandle has made so far. She's also the same woman who referenced him to visit Graham's grave in the islands, so that Julian could evolve his powers up a notch. Julian reveals the most important bit of all. The man they fought at the island is nothing more than a carbon copy of his previous master. Jin is surprised by this and asks about the method of clone creation. Unfortunately, not even Fatal's contractor knows about the exact details of what goes down. The only thing he's sure of is the requirement. The creation of one clone requires a sacrifice of an extremely large number of humans, and Julian strongly suspects that the humans that are being used as sacrificial pawns are the death row inmates of the Hufester region. Once more, Jin Runkandle is alarmed by the shocking news. He has one question for Fatal's contractor though. Even though Julian possessed the information that Joshua would steal his contract one day, he still didn't escape even when he had every reason to. Why is that? Jin guesses that maybe he's using the kid's family as a threat. The truth is similar to that. Julian reveals that Joshua is actually keeping his beloved guardian dragon hostage. The kid has no family, and the only people he knew from his village were eradicated. Every single one of them were killed by the scumbag Runkandle. Julian's pathetic state of being controlled by the same man who destroyed his family is the reason why Varys mocked him, because the kid didn't even have the heart to go against his own enemy. The poor kid is driven to the corner because his guardian dragon is the only thing he cherishes in his life, the only creature he loves. It's a situation similar to Kujan's, who is worried sick for Varys' state. Tears stream down the boy's eyes as he pleads with Jin to help his guardian dragon. The young master gets up from his seat and maintains his neutrality. Unfortunately, since Julian is a prisoner, he can't really help the boy out. At the same time, Jin promises to help Julian if the boy swears his loyalty to him. He allows Julian a chance to go and rescue his beloved guardian dragon on his own by proving his worth. This level of kindness astonishes the young contractor. Jin is hoping that Julian won't end up disappointing him after their conversation, and saying so, he leaves the room with the assassin. The next thing he does is hold a meeting with Quiquintel and Kashmir, discussing the information he received from Fatal's contractor. The Silver Dragon is surprised by the mention of a prophet pulling the strings behind the scenes. Not to mention, this same person boasts the ability to create human clones and steal the contracts of others. Jin is curious if she's got any clue on the prophet's identity. To that, the Silver Dragon persists that all clues point towards the fact that they're dealing with a demon, or even the Demon King here. Lastly, it could also possibly be the witch Hellerim, who fits the picture for using both methods as a tool. Cloning humans isn't out of the question for her, neither is the idea of stealing contracts. Jin finds himself in deep contemplation, figuring that perhaps she is a being with connections to their family from within, apart from Joshua. Even the city leader Kashmir seconds this opinion. If a person of that importance is helping out a dude like Joshua, it's clear that most of the important figures within the family are already aware of the truth of her involvement. The only question that remains is to figure out if these people are siding with Joshua or if they're spectating the scene from the side. The Silver Dragon thinks that if the people are actively supporting the older Runkandle despite the truth of a demon's involvement, then Tamar would probably be disappointed in his lineage. From the looks of things, Jin understands that it's a very sensitive matter even within his family. It's not something for him to easily tackle, at least until he becomes a proper flag bearer, because in that position, a slight mistake causing some scrutiny can be handled by him. Jin Runkandle understands that he can no longer wait 5 whole years to become a flag bearer. He has to act faster, and so he marks down his official declaration to return to his family immediately. Or at least he would have wanted that, until Jet's howling voice came rushing to warn his master of something. Apparently, he has received news about a raging fight breaking out between a dragon and a monster. The merchant strongly believes that Murakhan is involved in the scene. All three of them express their shock as the scene fades to the battle taking place between a red dragon and a black dragon. The entire battlefield is engulfed in flames as the gigantic red beast prepares a dragon's breath and unleashes a fiery column of flames. The attack is far too strong for Murakhan to take head-on, as it incinerates everything in its path. While the people are crying out in fear, a woman with green hair observes the fight, questioning what the hell is going on. From the red flames emerges the Shadow Dragon, proving that he's not finished yet. Bursting at full speed, Shuri has her master and Quiquintel mounted on top while they're headed towards Murakhan's suspected location. The Silver Dragon feels guilty for leaving him unattended all by himself, but Jin assures her that it's not her fault, and that she has nothing to worry about because Jin would have felt his connection severed from the Dark Dragon if something happened to him. The Silver Dragon is at least confident that Misha won't have Murakhan killed, especially if he's facing off against Kaduna. After all, not even Misha would be able to predict what would happen to Solderet's contract if that happened. At the same time, Quiquintel suspects that maybe the Dark Dragon's sister drugged him, or perhaps plans to torture him so that she can eventually get to Jinrun Kandel, his contractor's location. Our boy is hearing her out, when eventually Shuri meows, signifying that they've arrived at their location. At the edge of the cliff, they can see the destroyed town catching flames. Just from this distance, she can confirm Kaduni's dragon breath, as he's the only creature capable of releasing such tortuous flames. Not to mention, Kujan reports that the same fire has been going rampant for several days now, and yet not a single media outlet has reported it, strongly suggesting that the Zippel family is behind the scenes, controlling the media outlets and suppressing any involvement. The young Master Jin suggests that they enter the city immediately. In the next scene, they've already invaded the city. Jin reports his strange observation. This place is actually called the State of Shul Kingdom, and yet, instead of the kingdom's soldiers protecting it, the Holy Vankela Knights are here to protect it instead. Not just that, they're actively blocking any entrance inside the quarters. This means that the Knights are making sure there aren't any witnesses in the fight. The Vankela Kingdom is supposed to be helping out its people, saving the citizens and protecting the land. And yet, the Knights stand here opposing anyone from going inside. It's truly a strange sight. The same Holy Kingdom that maintained its neutrality in his past life has now appeared to be siding with the Zippel family. Quiquintel urges precedence on invading the lands to check on the Dark Dragon's location first. Jin alerts her and tells her that they'll take the lead without causing any problems. However, the Silver Dragon wants to take care of the two knights guarding the gate all by herself, believing that she can flawlessly execute the task. The cloaked figure walks up to the Holy Knights, who are both alerted and warn her to stay back from the restricted area. Before they're able to finish their sentence, Quiquintel dashes with super speed and smashes a punch so strong that it knocks the Holy Knight flying. The other knight is so dense that he still has the gall to question her intentions. The Silver Dragon effortlessly kicks him down and sends this guy flying too. Lastly, she uses her magical powers to destroy the gate, shattering it to pieces. But here's the neat trick about her magic. Right after they entered inside the gate, Quiquintel used a reversal of time to restore the gate's condition back to how it was. She did it without even producing the slightest of sound impressing the likes of Kujan. It's no joke that she's called the Dragon of Time. Inside the restricted area, the group's first impression is just how abysmal and horrifying the place is. After making their way inside, the group's attention is brought towards a sudden announcement addressing the citizens of Santel. The announcer stands on top of gallows, telling everyone that a dragon is currently facing off against a monster just ahead of the city. But this crazy fanatic doesn't want the citizens to escape, rather perish in the pursuit of heaven and to fall into total despair. As this is happening, the crowd is listening without panicking at all, which appears to be an unusual reaction from the people. The announcer reveals that the same monster is responsible for killing their families and loved ones, but the creature will soon turn to dust, as the dragon will defeat it fully. He prays for the defeat of the monster and the victory of the dragon. Jin instantly notices the use of a spell called Persuasion. Kujin is unaware of it, so Jin elaborates that it's clear from observing the eyes of the spectators that they're possessed by a divine power. It's known as mind control magic. Normally the spell is pointless against powerful people, but when it comes to ordinary citizens who are already rushing in a state of panic, it's executed perfectly. At the same time, the problem is, the Holy King of the city Michaelin clearly outlined the use of this spell as forbidden among the saints. Also, it appears that the people are pinning the blame on the Dark Dragon for the actions of Kadun, the beast who slaughtered the city. It also reveals that Murakhan is still out there fighting if this information is true. Jin agrees with Quiquintel's thoughts, believing that the Zippels wouldn't have gone as far to pull such a move if Murakhan had already been captured. Right now, our boy wants to find out what's going on, why the saints are acting against the Holy King's orders, and why they're helping the Zippels. The announcer shifts his subject to reveal the invasion of a sinister group of people who have come to harm their city. He wants the public to be wary of their surroundings and report anyone who appears suspicious. With this announcement in motion, the best course of action is for them to hide. But as they're about to leave, one of the people spots them and roars his attention towards the suspicious group. The mind-controlled people rush to capture the group. In an effort to escape, Kujan whips out a trusty grenade that detonates a gust of smoke, allowing them a window to escape. When the smoke settles, the group is nowhere to be found, causing the announcer to furiously issue an order to hunt the wicked group down. Our heroes are running straight towards the scene of the battle, but as they're running, a bunch of holy knights prepare themselves for battle and denounce the invaders to drop their weapons at once. But you know how Jin operates. He loves cutting down his enemies, so he whips out his blade of lightning and sends down Zeus's wrath with 4 lightning bolts annihilating the entire group. When the smoke clears, only one knight remains, protected by a magical barrier they casted. The assassin Kujan is happy to kill the remaining one, until the holy knight strangely announces that she's not their enemy. Jin is perplexed and points his blade, asking for clarification in the heat of the battlefield. The Holy Knight raises her hands in surrender, emphasizing that she wouldn't harm innocent people. She also appears to have knowledge of Jin's group siding with the Dark Dragon, who is currently busy trying to stop the rampage of Kadune. The young Runkandel is surprised by her information, because if she was mind-controlled, she wouldn't know such information to begin with. He inquires about the location of the Dark Dragon as well as her identity. The woman unveils her headpiece, stating that she had been waiting for his arrival. Murakhan actually asked her for a favor, which was to protect him until a man known as Jin Runkandel arrived. Lani Salome is introduced as a Class 2 Knight of the Dawn Order of Doctrine Protection, swearing herself as an ally of Jin Runkandel. Jin's group learns about the sudden uproar caused by the arrival of the Knights, and they are instructed by Lani to quickly hide behind the building while they can. A few moments later, we see that Jin and his friends have already escaped her sight, while Lani's commander and his men come over to check her status. Inquiring her on what's going on, the commander learns that Lani was attacked by the invaders, and she points them down a false path to waste their time. Meanwhile, Jin is quietly observing the scene from nearby. Before leaving, the commander scolds Lani for being so hesitant in her duty, that despite the fall of her own allies, she didn't prepare her sword to strike. The commander thinks that it's her stupidity, and because of her beliefs, she can barely be classed as a knight of protection. Hearing those heavy words, Lani confesses that she's prepared to face punishment for her actions, but the commander doesn't care about that right now. He just thinks that she's placing far too much trust in a stranger's kindness. His words provoke Lani to the point she roars at him, questioning how anyone could call the invaders as pagans to begin with, when they can barely even tell if the invading group is infiltrating in the first place. The fifth commander is starting to have troubled thoughts about her beliefs, and commands her to be put under immediate probation. As for the rest of them, he tells Squad 3 to ensure the safety of the injured, and takes the others alongside him to look for the invaders. After the commander has left, the other knights talk down on Lani's audacity to speak back to her commander like that, especially when she's the one who disobeyed orders in the first place. They detest her to the point that they can't stand her being in the Order of Protection and spoiling its reputation. Though their words are full of provocation, Lani controls herself the best she can. Looking at her from a safe distance, Jin realizes her familiar face. This woman is actually the king's adopted daughter, and in his original life, he'd read up on her personal experiences. Apparently, Lani scored a vile reputation for being drunk all of the time and living a carefree life. Despite being the adopted daughter of the king, the people humiliated and made fun of her. But that's the shocking difference, because the woman he sees before his eyes right now is like night and day to what he read in those letters. This version of Lani is laser-focused and serious about her goals. After her comrades are gone, she breaks her facade and goes up to Jin, emphasizing that it's their best shot to move while they still can. Of course, she's also ready to navigate an easy path for them until they can reach Murakhan's location. A little while passes as the city goes to hell. The Class 2 Knight opens up a secret underground passage. She leads them down to the staircase, while also pointing out that they're using a forbidden path, so no one will follow them. But that begs the question that's bothering Jin the most, so he directly asks her why she's helping them out to begin with. The knight talks about her pride in being a citizen of the Holy Kingdom and a daughter of their goddess Ayula. Basically, she doesn't care about honor or her duties of being a knight because of the horrors she's witnessing before her eyes. She vividly recalls the terrifying sight of the enormous fire dragon, Kadun, who is responsible for all of the violence that is causing the city to burn down. Opposing him is Murakhan, who did his absolute best to stop Kadune's wrath from obliterating the city completely. Worried for his sake, the Silver Dragon asks about his condition. Unfortunately, even Lani understands that the Dark Dragon is in a very fragile state right now. Even though she's tried her best treating his wounds with divine magic, it still isn't enough to make him recover fully. The knight leads them down to a secret room, where Murakhan appears to be resting in his cat form. He's beat up and currently trying to recover, and before entering a state of slumber, his last orders were for Jin to find him. Quicantel sees his miserable state and points out that he didn't force himself to become like this of his own volition. Rather, it's the only way his body knew how to survive after a brutal battle. It was a response based on instinct, something only the top dragons can do. The Silver Dragon weeps for him, calling him a reckless idiot, but she's glad that even after losing most of his powers from his prime, Murakhan still has the ability to use this secret technique. As for Jin, he's equally worried about him. However, Quicantel places strong emphasis on their immediate departure, highlighting that if Murakhan is left unattended in this state for far too long, he'll never be able to transform into a dragon again. Luckily, Lani is already there to lead a path for an exit, allowing the group to escape the city quickly. She urges them to leave so they waste no time. Jin stops by to thank her for her incredible act of delaying Murakhan's doom, because if she hadn't done that, things would have been horrible for them. That's why, on his name as a Runkandel, he swears that he'll repay her debts. The honest knight feels pride in knowing that she acted on her beliefs and wishes the best for the Dark Dragon's recovery. Let's change perspective to the reaction of the Fire Dragon. This guy is pissed off because he was so close to killing Murakhan at last. only for the chance to slip right before him. Even the leader of the Zippel clan is shocked to see him appear so displeased with the situation. Khadun roars at his own anger towards himself, knowing that he made a critical error. The Zippel patriarch highlights how strange it was for them to run into Murakhan, when in fact they were trying to look for his sister Misha in the first place. The thing is, if Murakhan had been captured, they could have easily lured Jin as his contractor, and that way they'd finally be able to restore the might of the Devil Stone. Things went south for the Zippels, but at least now they're certain about the meeting between the Shadow Dragon and the Earth Dragons of Bement. The Zippel mastermind intends to patiently look for the next opportunity to strike, highlighting that Murakhan has already lost his previous powers. However, Khadune points out that it's uncertain to conclude that, because it's more like Murakhan is slowly recovering his abilities instead. Amusingly, Keliak wonders if there's a way for them to resurrect a dragon's heart without the presence of the Devil Stone. The Fire Dragon is unsure of whether it's possible or not, but he understands that the Shadow Dragons are different from normal ones. He senses that Murakhan wouldn't be moving recklessly if his contractor wasn't nearby. But Keliak doesn't care much about what he's worried about is the reaction of the Holy King, who appears to have been acting on his own for sending out the Dawn Order of Protection without informing the Zippels at all. Keliak finds the Holy King exhausting to talk to and understands that there will be a meeting soon. Like the sadistic mastermind he is, he even wonders if it's a good idea to just kill the king, because a noble and good man like him is going to end up in heaven anyway. Khaduni calls his own master completely insane, which is hilarious to me, because this is the same dragon that was obliterating an entire city a while ago. The Zippel Patriarch must be completely nuts if he's insane by even Kadune's standards. Anyway, let's go back to Kashmir's place. Remember Kujan's sister? Luckily she's awake, though she's sad after reading her brother's letter, which probably contained a history of events that occurred while she was unconscious. It makes her quest for vengeance meaningless now that they're under Jin's care. Speaking of which, Jilly comes around like the nanny of the year and brings her some soup to drink. She treats the girl with kindness, highlighting that she needs rest to hasten the recovery process. Varys's body has yet to replenish itself with mana, but it's progress already that she's experiencing recovery. She also apologizes for everything she and her brother put them through, and asks if there's any way to help. The notion of help intrigues Jilly, because in the very next scene, she tosses the bloodthirsty assassin right into maid attire. The poor girl is struggling to contain her embarrassment, while Jilly thinks the dress looks lovely on her. She's also really happy to teach Varys how to clean and get started on her duties. The attire reminds Varys of her mother, because she used to be the head nanny of the Run Candles and wore the same outfit. While she's reflecting on her memories of her, a veil of shadow creeps up into a vortex of black, and a spiraling voice comes out. Misha is pissed off that her brother made her come all the way here, and goddamn does she look like a dessert to the eye. In the next scene, our boy makes his return and is welcomed by his nanny. But for Kujan, this man turns into a marshmallow the moment he spots his sister. The beloved siblings reunite at last, as Kujan embraces her in a loving manner. He'd started to lose hope in her, but thankfully she's here. It's also uncommon for him to cry, which shows his love for his sister. As for Jin, our boy is also very happy to see her return full speed to recovery. Varys bows down in respect, and explains that she read her brother's letter, which talked about Jin's kindness to the two of them. Kujan pays his respect to Jin, and quickly glances at the bruise across her face. He asks her about it, and learns that apparently some guest attacked her. Jilly then reveals the shocking arrival of Murakhan's sister, which led one thing to another with Varys. Misha is hosted in the sitting room, while Kujan wastes absolutely no time blitzing with full speed. Bro is pissed off like hell that someone even dared to hurt his sister, and he's so mad in his pursuit that the assassin is ready to nail Misha in the nail for it. Unlucky for his ass though, Misha punches the shit out of the guy and sends him flying to Jupiter. Hilariously, Jin and Quiquintel quietly observe the scene, while the Shadow Dragon officially introduces herself to Solderate's contractor after their previous encounter in the desert. In the next scene, the same brooding dragon is out here enjoying a sweet snack made by Latrie, the dragon who's supposed to act as Julia's guardian. Misha senses Julia's powers and realizes that she's a contractor of the God of Sight. Jin's perspective is pretty interesting to notice. He clearly remembers encountering a strange shadow in the desert, but had no idea that it was actually Misha all along. It makes him flushed, knowing that she saw his agonizing journey in the desert. But the part that really bugs him is how she was able to trace his location all the way here. The Dark Dragon's sister quickly explains that Murakhan is her puppet if anything, and she's always had a tracking spell on him from a young age. It functionally works differently from ordinary tracking magic, because Misha has full knowledge of her brother's actions, even though Murakhan is completely unaware. The Silver Dragon thinks that it's a loaded and confusing explanation, to which Misha amusingly laughs at. She thinks it is easier to describe such an ability as an authority, rather than a specific tracking magic spell. To demonstrate her ability, she plunges her arm into a pool of shadows, promising to entertain Jin. Here's the reason why Misha is the superior Shadow Dragon. It's because Murakhan only knows how to use his powers to fight, while she can manipulate her shadows to basically do anything. She slips out a small tendril of shadow and demonstrates the effectiveness of even a single trail. With just a single attached shadow, she can instantly discover people's locations. But that's not all. She could also manipulate her shadows to manifest and make complete copies of a person. For example, our boy is fucking terrified when he hears Misha talking in his face and form. This girl is basically a skinwalker. Jin looks at her in terror, while she gives him a cheeky smile in his own face. It only makes him realize the sheer possibility that comes with complete command over the shadows. Even Misha highlights that it must feel strange experiencing oneself like this without a mirror. Without fucking with his mind anymore, she releases the form back to her shadows. She wonders how he feels experiencing himself, while Jin sings praises of her excellent command over her powers. He can't even fathom the fact that another one of him can easily exist out there without his knowledge. It goes to show that if humans came to control this power, they would destroy each other. Interestingly, Misha reflects that she's never going to let Jin fall into the same fate as Tamar's, and she is hoping that he steps down from the pursuit of power if anything. The Shadow Dragon continues her watch on him with great intrigue. To Misha's absolute horror, Julia answers her mind, arguing in favor of Jin, and stating that he'll never fall in the pursuit of madness. It really stuns the Shadow Dragon for a second, the realization that she has been outplayed by the little girl. Thanks to her abilities granted by the God of Sight, Julia sees something in the run candle that nobody else does. It makes Misha wonder if Julia is witnessing the first patriarch's reincarnation in him. It completely terrifies her to believe that Tamar reincarnated, but an even more shocking thought is the realization that Julia sees Soldere himself in his contractor's presence. The Shadow Dragon holds herself down from jumping straight into conclusions, even though she can fully grasp that the God of Darkness no longer communicates with her. She thinks that it's entirely possible that something must have happened for Soldere to radio silence on her. Unsurprisingly, Julia's comment about Jin is so vague that her father asks her about what she means. The loving and cuddly girl once again emphasizes her point regarding Jin's pursuits. Our boy actually didn't know what she meant either, until he remembered that she's always called him Mister from the first time they met each other. The Shadow Dragon gets up to check on Murakan's condition. She grabs his silly little cat-like body and almost doesn't want to heal him back to full health because she finds him endlessly adorable as a cat. Of course, Jin doesn't like that and understands that Murakan wouldn't be thrilled about it either, so he begs her to do her best. She confesses that she's messing around and fully intends to help her brother recover. Misha demands them to leave the room and casually admits that there will be a lot of screaming involved. Her comment is so terrifying that even the unconscious cat is shivering in fear, and it's safe to say, the cat's screams reach the moon that night. Jin is patiently waiting outside. The screams are starting to get to him because it's been 3 days since Murakan's recovery, or perhaps torture began. The Silver Dragon quells his worries, reminding our boy that Misha is going to have to go through an incredibly taxing job of helping Murakan regain his lost powers. If the process is unsuccessful, he'll still be fine, so there's nothing to worry about. Except, Quiquintel hides the fact that if the process fails, the Dark Dragon won't ever be able to use his powers again, even if he recovered. A contemplative Jin stares at the little leaf in his hand, questioning the chances of the success rate. Quiquintel reveals that it's an ambiguous 50% for both success and failure, so their odds aren't that bad. At the same time, she's terrified of what will happen if the process results in a failure, which is also why she wants Jin to be mentally prepared for the worst to come. Her words, coupled with Murakan's agonizing screams, isn't a pleasant moment for our boy. It reminds him of his first ever encounter with the Dark Dragon, while he was just a helpless little child. A flood of memories comes crashing down in his mind regarding all the sweet memories they spent together on their journey. At last, the day arrives where Misha opens the window, appearing gassed out from the procedure and devastated. Then she confesses the ugly truth. She has failed. Her words terrify Quiquintel and infuriate Jin enough to roar his name. But suddenly, a fast shadow blitzes out of the window as our beloved Murakan sticks his superhero landing, Aura farming in all of his glory. The maniacal dragon laughs like an evil villain. His mere laugh is able to send ripples and shatter structures nearby. At long last, Murakan revels in the glory of his prime, a fresh body and absurd levels of strength. But even while he's out here posing like he's turned Super Saiyan or something, his sister quickly humbles him by kicking his ass, literally. Misha is pissed off that he's happy about only gaining 40% of his original power, stating that his body is far too weak to handle its full strength. I have to point out that she's also bitch-slapping the shit out of him while this is happening, so F's for this man in the comments. The Dark Dragon thinks that his sister messed up the procedure on purpose, because if she'd fully restored him to full strength, he'd end up stronger than her. Misha launches this man flying for thinking of something so incredibly stupid, and she follows through with a full beatdown, all the while expressing how much pain she felt just trying to save his ass. As they're bantering against each other, Jin and his group are at a loss for words. Funnily enough, Misha wants to kill his ass right after reviving him only moments ago. The Shadow Dragon concedes his defeat, while Jin is happy as he can ever be seeing his friend nourish back to health. He thanks Misha, who who understands how frustrated they must have felt when it took her days to complete the procedure. She also doesn't want to waste time anymore and plans to leave, highlighting how busy she is compared to her absolute moron of a brother. I just love how she humbles him every chance she gets. Anyway, the Runcandle apologizes for not being able to make it up to her for all her help. To that, Misha assures him that it's her duty to act on behalf of Solderette in case anything goes wrong. And now that she's connected her shadow with him, they can meet at any time. Finally, she advises Jin with a mission to head to the old Otarium. Confused, he asks why, and learns that there's supposed to be a special grimoire, a piece of legendary treasure left behind by Ryul Zippel. This grimoire is no joke either, to the point Jin already has previous knowledge of it. He expresses his concerns, bringing up the fact that the Otarium is going to be difficult for him to get to with his current level of strength. To that, the Shadow Dragon agrees and explains that though she intended for him to go there after becoming a flag bearer, it will be too late then. That's why she recommends taking Murakhan alongside, who can certainly hold his own with his current level of restored strength. Her fixation on being late makes Jin wonder if there's another person actively on the hunt for the grimoire. Misha confirms that it's a dangerous mage, someone who Jin already knows about. When he asks for clarification on who it is, Misha utters the words, Arya Owlheart, the same child who is born with a similar destiny like Jin Runkandel himself. Let's break down what Arya Owlheart even is. It's actually a false identity of Valeria, one of many fake names she used in his previous life. She had a unique fascination for this name, and it really astonishes him to learn that his previous mentor is currently looking for the special grimoire. Jin stops to question what Misha implies when she says that Valeria shares a special destiny along with him. In her response, the Shadow Dragon expresses that Jin is chosen by the shadows, while the mage is chosen by history itself. Misha thinks it's a wise choice to support her in her ventures, because she could prove to be an irreplaceable ally to him. This turns Jin inward, reflecting on Valeria's ultimate goal in his previous life. She'd always wanted to discover her family's lost mages, and if history has chosen her for this mission, it begs the question if she is close to attaining her goal. Anyway, Misha switches topics and bullies Murakhan, reminding his ass to look after his contractor properly while she's away. He ends up calling her a granny for it, and well, you can tell that she's beating him up because of it in the background. Jilly turns up with a delicious strawberry pie, which turns the dark dragon into a sweet girl with eyes full of wonder and joy. It really adds to the fact that both Murakhan and Misha are the same when it comes to their tastes. In fact, the older sister is even ready to reward the nanny with a small piece of advice. Hilariously, she reveals that Murakhan actually has a type for women like Jilly, so it's completely fine if she kills him if he tries to be forceful in his ways. The silver dragon is amused by her jokes and thinks that Misha should take it easy and return home. The dark dragon thanks her, says her farewells, and turns to open up her portal. Waving goodbye, Misha leaves, causing Murakhan to turn into a beaming prince charming in front of his beloved strawberry pie. Meanwhile, Jin is just happy that Murakhan's back, even if he couldn't return with his full strength. Though everyone played a part, the dark dragon remembers the contributions of Lonnie the most. That night is the sole reason he's alive right now, because Kaduni would have tossed him in front of his master. Jin reveals Lonnie's name, and explains her role as the adoptive daughter of the Holy Kingdom. The dark dragon cuddles with Shuri, and understands that he has a debt to repay for Lonnie's kindness. The Runkandel also reveals about certain intel he received from Kashmir during the time Murakhan was recovered. Apparently, the Class 2 knights ended up getting drunk at a ceremony and caused problems at the temple. This was taken as a direct offense to the king, causing her to get tossed into a cell. Jin's words infuriate Murakhan to the core. The same valiant knight who helped her is now rotting in jail and awaiting her trial, and her life is in grave danger. The perspective cuts to Lonnie herself, who is completely shattered and robbed of her will. The girl covers her face in shame, still being unable to contain her drinking habit. The timeline skips to December 14th in the Holy Kingdom. A crowd of people has gathered for the special event called Advent, where Ayula descended upon their kingdom. It's a celebratory festival that lasts 1 week in praise of the god, and Murakhan understands it because Ayula is supposed to be their savior and maker of peace. The people think that every time Ayula is enraged, it destroys everything. It's the reason they symbolically represent it as a dormant volcano that can explode at any moment. King Mycalen is received well by his people, roaring and chanting the Holy King's name. This man is Lonnie's adoptive father, but for some reason, Murakhan doesn't appear pleased knowing that this guy is the Holy King, to the point Jin probes him for it. The Dark Dragon expresses his annoyance, because for each Holy King that he met in the past, they all possessed incredible aura. Even though they're not particularly strong, their very own divinity is enough to make them unapproachable. Strangely though, in Mycalen's case, that doesn't appear to be the case. This man is a mystery on whether or not he possesses aura, but they plan to get all of their answers from his daughter Lonnie soon enough. Guarding the capital's eastern church, the two knights standing by are talking shit about Lonnie being an alcoholic wench who can't stop herself. It's actually a pretty easy duty for them since she poses no risk and can't attend the ceremony in her state. The The sneaky little Murakhan tries to sneak his way past but eventually gets noticed by the clowns, who enjoy a good time playing with the little guy. Unfortunately for these idiots, Murakhan has brought a poisonous tube along with him, while giving these bastards a murderous look of death. Within a few moments, they both collapse and meet a state of slumber. The dark dragon returns to his human form, while Jin finds Kujan's sleeping poison to be quite effective. Hilariously, Murakhan is pissed off that even though he's strong as hell right now, his contractor is still messing around by making him do stupid shit like this. Luckily, one of the guards appears to have dropped their money. Jin doesn't blame them, and thinks that the dragon secretly ensured the coins would fall. Anyway, both of them make their way into Lani's room, who is reeking of alcohol. The girl is drunk as hell, and can barely hold herself together. The drunk knight spots Jin's face, shocked to find the run candle here of all places. It immediately lightens her up, as he begins to question what he's doing here. The young master reminds her of the promised debt he was going to pay. Even Murakhan is thrilled to pay his gratitude to the knight. Lani is happy to see that he's doing all fine, but it appears that their roles have been switched, because now she's the one in trouble. The shadow dragon assures her that he's going to help her get out of this mess. Such words of consideration completely devastate the poor girl, as tears begin to stream down her eyes. She could only stare at her miserable state in the reflection of the bottle that caused her own demise. She starts crying, like seriously crying, causing Jin and Murakhan to give each other an awkward and confused look. After a while, they decide to sit down and talk about things. Lani starts off by saying how she is being threatened, and has recently learned that the Holy King is actually a fake man deliberately put on display by the Zippel family for their own deeds. In fact, her real father is locked up in a place not even she knows about, which is the reason for her miserable state. The young master wonders if this is the work of the transfigurator Bubar, who could have potentially created a placeholder Holy King to fool everyone. Then again, it doesn't make any sense for Bubar to be siding with the Zippels, especially not after what happened last time. Suddenly, Murakhan senses someone's presence approaching nearby. He takes off to deal with the threat and tells Jin to continue on without him. Our boy emphasizes that Murakhan handles the matter discreetly, but well, before that could even happen, the damn wall shatters as two giant behemoths arrive. The dark dragon looks at the undead creatures in confusion, while Jin is shocked to see the golems. They're the same two men that they dismantled outside, and apparently they've fallen victim to becoming a golem, a state so miserable that death is the only escape. Jin's blood boils in anger, as the young master realizes that it's the Zippel family's scheme again. Meanwhile, the shadow dragon simply stares at the golems without a worry. The two creatures prepare to attack him, but this man is way too clean with it, and with just a few swipes of his hand, he slices them up like a steak, dismantling their first attack. Murakhan is enraged to find golems inside the Holy Kingdom, and manipulates the shadows to impale one of the creature's bodies. Clenching his fist, the dark dragon unleashes tremendous force, zapping the life force out of them. Unfortunately, he never wanted to kill these people, which is why they went through the tedious process of using a sleeping poison. But now, there's no helping it anymore. A piece of rock suddenly falls near them, as Lani gets up from her spot and quickly kneels down to command the blessing of Ayula. Using her divine magic, she sends off the rotting corpses with a blessing, hoping that her god can comfort their pain after death. After the ritual, the knight breaks down again, shedding tears at the realization that the Holy Kingdom is no longer just. It has been fully corrupted. The situation makes Jin offer her a dilemma. Either she can give up here and live in a peaceful region elsewhere, or she can allow him to help her get better. His words are shocking. Lani can't comprehend why anyone would fight for her sake and kingdom. The young master expresses that he still owes her a favor, and he is a Runkandel who naturally depisses the Zippels. So if anything, it's a deal on their part, between the heir of the Runkandel family, as well as the heir of the Holy Kingdom. His encouraging words allow her to muster enough courage to take a stand, apologizing for having shown a weak and pathetic side of her. Armed with courage and tenacity, Lani accepts the deal and agrees to help. Let's go back a few steps and learn about the fall of the Holy Kingdom at the hands of the Zippels. The mages slowly bought the higher officials of the Holy Kingdom piece by piece, offering them big handouts for their loyalty. Unfortunately, even the Dawn Order of Protection fell victim to this same corruption. Lani talks about her mission that was assigned by her father in order to investigate the truth about the Order, but unfortunately she couldn't find anyone to trust here other than herself. Jean understands that the current Holy King probably felt threatened because of the knight's report regarding the invaders. She actually confirms his words, doubling down by saying that the Zippel family is responsible for kidnapping her real father shortly after she expressed her report. The man that is currently serving as the Holy King is just a duplicate, someone who behaves and talks exactly like her father would. Though most of the people are fooled by him, Lani saw through him after all. The imposter was unable to recreate the same divinity possessed by her father. Basically, Murakhan's thoughts ended up being true about the strange absence of aura from the Holy King in the ceremony. One thing about the original king is the fact that Michaelin is incapable of moving his left thumb. However, the moment she saw this imposter actively moving his thumb and confronted him for it, Lani was horrifically sent a severed thumb of her father as a response from the Zippels. The mages are psychotic, and even Murakhan thinks the same of them. But Jin is intrigued and asks for the location of the thumb. Unfortunately, the moment she saw it and confirmed it belonged to him, it actually withered away on its own. From this, the young master assumes that there was a fire seal placed on it, an ability that is only capable of being casted if one is the contractor of the god of fire. That implies the involvement of the patriarch Keliak, or the works of the fire dragon Kadun. The situation is much more serious than it seems, so Jin asks about any other people who seem to know about the king's secret regarding his thumb. Lonnie starts off with a bunch of names and finishes up by revealing the name of their commander, Sir Vatura. The young master then asks if any of these people appear trustworthy, but unfortunately they're all a lost cause, as Lonnie shakes her head in disappointment. Montiano and Konu govern the administrative and regulatory factions, and despite being her father's most trusted friends from childhood, the moment she brought up the matter of his thumb, a sinister smile came over their faces. It's as if they enjoyed her confusion, the look of terror on her face. Lonnie had no chance, she was being played from the start. It was that moment that made her realize that her father's most trusted allies ended up becoming the puppets for the Zippel family, making her crash and burn in a drunken state. The Dark Dragon brings up the mention of Sir Vatura, who could perhaps be trusted. The good thing is, Lonnie hasn't spoken to the man in person. However, many suspected that he had been plotting a scheme to dethrone her father for a long time. This man has also openly vouched for a good association with the Zippel family, so that's not good either. Jin wonders if it's specifically because of those reasons that Lonnie tends to avoid the man. She responds by revealing her father's hatred for Sir Vatura, who always seemed like an enemy. He couldn't stand the thought of seeing his face. Going back to the king's childhood friends Montiano and Konu, Jin asks about her father's reaction to the both of them. Lonnie shares that they always sat next to him, and they were the only people whom he discussed his personal plans with. Often he would go on walks with them to relieve his stress. Overall, her words grind the gears in our boy's head. Forming his conclusion, he gets up and requests being taken to Sir Vatura at once. It's a shocking declaration coming from the Run Candle, especially when Lonnie has already revealed him as an enemy to the throne. However, the young master doesn't really find it pleasing either to hear her father's stupidity. The man kept traitors close to him and allowed his kingdom to get taken over by the Zippels without his knowledge. The scene cuts to Lonnie, who takes her two friends to have a meeting with Sir Vatura. The Holy Guards give them a pass, but the gatekeepers aren't so kind. They demand them to surrender their weapons. Lonnie turns to our boy, who agrees with the idea. Having granted entry, Lonnie discusses the possibility of Vatura being a pawn of the Zippels. She has reason to believe that he would plot against her and even kill her father. Murakhan assures her that nothing of the sort is going to happen with him around, because a bunch of puny knights aren't going to stop him. Unfortunately, the part she worries about the most is what they'll do to her father. To that, the young master comforts her with a bittersweet truth bomb. She doesn't have to worry about her father being tortured or not, because it's almost certain that he's already been killed. Though it's harsh to hear, Jin tells her that the kingdom has slipped away into the hands of the Zippels, and if they're following that logic, then her father serves no purpose anymore, and has already been executed. It's a cold truth, but it's something for the girl to accept. Even Lonnie understands that the possibility is real, but she wants to rely on her resolve and make it known for herself after speaking with Sir Vatura. Speaking of their meeting, they get to his room shortly afterwards. Adopting a cocky smile on his face, he welcomes Lonnie as the Holy King's beloved daughter, and then doubles down by calling her a drunk troublemaker. Having dropped a verbal jab, he asks about the people behind her. Lonnie reveals that they're just friends, but the cunning and perceptive man already knows the truth. They're the invaders who attacked and killed the men in the Eastern Church. It appears that Vatura is already one step ahead in terms of his knowledge about the situation. He was actually trying to hunt the invaders down, but finds it glad that they've come to surrender on their own. Furthermore, he even threatens to kill the Holy King if Jin's group continues to pose trouble for them. This little fact implies to Lonnie that her father's still alive. Anyway, Vatura orders one of his guards, Kane, to inform the Zippels that they've captured the king's daughter. As for her friends, he plans to capture them for an interrogation later. Murakhan is about to explode his anger, but Jin stops him from doing anything reckless. The Dark Dragon doesn't get it, because if they stall for long, these clowns will report everything for the Zippels. Instead of backing down, the arrogant guards continue to trash talk against the invaders who ran away last time. They threaten to use force against them if Jin and Murakhan don't back down, especially when the Holy King's life will also be at risk. Meanwhile, Lonnie is reduced to a puddle of tears. Her body shivers as tears pour out uncontrollably down her face. She regrets ever having to come here, realizing that her kingdom fell to ruin because she was too late to notice anything. If that wasn't enough, her father didn't do much to prevent their demise either. While she's bursting in anger, Jin comforts her by asking her to lift her head. The moment she opens her eyes, the two guards have already been killed. As for Vatura, turns out that he isn't a bad guy at all, and instead he's eternally grateful that the young master saved the king's daughter. Vatura apologizes for everything that happened and assures Lonnie that she did the right thing by coming here because it will be fine from now on. Murakhan is left completely speechless and doesn't get what the heck is happening. It's revealed that Jin didn't do a thing to kill those guards. It was done so by Vatura's own blade, and he's proud of Lonnie for having done so much on her part. Lonnie's brain is having a meltdown, realizing that she doubted Vatura all along, not realizing that he was on her side. He doesn't mind, and actually finds it relieving that she's doing okay. Remember when Jin was brainstorming the possibilities earlier? He actually pieced together the information that Vatura is secretly an ally of the king, but he's also surprised to see the Holy Commander recognizing him immediately. Vatura explains that he first saw the boy at the Lone Tree Bridge party that Kieran hosted upon his return. Back then, he noticed Jin and left without a word. But now, it's time for him to reveal the truth about his true association with Lonnie's father. You see, the whole public enemy thing was actually a false persona. Vatura and King Michaelin deliberately acted like enemies conspiring against each other, when in reality, they were allies trying to keep the balance of the world. Jin adds on by stating that the Zippels had no clue, and because they suspected Vatura to despise the king, they approached him and began thinking he was an ally. In reality, that was never the case. The Holy Kingdom is a mess right now, divided into two factions, one supporting the Kinzello faction and the other supporting the crazy mages. It's here that Vatura confesses that the fake king is actually placed by the Kinzello family, who can command the use of shapeshifters to do their bidding. This means Bubar and Kinzello are involved in this mess. Vatura explains that initially, both groups tried to take over the Holy Kingdom together, but for some strange reason, they no longer appear to be cooperating with each other. Of course, this is once again because of Jin's involvement, but no one knows about that. Vatura continues by stating that the kingdom is now split between the moderates faction, who are sworn to the Zippels, and the hardliners, who follow the Kinzello. In reality, a third and very tiny proportion cares about the Holy Kingdom. Moving on, Jin hands him the fragment of the golem he took earlier and asks about the human experimentations that have been going on. He also expresses how the soldiers in the Eastern Church became golems shortly after they handled them. Fueled with rage, Sir Vatura frustratingly reveals that the Kinzello have been leading their horrific experiments for 6 months now, and they've even taken innocent citizens as lab rats. This is a shocking revelation for Jin, who always assumed that the Zippels were behind the cause of experimentation, but it turns out to be the opposite. Over 100 people are taken as lab rats just to end up sacrificed as experiments in their name. The fact that Lonnie couldn't even catch wind of this is heartbreaking for her. However, the commander assures her that it's not her fault. It's the shortcoming of him and her father who failed to stop all of this. Murakun chimes in with his objections, questioning why Vatura has yet to come in contact with the Runkandel or any other family for help. Unfortunately, the commander fears that if the Runcandles truly end up supporting them, there won't be a Holy Kingdom left. Even Jin understands that his family could easily swing that as a motivation to start a proper war, because in reality, their house doesn't require the use of the Holy Kingdom, but rather its saints as well as its treasures. The commander emphasizes that the Zippel family has full knowledge of the experimentation process of the Kinzello, but it seems like they're not showing any active involvement. This makes Jin realize that it's a cunning strategy to expose the Kinzello to the public when the Zippels find it convenient. This way, they'll become the heroes in the eyes of the world. Not just that, from what the golems he encountered today, the young master vividly remembers their appearance to be different from last time. That's because these golems aren't created by the Zippels like they were before. At the same time, it bothers him about the motive of the Kinzello faction to focus on creating golems in the first place. While he's deep in thought, the Dark Dragon probes his mind. Jin has figured out a way to take down both factions at once, while at the same time sustaining little damage. His words surprise both Lonnie and Vatura, who wonder if something of the sort is even possible. The Runcandle reveals that he intends to go to the Old Oterium first, and right after dealing with the Kinzello, he'll help the citizens be freed. With the citizens out, they'll come forward with the truth. However, the commander still thinks it's a reckless plan if it's being left up to just 2 people. In the chance that Jin pulls this plan off successfully, there's still the issue that the idiots who supported the Kinzello would probably end up joining the Zippels. To that, the young master expresses that he will remain firm on his stance. He'll bring the Kinzello to their knees and then target the Zippel family through the people. All he demands is for the commander to trust in their plan. Vatura eventually gives in and agrees, while Lonnie backs up her friends, believing that they're not the type to say stuff for no reason. Seeing Lonnie act so freely, the commander feels a hint of relief. All this time, he was banking on his chances that the king's daughter would be the reason to help gather the rest of the loyal servants. And with that tiny group, they'd do something about the 2 factions. But that ineffective plan means nothing anymore, when Jin Runkandel has been sent as a blessing to their kingdom to save them all. Though he's frustrated, the commander of the Holy Knights places his complete trust in the young master and asks for anything of his service. Jin orders him to keep on maintaining his disguise as a servant of the Zippels and to make sure Lonnie's fine until their return. With that promise made, our boy turns his back, promising that he'll be back. He earns the gratitude of the commander, while Murakun is excited for what's to come. The Dark Dragon advises Vatura to act like he's been injured after a fight against his invaders. But here's the shocking part. This man literally chops his own damn arm off, just to keep up with the act. Even Lonnie screams in worry, preparing to heal him at once. But the commander stops her, explaining that it's the only way to make the Zippel family believe about what went down, especially when his own guards are dead. In his final act, Vatura hands his sword to the young master and tells him the exact room where all of their weapons have been stored. Jin clasps the blade and declares that he'll return before the ceremony closes. Let's go ahead and head to the old Oterium, a place that is currently being used to experiment all kinds of ugly things. One of the researchers expressed sadness for being unable to save another test subject, when suddenly, the room goes red as a warning signal startles everyone. The men have no idea what's going on. The barriers they placed have been tampered with and removed. The evil mages have no idea because the barriers weren't even destroyed, just completely nullified. While they're piecing the situation together, they realize that an intruder is making his way. Both men take a step towards the window to see what's going on, only to witness an ever-blazing shadow dragon making his godly descent. The winged beast of black has completely dissolved the barriers and has taken control. Terrified, the men roar out a signal to attack the dragon at once. But Murakhan simply enjoys himself, imbuing himself with dark magic, before sending out his tendrils and engulfing the entire Oterium in a coat of black. Content with what he's done, he smiles at their amusing yet helpless attempts. The mages can no longer control their magic, allowing the dark dragon to make his move. To summarize just how powerful Murakhan has gotten, let's talk about what he just did. With a single swipe of his hand, he slices the Oterium like butter, cleaving it clean. But not just that, he quickly makes a devastating descent to deepen the blow. Having marked his descent, Murakhan shares that any remaining survivors will quickly meet their doom. Because the dark dragon hasn't just come to invade, it has come for their death.